Ding ding, ding ding. The crisp sound of a bicycle bell echoed through the bustling streets, accompanied by a somewhat hurried shout, making the boy riding the bicycle appear particularly incongruous. On the bright street of the imperial city, passers-by couldn't help but glance over, captivated by the peculiar contraption and the slender youth who pedaled furiously, feet barely touching the ground, yet moving faster than a fully sprinting adult. "What in the world is that boy riding?" remarked a leisurely carriage driver, guiding his opulent vehicle. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past him, and he caught sight of a lean figure disappearing into the distance. The carriage was extravagantly adorned, and the individual seated within was undoubtedly of noble birth. A corner of the gold-trimmed curtain was lifted, revealing a face as exquisite as a porcelain doll, with large, lively eyes that sparkled as they followed the receding figure, deep in thought. Xu Zhan, the sole son of the Demon King, awakened his divine consciousness at the tender age of 16, boasting top-tier potential. Yet, 2 years had passed without him summoning his destined soul spirit, and the halo that once marked him as the second greatest genius of the Changyun Empire had dimmed, branding him instead as the empire's foremost failure. He bore the ignominious epithet, the boy abandoned by the divine. The carriage driver shook his head in regret, pondering how such a remarkable figure as the Demon King could have sired such a disappointing offspring. If the Demon King were still alive, he would surely be incensed. Ever since I arrived in this world, I have grown increasingly lethargic, waiting only now. I mustn't miss the registration deadline. Xu Zhan muttered to himself as he pedaled. The distance from my royal residence to Changyun Academy is absurdly far. It seems I must hasten my training. I need to summon a car soon, or at the very least, motorcycle. Navigating through several wide streets without the hindrance of traffic lights, Xu Zhan barreled forward, relishing the freedom of the open road. As he neared Changyun Academy, he darted into a narrow alleyway, ensuring no one was around before snapping his fingers. Snap! As the sound echoed, the bicycle transformed into a fleeting shadow, gradually dissipating. Adjusting his attire and smoothing his cropped hair, Xu Zhan strode confidently back into the throng of people. Rather than pushing his way forward, Xu Zhan extended his left hand, the black bracelet on his wrist emitting a bluish glow. Several error screens materialized before him, displaying a stream of data that only Xu Zhan could perceive, while others merely noticed the brilliance in his eyes. There are a total of 1,382 individuals gathered at this entrance, with 507 of them being of similar age. Around 18 or 19, Xu Zhan murmured softly, before letting out a wry smile and closing the screens. What am I even looking at? My divine consciousness is still too feeble to scan everyone's strengths, while the world viewed Xu Zhan as a failure incapable of summoning his destined soul spirit. He alone knew that he had already achieved that feat. He was simply different from everyone else in this realm. Impatiently casting a glance at the cumbersome figure beside him, Xu Zhan remained silent, merely tapping his wristband to capture a photograph of the hefty boy. The screen instantly recorded the image, prompting Xu Zhan to inquire, "What is your name?" The boy, bewildered by Xu Zhan's peculiar actions, puffed out his chubby cheeks and replied, "I am Jin Wangshan." Before he could elaborate further, Xu Zhan waved his hand to interrupt, stating, "You are the son of the wealthiest man in the Changyun Empire, and one of the 3 guaranteed spots for enrollment at Changyun Academy this year belongs to you." Having completed the setup, an alarm sounded in Xu Zhan's ear. He scoffed lightly and blended into the crowd, the alarm only ceasing after he had distanced himself significantly. "Hey! Where did you go? Jin Wangshan called out, attempting to follow, but his larger frame rendered him less agile than Xu Zhan, and he soon lost sight of him. Once Xu Zhan was entirely out of view, the comical expression on Jin Wangshan's face faded, and he murmured, Xu Zhan, son of the Demon King, I refuse to believe that the illustrious son of the Demon King is truly a failure. There must be a secret you harbor. Otherwise, how could you still reside in the Demon King's manor a decade after his passing, while the Demon Lord has yet to appoint a new leader? Though the world may deem you a failure, at least one person does not, the Emperor of Changyun. He must be waiting for the moment you reveal your true potential. I genuinely wish to see what sort of surprise you will bring forth. Jin Wangshan's eyes gleamed with excitement as a commotion arose behind him, heralding the arrival of a lavish carriage. Upon recognizing the royal insignia emblazoned upon the vehicle, Jin Wangshan's expression shifted to one of greedy anticipation as he hurried toward it.
Chapter 2. The arrival of Princess Seven at Changyun Academy. Make way for Her Royal Highness. The coachman bellowed, his demeanor unperturbed. As if the crowd before him did not consist of prodigies from across the nation or scions of illustrious families, but rather an assembly of mere commoners. The cacophony abruptly ceased, and all eyes were drawn to the majestic carriage, as the throng respectfully parted to create a path. The young men were alight with excitement. Fortunate enough to be classmates with Princess Shangguan Zishuan of the Changyun Empire. The young women, in contrast, wore expressions of envy. Shangguan Zishuan, the cherished jewel of the Changyun Emperor, was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also possessed extraordinary talent, being one of the 3 students granted a recommendation for admission this year. As they pondered, an odd expression crossed everyone's faces. In any other circumstance, the mention of such a recommendation would elicit gasps of admiration, however. This year's selections felt somewhat unsettling. One was the son of the king of 10,000 beasts, a name synonymous with incompetence. Reverberating throughout the Changyun Empire and known even in the Northern Orc Empire. It was perplexing how the emperor could bestow such a coveted opportunity upon him so casually. The other was the son of the wealthiest man in the Changyun Empire. His riches rivaled those of nations. And it was rumored that his recommendation was procured at an exorbitant price. The cost to secure such an opportunity was likely beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. In stark contrast, the plight of Princess Shangguan Zishuan seemed rather unjust. Here she was, the illustrious 7th princess, arriving at Jin Wanshan, where she was greeted with reverence. Jin Wanshan, adorned with a sycophantic smile, inadvertently trailed alongside the carriage until they reached the threshold of the courtyard. Humph! Even her impatience, conveyed through a voice as melodious as silver bells, refreshed the air around. Do not linger too close, for I have no desire to associate with you. Shangguan Zishuan remained seated within the carriage, as befits her status as the 7th princess of the royal family. The vehicle was granted unobstructed passage within Changyun Academy. What do you mean by we? Jin Wanshan paused, glancing around. In truth, he was alone beside the carriage. Where did this notion of we arise? A glance toward the rear of the carriage revealed Xu Zhan, the very individual he had intended to test. Xu Zhan merely turned his head, having simply followed the crowd to the front, as the registration and testing process was quite cumbersome. Without positioning himself at the forefront, he would be unable to pursue any other endeavors throughout the day. As for the alarm regarding Jin Wanshan, the portly fellow, it had temporarily subsided. The princess may have misunderstood. I share no connection with that fellow, Jin Wanshan asserted. How can that be? Among the 3 reserved places at Changyun Academy, I am the sole one who earned my position through genuine prowess. To be associated with you two is nothing short of disgraceful. A voice of complaint emanated from within the carriage. Jin Wanshan offered an awkward smile and refrained from further comment. Xu Zhan, situated behind the carriage, appeared to hear nothing of the conversation. He opted to circumvent to the front, positioning himself at the foremost spot beside the grand entrance. Shameless! Jin Wanshan muttered under his breath. Xu Zhan's ears perked up, and he responded with a grin, birds of a feather. The two locked eyes, seemingly piercing through each other's facades and discerning their true intentions. Neither sought to curry favor with the seventh princess. They merely aimed to secure their places for the testing. At the pinnacle of the tallest educational edifice within Changyun Academy stood two figures, an elderly man and a middle-aged gentleman. The elder nodded thoughtfully, pondering whether the illustrious Princess Suguan Zishuan, renowned for her extraordinary talents, was indeed the subject of their discourse. Remarkably, she had already attained the fourth realm of spirit formation even before her enrollment, a prodigious feat for a summoner. Given time, it was not inconceivable for her to ascend to the stature of a second demon king. The middle-aged man expressed his admiration, yet the elder shook his head, his discerning gaze seeming to penetrate the very fabric of space, resting upon an individual far beyond the distant gates. "Are you referring to the son of that nouveau riche?" he inquired, his brow furrowing in discontent. Such a coveted recommendation slot is too valuable to be squandered on him. This tarnishes the reputation of Changyun Academy. The elder erupted into laughter, saying, "If he wishes to bestow a gift upon me, who am I to refuse?" "Gift?" "We conferred upon him a recommendation. A privilege beyond mere monetary value," the middle-aged man retorted, still struggling to reconcile the situation. The elder replied, "Even without his financial contribution, this recommendation would not have found its way to another." A sudden realization dawned upon the middle-aged man. Could it be that this young upstart? The elder nodded affirmatively, adding, "Indeed, just as you surmised. However, when I mention something of interest, I refer to another individual." "Another individual? Who else could it possibly be?" "This year's freshmen boast many talents, yet the one you so fervently consider must be extraordinary indeed." "Who is this person?" "The one you least expect." The middle-aged man widened his eyes. Could it be him? He is but a useless individual, one who cannot even awaken a spirit, destined to have no future. What a disgrace to his father's illustrious name, the King of Beasts. Speaking of the King of Beasts, both fell into silence, the atmosphere growing heavy. The elder's eyes glistened with moisture, his face etched with sorrow, as he softly sighed, "Your death was but a light burden. How can these old bones of mine uphold the entire Changyun Empire?" The middle-aged man understood who the elder referred to and bowed his head in respect. Yet, he could not fathom why both the dean and the emperor of Changyun placed such unwavering trust in this worthless individual. As the hour arrived, the enrollment commenced. Having spoken, she dismounted the carriage and gracefully advanced into the academy. This action garnered the admiration of many new students, even the teachers and senior students regarded her with quiet approval. Were the seventh princess to arrive in a carriage, it would be entirely reasonable, yet it would still be difficult to earn genuine respect. Xu Zhan approached the sole table. Addressing the teachers seated behind it, "I have come to register." With that, he produced a token and placed it upon the table. "A recommendation certificate?" Wu Datong raised an eyebrow, refraining from verifying the authenticity of the token, instead focusing on Xu Zhan. For such a recommendation certificate was not something anyone dared to forge. The young man, with his handsome features and a bright, sunny smile, was neither a petty nouveau riche nor the seventh princess, thus, his identity was unmistakably clear. He was the son of the King of Beasts, Xu Zhan. Others naturally took note of the token as well, their expressions varying in response. The teachers wore expressions of silence, while the senior students displayed faces brimming with curiosity. In contrast, the new students awaiting enrollment exhibited unmistakable resentment, their countenances reflecting indignation. Chapter 3, The Turmoil. A worthless individual, cast aside by the divine. The emperor, out of nostalgia for the former king of demons, granted him a certificate for direct admission, and he dares to present it for enrollment? Indeed, we are all above the spirit sculpting realm. Yet this Xu Zhan has failed to condense his soul spirit, remaining at the entry level of the spirit awakening realm. Does he not feel that his reputation is already tarnished enough? Each year, the Longyun Academy has a fixed quota for admissions. By receiving this direct admission slot, someone else must inevitably be left out. How can that not incite anger? The spectacle presented by the teachers and senior students of Longyun Academy was quite grand. Yet only one teacher was truly responsible for the admissions process, while the others were merely scouting for promising candidates to prevent them from being poached by other classes. Alas! What now? Xu Zhan observed Wu Datong's unfriendly demeanor, a sense of wariness creeping into his heart. He was aware that trouble was inevitable today. Yet he never anticipated that it would arise from a teacher of Longyun Academy. Wu Datong's expression hardened, his previously dignified features now transformed into a grim visage. He stated, "According to the admission regulations of Longyun Academy, new students must awaken their soul spirits, and their levels of divine sense, qi, and soul spirit must all be above the spirit sculpting realm." He gently set the document aside on the table. Wu Datong raised his chin, signaling Xu Zhan to commence. Before beginning, Xu Zhan surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "It is well known that we practitioners first awaken our divine sense, then cultivate our qi, subsequently condensing our soul spirits. The manifestation of strength primarily lies within the soul spirit. However, the soul is a divine gift, fundamentally incapable of being tested by any means, even if summoned. It remains inscrutable to others. The assessment of one's strength can only be gauged following the evaluation of their spiritual consciousness and energy levels. Enough of this idle chatter. We are all aware of these facts, do you really need to elucidate further?" A new student interjected. "Indeed. You seem to have overlooked a crucial point. Without the ability to condense the soul, a person's spiritual consciousness and energy levels will forever remain stagnant at the initial stage, rendering them no different from an ordinary mortal," another newcomer added. Expressions of schadenfreude adorned the faces of the crowd, while Jin Wanshan, closest to Xu Zhan, wore a grave countenance, his small eyes fixed intently upon Xu Zhan's demeanor. He observed no signs of panic or disarray, only tranquility and confidence. "Let us see how long you can maintain this composure." Shengguan Zishuan was also scrutinizing Xu Zhan's transformation, dismissing it in her heart. After all, the truth would soon be unveiled. Xu Zhan shrugged, with someone else providing clarification, he had been spared from the task. He promptly approached the spiritual consciousness testing stone and gently placed his hand upon it. A flash of light erupted, revealing a faint azure inscription upon the stone. Spiritual consciousness level, 5th rank of spirit shaping. In an instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Shengguan Zishuan's delicate lips parted slightly, her jade hand covering her mouth. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Among her peers, there existed someone whose spiritual consciousness surpassed her own, particularly this widely recognized failure. It was a reality she found utterly impossible to accept. After a brief moment of astonishment, some newcomers expressed their disbelief, proclaiming that it is well known that Xu Zhan awakened his spiritual consciousness 2 years ago and was heralded as a genius, for his spiritual prowess was unparalleled, akin to the legendary king of all beasts upon his own awakening. This spiritual consciousness test is irrelevant, let us conduct a test of the energy level. Indeed, they clamored for a re-evaluation of his energy level. Xu Zhan's spiritual consciousness had always surpassed that of his peers, and it was inconceivable that he could awaken a soul spirit. Surely, his energy level must still reside within the realm of initial awakening. Xu Zhan had anticipated the crowd's reaction and, unfazed, approached the energy testing stone, placing his hand upon it with practiced ease. A brilliant light flashed once more, and the results emerged. Energy level, 5th layer of spirit molding. Once again, it was 5th layer of spirit molding. The onlookers were left in disbelief. Could it be that Xu Zhan was truly not a waste of potential? Unthinkable. He was merely an ordinary individual incapable of condensing a soul spirit. How could his spiritual level and energy level possibly ascend to the realm of spirit molding? Shouldn't he remain forever trapped in initial awakening? The scene erupted into chaos, with voices clamoring and speculating wildly, some insisting that the testing stone must be malfunctioning. Xu Zhan, now the center of attention, surveyed the tumultuous crowd. His heart heavy with the weight of the situation. He recognized the urgency of his circumstances. He must gain admission to Changyun Academy and swiftly elevate his abilities. For the time allotted to him by the Changyun Empire was dwindling. At 18, he was acutely aware that if he did not attain the status of a transcendent spirit before the age of 20, he would forfeit his right to inherit anything from his family, despite the fact that he was the sole remaining member. The pressure of advancing from spirit molding to transcendent spirit within a mere 2 years was indeed formidable, although there are only a few minor realms separating him. The path of cultivation offers no shortcuts. For Xu Zhan, 2 years is particularly pressing. Moreover, attaining the realm of spirit transformation by the age of 20 is no small feat for anyone. In his previous life, he was an orphan, and in this life, he remains so. He harbors no interest in the Wanyao King's mansion left by his thrifty father. Nor does he care for the vast territory of 800 miles that comprises the Wanyao domain. However, since these possessions belong to his father, and he is still named Xu Zhan in this life, he shall not allow what is rightfully his to be taken by others. Having endured in silence for so long, Xu Zhan understands that many covet his Wanyao territory. It is noteworthy that among the current nobility, only his father holds such a title. Furthermore, it is only his father who possesses such a vast private domain. The Wanyao territory, adjacent to the Beast Forest, is immensely rich in resources. A domain established by the Wanyao King during his lifetime, and remains largely undeveloped and immeasurable fortune. Xu Zhan is acutely aware that those eyeing the Wanyao territory are not adversaries he can contend with. Even his father, the former Wanyao King, harbors apprehension towards these individuals. How can a mere youth like him confront such a situation? The only option is to endure, especially considering the uniqueness of the soul he has awakened. Chapter 4, Factions. The assessment has been completed, and the results are evident to all. There is no need for me to elaborate further. Xu Zhan took a deep breath and picked up a jade token from the table, inscribed with the 4 characters of Changyun Academy. This token signifies the bearer as a student of Changyun Academy, and with it, he is undoubtedly recognized as one of their scholars. Slow down. However, Xu Zhan is different. My spiritual consciousness and energy levels are both at the 5th tier of the spirit-shaping realm. What about your soul spirit? Wu Datong questioned. The soul spirit is a gift from the divine. It cannot be quantified in levels. Even if summoned for your inspection, what could you possibly discern? Xu Zhan replied. You can discern the faction. Wu Datong articulated each word with precision. Xu Zhan sighed inwardly. He had initially hoped to evade the scrutiny, but that possibility had now vanished. Indeed, you can discern your faction, a newcomer suddenly exclaimed, and soon, the crowd began to murmur in agreement. Previously, they had deemed Xu Zhan a worthless individual simply because he had not awakened his soul spirit. Turning to face Wu Datong, Xu Zhan slammed his palm on the table, declaring, "What are you, really? I am the son of the king of all beasts, with my territory and title inherited by right. With the demise of the king of all beasts, I am now the newly appointed king. You, merely a teacher, dare to impose such relentless challenges upon me? Are you a dog of sorts?" Wu Datong's face alternated between shades of green and white, and the final retort, "Are you a dog?" ignited a crimson flush that darkened to purple. You, Wu Datong stammered, trembling as he pointed a finger at Xu Zhan's nose. At a loss for a response, Xu Zhan spoke the truth. The title of king of all beasts and the accompanying territory were both hereditary. A decree personally issued by the Emperor of Changyun. Yet, every time, the matter had ended in ambiguity, with the Emperor's stance remaining elusive, leaving all to ponder the divine will. If the sovereign of Changyun recalls the past affections for the king of all demons, even if Xu Zhan truly is a worthless being, it is not inconceivable that he could inherit the territory and title. If such a day were to come, who would dare to offend Xu Zhan now? Well, Xu Zhan, Wu Datong was so enraged that he could hardly articulate a coherent response, taking several deep breaths before stating, "In this Changyun Academy, all students are equal. I am at least a teacher, yet you display such disregard for your superiors, showing disrespect to your mentor." "Mentor?" Xu Zhan scoffed. "Implying that you mean I can take this token?" Xu Zhan fixed his gaze upon Wu Datong, abruptly withdrawing his hand from Wu Datong's grasp, raising the token aloft, and clasping his hands in salute. "If that is the case, then from this moment forth, I am a student of Changyun Academy, and in the presence of my teacher, I, Xu Zhan, extend my respects." Xu Zhan deliberately emphasized the word now, causing Wu Datong to stammer, his previously calmed breaths becoming rapid once more. "This is extraordinary. I am witnessing a grand spectacle." Jin Wanshan stood by, utterly astonished. After today, Xu Zhan's name will likely resound throughout the Changyun Empire once more. Wu Datong closed his eyes, suppressing the fury within him. He had been far too complacent, underestimating Xu Zhan. "May I inquire, esteemed teacher, having registered, what shall we do next?" Xu Zhan inquired with a placid countenance. Yet within, he rejoiced, roaring, "Splendid! Since I have resolved to reveal my brilliance and no longer endure in silence, let the tumult commence. After years of being called worthless, my ears have nearly calloused from it. Eventually, that which is destined to occur will come to pass. As the scion of the king of all monsters, some matters, regardless of his contemplations, are inescapable. Thus, it would be more gratifying to embrace life with fervor, allowing those clandestine adversaries to be utterly astonished. Have you completed your registration?" Wu Datong forced a grim smile. "Who informed you that the registration has concluded?" "Huh?" Xu Zhan was perplexed. "My intention was not to put you in a difficult position. However, if you wish to enroll, we must ascertain your faction, so that we, as educators, can tailor our instruction accordingly, assign you to the appropriate class, and provide you with a proper education. Wouldn't you agree?" Wu Datong articulated. The new students collectively swallowed hard. They had initially presumed this to be a deadlock, believing Xu Zhan had triumphed decisively in this round. Yet, they did not anticipate that this instructor was not to be underestimated. His words were indeed remarkable. After all that, Xu Zhan still could not evade calamity. The new students applauded enthusiastically, some even reveling in Xu Zhan's predicament, for he had genuinely intimidated them. Now, they eagerly awaited to see how he would respond. Those without a soul are deemed worthless, cast aside by the divine. What significance does the title of the king of all monsters hold? In the end, would he not fall short of their caliber? The senior students exchanged knowing smiles. Who was unaware of Wu Datong's unwavering demeanor? He was a source of consternation even for the dean, wholly devoid of favoritism. With Mr. Wu Datong's scrutiny upon him, Xu Zhan's future would be fraught with challenges. Faction. Xu Zhan sighed in resignation, shaking his head wearily. This scene mirrored the day he was branded as a failure. Chapter 5, The Phoenix Brand Bicycle. Martial arts system? Wu Datong inquired, to which Xu Zhan shook his head. Elemental system? Xu Zhan again shook his head. Summoning system? Xu Zhan hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately shook his head. This scene, merely a change of setting and interlocutor, mirrored events that transpired 2 years prior on the day Xu Zhan's consciousness awakened. On that day, the president of Changyun Academy personally conducted the awakening ceremony for Xu Zhan. During the awakening, the awakened individual can sense the general nature of their future soul spirit. At the very least, everyone comprehends their future affiliation with clarity. On that day, the president of Changyun Academy posed the same questions, and Xu Zhan's response was identical to today's. However, this day was not a mere repetition of the past. Are you unable to sense your soul spirit? Wu Datong echoed the president's earlier inquiry. To be incapable of sensing one's soul spirit inevitably leads to an inability to coalesce it, marking one as ultimately powerless. This time, Xu Zhan did not remain silent. Instead, he softly stated, I have already coalesced my soul spirit. though it does not belong to any of these three major systems. If I must categorize it, it would be considered summoning, yet it does not summon beasts. Upon uttering these words, a pin-drop silence enveloped the room. The president and a middle-aged man, having appeared here unannounced, were soon met by an overwhelming sweep of powerful consciousness. Once they discerned the president's presence, they vanished in an instant. Just moments ago, Xu Zhan felt utterly paralyzed, as if his very blood were on the verge of freezing. Not one but several powerful figures had scrutinized his being with their formidable consciousness. And the bracelet on his wrist emitted a light screen, registering a staggering 734 instances. Among them, how many are friends? How many are foes? Xu Zhan refrained from pondering too deeply, although his spiritual awareness could not penetrate the souls of others. It did not alleviate the discomfort of feeling almost entirely exposed to their scrutiny. This sensation was profoundly unpleasant to Xu Zhan. Wu Datong, incredulous, inquired. Are you saying that you specialize in summoning, yet not summoning ferocious beasts? Xu Zhan nodded. To uphold the banner of the king of all demons, he must advance to the spirit transformation realm before turning 20. Achieving this solely through personal cultivation was utterly impossible. He had no choice but to join Chongyun Academy. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not perpetually conceal his soul, and exposure was inevitable. And what is it that you can summon? Wu Datong asked. A question that echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Xu Zhan exhaled deeply and gently snapped his fingers. With a resounding clap, a peculiar sight materialized beside him, the Phoenix brand bicycle he had ridden that morning. I have heard tales of this. Is this truly the strange contraption that Xu Zhan always rides? Shengguan Zishuan remarked, her brows knit in confusion. She recalled hearing about it and had indeed seen him ride past her earlier that day. It was a simple structure, not an intricately designed mechanism or hidden weapon. A cacophony of chatter erupted among the onlookers, each trying to articulate their bewilderment. This is what you summon? Wu Datong pressed further. Indeed, Xu Zhan replied. Wu Datong turned to the dean beside him and continued, is there any hidden mystery to this? To the astonishment of the others, Xu Zhan suddenly broke into an inexplicable smile, leaving everyone utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the reason behind his laughter. Xu Zhan remarked, what mystery could there be? The Phoenix brand bicycle is a relic that dates back 3,000 years. I have an affinity for this retro style. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. Who could comprehend such a statement? 3,000 years ago? That was ludicrous. Not to mention 3,000 years, even 30,000 years ago. Such a contraption did not exist in the divine realm. The onlookers dismissed Xu Zhan's utterances as nonsensical ramblings, intent on sowing confusion. Only Xu Zhan himself understood. In his previous life, on Earth, technology had advanced to an extraordinary level, with humanity having ventured into space and established colonies on various planets. He had been a special forces soldier from the Huoxia nation, piloting his own starship in pursuit of intergalactic pirates. Until he fell into a trap and encountered an unexpected anomaly during a hasty space jump. Suddenly, he found himself as the son of the king of 10,000 beasts in the Chongyun Empire of the Divine Realm. The device on his wrist was not merely a watch but the intelligent core of his warship, though its functional capabilities had been significantly diminished. Likely due to the distortions caused by his traversal through dimensions. At this juncture, Xu Zhan could not afford to linger on trivialities. If he were to grow at a leisurely pace, how long would it take? Although he currently resided in the grand estate of the king of 10,000 beasts, the reality of his situation was known only to him. In truth, Xu Zhan felt quite helpless. He was aware of a treasure vault within the estate, however. Without the divine consciousness of the transcendence realm, it could not be accessed. Naturally, Xu Zhan would not dare to solicit help from others to unlock the royal vault. And besides, no one would be bold enough to assist him. Fortunately, being under the emperor's domain, there were numerous formidable figures, and Xu Zhan harbored no fears of intrusion. Thus, the matter remained in abeyance. He ardently yearned to cultivate to the realm of spirit transcendence, both to justly inherit the title of the king of 10,000 beasts and the vast territory it encompassed, and also for the sake of the treasure trove. Possessing a mountain of riches yet perpetually enduring hunger and cold, Xu Zhan had always appeared resplendent on the outside, while inwardly he was quite wretched. Xu Zhan's thoughts drifted far away. He was unaware that Jin Wanshan had already mounted a bicycle and was circling around them. After several falls, Jin Wanshan effortlessly grasped the technique, even mastering the art of braking. Dingling! Even such a worthless soul can secure a recommendation spot? This recommendation spot is truly better off without it, scoffed another new student indifferently. A faint smile flickered across Xu Zhan's face before he concealed it. With a mere thought, a projection materialized before him, capturing an image of this individual and adding a note. Inwardly, he scoffed, I have taken note of you. Just wait until I summon my cosmic battleship. I shall see what you have to say then. Better off without it? Jin Wanshan's expression darkened, for he was acutely aware of the considerable sacrifices his family had made for this recommendation spot, which had caused him considerable distress for quite some time. Although this cost was merely an investment to strengthen ties with Changyun Academy, and he possessed the strength to earn this spot himself, he could not help but feel displeased upon hearing such remarks. Shengguan Zixuan's countenance hardened further, as she shot an icy glare at Xu Zhan, letting out a cold snort. It's all because of Xu Zhan that I am so embarrassed, she thought fiercely, glancing again at Jin Wanshan, still pedaling on his bicycle, and directed a disdainful glare at him as well, and this fat fool. Chapter 6, I can obliterate continents. Why are you glaring at me? Jin Wanshan, oblivious to Shengguan Zixuan's growing resentment, continued his leisurely bicycle ride, contemplating another circuit. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. While the bicycle might seem insignificant to cultivators, it offered unparalleled convenience to ordinary citizens. Its simple design and readily available materials made it affordable for common households, providing a far superior alternative to walking. Jin Wanshan's excitement grew as he realized the potential for profit, regardless of the magnitude. That's a certainty, Xu Zhan confidently asserted. Then estimate, Wu Datong continued. If you were to cultivate to the later stages, what would your combat prowess be? Could you contend with cultivators of the same level? This posed a challenge for Xu Zhan. Although his father possessed extraordinary abilities, he had never witnessed them firsthand. He found it difficult to gauge the power that individuals in this world could wield. However, if he were to summon his cosmic warship, Xu Zhan chuckled. Whether I can contend with cultivators of the same level, I do not know, but I can obliterate this entire divine spirit continent. Instantly, the entire arena erupted in laughter. Even the senior students and instructors could not suppress their amusement. It was an utterly ignorant jest. To obliterate the entire divine spirit continent? Perhaps even a soul spirit who had advanced to the final stage of divinity would be incapable of such a feat. Unfazed by the ridicule, Xu Zhan remained silent. There was nothing particularly special about this world. What difficulty would there be in leveling it with a cosmic warship? Certainly, provided there are no formidable opponents to resist. If he is allowed to act freely, not only could he flatten the entire area, but he could also penetrate through it entirely. Well, ignorance is not without merit. At least it signifies that you still possess the capability for combat. In light of this, you shall be assigned to the elite class. Wu Daotong paused for a moment and added, coincidentally, this year I am in charge of the new students, and I am the homeroom teacher of the elite class. Xu Zhan's expression soured. It was evident that Wu Daotong was biding his time to deal with him later, and the days ahead would likely be fraught with difficulty. Just then, a new student stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Wu Daotong, and after casting a disdainful glance at Xu Zhan, remarked, Teacher, this action may not be appropriate. What is inappropriate? Wu Daotong inquired with curiosity. Xu Zhan has tested with both his spiritual consciousness and energy levels at the 5th tier of the spirit refinement realm. If he were a normal cultivator, even if he practiced the most ordinary martial arts, he would undoubtedly be a genius. The other new students, initially intrigued, found clarity upon hearing the explanation. Longyun Academy is the finest institution in the entire empire, and students in the elite class receive special training and privileges that need not be elaborated upon, even among two individuals of equal talent. Should one be fortunate enough to enter the elite class, the disparity in their futures would likely be vast. After all, the number of admissions each year is considerable, and every new student present is a prodigious talent from various esteemed families. Even those without familial support, being mere commoners, possess a formidable confidence in their own abilities and potential to have arrived here. However, the elite class has only 12 slots. 12 slots. If these slots are distributed among all the new students, it is likely that only a handful present here can claim an absolute certainty of securing a place. Even those scions hailing from prestigious families cannot confidently assert their inclusion among the 12. Moreover, the coveted spots in the elite class are highly coveted, even by those from noble lineages. Gradually, the new students began to realize this, and the initial indifference towards Xu Zhan's admission morphed into an uproar. Such a precious opportunity should not be bestowed upon someone like Xu Zhan, who possesses the seemingly worthless soul spirit. They were astonished to discover that this inconspicuous teacher harbored such formidable strength. Xu Zhan cast a profound glance at Wu Datong, recalling his previous defiance, and could not help but lament for his own future. "Look at your lack of ambition," Wu Datong admonished. "Do you truly believe that Xu Zhan's entry into the elite class precludes your chances? There are still 11 slots available for you to contend for. If you lack even this modicum of confidence, how will you muster the courage to face the battlefield against the beastmen or to engage in fierce combat with ferocious beasts?" At this juncture, Wu Datong fixed his gaze upon the new student who had just exited and said, "I recognize you, the second son of the Sima family, Sima Shen. Are you afraid you won't make it into the elite class?" "What? He is Sima Shen?" The Sima family is one of the 4 great families of the Changyun Empire, having already produced 2 prodigies. It is rumored that his elder brother is also here at Changyun Academy, having been a member of the previous elite class. Indeed, I am aware of him. In terms of both lineage and talent, Sima Xian stands out prominently. He is undoubtedly qualified for the elite class. These words were overheard by Sima Xian, whose lips curled slightly upwards. He first inclined his hands in a gesture of respect towards Wu Datong, then turned to face all the new students and proclaimed, "Since you all know who I am, tell me, would I fear that I might not gain entry into this elite class?" "Of course not. Young Master Sima is destined to be a member of the elite class, a fact that is well understood by all." Sima Xian reveled in the flattery from the new students, a proud expression gracing his face as he continued, "Everyone is undoubtedly aware of the significance of the spots in this elite class. The reason I stand before you is to seek justice and equity for all of us in this year's cohort. On what grounds does Xu Zhan deserve a guaranteed admission? On what basis can he, with his seemingly useless spirit, gain entry into the elite class? He has already displaced one of our own, preventing them from joining Chang'an Academy. And now he has usurped a spot in the elite class as well. What gives him the right?" The new students were stirred by Sima Xian's words. Their expressions filled with indignation as they regarded Xu Zhan as if he were a sworn enemy. Sima Xian cast a malicious glance at Xu Zhan and declared loudly, "Is it merely because he is the son of the fallen demon king? Is it solely due to the legacy of that long-deceased monarch? Today, he, Xu Zhan, has violated the regulations of Chang'an Academy. In the future, he may very well defy the laws of the Longyun Empire. I fear that in 2 years' time, the requirement to ascend to the spirit transition realm in order to inherit territory and titles will also be altered." Chapter 7, The Influence of Parentage and Gratitude. Sima Clan. Xu Zhan murmured quietly, realizing that the Sima clan was indeed one of his clandestine adversaries. This predicament inevitably caused Xu Zhan some discomfort. He had not yet revealed all his cards, he had merely disclosed his ability to condense spirit energy, yet someone immediately took notice. And that someone was from one of the 4 prominent families. It seemed that the path ahead would be more arduous than he had anticipated. Sima Xian, a young man of exceptional cunning, coupled with his identity and talent, indeed appeared to be a promising contender. Wu Datong silently nodded in agreement. Initially, Wu Datong intended to allow Sima Xian to target Xu Zhan, believing he could discern Xu Zhan's true capabilities. However, it was utterly unacceptable that Sima Xian invoked the name of the 10,000 Demon King. Enough was enough. Wu Datong interjected. Seeing that all the new students were being drawn into Sima Xian's faction, the latter was brimming with joy, eagerly awaiting the final move to completely oust Xu Zhan from the elite class. Naturally, he was unwilling to be interrupted. Sima Xian pretended not to hear and continued. If he were allowed to join the elite class. Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Datong's voice turned stern. His expression unusually grave as he articulated each word with precision. Just because his father is the 10,000 Demon King, that is reason enough. Sima Xian could hardly believe his ears. Changyun Academy had always upheld a strict code of conduct, and Wu Datong was notoriously impartial. If such words had been uttered by another teacher, he might have accepted them. However, the fact that they came from Wu Datong rendered them profoundly significant. It was precisely because Wu Datong was in charge of admissions today that Sima Xian had boldly mentioned the title of the 10,000 Demon King, without seeking other justifications. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself in an inextricable situation, forced to abandon his meticulously laid plans. Xu Zhan gazed at Wu Datong in astonishment, finding an unexpected charm in his typically somber visage. Simultaneously, he pondered whether his father was even more formidable than he had previously imagined. As the situation began to dissipate and the enrollment resumed, Xu Zhan chuckled softly, his gaze unwavering as he regarded Sima Xian. With others having already stepped over the line, how could he, Xu Zhan, possibly swallow his indignation? Moreover, Sima Xian had shown disrespect towards his father. If he did not take the opportunity to teach this insolent youth a proper lesson today, others might genuinely believe him to be a pushover, easily manipulated at will. Since you were the one who provoked me first, do not blame me for using you as an example to instill fear in others. Xu Zhan mused inwardly. What? Do you have any profound insights to share, son of the king of 10,000 beasts? Sima Xian's expression shifted dramatically. Generally, everyone treated him with utmost reverence, as his father was the head of one of the 4 great families. Now, to witness such outright humiliation before him ignited his fury, and he bellowed. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that my father is inferior to yours? The moment the words escaped his lips, Sima Xian regretted them, wishing he could slap himself across the face. It was patently obvious aside from the exalted emperor of the Changyun Empire. Who would dare claim superiority over the king of 10,000 beasts? Haha, this is utterly hilarious. They say the second son of the Sima family is astute and quick-witted. Today's encounter proves that reputation to be well-deserved. Truly, you are remarkably clever. Jin Wanshan could not contain his laughter, nearly collapsing in mirth. Pfft. Shengguan Zishuan had initially stifled her laughter, but Jin Wanshan's comment proved too much for her to bear. The teachers present also struggled to suppress their amusement. Perhaps the younger generation did not feel the intensity of the moment as acutely as their elders did, alas. Sima Xian retaliated. Why not? Xu Zhan remarked with a peculiar expression, am I not the king of 10,000 demons? Within this academy, you and I are classmates. Outside these walls, If I recall correctly, your father's title is merely that of a marquis. Should we meet, he would have to pay his respects and address me as my lord. You, how dare you? Sima Xian was furious, nearly bursting with rage. You think someone like you could truly cultivate to the spirit transition realm before turning 20? Why not? Xu Zhan echoed his earlier words, gesturing towards the testing stone beside him. Can you read? What level am I? Sima Xian was taken aback, twisting his neck to glance over. and suddenly recalled Xu Zhan's previous test results' 5th level of spirit molding. Not to mention that a cultivator at the 3rd level of spirit molding could potentially enter the spirit transition realm within 2 years if they joined the elite class of Changyun Academy. Xu Zhan's inheritance of territory and title was a foregone conclusion. Even if he proclaimed himself the king of 10,000 demons now, it would not be unfounded. Over the past 2 years, Xu Zhan's reputation as a waste had dulled Sima Xian's perception, leading him to mistakenly believe that Xu Zhan was incapable of reaching even the spirit molding realm. After suffering repeated setbacks, he could no longer maintain his composure and bellowed. Do not become too complacent. Do you have any idea how many people in this world wish to see you dead? I wonder if you can survive the next 2 years. As his words echoed, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere growing heavy as if it were suffocating. Every newcomer and senior felt the weight of it, even the teachers found it difficult to breathe. Wu Daotong stole a glance at the dean beside him, recognizing the source of this palpable pressure. It was a warning. Beware all those who secretly observe this unfolding drama. Yet, others remain oblivious, sensing only that everything seems to be brewing a tempestuous storm. They can only wait in silence. Well said, Xu Zhan proclaimed, his voice resonating like distant thunder, startling everyone, especially Sima Xian. Thank you, Xu Zhan expressed his gratitude to Sima Xian. The latter, realizing he had just committed another grave mistake, felt somewhat dazed by Xu Zhan's words. Not only he, but others were equally perplexed. Sima Xian had evidently been cursing Xu Zhan, so why was Xu Zhan thanking him in return? Thank you. For if I were to meet an untimely fate one day, at least I would not perish in obscurity. Huh? Sima Xian was even more bewildered. Everyone paused. And after a lengthy moment, as they came to their senses and turned their gaze back to Xu Zhan, the previous disdain had vanished without a trace. Those who had secretly opposed Xu Zhan felt an alarm ringing in their hearts. Haha, good lad. You possess your father's former spirit. A hearty laughter erupted as the dean, stroking his long white beard, nodded approvingly at Xu Zhan. Chapter 8, Let You Step 10 Paces. Sima Xian's countenance grew even darker. Did this not imply that if Xu Zhan were to come to harm, it would be the doing of the Sima clan? From this moment forth, not only would the Sima family refrain from troubling Xu Zhan, but they would likely find themselves compelled to protect him when necessary. Sima Xian was filled with regret, realizing that he had not only tarnished his own reputation but had also entangled his family in this predicament. If Xu Zhan perished, the world would hardly seek the truth. With his words today, the Sima family would remain forever sullied, unable to cleanse themselves even by plunging into the Yellow River. Those who opposed the Xu family could easily implicate the Sima clan, even if they eliminated Xu Zhan. It was over. Sima Xian berated himself repeatedly, realizing he had unwittingly placed himself in such a precarious position. Xu Zhan watched Sima Xian with interest, a cold smile creeping across his face as he awaited Sima Xian's next words. Sima Xian declared, a waste is ultimately a waste. Even if you inherit the title of the king of all beasts, what does it matter? The former glory of the king of all beasts will be tarnished by you. Until one day, when people utter those 3 words, king of all beasts, they will recall not the invincible god of war, but merely you, a mere vessel of worthless souls. Xu Zhan! The mention of god of war rendered Xu Zhan's eyes suddenly hollow. In his past life, there existed such a deity in the cosmos, and that was none other than he, Xu Zhan. In this life, the mantle of that title could only be borne by him. The dean wished to intervene and halt Sima Xian's provocation, yet he fell silent, consumed by his own concerns. He worried about the veracity of Sima Xian's claims. Even in the dean's view, regardless of whether Xu Zhan's soul was truly worthless, could he truly rival the former king of all beasts? That was against the rules. Wu Daotong interjected, questioning the established order. Rules? Sima Xian would not let this opportunity slip away. Retorting coldly, the selection for the elite class should adhere to the principle that all new students engage in combat, only the victor may join the elite class. The might of one's fist dictates the rules. Not only within the confines of the academy, but across the entirety of the divine land, this holds true. Wu Datong found himself at a loss for words, yet a sudden applause resonated throughout the venue. The source of the clapping was none other than Xu Zhan. Well said. It is the fist that establishes the rules, Xu Zhan remarked with a smile. What we refer to as rules are merely the games devised by those of considerable might. Only the inept and the cowardly adhere to them. Wu Datong furrowed his brow. Xu Zhan had always been a recluse with few acquaintances. And apart from his reputation as a waste, others had little knowledge of him. It seemed evident that Xu Zhan was not to be trifled with. And he exuded a remarkable confidence. One could only hope that this confidence was not merely a facade of blind arrogance. Then, does this mean you agree to battle me? Sima Xian's heart leapt with joy. He had summoned an elemental spirit, and even though his cultivation was a minor tier below Xu Zhan's, he was confident of victory. After all, Xu Zhan's spirit was deemed a waste. What right did he have to challenge him? Merely on the basis of that so-called bicycle? It was laughable. Of course. Xu Zhan responded, I am aware that many of you harbor discontent, so now, I shall earn your respect through action. I had no intention of joining any elite class. But it appears the spot in this elite class is destined for me. Without even engaging in combat, such audacity was remarkable. You may choose the time and place. And I kindly request that all the new students serve as witnesses. Sima Xian hurriedly stated, fearing that Xu Zhan might reconsider. With a subtle smile curving at the corners of his lips, Xu Zhan gazed mockingly at Sima Xian and remarked, Time is now. As for the place, it is right here. Sima Xian was taken aback, but soon erupted into hearty laughter. Did I hear that correctly? You wish to embarrass yourself at this very moment? Very well, I shall oblige. The new students wore expressions of vindication, as if they could already envision Xu Zhan's defeat, retreating in disgrace with his tail between his legs. Consequently, they began to jeer loudly. Silence! Wu Datong's face turned a shade of iron as he observed the unprecedented chaos unfolding on the day of the new students' enrollment at Changyun Academy. And now they were about to engage in combat? Initially, the crowd was perplexed by Xu Zhan's intentions. But when he stepped beyond the gate and turned to provoke Sima Xian, the realization dawned upon everyone. Sima Xian understood perfectly. Since there were numerous restrictions on combat within the academy, it was prudent to step outside. Especially since they had yet to complete their enrollment procedures and were not officially considered part of Changyun Academy. With the principal nearby and offering no objections, there was little choice but to proceed. Outside the academy, a number of parents and servants were attentively observing the events unfolding at the entrance. Concerned for their children and the young master joining Changyun Academy, they had not anticipated that the enrollment process would devolve into such a spectacle at this early stage. Nevertheless, their faces were alight with curiosity, eager to discern the true capabilities of this son of the king of all monsters, notorious throughout the realm as a supposed failure. Are you ready? If you beg for mercy now, I might just go easy on you later, Sima Xian said with a tone of disdain. Xu Zhan regarded Sima Xian with the same bemusement one might reserve for a jester, taking a measured step back, creating a distance of 10 paces between them. The stout figure of Jin Wanshan, supporting his bicycle, furrowed his brow, casting peculiar glances at Xu Zhan. Disgraceful! Even Shangguan Zishuan could not restrain her disdainful remark. Just as the crowd engaged in mockery of Xu Zhan, a single statement from him silenced them all. You are an elemental spirit, capable of casting spells in the spirit-shaping realm. I afford you 10 steps, granting you the opportunity to conjure your magic. Chapter 9, Victory. His retreat was not born of fear, but rather a deliberate concession to Sima Xian. My heavens, who does not recognize that in the spirit-shaping realm, elemental spirits possess a distinct advantage in combat? Has Xu Zhan lost his senses? After a brief moment, the newcomers began to murmur among themselves. A waste is a waste. Even if you were to close the distance, could you truly best me? Sima Xian's expression oscillated between shades of green and white, clearly insulted by Xu Zhan's actions. Then, As if a revelation dawned upon him, Sima Xian spoke, I see it now, you intend to feign this demeanor, so that in defeat, you might preserve some semblance of dignity? Very well, it appears you have succeeded. Sima Xian wore an expression of smug realization. At that moment, all present experienced a sudden enlightenment, their earlier surprise morphing into heightened contempt for Xu Zhan, a mere trickster, unable to deceive the discerning crowd. Xu Zhan sighed resignedly and addressed them with a tone of earnestness, let us dispense with idle chatter and commence the duel. However, I must caution you, against any adversary, I shall show no mercy. Should you persist in underestimating me, you may find yourself bereft of any opportunity for regret. Sima Xian seemed to have heard some amusing jest. Throwing his head back in laughter. You? He exclaimed. Very well, in that case, I shall not hold back. With a deft gesture of his fingers, a fireball the size of a fist suddenly materialized above his left shoulder, accompanied by 4 smaller fireballs, each about the size of a thumb, swirling around it in a mesmerizing display. This was the manifestation of his soul, an elemental affinity for fire, summoned through his soul technique, Great Fireball. As Sima Xian uttered a commanding shout, the air before him began to warp and swell, unleashing a wave of heat. A massive fireball, ablaze with intensity, erupted into existence, growing ever larger, its diameter reaching nearly the height of a person. Go! Sima Xian pointed decisively, and the colossal fireball surged towards Xu Zhan with astonishing speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Xu Zhan stood immobile, as if rooted to the spot. Those with keen observation might discern a flicker of ethereal azure light in his eyes. Had he truly resigned himself to fate? His passive stance suggested a lack of resistance. Should the fireball strike him, even with his 5th level of spirit sculpting, he would likely emerge gravely injured, if not dead. No resistance at all? Perhaps he was simply too stunned to react or had been momentarily paralyzed by fear. The Academy's instructors had already made the decision to intervene, with several discreetly preparing to act. If Xu Zhan remained so dazed and unyielding as the fireball approached, they would undoubtedly rush to his aid. What a formidable fireball! Although it was merely a 1st-level soul technique, in the hands of Sima Xian, who was at the 4th level of spirit sculpting, its power was comparable to that of a 2nd-level soul technique. Xu Zhan murmured softly, as several panels materialized before him, invisible to others. A cascade of data appeared, detailing the speed of the fireball, its power assessment, and more. Almost instantaneously, at the moment when Sima Xian unleashed his soul technique, multiple evasion routes were depicted on the luminous screen before Xu Zhan. Mobilizing his entire mental energy in preparation, he certainly did not intend to confront it head-on. The primary function of mental energy is to release soul techniques, augmenting physical strength and speed is merely secondary. To withstand such a soul technique, his current level of mental energy, at a mere 5-fold, was woefully inadequate. As the fireball barreled towards him, Xu Zhan felt the heat radiating against his face, prompting him into action. In that instant, he surged forward, narrowly evading the fireball in a flash. The explosive burst of movement rendered Sima Xian incapable of redirecting his mental force to control the fireball. Moreover, the trajectory Xu Zhan chose was perpendicular to the fireball's attack path, making it impossible for Sima Xian to launch a full-speed assault. Unstoppable in his momentum, Xu Zhan did not relent. He forcefully planted his left foot against the ground, halting his forward charge, and then charged directly at Sima Xian. Taken aback, Sima Xian realized he lacked the time to conjure another fireball, yet he felt no fear within. A cold smile crept across his face. I didn't see that coming. You possess a few tricks, he sneered, uttering a low command, explode. Suddenly, the fireball that Xu Zhan had evaded detonated, splitting into 3 smaller fireballs that surged back towards him, propelled by the force of the explosion. These smaller fireballs, though diminished in power, were swifter and sufficient to inflict harm upon Xu Zhan. An exchange of injuries? Xu Zhan was undoubtedly aware of everything transpiring behind him. Yet he continued to sprint towards Sima Xian with unwavering determination. How naive, you think you are the only one skilled in physical techniques? Sima Xian scoffed, adopting a stance that indicated his intent to engage Xu Zhan in close combat. Upon witnessing this, Xu Zhan comprehended Sima Xian's strategy. He aimed to entangle Xu Zhan in melee combat, rendering him unable to evade the fireball approaching from behind. Unfortunately, while the plan was commendable, the execution was flawed. Engage in close combat with me? Xu Zhan chuckled softly. Such folly! One adept in elemental techniques and another in summoning arts. Yet you resort to the simplistic physical techniques of martial combat. It seems I must impart some lessons. Wu Datong squinted, contemplating this turn of events. Sima Xian observed Xu Zhan charging towards him, a perplexing smile adorning his face. His thoughts clouded. After all, he was at the 4th level of spirit crafting. And even if Xu Zhan were a level below, could it be that Xu Zhan intended to eliminate him in an instant? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, their figures converged. Sima Xian, employing stillness to counter movement, launched a punch, but Xu Zhan lowered his stance and tilted his head slightly, deftly evading the blow. Simultaneously, he exerted force once more, channeling all his momentum into his right fist, delivering a powerful strike. Sima Xian, thwarted in his initial attempt, sought to deliver a knee strike. Yet Xu Zhan's speed was astonishingly swift. As Sima Xian's foot barely left the ground, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by darkness enveloping his vision as he was sent hurtling backwards. With a gasp, Sima Xian expelled a mouthful of blood midair. That punch had shattered the energy barrier in front of him, and not only that, but he sensed that 3 of his ribs had also been fractured. Xu Zhan completed his assault, casting not even a glance at the fireball behind him, evidently brimming with confidence in the punch he had just delivered. At that moment, Sima Xian was indeed powerless to control the fireball, which instantaneously dissipated into embers. This is impossible, cough cough. Sima Xian was hurled away, rolling several times upon the ground. Clutching his chest, he managed to utter a few words before coughing up blood once more. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Although everyone present understood what had occurred, they stood with mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. Had his soul spirit been of the martial combat type, wielding martial combat soul techniques, the consequences would have been dire. Wu Daotong was equally astonished. The question arose, do I possess the qualifications to enter the elite class? Xu Zhan surveyed his surroundings and spoke softly, his face adorned with a serene smile, as if defeating Sima Xian was merely akin to casually kicking aside a pebble. What merit is there in having triumphed over me using merely the ordinary techniques of the martial combat system? We are currently in the spirit sculpting realm, where such basic techniques may hold some value. However, as time progresses, you will come to comprehend the vast chasm that exists between soul spirits. Sima Xian shakily rose to his feet, his gaze directed at Xu Zhan, filled with a perilous glint. Chapter 10, Ambush. Oh? He can still stand? Xu Zhan murmured in surprise. Upon arriving in this world, this marked his first engagement with another. His estimation of strength was somewhat lacking. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have withheld his strength at the last moment. It would have been far more advantageous to strike directly at the heart. Upon reflecting on this, Xu Zhan bitterly shook his head. He had just sensed the formidable strength in his fists, a force that in his past life could have pierced through flesh. It was evident that he needed to engage in more battles to swiftly acclimate himself to the power of this world. To Sima Xian, Xu Zhan's display was nothing short of the gravest insult. Sima Xian bit his lip tightly. His mind clouded with rage as he noticed the skeptical gazes of those around him. Clearly, others did not perceive Xu Zhan as particularly powerful, rather, they believed Sima Xian himself to be inept, having been effortlessly defeated by a mere display of martial prowess in a matter of seconds. With a swift gesture, he exclaimed, "Fireballs, unleash! Sima Xian, how dare you!" Wu Datong suddenly shouted, his voice booming as he prepared to strike from behind, employing a level 4 soul technique. Had Sima Xian utilized this move earlier, the outcome would have likely been reversed. Yet now, as he unleashed it upon an unsuspecting Xu Zhan, it appeared as though he intended to take Xu Zhan's life. The teachers observing were filled with indignation, casting furious glances at Sima Xian. Such a person, if admitted to Changyun Academy, would bring disgrace upon the institution. At this moment, Xu Zhan remained unaware of the unfolding events, but his soul instinctively projected a light screen, accompanied by a crimson alert, revealing everything happening behind him. His gaze sharpened as the screen displayed 10 fireballs approaching with remarkable speed, effectively blocking all avenues of escape. There was no way out. Simultaneously, he grew acutely aware that had Sima Xian executed this move earlier, his fate would have likely been dire. Accepting that escape was futile, he resolved not to flee. Under the bright daylight at the entrance of Changyun Academy, he refused to believe that he would meet his end here. Xu Zhan gently turned his body, facing Sima Xian's stealthy lethal strike, remaining utterly motionless, his gaze calm and indifferent as he regarded Sima Xian. Not far away, Sima Xian felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. He sensed a hint of murderous intent. Xu Zhan intended to kill him. Just as the fireballs were about to strike Xu Zhan, a sudden whirlwind erupted beside him, causing his garments to rustle violently. The 10 fireballs were dispersed by the gale, veering off their intended path and exploding in various directions. Infuriating, Sima Xian realized that someone must be aiding Xu Zhan from the shadows. At that moment, he attempted to unleash his soul technique again, only to find his body weighed down, his mental and spiritual energies abruptly stifled. Reluctantly, he had to concede. Feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice, if only he had a little more time, he could surely eliminate Xu Zhan. However, the force restraining him was perhaps for his own good. If a teacher from the academy intervened to stop him, he might lose his chance to enroll altogether. As the murderous intent within Sima Xian began to rise, he paradoxically found himself calming down, ceasing to resist the pressure upon him, which gradually subsided as if sensing his stillness. "Did you save me?" Xu Zhan inquired, perplexed. "It was merely a trivial effort, yet," Jin Wanshan said, somewhat embarrassed. "It seems my assistance was unnecessary." He had been somewhat muddled earlier. Even without his intervention, Xu Zhan would have sustained no injury. Xu Zhan understood that Jin Wanshan genuinely wished to aid him, which is why he had not overthought it. He nodded lightly, summoned a light screen, and with a few deft taps of his finger, removed Jin Wanshan's name from his blacklist. The dean and several teachers nodded in agreement, clearly impressed by Jin Wanshan's timely intervention. Some of the new students were taken aback. Being able to withstand Sima Xian's level 4 soul technique indicated that this plump individual was no ordinary person. Shengguan Zishuan cast a curious glance at Jin Wanshan, realizing that the hefty sum paid by his family for his admission privilege might hold deeper implications. However, this matter was far from settled. Even though Sima Xian had ceased his attacks, Xu Zhan would not let him off so easily. With a habitual motion, he reached for his waist, and a black pistol materialized in his hand. All eyes turned curiously towards Xu Zhan's right hand, after summoning a bicycle. This was the second object they had witnessed him conjure. Xu Zhan was no longer limited to merely summoning bicycles, he could now also summon a pistol. As for other manifestations, his current strength was insufficient. Just as the intelligent wristband on his arm had transformed into his soul spirit in this world, the pistol had also undergone a mutation, with the bullets now composed of thought energy. The total thought energy accumulated from his 5th level of spirit molding was barely enough for Xu Zhan to fire 3 shots. Yet, with just 1 bullet, he could obliterate Sima Xian's head. Xu Zhan had tested the pistol's power. It could effortlessly eliminate opponents of the same level. Of course, as his cultivation progressed, hitting a target would become increasingly uncertain, let alone achieving a kill. Nevertheless, for Xu Zhan at this moment, the means to eliminate Sima Xian was more than adequate. "What do you intend to do?" The battle has concluded, and you have emerged victorious. My earlier assault was merely to convey that my defeat was not to you, but to my own carelessness. Did you truly believe that, under these circumstances, I could harm you? Sima Xian spoke nonchalantly, effortlessly glossing over his recent ambush. The academy's instructors could only curse his shamelessness inwardly, utterly powerless against him. Xu Zhan clenched his gun tightly. He had always been ruthless and unyielding in the face of adversaries, never granting them a glimpse of mercy. Yet, at that moment, he found himself hesitating. Alone and surrounded by countless foes, he knew there must be some willing to assist him. However, Sima Xian was the second son of the Sima family. If he were to take Sima Xian's life, could he truly rely on his father, the king of all demons, to safeguard him? Would those who might come to his aid genuinely withstand the wrath of the Sima family? Xu Zhan was compelled to contemplate the broader implications. Moreover, those who offered their support were naturally allies, and he had no desire to embroil his friends in trouble. He was a god of war, not a mindless brute focused solely on combat. He understood the nuances of the situation, and it appeared he was perched on the precipice of a delicate equilibrium, with various factions covertly observing him. Should he disrupt this balance? Xu Zhan inhaled deeply, loosening his grip as the handgun transformed into a mere wisp, vanishing from sight. Chapter 11, Master Xu. All eyes converged upon the slender youth, and they realized, aside from the baseless rumors of his ineptitude, they knew nothing of Xu Zhan. The king of all demons had perished over a decade ago, yet no one had considered that at that time. Xu Zhan was merely 7 or 8 years old, and without any assistance, he had managed to survive until now, boasting considerable prowess. This left some prodigies, who had been meticulously nurtured by their families since childhood, in a state of astonishment. They were acutely aware of the resources they had expended, and they pondered how Xu Zhan had cultivated himself. Outside the academy, the crowd began to stir, with figures discreetly departing, some transmitting information, while others commenced their own investigations. Truly, he is an enigma. Jin Wanshan's small eyes darted about, clearly confirming his suspicions. Xu Zhan was indeed no fool. Xu Zhan approached Wu Datong, retrieving the jade tablet he had previously set aside, and inquired, "What should I do after registering?" Receiving instructions from the dean, he realized he could only turn a blind eye to the earlier confrontation with Sima Xian. Wu Datong regarded Xu Zhan deeply and replied, "Seek out a senior to help you acclimate to the academy and arrange your accommodation. After lunch at the academy, there will be a ranking competition for new students in the afternoon, where you will vie for a place in the elite class and be assigned to groups. Naturally, as you are already a member of the elite class, you need not participate in that. The 12 members of the elite class will be divided into 4 smaller groups, and you will form your own teams." Xu Zhan pondered this for a moment, then turned to the seniors standing behind the teachers. Noting that none seemed inclined to step forward to assist him. "I shall not reside on campus, I prefer to stay at the Wang residence," he remarked after some contemplation. "There will be plenty of opportunities to familiarize myself with the academy later. As for grouping, it matters not. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow, teacher." With that, he waved his hand dismissively and turned to depart. As he reached Jin Wanshan's side, he seized the bicycle from his grasp, swung his leg over it, and leisurely rode away. Dingling, dingling. The bell of the bicycle rang, requesting passage. The crowd at the entrance of the academy parted to create a path, leaving behind a group of wide-eyed individuals, exchanging puzzled glances. Did he simply walk away? Was this a display of disdain, or did he genuinely lack concern for anything at all? What did it mean to form groups? Was it arbitrary? Did he not comprehend that this grouping was of paramount importance, directly influencing the resources he could access within the academy? With such an attitude, who would dare to be grouped with him? If he were to become a burden, the other 2 members of the group would surely suffer the consequences. Perhaps, just perhaps, he was acutely aware of his predicament, understanding that no one would willingly partner with him, and thus hastily fled from an impending embarrassment? Indeed, that seems to be the case. The murmurs of speculation filled the air, as no one could fathom any other rationale for Xu Zhan's early departure. As Xu Zhan leisurely pedaled his bicycle along the path designated for pedestrians and horse-drawn carriages, he occasionally caught curious glances from passers-by, only for their interest to quickly wane. Were this not the imperial city, it would be quite commonplace to see someone riding a fierce beast down the street. Upon reaching the entrance of the drunken immortal pavilion, Xu Zhan secured his bicycle and strode confidently inside. The drunken immortal pavilion, the premier tavern of the imperial city, harbors an enigmatic background. And it is well known that regardless of one's status, no one dares to misbehave within its confines. Even noble lords and ladies would refrain from uttering harsh words to a mere attendant. Here, one can savor the most exquisite delicacies and the rarest of ingredients, albeit at prices that reflect their unparalleled quality. Casually picking up today's Imperial City Daily from a nearby shelf, Xu Zhan perused the amusing events that transpired yesterday in the Imperial City and beyond, across the Divine Continent. The Northern Orc Empire was stirring restlessly, clashing with the border guards of the White Court Empire, while no anomalies had yet been reported along the northern frontier of my Longyun Empire. Xu Zhan raised his teacup for a sip, but as he turned to the next page, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of tea, dampening the Imperial City Daily. The Xia family, one of the four noble clans, intended to marry their prized jewel to Xu Zhan, seeking an alliance with the Xu family. The emperor, however, did not grant his approval, jesting, how could such a son-in-law be suitable for the Xia family? Implicitly, it seemed he aimed to betroth some princess to Xu Zhan. Xu Zhan, taken aback, felt overwhelmed. There was no doubt that the name Xu Zhan mentioned in the Imperial City Daily referred to him, and he was astounded that his lifelong affair had been thrust into the political arena without his awareness. He pondered the underlying conspiracies and ulterior motives at play, uncertain of their extent. Alas, when would these tumultuous days come to an end? Feeling an invisible shackle weighing upon him, Xu Zhan found it difficult to relax. Yet, he couldn't help but admire the proprietors of the Imperial City Daily for their ability to publish such information. Reflecting on this, he stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "It seems the Imperial City Daily is a family business of the immensely wealthy Jin clan, isn't that the family of the rotund, pockmarked Jin Wanshan?" At that moment, the manager of the drunken immortal pavilion, a young man with a distinctive handlebar mustache, approached Xu Zhan, his expression one of delight as he exclaimed, "Wonderful! It is great that you have come." Xu Zhan maintained his stance, his gaze fixated on the speaker, and retorted with evident annoyance, "While this may be advantageous for you, it hardly bodes well for me." The middle-aged man, somewhat awkward, forced a smile and cleared his throat, saying, "Well, this morning, a guest made a last-minute reservation for the grand feast. Which is your specialty? Would you be so kind as to exert yourself a little?" The grand feast comprises 108 exquisite dishes, requiring a fortnight's notice for preparation. Even with all the ingredients at hand, it would take no less than an entire day to create, and with midday fast approaching, there was no way he would oblige. "What? Do they intend to wear me out?" Xu Zhan shifted his posture, turning his back on the middle-aged manager, resolutely declining the request. "This cannot be. The guests this time are of no ordinary caliber." The middle-aged man rubbed his hands together, stepping closer to Xu Zhan, and whispered, "This reservation has been made by the heir of the Jin family. The 12 new students from this year's elite class, along with the standout individuals from the regular class, will be attending." Intrigued, Xu Zhan responded, "Oh." Seizing the opportunity, the middle-aged manager pressed on, "This year's elite class is exceptional. It is said that even the 7th princess, Su Guanzishuan, will be present. We cannot underestimate the new students from the regular class. Had they not coincidentally found themselves in this cohort, their qualifications would have easily allowed them entry into the elite class." Xu Zhan pondered reflectively. Previously, at the entrance of the academy, the luminous display of pure strengths revealed that each possessed abilities beyond the second level of spirit manipulation, with numerous individuals reaching the third and even fourth levels. It became evident why there was such discontent among them regarding his direct admission into the elite class. Does this imply that you are in agreement? The middle-aged steward probed cautiously. Who said I agreed? I refuse. Xu Zhan reiterated his rejection. Chapter 12, A Lavish Feast. Oh dear, Master Xu, are you not putting me in a difficult position? The steward's face contorted in distress, his already unsightly features appearing even more disconcerting, especially as he feigned a pitiful expression. Our establishment thrives on patronage, guests are akin to deities. Moreover, by extending hospitality to these individuals, we cultivate valuable connections. Without adherence to rules, there can be no order. I am merely acting in the best interest of our establishment. Suppressing his revulsion, Xu Zhan engaged in a verbal sparring match with the steward. Look! If I host this extravagant feast today, who knows who might show up tomorrow? It could become an endless cycle. Furthermore, we have previously turned down numerous requests. Are the current guests divine while the past ones were not? The steward straightened his back, his expression shifting to one of firmness, as he pointed a finger at Xu Zhan's nose and asserted, "Have you grown wings, young man? Do you forget how small you once were? Enough! Just stop!" Xu Zhan's head swam with frustration. He despised it when the steward invoked the past. Sighing heavily, he conceded, "Am I not capable of doing this?" A gleam of triumph sparkled in the steward's eyes as he recognized Xu Zhan's deep sense of loyalty. He reminisced about their first encounter, a memory that still stirred emotions within him. It was a frigid winter, and a mere 8 or 9-year-old Xu Zhan trembled in the biting wind. The steward could never forget that frail boy, seemingly on the brink of collapse, yet his eyes sparkled like a constellation, vibrant and full of life. Unable to bear witnessing the plight of the child, the manager promptly offered him hospitality. However, after finishing his meal, the boy did not leave. He insisted on helping in the kitchen to repay the kindness, even if it meant washing dishes or disposing of waste. His hands were covered in frostbite, and his small face bore a woeful expression. Such hardship would be unbearable even for a seasoned matron. Yet, despite these adversities, the frail youth persevered in completing every task without uttering a word. From that moment on, Xu Zhan remained at the tavern, starting as a mere assistant and gradually evolving into a chef of considerable repute. It is worth noting that this young man seemed to possess an innate talent for cooking, crafting dishes that were nothing short of exquisite, and entirely unprecedented in the Zui Xianlu. Original spirit stones could be utilized to activate training chambers and martial arts arenas, as well as replenish one's internal energy. Each spirit stone was valued at 100 gold coins, while an ordinary laborer might earn only a few coins in an entire year. What nonsense is this? The middle-aged manager's voice suddenly grew sharp, shaking his head and extending his hand with fingers spread wide, declaring, 5 spirit stones. 9 stones. Time was of the essence, and they had strayed from protocol. 9 was the minimum. 6 stones. As the head chef of this tavern, this should fall within your responsibilities. 6 is the maximum. 8 stones. Am I not on leave today, or do you have the authority to approve that? 7 stones. At the very least to deal. Before the manager could finish his retort, Xu Zhan swiftly concluded the bargaining. The manager wore a look of being outsmarted. Damn it! Your monthly salary is but 1 spirit stone, and for preparing an extravagant feast, you receive an additional stone. This, very well. The esteemed guests shall arrive for dinner this evening, shall they not? I shall now attend to my tasks. Xu Zhan, refusing to grant the middle-aged steward any opportunity for regret, tossed the imperial city daily onto the table and proceeded toward the kitchen. As Xu Zhan gradually departed, the shrewd expression on the steward's face vanished, replaced by a complex look. Though it was not yet noon, the kitchen was already bustling with activity in preparation for a grand feast that had been ordered for the evening. Certain ingredients required advanced processing, and even starting now would be rather late. Master Xu, it is fortunate that you have arrived. We are nearly overwhelmed with the workload, exclaimed a young assistant. Beads of sweat adorning his brow. The others also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Xu Zhan. A middle-aged chef, clad in a white apron, was directing the others when he turned his gaze towards Xu Zhan and said, "It is a good thing you are here, I feel more assured now." This grand feast consists of 108 intricate dishes, each with a highly complicated preparation process. Although you have taught me all the techniques, I still lack confidence in executing them all perfectly. I had a feeling that, since we agreed to host this banquet, it would be unacceptable to deliver anything less than excellence. Xu Zhan quickly waved his hand, responding courteously, "Uncle Wang, how could you speak such words? Who would dare to claim that the culinary skills of the finest chef at Drunken Immortal Tower are anything but superb?" Yet he was aware that the stingy steward indeed had ulterior motives. It appeared that the original spirit stone would be a fruitless gain today. "By the way, although I have come, I will be assisting you today," Xu Zhan declared. "What? Are you truly planning to watch me struggle?" Uncle Wang retorted, somewhat irate. "You cannot be serious. Are you blaming us for not notifying you in advance about this grand feast?" "In truth, we merely considered that this is the first time in many years you have requested leave, and we did not wish to disturb you." "How could that be? If I were truly so petty, would I impart the secrets of this sumptuous feast to you?" Xu Zhan hastily clarified, stating, "I have my own plans. I cannot remain a chef for a lifetime." As his words fell, the entire kitchen was enveloped in a profound silence. The master chef at the stove, poised with a spatula, watched as the ingredients in the pot surpassed their ideal cooking time, yet his body remained frozen, as if time itself had halted. Some of the assisting cooks, faces laden with reluctance, yearned to inquire Xu Zhan's reasons, but upon seeing the master's silence, they hesitated to speak. The expressions on the master's faces were intricate. After a moment, they discarded the overcooked dishes and began anew, as if nothing had transpired. Master Wang inhaled deeply and nodded. "This is acceptable, but I must warn you, do not leave any loose ends, for if you depart, the reputation of our Zui Xianlu might indeed be tarnished." Master Wang refrained from mentioning Xu Zhan's reasons for leaving, yet Xu Zhan understood, smiling knowingly, to maintain a foothold in the imperial city. The Zui Xianlu's background is undoubtedly formidable. Not only that, but every individual here possesses their own depth, although many ordinary maids and assistants are employed. This is merely a fade. Xu Zhan was aware that, just as he was never addressed by his full name, but rather as Master Xu, everyone here was privy to his true identity as the son of the king of all demons. Chapter 13, The Gathering of Newcomers. The kitchen bustled with frenetic energy. Despite the haste, it operated with remarkable orderliness. Before Xu Zhan, several luminous screens displayed information invisible to others. The intelligent device on his wrist meticulously recorded every detail occurring in the bustling kitchen. He commanded with composure, guiding those uncertain of their tasks according to the intricate procedures illuminated on the screens. The sky quietly darkened. Exquisite dishes gradually neared completion, their preparation progressing with an unprecedented swiftness. After a long day's toil, the hour approached. Xu Zhan wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead and gestured to a young assistant, instructing him to inquire when the dishes would be served. Before the assistant could depart, a voice laced with sarcasm interjected, "A long day's work? You seem quite leisurely to me. My precious spirit stones have surely gone to waste." Unbeknownst to Xu Zhan, a middle-aged steward with a prominent mustache had entered the kitchen. Xu Zhan offered an awkward smile, deftly changing the subject. "Have the new students arrived?" The steward chose not to pursue the matter further, having previously heard from the assistant about Xu Zhan's impending departure. It seemed this farewell would indeed occur today. 11 elite class newcomers, along with 20 ordinary class students, had been awaiting at the stargazing hall on the top floor for quite some time. "I know you detest being rushed while cooking, so I let them wait," the steward remarked. They are likely gazing at the starlit imperial city while commenting on your grandiosity with the drunken immortal tower. Over 30 people dining on more than 100 dishes will hardly cause any distress. Xu Zhan let out a light huff, clapped his hands, and declared loudly, "Let the dishes be served." At his command, a procession of elegantly attired waitresses emerged, carefully balancing trays as they began to serve the meticulously prepared cuisine. Xu Zhan personally donned the chef's uniform handed to him by others, ready to ensure that the guests savored their meals with clarity. Each opulent feast necessitated his introduction. From the first dish to the final course, and this occasion was no exception. Although the guests were all his classmates, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. At the Zui Xianlu, in the stargazing hall, half of the ceiling was crafted from transparent crystal, immaculate and seemingly open to the sky. Here, one could gaze upon the heavens, and being on the top floor of Zui Xianlu, it towered above the surrounding structures, offering a breathtaking view of the imperial city's splendor, elevating one's spirits. Inside the stargazing hall, over 30 young men and women engaged in lively conversation, the ambience harmonious. It was well known that this hall was the premier dining venue in the entire Changyun Empire, and the sumptuous feast constituted the pinnacle of culinary artistry on the divine continent, with reservations needing to be made a fortnight in advance, not to mention the exorbitant cost. Sima Xian remarked graciously, "Brother Jin, you truly are a person of great means. I have heard that your reservation was not made in advance. And yet you managed to secure a place at Zui Xianlu. Remarkable." His complexion appeared somewhat pale. Had it not been for the top-tier healing elixirs he carried, he might not have been able to attend this grand banquet. Beside him, a plump young man with a face full of freckles beamed with delight. His chubby visage contorted into a smile, his eyes squinting with joy. "Oh, it is merely the favor that Zui Xianlu extends to us." With this comment, the atmosphere grew even more amicable. Meanwhile, Shangguan Zishuan lamented, "It is truly challenging to partake in such a lavish feast, even I have yet to experience it. It is said that this is not merely a matter of making a reservation in advance. The ingredients for most of the dishes are exceedingly rare, akin to treasures of nature. The chef responsible for crafting this sumptuous feast is known for his eccentricity, should even a single ingredient be missing. Regardless of how far in advance one has booked, he would refuse to prepare that particular dish. I am intrigued by the chef behind this extravagant banquet, as it is rumored that he is elusive, often sought after by prominent families offering lavish rewards, yet they cannot even catch a glimpse of him. Truly, he is shrouded in mystery." A newcomer spoke up. The others nodded in agreement. The Drunken Immortal restaurant is already renowned, especially after the introduction of the lavish feast. Equally famous is the enigmatic chef, of whom everyone has a vague understanding. Furthermore, this chef and the banquet have graced the pages of the imperial city daily. It is likely that we shall soon witness this spectacle, for there is a custom whereby the head chef personally introduces each dish as it is served, and we need only wait patiently." Sima Xian remarked, then shifted his tone to say, "It is a pity that Xu Zhan cannot partake." The corners of Sima Xian's mouth curled into a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with a spark, as if he were concocting some scheme. At the mention of Xu Zhan, a hush fell over the hall. The 20 ordinary class newcomers bore expressions of anger. After all, who among them was not a dragon among men? Had it not been for Xu Zhan, surely one of them would have qualified for the elite class. His absence is for the best, it spares them the irritation of this meal. Indeed, if he were present, the sumptuous feast would likely lose its flavor. By the way, was it not because Xu Zhan departed early that they were not grouped into classes? One cannot help but wonder who among them will be unfortunate enough to be paired with Xu Zhan. Jin Wanshan cast a discreet glance at Sima Xian. Today he had organized this banquet to cultivate connections, so how could he allow Sima Xian to bask in the limelight? He promptly spoke up. "Let us not discuss anything else today, let us focus solely on the culinary delights. We should patiently await the arrival of the dishes, which should be forthcoming." Sima Xian furrowed his brow slightly, offering a forced smile and nodding, choosing to remain silent. Just as he spoke, the moment arrived. A newcomer pointed towards the slowly opening hall doors and exclaimed. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he stood there in shock. His mouth agape as if he could swallow an egg whole. The others, intrigued by his reaction, turned their gazes towards the doors. Each one struck as if by lightning, especially Jin Wanshan, Sima Xian, and Shangguan Zishuan, who could hardly believe their eyes. Xu Zhan, clad in a pristine white chef's robe and adorned with a tall chef's hat, led a procession of maidens into the room. The only explanation for such an appearance at this moment could be that Xu Zhan was indeed the chef from the drunken immortal building, the elusive creator of the sumptuous feast. My sincerest apologies for the wait, esteemed guests. Allow me to introduce the 108 exquisite dishes of this grand banquet. Xu Zhan appeared oblivious to the astonished reactions around him, wearing a smile as he began to speak with enthusiasm. With a graceful wave of his hand, the first maiden approached, delicately carrying a tray. Xu Zhan reached out to lift a dish from the tray and placed it upon the table, announcing, "This first dish." Wait a moment. Who could possibly believe it? That he was the chef capable of crafting such an extravagant feast? It was utterly preposterous. Sima Xian had just been interrupted by Jin Wanshan, feeling quite displeased when he was taken aback by Xu Zhan's unexpected appearance. Jin Wanshan and the other new students were equally astonished, never anticipating that Xu Zhan would present himself before them in such a manner. Feigning? Xu Zhan shrugged and retorted. Why would I need to pretend? What exactly am I feigning? Sima Xian questioned. During the day, you claimed that killing me would be a simple task. Are you suggesting that you intend to poison me through my meal? Indeed, it appears to be quite effortless. Xu Zhan's expression turned icy as he declared. To insinuate that a chef would poison a dish is a grave insult to the culinary profession. Surveying the crowd, he noticed skepticism etched across the faces of the new students. With a light chuckle, he raised his voice. Do any of you truly believe I have poisoned this food? Chapter 14. The chef. You need not defend Xu Zhan on his behalf, I merely wish to inquire. Do you all genuinely believe that Xu Zhan is the master chef of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Do you have faith that he is the creator of a lavish feast? Sima Xian proclaimed loudly. The new students shook their heads in unison, particularly the 20 ordinary class students who aligned themselves with Sima Xian. Absolutely not. He harbors malicious intent. Some individuals, believing themselves astute, began to speculate, Xu Zhan must be deliberately exposing himself to us to eliminate any suspicion of poisoning. However, I surmise he lacks the audacity to kill us, he merely seeks to embarrass us and disrupt our gathering. This is undoubtedly a calculated act of revenge for not inviting him. In conclusion, one individual added, after all, he is the son of the king of all demons. Who would dare confront him? Precisely. In an instant, the majority began to express their opinions regarding Xu Zhan, and their words grew increasingly offensive. Xu Zhan faced this turmoil with composure, as though it were of no concern to him. It was not that he refrained from retorting or that he lacked the desire to reprimand these individuals, rather, he simply could not muster the enthusiasm. For these people were not even worthy of being his adversaries. Why bother to quibble with them? Call the manager forth and confront him. One person shouted, quickly resonating with others. Yes, summon the manager. Let us see if the Drunken Immortal Pavilion would rather offend us all than shield Xu Zhan. Are our combined family powers not greater than the mere name of the 10,000 Demon King? Another chimed in, casting a furtive glance at Jin Wanshan, Shangguan Zishuan, and Sima Xian, exuding confidence. Besides the son of the wealthiest man, there were also the royal 7th princess and members of the 4 great families present. The scene had spiraled out of control, the clamor growing louder, yet not a single maid or servant moved to call the manager. Xu Zhan spoke up, someone go and summon the manager. Only then did a maid hurriedly exit. This spectacle caught the attention of some elite newcomers, who began to believe in Xu Zhan. The maids and servants were paralyzed with fear, none among them could contend with those present. In the midst of such a situation, They instinctively obeyed Xu Zhan's command, a response that could not be feigned. The middle-aged manager, having received a brief introduction from the maid, soon entered the hall. But instead of addressing the newcomers, he turned to Xu Zhan and inquired, "You took leave today to attend Changyun Academy?" "Indeed," Xu Zhan replied. Xu Zhan nodded. The middle-aged steward pondered for a moment and said, "Very well." At this juncture, there was no longer a need for confrontation. Observing the familiarity between the steward and Xu Zhan, even the most oblivious could discern that Xu Zhan was indeed the chef here. Sima Xian felt as though he had swallowed 100 flies. He was choked with frustration and could not utter a word. Why did Xu Zhan always manage to thwart him at every turn? The steward of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion interjected, "If there are any questions, please ask quickly, or the dishes will grow cold." Xu Zhan, with a smile on his face, spoke. These words fell on the ears of those who had previously made things difficult for him, and it was profoundly ironic. They were now at a loss for words. Too embarrassed to speak. "Are you truly the chef here?" Jin Wanshan inquired repeatedly. Xu Zhan nodded affirmatively. "Did you prepare all of these?" Jin Wanshan gestured toward the trays held by the maidens. Xu Zhan nodded once more. "Heavens, this world is simply marvelous!" Jin Wanshan exclaimed. "There are countless wonders." "Are we going to eat or not?" Xu Zhan asked impatiently. "Of course, we shall eat. Since you are here, let us dine together," Jin Wanshan urged. Xu Zhan found it somewhat amusing. Given the situation had escalated to this point, how could he possibly share a meal with these people? He continued with the introduction he had not completed earlier. The first dishes, the 108th dish. As Xu Zhan elaborated on the exquisite preparation and precious ingredients, the newcomers forgot the earlier unpleasantness, their mouths watering in anticipation. When all the dishes were laid before them, they were utterly astonished by the spectacle. "This is truly a divine blessing. Let the banquet commence." With Xu Zhan's declaration, the gathering of the new arrivals began. Everyone savored the dishes that seemed to belong to another realm, singing praises for the exquisite cuisine. As they lauded the chef's extraordinary talents, they suddenly recalled Xu Zhan, only to realize that he had mysteriously vanished. Having bid farewell to the patrons of the tavern, Xu Zhan leisurely pedaled his bicycle along Guangming Street. The streetlights, under the enchantment of an array, emitted a soft, ethereal glow that mingled with the twinkling stars above. It was an ordinary evening, yet an air of the extraordinary lingered. Xu Zhan's eyes shimmered with a verdant light. From the moment he departed the tavern, his cognitive spirit projected a luminous screen, revealing two shadowy figures trailing him, one at the 5th stage of the spirit-forging realm and the other at the 6th. On the screen, Xu Zhan discerned their disguises, masked faces and plain nocturnal attire, an inadequate attempt to conceal their identities in the bustling heart of the imperial city. Evidently, these individuals had no intention of concealing their presence, quietly following Xu Zhan as he moved. Scattered pedestrians on the street noticed the unfolding scene and instinctively steered clear, as it was evident that trouble was brewing. Their attire was a blatant attempt to obscure their true intentions. A slight smile graced Xu Zhan's lips. Even as the two figures closed the distance, he feigned ignorance of their pursuit. It seemed they had been waiting for him, glancing back momentarily without uttering a word. A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in their eyes as they discerned the two figures cloaked in black trailing behind Xu Zhan. The two black-clad individuals also noticed the pair standing resolutely at the entrance of the Wang residence, their steps wavering slightly, yet they continued to follow Xu Zhan. Chapter 15, I arrived late, I disdain wasting time. Ultimately, it was Xu Zhan who broke the silence. However, his words did little to alter the prevailing atmosphere. The four remained enveloped in silence. Xu Zhan surmised the origins of the two black-clad figures and decided to confront them directly. Since they refrained from striking, he would fortify his defenses. Remaining stationary would yield no insight into his capabilities. The two black-clad individuals displayed expressions of astonishment, taken aback that Xu Zhan had discerned their intentions. Without further ado, one of the individuals, a 5th-level practitioner of the spirit-shaping realm, formed a hand gesture, conjuring a water barrier that only shielded him from the front, leaving the rest of his body exposed. Meanwhile, the other, a 6th-level practitioner of the spirit-shaping realm, summoned a violent gale, akin to the maneuver employed by Jin Wanshan during his rescue, yet evidently a more potent version, with the winds denser and devoid of any disturbance to the surrounding air. Xu Zhan, with his right hand poised in a grasp, caused the space around him to warp, manifesting a sleek black pistol in his grip. He raised the weapon and fired directly at the 6th-level practitioner. A muffled echo resonated as, almost simultaneously, the tempest before the black-clad figure erupted chaotically. The energy bullet pierced through the winds, grazing the adversary's ear and leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. The figure clad in black at the 6th level of spirit manipulation suddenly swallowed hard. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though something had shot towards him, and he felt the chilling threat of death. Fortunately, his defenses had deflected the attack, otherwise, he would have certainly been struck down in an instant. However, what terrified him the most was that had he not activated his defenses in advance, if Xu Zhan had chosen to attack him, he might not even have realized how he met his demise. Then, his body trembled, and he collapsed to the ground. He had taken his own life. Witnessing this scene, Xu Zhan furrowed his brow. He was not driven by a sense of pity, rather, he wished to prevent the needless deaths of the two subordinates. Yet now, he could only shake his head in regret. If these two were to leave, it was certain that someone would follow them in the shadows, thereby uncovering who had sent them. Their dispatch had already sealed their fate. It appeared that the rumors had been misleading. At this moment, among the remaining two, the middle-aged man slowly spoke, his voice resonating with authority. Xu Zhan detected a hint of iron resolve in his tone. The intelligent soul could assess the power of the girl beside him, who stood at the 4th level of spirit manipulation, while the middle-aged man's strength remained unknown. It was evident that this man possessed considerable power. Sometimes, what the eyes perceive is not necessarily the truth. Xu Zhan inquired, "What is your purpose?" He had deduced the intentions of the two cloaked figures earlier, as his declaration to eliminate Sima Xian had attracted attention, prompting factions to send individuals to test him that very night. At this moment, the peculiar pairing of a middle-aged man and a young girl left Xu Zhan perplexed. With a resounding clang, the girl drew a long sword from thin air, slowly directing it towards Xu Zhan. A practitioner of martial arts? Xu Zhan scrutinized the girl. Her delicate visage radiated an air of elegance, her long, lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist, and her form-fitting attire accentuated her graceful curves. Yet, rather than admiration, Xu Zhan felt a twinge of unease, a burgeoning headache. This was an assassin. He discerned no flicker of emotion in her eyes, only an unwavering intent to kill. Was this a test of his abilities? A probing inquiry into the extent of his combat prowess? Before he could ponder further, the raven-haired girl launched her assault, her blade piercing towards Xu Zhan's throat with unembellished precision. A futile death, devoid of any significance. Xu Zhan gently shook his head and stepped back, retreating within the gates of the 10,000 Demon King's mansion. He understood that if he did not showcase his true capabilities, he would not only face injury but perhaps death. Conversely, if he unleashed his full potential, his rudimentary martial skills would render him no match for her. Were he to utilize firearms, he could easily eliminate her with a single shot, but Xu Zhan was reluctant to engage in senseless slaughter. Indeed, as he retreated, the tip of the girl's sword halted at his throat, her movements ceasing as well. Refraining, even he understood that the palace of 10,000 demons was a place where, apart from his own entrance, no one would dare to set foot. Just as he was about to close the door, a voice from outside interrupted him. "Do you intend to remain holed up in this palace for the rest of your life?" The action of shutting the door suddenly paused, and Xu Zhan gazed at the speaker in confusion. "This palace is merely a residence. You should comprehend that it is not this dwelling that will safeguard you." Xu Zhan was perplexed as to why the man would utter such words. He was well aware of this fact, yet, what could he possibly do? The path to strengthening one's abilities only grew more arduous with time, and the resources consumed were countless. Were it not for dire necessity, he would never have considered joining the Changyun Academy. Xu Zhan had no intention of acknowledging these two peculiar individuals and was about to resume closing the door when the middle-aged man spoke again. "Come with me. I can protect you." "You?" Xu Zhan questioned, intrigued. The man was enveloped in a grand cloak, which he dramatically lifted to reveal silver armor beneath. Then turned his back to Xu Zhan. At that moment, Xu Zhan noticed that the cloak bore 3 crimson characters embroidered boldly, 10,000 demon army. The mere sight of it caused Xu Zhan's pupils to constrict and his fists to clench tightly. If there were anyone in this world worthy of his trust, it would undoubtedly be the 10,000 demon army. This was his father, the Demon King's military force. Even though he was acutely aware that he did not belong to this world, and that this man had no actual connection to him, Xu Zhan felt an inexplicable sting in his nose and his eyes began to well with tears. For over a decade, having inherited the memories of this body during his crossing, Xu Zhan had become a singular entity, merely possessing the recollections of 2 lives. Before his transcendence, he was the invincible war god who traversed the universe. After his passage, he became a helpless youth. Upon discovering that he had an extraordinarily formidable father, the orphaned boy yearned for the warmth of a home. Yet, the devastating news that followed pierced his soul. The king of all demons had fallen. He fearlessly bore the weight of it all, but over a decade of solitude, each night filled with loneliness and dread, coupled with relentless efforts in cultivation, weighed heavily upon him. "Forgive me, for I have arrived late." Chapter 16. To whom are you speaking? The tall and robust middle-aged man spoke with a slight tremor in his voice, gazing at Xu Zhan, who had grown into a young man, filled with remorse. Xu Zhan had never dared to imagine that he could be so vulnerable, akin to a fragile boat adrift on a vast ocean, at any moment susceptible to being engulfed by towering waves. Yet now, it felt as though he could see the land, that he had reached the shore. And an unprecedented sense of security enveloped him. "To follow you? Where to?" Xu Zhan inquired once his emotions settled. "Northwest Fortress, the station of the demon army." Xu Zhan fell silent. The Northwest Fortress lay on the periphery of the demon realm, as well as the borders of the Longyun Empire. There, the demon army stood guard against the beasts, a place fraught with peril for all denizens of the divine spirit continent. No different from being amidst a forest of ferocious creatures. However, for Xu Zhan, it was the safest haven in the entire divine spirit continent. For no one there wished him harm. Indeed, every soldier of the demon army would lay down their lives to protect him. After a considerable time, Xu Zhan gently shook his head, stating, "I will certainly go there, but not at this moment." The middle-aged man, puzzled, inquired, "Why?" Xu Zhan smiled confidently. "I shall not go there as the son of the king of 10,000 demons seeking your protection. In 2 years, I will go as the king of 10,000 demons." "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" the middle-aged man repeatedly praised. Even if Xu Zhan could not advance to the spirit transformation realm in 2 years, his performance today justified the long journey taken to meet him. Pointing to the black-haired girl who had already sheathed her sword and stood to the side, the middle-aged man said to Xu Zhan, "This is my subordinate whom I have trained. From today onwards, she shall remain by your side, obeying only your commands. Rest assured, although her strength may be lacking, her talent is not insignificant, and she will protect you with her life." Xu Zhan raised an eyebrow, feeling a pang of frustration. This strikingly beautiful black-haired girl, possessing such talent and strength, would undoubtedly attract the envy of many from affluent families. Yet, for Xu Zhan, this was not a blessing but rather a burden. Given that he struggled with his own cultivation, how could he possibly bear the responsibility of another? The girl appeared to be slightly younger than him and, with her commendable cultivation aptitude, would likely require resources that were no less than his own. As he pondered how to decline, a figure approached from a distance. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment? Jin Wanshan's face bore a serious expression, yet he showed no intention of leaving. The black-haired girl, mistaking Jin Wanshan's approach for trouble, slowly raised her long sword and charged directly at him. Xu Zhan did not intervene. He too was curious to witness the clash between the martial and elemental realms, both at the fourth tier of the spirit-forming stage. In an instant, the two engaged in combat. The black-haired girl wielded her sword with precision, devoid of any flamboyance, each strike cunningly devised and fraught with peril. To Xu Zhan's astonishment, the seemingly rotund Jin Wanshan exhibited an unexpected agility. With every movement, a tempest surged forth, disrupting the black-haired girl's assault, while the winds, sharp as blades, forced her to evade continuously. Both combatants perceived each other as adversaries and thus fought with all their might. After exchanging only a few blows, they were each preparing to unleash their trump cards. Suddenly, the black-haired girl halted, her sword tip aimed directly at Jin Wanshan's brow. This abrupt stillness sent a jolt through Jin Wanshan's heart. By heavens, such prowess at this tender age, who could be so generous? He thought, glancing at Xu Zhan, who showed no inclination to assist. In that moment, he understood. This clever fellow realized that the black-haired girl's fierce onslaught was even challenging for him to withstand. In the early stages of cultivation, those in the martial system faced greater difficulties. This girl, regardless of her background, must be a prized asset. If she were being used to test Xu Zhan, it could only mean she was a pawn cast aside. Moreover, he was fighting desperately to aid Xu Zhan, who did not strike him as someone lacking in kindness. After much contemplation, he swiftly concluded that this was likely a misunderstanding. Given that it was a misunderstanding, he need not exert himself to fend off the impending martial soul technique of the girl. The crux was that although she bore a delicate appearance, her visage was rife with murderous intent. If he did not clarify the situation promptly, he would be left with no choice but to fight with all his might. Winning the battle was fortunate, however, should defeat befall them, there was no time to ponder further, for the silhouette of the girl in black began to fade away. Jin Wanshan's pupils constricted, realizing that this was not a mere illusion of invisibility, but rather an action executed with such swiftness that he could not perceive it. In that instant, he summoned all his strength, transforming his rotund form into a gust of wind, dashing towards Xu Zhan and directly crossing the threshold of the 10,000 Demons King's residence, seeking refuge behind him. At that moment, the dark-haired girl materialized where Jin Wanshan had just stood, her gaze tinged with perplexity. Jin Wanshan exhaled deeply, observing the slate crimson stains upon the long sword in the girl's hand. A sudden shock coursing through him as he became aware of a sharp pain in his arm, his heart filled with dread. So powerful, so ruthless. Jin Wanshan was rendered speechless, his certainty wavering as he turned to Xu Zhan and questioned, "Is this girl truly our adversary?" Xu Zhan remained silent, equally taken aback by the seemingly minor wound on Jin Wanshan's arm. The fact that she could strike with such speed was astonishing. Had Jin Wanshan engaged in a confrontation with the dark-haired girl, given her lethal prowess, she would undoubtedly have inflicted severe injury upon him. The thought sent a shiver down Xu Zhan's spine. "Thank heavens you fled swiftly," he breathed a sigh of relief. Jin Wanshan nodded, quickly regaining his composure, curiously surveying his surroundings as if the prior peril had momentarily slipped from his mind. In the decade or so since the establishment of the 10,000 Demons King's residence, I must be the first outsider to have crossed its threshold. As he spoke, Jin Wanshan's expression shifted, a more terrifying realization dawning upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt over the threshold, hastening to vacate the premises of the 10,000 Demons King's abode. The dark-haired maiden sheathed her sword. To be frank, Jin Wanshan's identity did not influence the maiden's decision to take a life or spare it. She merely lowered her weapon because this rotund individual was familiar with Xu Zhan, indicating he was not an adversary. Since he posed no threat, there was no need to continue the assault. Observing the lack of hostility from the maiden, Jin Wanshan felt a wave of relief wash over him, while the middle-aged man maintained his impassive expression, making no move. Jin Wanshan then tilted his head, seemingly addressing someone. His voice resonating loudly. I am Jin Wanshan, a classmate of Xu Zhan. I have come today merely to discuss business. I inadvertently stepped into the palace of 10,000 demons during a moment of peril. I hope for your understanding. At this juncture, Xu Zhan was increasingly perplexed. Whom are you speaking to? Chapter 17. Nether Jin Wanshan appeared exceedingly anxious, casting furtive glances around him before finally exhaling in relief. He then turned to Xu Zhan and said, You may not be aware, but there is a rumor circulating in the imperial city. The palace of 10,000 demons permits no living soul to enter, save for you, Xu Zhan. Otherwise, do you truly believe that such a grand establishment would fail to attract subordinates merely because you cannot unlock the treasury? Xu Zhan's expression froze in surprise. It seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge. He had been living in poverty, unable to access the treasury despite his employment at the Drunken Immortal building, where his meager earnings barely sufficed for his cultivation needs. He had thought this was a secret known only to him. Then, to whom were you speaking earlier? Xu Zhan inquired further. Jin Wanshan donned an air of mystery and replied, Of course, I was speaking to those who protect you from the shadows. Intrigued, Xu Zhan pressed. Who? Jin Wanshan gazed at Xu Zhan in astonishment and retorted, You mean to say you are unaware of those who safeguard you? Xu Zhan was momentarily rendered speechless. Having traversed this world at the tender age of 6 or 7, he had only encountered a scant few individuals, and conversations regarding one's origins were a rarity. The sole sources of information were the occasional idle chatter that reached the limelight and the Royal City Gazette, with no one divulging such matters to him. How could he possibly be informed? Regardless, this was your affair. In due time, you would come to know. Jin Wanshan then spoke, You are protected by 2 factions. One consists of those who were once allies of the king of all demons, and Jin Wanshan subtly gestured towards the heavens, the implication clear as day. The other faction is what I fear the most, and it is precisely the reason I raised my voice earlier. Jin Wanshan swallowed hard and slowly articulated a few words, the demon army, and Ming. The demon army, Ming? Xu Zhan's face bore an expression of perplexity as he glanced towards the middle-aged man outside the door and the raven-haired maiden. Indeed, you must be aware of the demon army, should you inherit the title and territory. While you may not directly command the million-strong army capable of sweeping across the entire empire, who is unaware that this formidable force, even if not directly yours, will always stand behind you? If any misfortune were to befall you in the royal city, none could guarantee that the million-strong army stationed at the borders would not abandon their defenses, disregarding the rampaging beasts, and march directly into the royal city. Xu Zhan nodded thoughtfully, realizing that this was the paramount reason for his continued survival thus far. He cast a grateful glance at the middle-aged man. Without the deterrence of the demon army, he might have long since met an untimely demise. And what is Ming? Xu Zhan inquired once more. Ming is the shadow force of the demon army, essentially their assassin unit. Jin Wanshan cautiously surveyed his surroundings, clearly apprehensive of this formidable troop. In a hushed tone, he remarked, This is a unit that only follows the commands of the Demon King. In this world, there is no one who can survive an assassination by the underworld. He added, You must understand, these ruthless individuals typically target the leaders of the beast hordes. Upon hearing this, Xu Zhan cast a peculiar glance at the middle-aged man at the entrance and the dark-haired girl. Could they possibly be? The middle-aged man seemed to sense Xu Zhan's thoughts and nodded subtly. Xu Zhan was taken aback. The beasts possessed a heightened sense of awareness compared to humans, and they resided in packs. If even the leaders of these beasts could be assassinated, one must wonder who could offer protection comparable to a legion of beasts. Reflecting on the powerful forces that had been safeguarding him all along, Xu Zhan couldn't help but chuckle at his own self-deprecation. He had always feared that his life might be extinguished at any moment, without any understanding of how it might happen. Yet, it seemed he had merely been frightening himself. "All right, everyone come in, there's nothing to worry about," Xu Zhan said. Jin Wanshan hesitated, asking, "Are you truly certain there's no danger?" Xu Zhan shrugged, choosing not to reply. With the underworld troops of the Demon King right before them, the presence of another group for his protection in the shadows was of little concern. Jin Wanshan cautiously stepped into the Demon King's residence, with the middle-aged man and the dark-haired girl following closely behind. Almost leaping in surprise, Jin Wanshan pointed at the middle-aged man and exclaimed, "After I just elaborated so thoroughly, you still dare to continue attempting to assassinate Xu Zhan?" Xu Zhan was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that the corpulent Jin had divulged this information with the ulterior motive of instilling fear in them. The middle-aged man surveyed the surrounding darkness and remarked, "Indeed, there are those who protect Xu Zhan from the shadows, but Ming has only now arrived." Observing the visibly anxious Jin Wanshan, he continued, "Do not fret, young master of the Jin family, the myriad demons army has always maintained cordial relations with your clan. And we shall not cause you any harm." "You?" Jin Wanshan seemed a bit perplexed. The middle-aged man slowly introduced himself, "I am Ming Hu, at your service." "Young master of the Jin family." "Huh? What? Who are you?" Jin Wanshan's expression was one of utter astonishment. At that moment, strange ripples suddenly emerged from the shadows, instantly dissipating as though nothing had transpired. Jin Wanshan felt as if his blood had ceased to flow, his entire body frozen, unable to move a single step. Ming Hu was none other than the leader of the myriad demons army, the second in command of the entire force. "Rest assured, even if Ming Dai had the capacity to kill you before, I would have intervened." "Ming Dai?" Jin Wanshan appeared to struggle with the incredibility of the revelations he was hearing. If that were the case, then the dark-haired maiden was also a member of the Ming forces? After a considerable struggle to digest this information, Jin Wanshan glared at Xu Zhan, a hint of anger in his voice. "You knew all of this beforehand, why didn't you mention it earlier?" Xu Zhan, slightly embarrassed, replied, "I merely wished to observe the combat between the martial and elemental factions." Jin Wanshan felt utterly overwhelmed. The events of this night had been far too stimulating for him to bear. First, there was a grand feast, followed by a tumultuous shift in mood. In a fit of displeasure, she rubbed her stomach and, with a flick of her eyes, declared, "Ultimately, it is your fault. Henceforth, prepare a sumptuous feast for me every day, and I shall forgive you." Xu Zhan nearly spat in Jin Wanshan's face, exclaiming, "Go to hell. Let us not even discuss other matters, the mere preparation of such a grand feast requires an entire day. Do you expect me to do nothing but cook for you?" The two continued their quarrel as they entered the King of Monsters manor, with Ming Hu and Ming Dai following closely behind. The grand gates of the manor closed once more, leaving only two cold corpses lying quietly outside. A gentle breeze swept by, and the two bodies vanished as if nothing had ever occurred. This night, the imperial city was fated to have countless souls tossing and turning in sleeplessness. For the grim reaper, Ming Hu, had descended upon the imperial city. Chapter 18. The treasure vault. Xu Zhan was immediately struck by a wave of frustration, while the portly Jin gasped in astonishment. "No, you misunderstand. I merely wish for your assistance in opening the manor's treasure vault," Xu Zhan quickly clarified. This puzzled Ming Hu, who inquired, "The treasure vault remains unopened? How have you managed all these years?" A child of 7 or 8, surviving until the age of 18, and possessing a cultivation level surpassing that of his peers, would be inconceivable without the resources from the manor's treasure vault. Xu Zhan shrugged and began to recount the monotony of his life as a cook. Ming Hu nodded in understanding. "Ah, so it was the drunken immortal pavilion. I see now, you have endured much hardship over the years. I shall remember the favor of the drunken immortal pavilion. The petty and malicious overseer consistently deprives me of my wages. As for human relations, he still owes me a favor from the Zui Xianlu." Xu Zhan let out a scoff. Having generously offered a lavish feast to the Zui Xianlu without expecting any compensation in return, The resources I have acquired thus far have all been earned through my own relentless efforts. Without further ado, please assist me in unlocking the treasure vault. I have endured enough poverty over the years. Had you arrived sooner, I would not have had to attend Changyun Academy, Xu Zhan remarked, his heart igniting at the mere thought of the royal treasury. Minghu chuckled and replied, even if we access the treasure vault, you will still need to join Changyun Academy. The resources available to you there far surpass those of ordinary means, and in due course, you shall understand. Xu Zhan was unconvinced. What could possibly be so extraordinary about an academy? However, upon reflecting on the multitude of elite scions eager to join Changyun Academy, he felt a flicker of anticipation for his future academic journey. Rolling his eyes, Xu Zhan inquired, "Why did you choose to follow me just now?" He did not oppose the idea. As the son of the wealthiest man in the empire, what had he not seen? He was not particularly concerned about Ming Wanshan discovering the treasures within the vault. Xu Zhan's lack of opposition rendered Ming Hu indifferent as well. With a gentle wave of his hand, the door, which Xu Zhan had struggled to open, creaked open effortlessly like an ordinary entrance. The illumination array of the treasure vault activated automatically, casting not only a brilliant white light but also a kaleidoscope of dazzling colors that radiated magnificently. Xu Zhan, filled with overwhelming excitement, dashed into the treasure vault, glancing left and right, his jaw agape in astonishment. There were countless primal spirit stones, an abundance of elemental spirit stones, a plethora of divine crystals. Xu Zhan, akin to a country bumpkin, gazed at the mountains of neatly categorized stones, his eyes shimmering with delight. If he were to continue working at the Drunken Immortal Tower, he would never amass such a fortune in spirit stones throughout his entire lifetime. His exuberance rendered the other three individuals in the room visibly stiff, particularly Jin Wanshan, who wore an expression of disdain. Ming Hu cleared his throat and remarked, "The treasure vault comprises 3 levels. This first level merely contains ordinary spirit stones for cultivation. The more precious ones are located above." Xu Zhan understood that Ming Hu was cautioning him not to make a fool of himself in front of outsiders. Yet the stream of data transmitted by the intelligence core on his wrist, revealing the total number of spirit stones present, left him unable to restrain his excitement. "Well then, shall we ascend to the next floor?" Xu Zhan felt a newfound confidence, standing tall like a wealthy magnate, his complexion radiant as never before. The 4 of them gradually made their way upstairs, where the second floor boasted rows of shelves, each accompanied by notes indicating what had previously been displayed. The use of the word previously was warranted, for all the shelves on the second floor were entirely empty. Xu Zhan was taken aback. With so many spirit stones amassed on the first floor, how could the second floor be devoid of any? Had there been a robbery? Approaching one of the shelves and inspecting the label, he discerned that it had evidently housed advanced cultivation techniques. As someone who had never practiced any such techniques, Xu Zhan felt a pang of regret in his heart. The path of cultivation grows increasingly arduous as one progresses, yet, with access to advanced techniques, the journey becomes significantly more efficient. The shelves on the second floor were once adorned with an array of cultivation methods, encompassing both divine consciousness and thought energy practices. However, now, Xu Zhan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the emptiness of the second floor. Observing this, Ming Hu spoke softly, "Though the techniques here are commendable, they are unnecessary for you. The Lord of 10,000 Beasts has reserved a method for you, located upstairs." Turning his gaze, Xu Zhan noted Ming Hu's lack of surprise at the desolate state of the second floor and inquired, "Do you know where the techniques have gone?" Ming Hu nodded, explaining, "They have been sent to the border fortresses as rewards for the soldiers there. Thankfully, they have not been stolen." Xu Zhan exhaled in relief. After all, the soldiers at the borders were under his father's command and thus not entirely strangers. The knowledge that his father had left behind a technique for him brought Xu Zhan a sense of solace. Just as he was about to ascend to examine the technique left by his father, he sensed something amiss. How could the techniques from here be utilized to reward the soldiers at the borders? A sense of confusion washed over him. Even if the military's repertoire of techniques was limited, they were undeniably practical. With an army of 100,000, it was improbable that they would lack sufficient techniques. The involvement of the royal treasury's collection implied that matters were far from straightforward. Minghu elucidated, since its inception, the 10,000 Beasts army has never received a single coin of military pay from the imperial city, nor have they requested a morsel of provisions. Everything has been self-sustained by the 10,000 Beasts territory. Since the fall of the king of 10,000 Beasts, the realm of 10,000 Beasts has lacked a leader. We are merely commanders, and being stationed at the border leaves us unable to act. Since that time, the 10,000 Beasts army has been cut off from reinforcements. What? How could this happen? Does the empire not care? Xu Zhan felt considerable surprise. After all, it was an army of 1,000,000. Especially tasked with the critical duty of fending off the ferocious beasts. If any misfortune befell the 10,000 Beasts army, it could very well lead to upheaval throughout the entire Changyun Empire. It is not that they do not wish to intervene, but rather that they are unable to do so. Minghu took a deep breath, gazing at Xu Zhan with a complex expression. What do you mean? Does this have anything to do with me? Xu Zhan inquired. Chapter 19, The 10,000 Beasts Secret with the Demise of the King of 10,000 Beasts. The 10,000 Beasts army found itself leaderless, and within the realm, the populace's morale was in disarray, with bandits ravaging the land and common folk displaced. The once thriving realm of 10,000 beasts had fallen into desolation. At this point, Minghu's face was etched with sorrow, and the atmosphere grew heavy. After a brief pause, he continued, the fertile lands of the 800 li of the 10,000 beasts realm, abundant in resources, have long been the envy of various factions. Some ill-intentioned individuals eagerly await the day when the imperial city reconnects with the 10,000 Beasts army, hoping to seize the opportunity to partake in its fortunes. The Emperor of Changyun has truly granted the King of 10,000 Beasts immense respect. The trust between ruler and subject has left Xu Zhan in awe. To leave 1,000,000-strong army at the border, although military wages have not been disbursed and provisions have not been supplied, still serves as a form of protection for the 10,000 Beasts army. The 800 li of the 10,000 Beasts realm, home to elite forces numbering in the millions, is not merely an object of envy for the lords and princes, even for the emperor, it represents an invaluable resource. I have come to take you away from the imperial city, to a place that rightfully belongs to you. However, I will not accompany you, Xu Zhan continued. Minghu chuckled softly and replied, I anticipated your reluctance to follow, which is why I brought Ming Dai. Should you refuse to accompany me, she shall remain here as your personal guardian, ensuring your safety. She? Xu Zhan furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at the impassive Ming Dai, whose cultivation was evidently limited to the fourth realm of spirit refinement. His mistrust was palpable. Ming Dai, however, noticed Xu Zhan's dubious gaze but remained expressionless, as if her sole interest lay in the art of killing, resembling a blade devoid of any emotion. The elders will not take action against you, so you need not worry. Yet, the younger generation presents a different scenario. Some families may not dare to confront you openly, but if their younger members take the initiative, we are powerless to intervene, Minghu elucidated. As long as you remain hidden within the Wang residence, all is well. However, once you are exposed to public scrutiny, troubles will inevitably follow. Xu Zhan grasped the implication. Ming Dai's purpose was to shield him from the tribulations posed by the younger generation. He cast aside his tumultuous thoughts and ascended the stairs to examine the martial arts manuals left by his father. Jin Wanshan, perceptive as ever, refrained from following, choosing instead to peruse the second floor at his leisure. Beside the now empty shelves, he gazed at the small characters on the labels, his admiration evident. The martial arts manuals that once occupied this space surpassed even those in the Jin family's collection. Moreover, Jin Wanshan glanced toward the staircase and respectfully inquired of Minghu, might the manuals left by the king of all beasts be Ming Hu replied courteously, "Indeed, they are the 10,000 beasts art." He surveyed Jin Wanshan from head to toe and continued, "Young Master Jin is indeed a prodigy, reminiscent of your esteemed father's former grandeur. A promising talent. With an unlimited future ahead." Jin Wanshan offered an awkward smile, fully aware that his father was incapable of cultivating. The resemblance referred to by Ming Hu was evidently in terms of physique. "The 10,000 beasts art." Jin Wanshan murmured softly. The reason the king of 10,000 beasts was so formidable, even retaining his lingering might a decade and more after his fall, was precisely due to this technique. The summoning system allows one to call upon beasts for battle, yet the number of beasts that can be summoned is exceedingly limited. Even the most powerful summoners of the present can summon only a mere dozen beasts at most, whereas the king of 10,000 beasts commanded thousands. One man equated to hundreds of thousands of troops. It was for this reason that he single-handedly faced countless beasts, thwarting the onslaught of the beast tide and saving the Longyuan Empire from imminent destruction beneath the iron hooves of the monsters. Not only that, but he also expanded the territory of the Longyuan Empire by an impressive 800 miles into the beast forest. Jin Wanshan reflected. The king of 10,000 beasts has become a legend. Xu Zhan is also a summoner, yet the entities he calls forth are not beasts. Can this 10,000 beasts art in Xu Zhan's hands truly revive the former glory of the king of 10,000 beasts? What use do I have for this? Xu Zhan muttered under his breath, gently setting down the transmission stone and ceasing to infuse his consciousness into it. The techniques contained within the stone had already been imprinted in Xu Zhan's mind, and as he relinquished his hold, the transmission stone instantly crumbled into fine dust. Cultivating one's divine consciousness and differentiating the soul allows for mastery over countless beasts. Before Xu Zhan, a luminous azure screen appeared, displaying an introduction to the 10,000 beasts technique along with its cultivation methods. Although he utilized a transmission stone, the technique felt as if it were innately known to him. Nonetheless, he preferred to review it in this manner. He mused that once his cultivation deepened to the point of summoning mechanical warriors, he would no longer require the differentiation of souls, as his intellect would suffice to command all mechanical soldiers. Just as he felt a twinge of regret, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Xu Zhan's mind, nearly prompting him to leap with excitement. No, the 10,000 beasts technique was not useless to him, it was crafted expressly for his needs. With that thought, Xu Zhan tapped the screen, and information about the intellect soul emerged. Spirit Molding Realm, 5th level. Summoning limit. Indeed, the intellect soul had a summoning limit. Surpassing it would likely lead to the soul's collapse. Should another summoner exceed this threshold, they would face a backlash from the summoned beasts, with dire consequences. Although Xu Zhan's current cultivation was modest, he was still capable of summoning a considerable array of entities. It was this summoning limit that constrained him to riding a bicycle each day. With the 10,000 beasts technique, could he not summon without reservation, invoking whatever he desired? Xu Zhan's heart surged with passion. Unlike ordinary summoners, he possessed a unique advantage. While others needed their divine consciousness to suppress their summoned creatures, he was entirely free from such constraints. As he summoned weapons and practical tools, which were mere inanimate objects. Even if he were to later conjure intelligent mechanical warriors or advanced technological equipment, it would suffice to issue commands through the intellect of his spirit. There was no need to fear betrayal from the summoned entities. The 10,000 demons art was immensely beneficial for Xu Zhan. Chapter 20. Business. Xu Zhan was eager to commence his cultivation, yet he was aware that the few individuals on the second floor, including the Ming Tiger, awaited his presence, making it unwise to delay excessively. Thus, he retracted the luminous screen and descended the stairs with measured steps. Seeing you smile so joyfully, I presume you have acquired the technique? Ming Tiger inquired. Xu Zhan nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the technique's merit. Jin Wanshan scrutinized Xu Zhan's expression closely. Could the 10,000 demons art indeed hold great significance for Xu Zhan? However, Xu Zhan's summons were not demon beasts, This piqued Jin Wanshan's curiosity. Well, you have certainly not disappointed me. Ming Tiger gazed out at the night sky and continued, since you have chosen not to accompany me, I shall take my leave. In 2 years, I, along with 100,000 brothers of the 10,000 demons army, shall await your return. Xu Zhan was taken aback. Was he to depart so soon after arriving? Before he could articulate his thoughts, he noticed Ming Tiger's figure gradually fading, leaving only an ephemeral silhouette. Wait! I have more to say. Xu Zhan felt a twinge of frustration as he glanced at Ming Dai beside him and sighed. Although he now possessed spirit stones and no longer needed to worry about resources for cultivation, he fundamentally did not require anyone's protection. With the acquisition of the 10,000 demons art, should he summon without restraint, when faced with peers as adversaries, he would possess countless methods to vanquish them. Xu Zhan suddenly recalled something and inquired, if you hadn't mentioned it, I might have almost forgotten. Indeed, the matter at hand is of utmost importance. Jin Wanshan slapped his forehead and gathered his thoughts, saying, I was pondering whether we could collaborate to mass-produce bicycles. As he spoke, Jin Wanshan laid out his entire plan, leaving Xu Zhan momentarily stunned. Truly, the son of a tycoon possessed an astute sense for business opportunities. Xu Zhan mused within himself. In this world, everyone seemed to believe that supreme cultivation and immense power would resolve all issues. Yet, it was precisely this mindset that hindered the inhabitants of the Divine Spirit continent from advancing technologically. Xu Zhan's thoughts began to flow. Since he could summon everything from his past life, why not leverage Jin Wanshan's resources to proliferate these inventions? A vision of the future territory materialized in Xu Zhan's mind, where technological prowess intertwined with personal cultivation. What a magnificent spectacle that would be! What are you contemplating? Jin Wanshan waved his plump hand in front of Xu Zhan's eyes and asked, Does your bicycle harbor some secret that renders it impossible to manufacture? Xu Zhan shook his head, replying, Indeed, there are numerous items that cannot be created, yet this bicycle is certainly not one of them. You must believe in the power of the divine. As long as you can summon it, I possess the capability to fabricate it. Jin Wanshan lifted his chin confidently. Xu Zhan regarded him with amusement, saying, Are you truly certain? Absolutely. Jin Wanshan responded. Then how about we place a wager? Xu Zhan suggested with a smile. Very well. What are the terms of the wager? Jin Wanshan eagerly accepted, confident that with his family's financial and material resources, there was nothing he could not achieve. Xu Zhan extended his hand and summoned a pistol, declaring, I grant you 3 days. If you can replicate this firearm, I shall not demand a single copper coin for anything you produce thereafter, including this bicycle. Jin Wanshan squinted at the black, box-like object, which he had witnessed Xu Zhan summon during the day, yet had remained oblivious to its purpose. He promptly retorted, No need. I can create an identical one within a single night. Do not be too hasty in your assurances, Xu Zhan replied, his smile broadening. The pistol had evidently undergone a transformation after being summoned. The bullets had morphed into a form of mental energy, and the internal structure of the weapon had altered in accordance with his perception. Truth be told, even in the previous world, given all the necessary resources, Xu Zhan would not have dared to claim he could forge such a gun himself. What if you fail to create it? Xu Zhan inquired. Set your terms. Jin Wanshan responded, still brimming with confidence. Very well, we shall set the deadline at 1 night. Should you be unable to produce an identical firearm, you and your family shall unconditionally assist me in crafting all the items I require in the future. Of course, I shall compensate you. If we collaborate on producing certain goods, such as this bicycle, I shall take 50% of the net profit from sales. Jin Wanshan's plump face quivered slightly. Instinct urged him to refuse, yet his disbelief compelled him otherwise. Even in the event of a loss, aiding Xu Zhan in manufacturing items seemed inconsequential. After weighing the potential profits, he begrudgingly acquiesced, reasoning that bicycles sold to ordinary citizens would yield only modest gains. Very well, I agree. However, you must first explain how this device functions, Xu Zhan inquired with curiosity. Xu Zhan remained silent as he approached the window, raising his gun and pulling the trigger towards the large tree in the courtyard. In an instant, a flash of blue light erupted from the muzzle, followed by a deafening roar that echoed in the ears of those present. Ming Dai had witnessed Xu Zhan fire a weapon before, yet this occasion left her even more astounded. This was unmistakably an 8th-level martial arts soul technique, the thought energy sword, although its power was significantly diminished this time. On the other side, Xu Zhan's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never imagined that this unassuming black box could unleash a martial arts soul technique. How could that be possible? Here, give it a try, Xu Zhan offered, handing the gun to Xu Zhan, infusing it with thought energy and pulling the trigger. The power corresponds to your level of thought energy. I can use it too? Xu Zhan stammered. Xu Zhan shrugged, uncertain. He felt an inexplicable connection with the gun. Not only could he summon it at will, but he also wished for Xu Zhan to see if he could wield it. If he couldn't, it seemed that any weapons he summoned in the future would be for his use alone. Xu Zhan seized the handgun, mustered all his strength, yet failed to infuse it with thought energy. He repeatedly pulled the trigger, but there was no response. Xu Zhan shook his head and sighed, realizing that his aspirations of creating a high-tech army had been dashed. However, on the bright side, he wouldn't have to worry about enemies seizing his equipment to turn it against him. As for the army, Xu Zhan furrowed his brow, realizing he would have to rely on his own efforts to cultivate and independently forge a mechanized and intelligent legion. This would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of resources. Xu Zhan, with a look of regret, handed the gun back to Xu Zhan. But isn't there still a night left? Xu Zhan expressed his confusion. No need for that. Such a thing can only be wielded by you alone, and it is a singular entity. Others cannot dismantle it, and once it is damaged, it will automatically cease to be summoned. Its internal structure remains unknown and cannot be replicated. Xu Zhan replied with disappointment. What about the previous wager? Of course it stands. Although Xu Zhan was reluctant, he accepted the terms of the bet. Very well. Xu Zhan regarded the rotund Jin with newfound favor and said, do not wear a frown. Collaborate with me, and you shall reap the benefits without loss. While we currently possess only a bicycle, from this moment forth, you will join me in. In what? Xu Zhan inquired. In changing the world, Xu Zhan declared, standing before the window, gazing out at the serene night over the imperial city, his heart swelling with ambition. Xu Zhan shook his head and chuckled, recalling Xu Zhan's earlier words about being able to flatten the entire divine continent. Surely, Xu Zhan was not boasting for the sake of it. However, the smile gradually faded from Xu Zhan's face as he pondered the extraordinary ability to summon such bizarre entities. Perhaps. Chapter 21. The tomb. After bidding farewell to Xu Zhan, Xu Zhan finally turned his attention to practicing the 10,000 Demon Sutra. He placed a small portion of the spirit stones from the treasury into the soul spirit space and, accompanied by the nether butterfly, entered the training chamber within the royal estate. It was not that he wished to leave all the spirit stones behind, rather, the capacity of the soul spirit space was regrettably limited and could not accommodate such a large quantity. For martial combat practitioners, the soul spirit space would likely be even smaller. Having never attempted to activate the formation in the training chamber to its fullest extent, he was determined to make a thorough trial this time. Outside the training chamber, Xu Zhan busied himself beside a stone platform. After filling all the empty slots with original spirit stones and void spirit stones, the cultivation array was activated. Let us proceed together into the training chamber, Xu Zhan suggested to Ming Dai. Ming Dai gazed at Xu Zhan in astonishment, hesitating to enter the cultivation room. You belong to the martial combat system, while I am of the summoning system. I merely need to cultivate my thought energy and spiritual consciousness. The original spirit stones are for refining thought energy. while the void spirit stones are for developing spiritual consciousness. Xu Zhan elucidated. Ming Dai shook her head. Her voice clear and cold. I am aware of all this. Only elemental system cultivators require the arrangement of elemental spirit stones within the array. I refrain from entering to serve as your protector. Protector? Xu Zhan could not help but chuckle. That seems unnecessary. Ming Dai regarded him with a frigid stare, asserting, if you continue to exhibit such a lack of vigilance, you may not need to wait 2 years. What do you mean? Xu Zhan's smile faded. Because you could die at any moment, Ming Dai stated. Die at any moment? Xu Zhan echoed quietly, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he enunciated. Then what do you think has enabled me to survive until now? Ming Dai paused, realizing that if anyone had intended to kill Xu Zhan, they would not have waited until now. The younger generation seeking to trouble Xu Zhan would certainly not have waited for her arrival. What about before she came? Xu Zhan inhaled deeply, stating, the golden fatty was correct. Within the Wang mansion, no one but me would tread upon the ground as a living being. However, his statement lacks completeness. It should be said that no one with greater cultivation than mine shall enter the Wang mansion. A look of confusion flickered in Ming Dai's eyes. How about this? I shall take you to a certain place. With that, Xu Zhan ceased the operation of the cultivation array. With the spectral butterfly in tow, I ventured deeper into the backyard. The spectral butterfly followed closely. Ever since Jin Wanshan departed, Xu Zhan had extinguished all the illumination arrays within the royal residence. The night was profound, the sky cloaked in dense clouds, rendering visibility to nearly nothing. In the realm of spirit molding, one cannot see at night. And even the spectral butterfly found it difficult to navigate. Yet, Xu Zhan remained unperturbed, deftly avoiding the stones that littered the path. At last, he halted his steps. This was the royal family's back garden, albeit devoid of flowers. Without the constraints of summoning, Xu Zhan waved his hand, and a flashlight materialized in his grasp. With a click, the abrupt brilliance startled the spectral butterfly. Xu Zhan offered no explanation. Instead, he directed the beam towards a nearby object, illuminating it with a radiance akin to daylight. It was a wooden plaque, firmly planted in the earth. With the flashlight's glow, the spectral butterfly could discern the small inscription upon it. In the year 5337 of the Divine Spirit calendar, on the 12th day of the 7th month. The grave of an unnamed. This was undeniably a tomb. Behind the plaque lay a mound of earth, now overrun with weeds. Following the beam of light, the spectral butterfly shuddered in horror. She found herself surrounded by a multitude of graves. Had she not been previously informed that this was the residence of the King of Monsters, she might have believed Xu Zhan led her to a cemetery. July 12th. 37 years ago, the spectral butterfly suddenly exclaimed, that was 11 years prior, when you were merely 7. Xu Zhan's gaze grew intricate as he gently crouched beside the grave, lost in thought as he stared at the nameless marker. After a long pause, he let out a deep sigh, his tone laden with irony. Indeed, 11 years ago, a boy of merely 6 or 7, wielding a finely crafted steel sword, wandered through the royal palace for an hour seeking me out, demanding I relinquish my money, threatening my life if I did not comply. How could this be? Ming Dai outright refuted. If it were merely for wealth, he could have stolen something from the vast palace without effort. At this point, she hesitated. That boy was likely not motivated by greed. If he truly lacked money, how could he possess such a fine sword? Moreover, spending an hour meandering through the palace only to specifically seek out Xu Zhan? Xu Zhan's voice grew increasingly somber as he continued. The boy was clearly a child from a destitute family, likely having gone without a proper meal before arriving. Barely able to hold the sword steady. After I subdued him, I did not harass him, but rather allowed him to take a few items and leave. Yet he refused to depart, casting aside the sword and kneeling before me, pleading. Pleading for what? Ming Dai could not help but inquire. Pleading for me to kill him. Xu Zhan clenched his fists, his voice trembling. If I did not end his life, he would undoubtedly perish. potentially dragging his family down with him. Ming Dai furrowed her brow, realizing the boy must have been coerced. Yet, such is the helplessness of the world. Even she could not grasp control over her own fate. That was the first time I took a life, and it was that of an innocent child. Xu Zhan's eyes began to glisten with tears. He found himself powerless, forced into such an act. It was shortly after his arrival in this realm. Yet that moment nearly shattered him. As the divine warrior of the cosmos, he devoted his life to guardianship and sacrifice. It was during that pivotal moment that he resolved to embrace this world and to transform it. In the depths of her heart, Ming Dai felt an unsettling sensation. Silently reflecting, an innocent child. Were you not also a child back then? She recalled how Xu Zhan had previously refrained from battling her, uttering a poignant remark about the futility of sacrifice, devoid of meaning. Curiosity began to burgeon within her. What manner of person was this Xu Zhan? Before arriving here, she had imagined him to be a shiftless wastrel or perhaps a cynical prince, but now he appeared to be an enigma beyond her comprehension. Rising slowly, Xu Zhan continued his journey, pausing at each gravestone illuminated by his flashlight to recount its tale. Until recently, just a month ago. As Xu Zhan shared his narrative, a chill coursed through Mingdi's heart. This seemingly fragile youth had endured so much. Furthermore, she sensed a stiffness in her body. Twisting her neck to gaze at the first grave, a terrifying thought that she had previously overlooked surfaced in her mind. Xu Zhan had begun killing at the tender age of 7. He had persisted in this grim path until now. With no guidance, survival necessitated bloodshed. How strikingly similar this was to her own experiences. Yet Xu Zhan was not a mere assassin, he was the son of the king of all beasts. Forgive me, I have misjudged you. Ming Dai bowed deeply to Xu Zhan, offering her sincere apology. Could someone like him truly lack a vigilant heart? These graves stood as the most compelling testament. I brought you here not to hear your apologies, Xu Zhan stated. Then what is it? Xu Zhan faced the shadow butterfly, his expression grave as he spoke. I brought you here solely to convey that I do not require your protection. Unlike you, my destiny allows for no choices. The shadow butterfly's countenance hardened as she retorted, choices? Pray tell, I shall only hinder you by remaining, correct? I am not as feeble as you presume. At the very least, I may not be weaker than you. With that, she withdrew her dark longsword from the void, aiming it at Xu Zhan, clearly indicating her intent to engage in a duel. Xu Zhan smiled gently and shook his head. Are you claiming you can vanquish me in an instant? I acknowledge the prowess of your black box capable of emitting thought energy swords, yet you must first land a blow on me. No, what I mean is, your adversary is not I, Xu Zhan clarified. The clouds above grew ever denser, and his voice took on a somber tone. My enemies are far more formidable than you can fathom, our strengths are simply insufficient. He continued, opt to depart and remain a mere assassin. Your targets will not exceed your capabilities. If that is the case, then dedicate yourself to your training. With your current prowess, should an opponent arise whom I cannot contend with, your efforts would be in vain. Xu Zhan scoffed and turned to leave. Humph, I shall surpass you in due time, she declared. I truly hope you can achieve that. The fleeting warmth she had felt towards Xu Zhan evaporated in an instant, leaving her irate as she stomped her foot. Watching Xu Zhan gradually recede into the distance, a surge of inexplicable emotions welled within her bright eyes. Strange, what has happened to me? Today, even I, the typically aloof and taciturn Mian Dai, find myself transformed so dramatically. Chapter 22, The Frantic Summon. Indeed, the 10,000 Demons secret is extraordinary. In the training chamber, Xu Zhan sat cross-legged, diligently practicing the methods of the 10,000 Demons secret. Although he had only just begun, he already sensed that his spiritual consciousness had become a shade more resilient than before. The division of soul spirits imposed no requirements on the level of spiritual consciousness, so he decided to give it a try. As he activated the 10,000 Demons secret, Xu Zhan attempted to manipulate the soul spirit with his spiritual consciousness. However, No matter how hard he tried, the soul spirit remained unchanged, failing to split in two. In the divine spirit continent, each individual could only condense a single soul spirit. This was an immutable law. The 10,000 Demons secret, however, took an unconventional approach, allowing practitioners to continuously divide their soul spirits, thereby enabling them to possess multiple soul spirits simultaneously. Yet, a wave of concern washed over Xu Zhan. If the soul spirit were to divide, no matter how much effort was expended on the divided spirits, they would never match the original soul spirit in strength. The potential would be significantly diminished. And there was even the risk of the soul spirit collapsing entirely, rendering it utterly useless. Even if the soul spirit did not shatter, the more it divided, the more difficult it became to control, placing an exceedingly harsh demand on spiritual consciousness. Xu Zhan reflected on the fact that his cerebral soul spirit must be classified as a mutated soul spirit. If the 10,000 Demons secret indeed operated in such a manner, then his father, the 10,000 Demons king, he was a genuine master of summoning, capable of commanding formidable demon beasts with his divided soul spirits. Just how terrifying must his spiritual consciousness be? If my father can achieve this, why can't I? Xu Zhan gritted his teeth, recalling that he had lived 2 lifetimes, and his spiritual consciousness had awakened to be more powerful than that of the average person. Resolute in his determination, Xu Zhan was adamant that he must successfully differentiate his soul spirit tonight. He continued to exert his mental energy to control the soul spirit. And before long, a luminous screen emerged, casting a crimson alert that flooded Xu Zhan's vision, accompanied by a piercing alarm that incessantly rang out. Warning! Warning! The soul spirit is undergoing catastrophic damage. Please cease all hazardous operations immediately. A cold sweat drenched Xu Zhan in an instant, prompting him to halt abruptly. Could it be that the myriad demon technique is beyond my grasp? A wave of despondency washed over him. If he could not succeed in his cultivation, the number of summons would inevitably be limited. The notion of a mechanized intelligent legion seemed far-fetched, and even the equipment he utilized could scarcely be fully summoned. The formation within the training chamber continued to operate, while the Ming Dai sat cross-legged nearby, engrossed in deep meditation. Xu Zhan opened his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of mental energy coursing through his being, his mind clear and lucid, yet at that moment, he found himself utterly disinclined towards cultivation. Differentiate the soul spirit, differentiate the soul spirit, he murmured incessantly, the method of the myriad demon technique swirling in his thoughts. However, each attempt was promptly interrupted by the warnings from his intelligent soul spirit. Without reaching the transcendence realm, the soul spirit could not attain sentience. Nor could his intelligent soul spirit generate artificial intelligence. Otherwise, he could simply inquire what to do from it. Must I wait until I reach the Great Ascension and summon a cosmic battleship directly? But how long would that take? And to what level must I cultivate to achieve such a feat? Until then, must I rely solely on others for protection? Xu Zhan's thoughts began to spiral into disarray. Reminiscing about the cosmic battleship he piloted in his past life, pondering whether, even if he reached the transcendence realm in this life, he would ever be able to summon it. In comparison to the practitioners of this world, the pinnacle technology of a cosmic battleship is indeed comparable to the legendary realm of deities. Sighing as he gazed at the neural soul that had transformed into a wristband on his arm, Xu Zhan lamented, "Is this truly my neural no one? Although my current strength is lacking, its functionalities are exceedingly limited." Suddenly, a flicker of inspiration dawned upon him, leading him to ponder, did I overlook something? After an intense mental struggle, he nearly leaped with excitement. Indeed! Why must I adhere to the cultivation method of the 10,000 Beasts Sutra? Forcibly splitting this neural soul into two with my consciousness? This neural soul is inherently a whole, distinct from others. If I were to divide it in half, I would essentially render it useless. If I regard the neural soul as a hard drive, I could simply partition it. As I continue my cultivation, each partition would equate to the original storage capacity. This is not dissimilar to the division of souls in the 10,000 Beasts Sutra. just like my former cosmic battleship, where one neural core commanded countless auxiliary cores, albeit with varying permissions. I could establish an auxiliary neural core for each partition. As Xu Zhan's thoughts became increasingly lucid, he promptly set his plan into motion. He directed his consciousness to the soul, and indeed, this time no warning screens materialized. However, he soon noticed a rapid depletion of his mental energy, overwhelming the formation in the cultivation chamber. With no other recourse, Xu Zhan retrieved 2 empty void stones from his soul space, grasping one in each hand to draw upon their power to replenish his mental energy. Despite this, progress remained exceedingly slow. After an indeterminate passage of time, Xu Zhan finally opened his eyes and summoned a luminous interface, which displayed a successful partitioning. Remarkably, he had indeed succeeded. Suppressing the elation bubbling within him, Xu Zhan hastily accessed the information panel for further inspection. The summoning limit had indeed doubled. Furthermore, an additional soul space had manifested, albeit the combined capacity of the 2 soul spaces was only slightly larger than that of the original single space. Nevertheless, Xu Zhan was certain that as he continued his cultivation, the potential of this soul space would parallel that of the solitary one he once possessed. With an expanded soul space, the capacity for storage naturally increased. Multiple soul spaces enabled him to categorize his summoned items, allowing for immediate retrieval when needed. Thus, the consumption of mental and spiritual energy would be significantly reduced compared to direct summoning. He marveled at the unexpected efficacy of achieving the effects of the 10,000 demons technique through his own methods. However, the 10,000 demons technique was not without merit, as its primary function was to refine mental energy, which was crucial for Xu Zhan. With the summoning count now doubled, he pondered whether to summon an array of items. After all, there was no rush in his cultivation. He could address the refinement of mental energy and spiritual force at a later time. Xu Zhan had long desired to summon numerous items, particularly to gather the equipment from his previous life. Now, with a steady supply of void stones and primordial spirit stones, he no longer needed to languidly recuperate after each summoning. The summoning process had accelerated considerably, allowing him to stow the summoned items in the soul space for immediate and convenient access. In fact, Xu Zhan even rebranded the soul spaces, designating them as Warehouse 1 and Warehouse 2. It won't be long before Warehouse No. 3 and Warehouse No. 4 emerge. Without further ado, Xu Zhan began to summon with fervor. Although the quantity of summons had doubled, Xu Zhan could not act recklessly. He first chose the combat attire he had donned in his previous life, a creation of top-notch technology that transformed him into a chameleon, allowing for automatic camouflage at any moment. He also summoned his cherished dagger. Although he was not a combat type, it could prove invaluable in critical moments. Additionally, he summoned several standard high-explosive grenades, flashbangs, and smoke bombs, items he had long desired to summon, and now he could finally do so without reservation. Most importantly, Xu Zhan had been yearning for a sniper rifle. Initially, he had to part with it due to his cultivation level in the spirit plastic realm being insufficient to fire even a single bullet. Now, with the luxury of using original spirit stones to restore his mental energy, he was determined to summon it. After converting 2 original spirit stones into waste material, the sniper rifle finally materialized. As he caressed the sniper rifle in his hands, Xu Zhan sighed, reminiscing, "Back then, I scoffed at quantum laser cannons. Yet now I cherish such a commonplace item." Shaking his head, he acknowledged that such things would eventually come to him. Eagerly changing into his new gear, Xu Zhan was now fully armed, almost impatient to engage in battle and thoroughly test his equipment. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in realization. How could he have forgotten something even more crucial? The king of 10,000 Demons Mansion was quite distant from Chongyun Academy, and he had intended to summon a motorcycle or a car. Prompted by this thought, Xu Zhan attempted to summon a vehicle, but unfortunately, he could not conjure even the most basic 4-wheeled automobile. Thus, reluctantly settling for a compromise, Xu Zhan finally summoned an all-terrain motorcycle. Sustained by the ceaseless energy of the original spirit stone. Could it possibly run on fuel? In this world, who could refine gasoline for him? Apprehensively, Xu Zhan scrutinized the motorcycle. Should it prove unusable, it would become a source of ridicule. Even if he could propel it with his own mental energy, the consumption. What if he twisted the throttle and drained both his divine consciousness and mental energy? Chapter 23. The race. Xu Zhan shuddered at the thought. Following the connection between his divine consciousness, he discovered a slot, and his eyes brightened instantly. He casually placed a piece of the original spirit stone atop it. And the rudimentary motorcycle underwent a remarkable transformation. Countless elegant lines illuminated its exterior, while a luminous screen materialized at the front, displaying an array of vehicle information, various functionalities. And a speedometer. Curiously examining the motorcycle, Xu Zhan stumbled upon a fascinating feature. The screen appeared to be capable of deflecting the wind. A tangible light, a perplexed voice echoed within the training chamber as Xu Zhan continued to tinker, ultimately rousing the meditating Ming Dai. Upon awakening, she was rendered speechless by the astonishing sight before her. The elemental affinity of light was an exceedingly rare talent. Among 100 elemental practitioners, scarcely one possessed it. Moreover, the peculiar object showcased a solid cyan screen. Could this extraordinary creation also be summoned by Xu Zhan? It was of little consequence. There was no need for undue astonishment. Xu Zhan helplessly spread his hands. With his current strength, his defenses relied on explosive shields and energy barriers. He was not yet capable of summoning the level of energy weapons. Time was running short, and it was time to report to Changyun Academy. Glancing at the time on the screen, he realized that with this off-road motorcycle, he still had time for breakfast. Ming Dai nodded, rising to cease her cultivation. As she stepped out of the training room with Xu Zhan, she was startled by his sudden outburst. Goodness, after just one night, how could so many spiritual stones be consumed? Xu Zhan lamented as he gazed at the array, which had already depleted a significant portion of the spiritual stones. His heart aching profoundly. Ming Dai was somewhat speechless. Was it not he who had just advised against overreacting? Naturally, the training room, when pushed to its limits, would consume a considerable amount of spiritual stones. Surely Xu Zhan was not ignorant of such common knowledge. However, the consumption was indeed alarming. Ming Dai could not help but exclaim inwardly that cultivation was truly a pursuit only the wealthy could afford. As one advanced in their practice, the disparity between the rich and the poor would only grow larger. Yet, during this night, her gains were not insignificant. There were faint signs of a breakthrough in her fourth tier of spirit refinement, and it seemed that it would not be long before she caught up to Xu Zhan. Lost in thought, Ming Dai suddenly paused, reflecting on her identity as merely a death servant assigned to protect Xu Zhan. Yet she was able to enjoy the same cultivation resources as him. Observing Xu Zhan's face, which was contorted in pain, she could not help but suggest. Perhaps you should cultivate alone in the future. The consumption for two people together will surely exceed that of one. Xu Zhan shook his head, replying, spiritual stones are lifeless. But people are not. Besides, I am not short on money at the moment. Truly, his expressions changed more swiftly than one could turn the pages of a book. However, before Ming Dai could articulate her thoughts, Xu Zhan interrupted her. The issue of cultivation resources is merely secondary. The pressing concern is to enhance our strength. Since your fate is now entwined with mine, I must take responsibility for you. All you can do now is to diligently cultivate and not fall too far behind me. As Xu Zhan pushed the all-terrain motorcycle out of the training room, he continued, I am destined to become the king of all beasts, and naturally, I hope you will become the second Ming Hu. Ming Dai gazed intently at Xu Zhan's retreating figure, her heart filled with curiosity. The notion of becoming the king of all beasts, akin to Ming Hu, sounded absurd, yet, a sudden conviction stirred within her that this was not an unattainable ambition. Hold on to me, Xu Zhan instructed as Ming Dai mimicked his actions and mounted the motorcycle. She huffed in annoyance, remaining indifferent. Xu Zhan shrugged. If you believe I have ulterior motives, then do not blame me for not giving you prior warning. With that, Xu Zhan twisted the throttle, and the blue lines on the motorcycle illuminated fiercely, propelling him forward with tremendous force. Ah! Ming Dai gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around Xu Zhan's waist. Had she not reacted swiftly, she would undoubtedly have been thrown off in that fleeting moment. The capital city awoke to the sounds of morning, bustling with activity. The streets were alive with a throng of people. Yet, the center of the thoroughfare remained sufficiently wide, reserved for the carriages of the nobility and affluent. Occasionally, pedestrians hurried across the street, each preoccupied with their own affairs. At this moment, a rugged motorcycle raced heedlessly down the street. Although it maintained a safe distance from the pedestrians on the roadside, its blinding speed elicited gasps of astonishment from onlookers. They beheld two figures seemingly controlling a blue beast, appearing and vanishing in an instant. Those possessing considerable cultivation were able to discern the details and were instantly taken aback. The entity radiating blue luminescence was not a beast. But what could possibly move with such swiftness? The long black hair of Ming Dai was swept back by the wind as she experienced this unprecedented velocity, her heart racing with disbelief. This speed was scarcely slower than that which she could achieve when employing her soul techniques. It felt as if she were uniquely distinct in the entire realm of deities. The motorcycle was a gift from Xu Zhan the previous night, within a mere night. The family had thoroughly comprehended its mechanics, and with just a few trials, mass production was within reach. Noticing the time, Jin Wanshan began to pedal vigorously, accelerating significantly. Just then, a beast charged towards him, with two individuals seated atop it. There was no time to react, and they brushed past each other in an instant, nearly causing Jin Wanshan to stumble. "Damn it!" he exclaimed. Who would dare to ride a beast so recklessly within the imperial city? The thought lingered unspoken as he curiously scrutinized the receding light. No, that did not appear to be a beast. What could it possibly be? In comparison, his motorcycle seemed woefully inferior. The figures seated atop it seemed oddly familiar. Could it be Xu Zhan? This rotund fellow dared to insult him. Once he finished his meal, he would be sure to provoke him. Xu Zhan let out a soft snort and continued on his journey. At the eastern city gate, the throngs of people were palpably denser. Caravans continuously entered and exited the city, while delightful aromas wafted from the stalls lining the streets. Whether departing or arriving, most would pause here for a hearty breakfast. The array of breakfast options was astonishing, as if all the culinary delights of the imperial city had converged in this spot. "Ah, young man. It has been a while since our last encounter. What brings you here today?" A robust fellow called out, spotting Xu Zhan from a distance. "I specifically hurried here for your delectable soup dumplings. Be quick about it. 2 baskets of dumplings and 2 bowls of congee. I'm pressed for time," Xu Zhan declared, settling down at a vacant table with Ming Dai. "Right away," the shopkeeper replied, clearly familiar with Xu Zhan. Observing their camaraderie, Ming Dai felt a sense of disbelief. Could this truly be the son of the king of all demons? What noble heir would choose to dine in such a humble establishment? How could he engage so amicably with these modest vendors? "Is this your young lady?" the shopkeeper inquired, casting an appreciative glance at Ming Dai. "She is rather charming and quite befitting your handsome visage." "Oh, it's nothing extraordinary," Xu Zhan responded with feigned modesty, while Ming Dai blushed at the compliment. "Why don't you clarify?" Ming Dai asked, her cheeks tinged with frost. "What? Do you think I owe you an explanation?" Xu Zhan jested. "It's merely flattery. No need to take it to heart." Just then, a large contingent of soldiers surged through the city gate, exacerbating the already chaotic scene. "Clear the streets. All non-essential personnel, step aside at once." With a resounding roar, every merchant caravan began to move aside, while bystanders stretched their necks to witness the spectacle. Before long, a procession of prisoner transports slowly entered through the city gates. Orcs! Xu Zhan pondered, his curiosity piqued. Each transport contained captives, all of whom were covered in thick fur. Adorned with beastly ears and tails, some even resembled upright beasts. Chapter 24. There is something fishy here at the forefront. There was a middle-aged man who appeared to be a teacher from Changyun Academy. Yet, something felt amiss. The orc's strength was merely at the spirit refinement realm, with the highest barely reaching the 5th level of that realm. Xu Zhan found this increasingly perplexing, for the cultivation of orcs diverged from that of humans. They drew power by condensing totems. If these were indeed hardened criminals, their abilities seemed woefully inadequate. Inside the transports, all the orcs bore expressions of despondency, as if resigned to their fate. Suddenly, one particular orc caught Xu Zhan's attention, a fierce minotaur, accompanied by a young fox girl. This girl, clad in white garments, appeared somewhat disheveled, yet in comparison to the other orcs, she was remarkably clean. The fox girl likely possessed a noble bloodline, her appearance strikingly close to that of a human. Her voluptuous figure and youthful visage, complemented by her petite, adorable ears and fluffy tail, bestowed upon her an extraordinary allure. Seemingly sensing Xu Zhan's gaze, the fox girl turned her head, fixing him with a smile. Xu Zhan felt a jolt in his heart, as if time itself had halted, leaving only the breathtaking beauty of the fox girl and her crimson eyes. What an impressive enchantment! On the surface, Xu Zhan appeared to be leering, yet a glimmer of alertness flickered deep within his eyes, a silent wariness stirring in his heart. Simultaneously, with a resounding sound of a blade being drawn, a long sword was thrust directly before Xu Zhan, obstructing his line of sight. Within the confines of the prison cart, the minotaur beside the fox maiden extended a massive hand to shield her face. These events unfolded almost in unison, despite the peculiar actions from both sides. They did not rouse the attention of others. What is going on? Xu Zhan inquired. What is going on? You've been enchanted by that vixen, Ming Dai retorted coldly. I never imagined you to be so lecherous, just a single glance and you are already at your wit's end. If you were to lock eyes with her for a moment longer, would you not attempt to rescue the prison cart? I would never dare. Furthermore, beast men, like demonic creatures, are the enemies of our human race. Should we meet on the battlefield, I would only slay her. Why would I consider saving her now? I am merely curious. Xu Zhan elucidated. From the prison cart, the minotaur murmured, Princess, we have significant matters to attend to on this journey. We must not carelessly enchant the human race. Previously captivating a young man from Changyun Academy was already exceedingly perilous. Fox Linger pouted, if I hadn't enchanted that fellow named Sima Yan, how could we have infiltrated so smoothly? But I am truly hungry. Xu Zhan, what are you doing? Ming Dai could no longer restrain herself, for Xu Zhan was now approaching the fox maiden's prison cart, holding a steamer of buns. Even approaching the prison cart, which was escorting the beast men, was a transgression. Ming Dai anxiously followed him. Stop! Unauthorized individuals are not permitted near the prison cart. A soldier shouted to halt him. But Xu Zhan paid no heed and continued to stride forward. The soldier unsheathed his sword, intent on teaching Xu Zhan a lesson. Yet, before he could advance, he was intercepted by a middle-aged general nearby. Let him be, the general commanded. But, the soldier protested, puzzled. The general scrutinized Xu Zhan's visage, seemingly arriving at a conclusion, and whispered, This is Xu Zhan, the son of the king of all demons. Let him do as he pleases. The soldier's eyes widened in realization, and he hastily sheathed his sword. However, his expression darkened as he declared, he must have been bewitched by that fox. I shall slay that fox. The middle-aged general smacked the soldier on the head, rebuking, You fool! Haven't you received the news? Xu Zhan has entered the Changyun Academy and is a student of this elite class. Moreover, we are in the imperial city, you have no right to show off. Their exchange was overheard by the other soldiers, who consequently regarded Xu Zhan with indifference. The middle-aged instructors from Chongyun Academy and their students cast curious glances in Xu Zhan's direction, uncertain whether to intervene. After a moment's hesitation, Xu Zhan approached the prisoner cart. The Minotaur regarded him with suspicion, its eyes ablaze with hostility. Fox Spirit carefully poked her head out, embodying a pitiful demeanor. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes as she mused inwardly, has my power truly increased? I distinctly did not bewitch this lad. So why has he brought me the sustenance I desire? Xu Zhan remained silent and extended a bun towards her. Fox Linger cautiously glanced at the Minotaur. When the Minotaur showed no signs of dissent, she swiftly reached out to seize a few buns, as if she were committing an act of treachery. At that moment, a flicker of azure light danced in Xu Zhan's eyes. Before him, a progress bar gradually filled on the luminous screen. The eyes of the orcs and the Fox clan had been successfully obscured. The corners of Xu Zhan's mouth curled upwards. To him, the eyes of the Fox clan girl had dulled to a mundane hue, and henceforth, even when encountering formidable members of the Fox clan, he would not meet their gaze. Inadvertently, he had neutralized a potential threat. Xu Zhan, we must depart from this place. Ming Dai tugged at his garment from behind, her urgency palpable. The convoy escorting the prisoners had halted due to Xu Zhan's pause. Although no one had yet approached to question him, lingering any longer would inevitably invite trouble. What is the rush? Xu Zhan retorted, his dissatisfaction evident. Since his objective had been fulfilled, he had no intention of lingering. Wait! At that moment, a voice laden with discontent emerged as a student clad in the Longyun Academy uniform approached with deliberate slowness. The other soldiers, including the accompanying commander, pretended not to notice. However, it was unmistakable that every soldier occasionally cast glances at Sima Yan, their eyes imbued with a subtle menace. Sima Yan's face alternated between shades of blue and red, his heart racing in trepidation. These soldiers were the royal city's guards, and their mere gestures signified their allegiance. They stood unconditionally by Xu Zhan's side. With the commotion caused by that soldier, how could Sima Yan continue to obstruct Xu Zhan? He could only utter. Today marks the grand ceremony for the new students of Longyun Academy. You appear here instead of attending the ceremony, arriving late on your very first day. Do you believe the rules of Longyun Academy are mere formalities? I see you joined Chongyun Academy yesterday, but it seems you might be expelled today. Chapter 25. The wager. On the grand streets of the imperial city, the procession of prison carts prompted all to keep their distance, as whispers of curiosity filled the air. How could the orcs be present in the imperial city? Have they truly launched an assault upon us? A concerned individual inquired, displaying evident anxiety. Such alarm is unwarranted. Did you not notice the presence of Chongyun Academy's personnel among the escort? I suspect these orcs are being transported to the beast hunting grounds for the new students' training. The beast hunting grounds? Is it not solely inhabited by beasts? Why, then, are orcs included this year? I seriously doubt you have perused the Imperial City Gazette. Did it not report that the orcs along the northern borders have been increasingly restless? It appears that war is imminent, and Chongyun Academy has already begun its preparations. Simeon ambled along the procession, his mind adrift, deliberately lagging beside the prison cart of the Fox clan maiden, occasionally stealing glances at her. The Fox maiden playfully stuck out her tongue and cast him a flirtatious glance, causing Simeon's heart to swell with joy, his steps becoming lighter. The Minotaur observed this exchange with a hint of reproach directed at the Fox maiden. Should others notice this young man's peculiar behavior, it might jeopardize their plans. At that moment, a student from Chongyun Academy approached, expressing suspicion. Simeon, you seem rather distracted throughout this journey, what occupies your thoughts? The Minotaur's heart sank. Could it be that he had been discovered? With a gentle hand resting upon the shoulder of the Fox clan maiden, Sima Yan felt a surge of anxiety. If the situation turned dire, it would still be possible to flee before venturing deeper into the Longyun Imperial City. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend, he stammered. His unease palpable. The student surveyed him from head to toe and remarked with a grin, the ever-composed you has lost your poise after just one remark, How peculiar. Before Sima Yan could clarify, the student, with an expression of insight, declared, I understand what you are contemplating. At this, Sima Yan scoffed. I am well aware of the rules of Longyun Academy, and I would never lay a hand on Xu Zhan. However, there is no need for me to intervene. Today marks the grand ceremony for new students, and if he were to arrive late at such a crucial moment, his title as the son of the king of all beasts would surely not protect him. Upon hearing their exchange, the Minotaur exhaled in relief, though a glint of wariness flickered in his eyes. Xu Zhan nodded thoughtfully and inquired, so, does this imply that these beastmen are equivalent to slaves? If I wish to purchase one, would that pose no issue? The moment these words escaped his lips, a myriad of complex expressions surfaced among the onlookers. The senior students of Longyun Academy regarded Xu Zhan with disdain, while the soldiers accompanying them were filled with disappointment. It was no secret that many scions of wealthy families indulged in acquiring alluring beastmen as playthings, yet they had not anticipated Xu Zhan to be among such individuals. Moreover, he dared to voice such sentiments openly before so many witnesses. Silence descended, broken only by Xu Zhan's gentle cough as he resumed, I intend to acquire that fox. He gestured towards the fox-kin maiden, his gaze unwavering on Sima Yan. Predictably, Sima Yan's countenance darkened, and he vociferously objected, absolutely not. I cannot permit it. Oh? You cannot permit it? Xu Zhan repeated, a playful tone coloring his voice as he deliberately emphasized the word you, poised to further probe Sima Yan. However, before Xu Zhan could press further, the instructor from Changyun Academy approached, his face thunderous. Xu Zhan! He rebuked, the commencement ceremony is about to begin. And yet you dawdle here? To even consider purchasing a demi-human slave? It is as though you hold Changyun Academy in utter contempt. How am I showing contempt for Changyun Academy? Xu Zhan countered, furrowing his brow. The instructor's teeth audibly ground together in frustration. Regardless of Xu Zhan's background, he was, at present, a freshman at Changyun Academy. To openly purchase a demi-human as a slave in such a public setting would bring shame upon the Academy. Do you believe that the Academy's regulations do not apply to you? The instructor demanded sternly. Do not attempt to intimidate me with the Academy's rules. As if I were certain to be tardy, Xu Zhan retorted. Very well, if you are not tardy, I shall present you with the fox-kin as a gift. The instructor declared heatedly. However, should you be late, you shall forfeit your place as a student of Changyun Academy. You have given your word? Xu Zhan pressed. If I am not late, I have no desire for the fox. I require a promise from you, though I fear it may be beyond your authority to grant. The teacher was utterly flustered and replied, as long as it pertains to Changyun Academy, I shall take charge. Very well, it is settled. Xu Zhan chuckled heartily, casting a sidelong glance at Sima Yan before accelerating. The academy teacher felt a tightening in his chest, realizing that this young man had deliberately ensnared him. How could he have willingly walked into such a trap? In the blink of an eye, Xu Zhan had vanished from sight, judging by the circumstances. He truly would not be late. Xu Zhan! Humph! I shall remember you, we shall see. The previous conversation was, of course, fully absorbed by Hu Linger. What did it mean to purchase this fox? To discard this fox? She was, after all, a princess of the fox tribe. Just wait. I will have you groveling at my feet sooner or later. Chapter 26, A car accident. Surely you did not intend to provoke that teacher, did you? It seems that teacher holds a significant position to be able to take elite class students on missions, Ming Dai remarked. Am I insane? As a student, why would I seek trouble with a teacher? Xu Zhan retorted. Then why? Please, do not forget that you are an assassin. Why all these questions? Xu Zhan rolled his eyes. Ming Dai fell silent, her expression somewhat despondent. Indeed, she was merely an assassin assigned to protect Xu Zhan, yet somehow, during their time together, she felt more like a normal person. Xu Zhan remained oblivious to Ming Dai's unusual demeanor as he summoned the intelligent soul and activated the light screen. Mark the location of Jin Wanshan. Alert me once he is within the detectable range. Xu Zhan had not forgotten the encounter with the portly Jin Wanshan, who had scolded him earlier. Dim. Target Jin Wanshan identified. As the spirit offered its guidance, I finally spotted Jin Wanshan riding his bicycle as I approached the academy. The sensation was distinctly exhilarating. It was far easier than walking, yet it matched the speed of others running. At that moment, Jin Wanshan was whistling and incessantly ringing his bell, gazing around with an air of smugness. This seemingly simple contraption turned out to be quite fascinating upon closer acquaintance. Xu Zhan slowed down and positioned himself behind Jin Wanshan, the summoned off-road motorcycle. Unlike those from my past life, emitted no roaring engine sound, thus escaping Jin Wanshan's notice. With a snap of his fingers, Xu Zhan effortlessly retracted the bicycle into the spirit realm. In the blink of an eye, Jin Wanshan, who had been basking in his self-satisfaction, suddenly found himself plummeting to the ground, unable to comprehend the abrupt absence beneath him. The forward momentum caused him to tumble several times. Who the hell is scheming against me? Jin Wanshan exclaimed, his head spinning as he scrambled to his feet, cursing vehemently. Xu Zhan halted beside him, his expression unfriendly as he remarked, "You rotund fool, who are you cursing?" At that moment, Jin Wanshan could hardly pretend to be oblivious. Cultivators possess the ability to dispel or retract summoned objects at will, and the sudden disappearance of the bicycle could only be attributed to Xu Zhan. Nearby, as many new students hurried towards Changyun Academy, the sight of Jin Wanshan's misfortune elicited hearty laughter from the onlookers. His plump face flushed crimson as he pointed at Xu Zhan, exclaiming, "That's rather inconsiderate of you. We are classmates, after all. How could you allow me to be humiliated like this?" To my surprise, I had intended to group with you. Speaking of which, Jin Wanshan noticed the off-road motorcycle ridden by Xu Zhan, and upon seeing the figure of Ming Dai seated behind, he recalled the flickering shadow that had nearly caused him to stumble that morning. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. Goodness, it turns out that troublesome fellow from this morning. Oh no, that individual is also you? Jin Wanshan hurried over to inspect, captivated by the contours that far surpassed those of a bicycle, adorned with splendid lines emanating a bluish glow. With this contraption, who needs a bicycle? Jin Wanshan exclaimed, "Get down, let me have a try." You? I fear that may not be possible, Xu Zhan replied, shaking his head. Jin Wanshan's expression fell. Is it akin to that black box you summoned last night, which others cannot utilize? It should be. Xu Zhan began, but was abruptly interrupted as information appeared on the screen before him, indicating 3 words, "Authorization available." Furrowing his brow, Xu Zhan continued to investigate, discovering that the off-road motorcycle could indeed be authorized for others to use, whereas the handgun and grenades could not. Furthermore, non-combat items, such as combat suits, could be authorized for others as well. Xu Zhan mused, "It seems I must hasten my training to the spirit transformation realm, allowing the intellect of my soul to develop artificial intelligence. At that point, these items would proactively alert me, sparing me from such troubles. As for the bicycle issue, I have already assigned the clan's craftsmen to research it. It is quite simple. Once suitable materials are located, we can mass-produce them, with sales expected to commence after." A look of disappointment crossed Jin Wanshan's face as he discussed the collaboration with Xu Zhan. "Wait a moment, you can ride this motorcycle," Xu Zhan remarked. "Really?" Jin Wanshan's small eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He had not forgotten the terrifying speed akin to that of a mythical beast he had witnessed earlier that morning. The off-road motorcycle was entrusted to Jin Wanshan. Xu Zhan silently recited in his heart. After a few lines of data flashed across the screen, Xu Zhan handed the off-road motorcycle to Jin Wanshan. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin Wanshan leaped onto the motorcycle, his feet repeatedly searching for the foot pegs. Yet he could not locate them. "How does this thing run?" Jin Wanshan inquired. Xu Zhan pointed to the right handlebar Jin Wanshan was grasping and explained, "Here. Just twist it. You control the throttle yourself, and the brake is..." "Throttle? What throttle?" Jin Wanshan exclaimed, unable to comprehend, and attempted to twist the handle. Suddenly, the off-road motorcycle roared to life, accelerating sharply and nearly throwing him off. Accompanied by a prolonged scream, Jin Wanshan sped away rapidly. Fortunately, having prior experience riding a bicycle, he was able to maintain some semblance of balance, though the brake is... Xu Zhan stared blankly at the swiftly vanishing figure of Jin Wanshan, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "I have a rather ominous premonition," Xu Zhan murmured softly. "Oh well. This chubby fellow is at least a 4th-level practitioner in the spirit refinement realm and an elemental wind cultivator. Surely, nothing major will go awry." Xu Zhan felt a tinge of uncertainty and said to Ming Dai beside him, "Let us go, we should head into the academy." Ming Dai did not follow but instead spoke, "I am not a student of Changyun Academy. Technically, I am not permitted to enter. With me around, you need not worry." Xu Zhan replied nonchalantly. Ming Dai's expression darkened, her lips parting several times as if to speak but ultimately choosing to follow behind at a measured pace. Although Ming Dai had been adopted at a young age and trained as an assassin, however, her understanding of this world likely surpasses that of Xu Zhan. Indeed, Changyun Academy allows outsiders to enter, but these outsiders are merely the servants and attendants of the students. Has he regarded me as a maid? Ming Dai felt a sense of resentment, recalling how Xu Zhan had been utterly captivated by that Fox tribe girl. Her impression of him plummeted to a negative. If Xu Zhan were to learn of Ming Dai's thoughts, he would surely be driven to tears. This is an egregious injustice. He merely approached to facilitate the shielding of the beastmen and Fox tribe's alluring gaze with his intellect. And everything that followed was merely a deliberate test prompted by the discovery of Sima Yan's anomaly. At that moment, Xu Zhan raised his brow. A light screen materialized, displaying a line of small text, "Off-road motorcycle damaged, summoning automatically revoked." Damn it, that was summoned after I absorbed 2 pieces of original spirit stone. As the motorcycle's power source, I had also installed an additional piece of original spirit stone, totaling 3. Revocation of summoning is not the same as storage in the soul space. The latter can be retrieved for immediate use, whereas revocation means it must be summoned anew. The disparity in consumption between the two is simply incomparable. Xu Zhan was infuriated, his feet pounding the ground in haste, muttering under his breath, "You fat fool. I hope you crash. If I find you unscathed, I will surely deal with you." Soon, he arrived at the entrance of Changyun Academy, where a circle of students had gathered, chattering away about some unknown topic. Xu Zhan, with Ming Dai in tow, squeezed into the crowd. But upon witnessing the scene before him, he immediately turned to leave. Chapter 27, Xiao Lianxue Xu Zhan. Jin Wanshan. Shengguan Zixuan clenched her silver teeth, as these 2 names were nearly forced from between them. One was a rotund individual plagued by countless faults, and the other, the son of the king of 10,000 demons, was rumored to be utterly inept, though the tales surrounding them were largely unfounded. Who among the outsiders could discern such truths? They merely recognized that this year, the 3 reserved spots at Changyun Academy bore little significance. "You 2 are truly sent by the divine to test my patience." Shengguan Zixuan was so incensed that she could scarcely find words. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of the coachman, the outcome might have been far worse. The carriage had been utterly destroyed at the academy gates by Jin Wanshan, leaving her utterly humiliated. "How wonderfully you can think that way," Jin Wanshan remarked with a smirk. "It is said that the 7th princess of the empire possesses not only unparalleled talent but also a heart of gold. I trust she will not hold this against us, as it was merely an accident." Xu Zhan, standing nearby, jabbed Jin Wanshan with his elbow and whispered, "Must you flatter without substance? Such cliches spill from your lips so effortlessly? Furthermore, who do you mean by we? Who instructed you on how to break? I have yet to blame you for wanting to see me falter. I did not arrive in time, and you accelerated instead. can you truly place blame on me? If not me, then who? You have already made me a fool once today, and now you ensnare me yet again. Just wait until the entrance ceremony. When we are sorted into elite classes, if I am not placed in your group, prepare to be alone in yours. As if I were eager to be in your company. I brought along. Observing the exchange between the two, the expression on Shengguan Zishuan's face grew increasingly grim. Before Xu Zhan could finish his sentence, she interrupted with a sharp rebuke. Have you two quarreled enough? With both of you around, I might as well become the laughingstock of Changyun Academy. Xu Zhan and Jin Wanshan glared at each other, so engrossed in their verbal sparring that they nearly forgot the matter at hand. What is going on? Xu Zhan inquired, somewhat bewildered. Shengguan Zishuan let out a cold huff, while Jin Wanshan, scratching his nose, fell silent. Speak up, what exactly is happening? Xu Zhan pressed on. At that moment, a young maiden approached from a distance, instantly captivating the surrounding students with awe. Her complexion was as smooth as cream, flawless as jade, possessing an ethereal grace akin to blooming peach blossoms in spring. What a charming beauty, rivaling even Shengguan Zishuan. Before she drew near, Xu Zhan caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, and Jin Wanshan's face was now alight with rapture. His lustful gaze fixated upon the newcomer. The maiden, gliding gracefully to Xu Zhan's side, extended her slender hand and said, "Hello, I am Xiao Lianxue. I did not expect you to possess such formidable strength alongside exceptional culinary skills. Previously, like others, I misjudged you, and I must apologize for that." Her words carried an unmistakable undertone of intimacy. Had it been anyone else, their heart would have fluttered. However, Xu Zhan's mind remained remarkably clear. It's quite all right. I am not overly concerned with others' opinions of me, Xu Zhan replied with a faint smile. He recalled the news he had seen yesterday in the imperial city daily. Xiao's family intended to bestow their prized pearl upon him, only to be declined by the emperor. The unusual behavior of Shengguan Zishuan and the proactive approach of Xiao Lianxue today were likely interconnected with this affair. Xu Zhan would never be so arrogant as to believe that all his achievements stemmed solely from his innate talent or charm. On the contrary, before these events transpired, everyone regarded him as a mere wastrel. The underlying significance is self-evident. It all relates to Xu Zhan's identity, as well as the myriad of demons and the demon army. It appears that my father has bestowed upon me a monumental legacy. Xu Zhan chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. Although he had yet to grasp these fortunes, he was confident that they would ultimately belong to him. Step aside. Jin Wanshan's corpulent figure forcefully shoved Xu Zhan aside as he addressed Xiao Lianxue. Greetings, I am Jin Wanshan, and we shall be in the same group from now on. I look forward to your support. With that, he extended his hand, his face alight with anticipation. Xu Zhan regarded the rotund man with disdain, recalling how he had just proclaimed his unwillingness to be grouped with Xiao Lianxue smiled modestly, refraining from shaking Jin Wanshan's hand. Ah! It is the esteemed young master Jin. I have long admired your reputation, and indeed, it does not disappoint. The hour grows late, we should hasten to the academy. Jin Wanshan suggested eagerly. Who knew you were so eager to find a husband? Shengguan Zishuan teased. Xiao Lianxue lightly covered her lips, retorting. Aren't you also unable to contain your impatience? With a huff, the two exchanged dismissive glances and turned away, making their way toward the academy. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Xu Zhan, found himself overlooked by the two. In their eyes, winning Xu Zhan's heart would be a trivial endeavor. The only real challenge lay in overcoming each other. If possible, I would like to see you dead. Jin Wanshan glared at Xu Zhan with jealousy. Xu Zhan was well aware that this was merely a jest and nonchalantly replied. There is no need for that. Between us, there exists only mutual benefit, devoid of conflict. What you mean is, you won't compete with me? He continued. Of course, if you prefer, both can be yours. Jin Wanshan shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattled drum. No, I am quite devoted. One is sufficient. One is sufficient. As the two conversed jovially, they entered Changyun Academy, only to notice Ming Dai trailing behind them. Jin Wanshan whispered, "We are elite class students, last semester. We needed someone to look after us. This seems inappropriate, doesn't it? Besides, aren't you supposed to be residing outside the academy?" Ming Dai felt a deeper pang of sorrow and disappointment within her. Although she had distinguished herself among her peers in the realm of assassins, she paled in comparison to the likes of Shengguan Zishuan and Xiao Lianxue, who were undeniably the epitome of grace and talent. In terms of status, appearance, and aptitude, she felt woefully inadequate. Perhaps, this is simply my fate. Lost in her thoughts, she nearly collided with Xu Zhan, who had abruptly halted in his tracks. Xu Zhan fixed a serious gaze upon Jin Wanshan and stated, "She is neither my subordinate nor a maid." Jin Wanshan, puzzled by Xu Zhan's intense reaction, glanced at Ming Dai, who was strikingly beautiful and possessed a commendable figure, and with a knowing smile remarked, all right, I understand, it was my error." "No. You do not comprehend." Xu Zhan gently shook his head, inhaling deeply before proclaiming, "She is my companion, my comrade, a person with whom I can entrust my life. Though she currently acts under orders, there will come a day when she willingly sacrifices her life for me. My sentiments for her are reciprocated. Are you feeling unwell?" Jin Wanshan was taken aback. Ming Dai was merely a reaper dispatched by the myriad demon's army. Staring incredulously at Xu Zhan's figure, a surge of emotion welled up within her. "I am different from you and everyone else on the Divine Spirit continent. I fear I cannot change in this lifetime." Xu Zhan looked up at the sky, now 1,000 times clearer than in his previous life, and continued, "No one is born to serve others. Everyone should possess the right to choose their own destiny and life for themselves. I may not have the power to choose, but I will strive to provide options for those around me." A gentle smile adorned Xu Zhan's face as he remarked, "Fatty, when I say I want to change the world, you do not think I jest, do you?" Jin Wanshan shrank his neck. This was not merely a desire to change the world, but a complete upheaval of it. Ming Dai clenched her delicate fists. Xu Zhan's words struck her profoundly, filling her heart with boundless hope for the future. Gazing at the smile on Xu Zhan's face, she felt an inexplicable sense of deep loneliness hidden within it. Chapter 28, The Divine Spirit Statue. Changyun Academy, Oath Square. As the central area of the entire academy, it lacks teaching buildings, martial arts arenas, or training rooms. It is simply a square, adorned only by a statue. A modest, 3 zhang tall, black stone statue. On the square, all teachers and senior students stood in neat formations, lending a solemn and grand air to what would otherwise be an unremarkable space. The sporadic arrival of new students filled with curiosity gazed at all of this, their eyes ultimately drawn to the statue. In their hearts, they seemed to recall an age-old legend, often recounted with great enthusiasm by the elders. And an intense flame ignited in their eyes, reflecting their fervent excitement. Why does this statue lack a face? To whom is this statue dedicated?" Xu Zhan inquired softly. He had already positioned himself in the center of the square, surrounded by a scatter of newcomers. As a member of the elite class for freshmen, he naturally stood at the forefront, closest to the statue. The 11 members of this year's elite class were also present, each responding to Xu Zhan's question in their own distinct manner, some with curiosity, others with sarcasm, a few with disdain, and some rendered speechless. Among them, Jin Wanshan appeared the most at a loss for words. Despite striving to maintain an expression that suggested indifference to Xu Zhan, he subtly shifted his stance away. Yet, it was evident that Xu Zhan's gaze was fixed upon him, making evasion impossible. "Haven't you ever heard of the divine statue?" Jin Wanshan whispered. "Is that all?" Xu Zhan replied skeptically, scrutinizing the statue, which bore such crude craftsmanship that he found it hard to associate it with any deity. Suddenly, Jin Wanshan grew anxious and exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Disrespecting the divine statue could lead to the most severe punishment from Changyun Academy. Is that true?" Xu Zhan asked, lowering his face. filled with doubt as he looked at Jin Wanshan. Indeed, it is true. I assure you, these divine statues are scattered throughout the divine spirit continent. And no one can ascertain when they first came into existence. Just when people believe they have traced back to the origin, they discover earlier records that also mention these divine statues. The statues themselves are an enigma. They appear to be mere stone carvings, yet no force, no matter how powerful, can destroy or even budge them in the slightest. Xu Zhan scoffed, utterly unconvinced. Jin Wanshan continued. There exists a legend regarding these divine statues. They seem to point towards a certain direction. There lies a secret that could enable one to attain the realm of the divine. Observing the expression on Xu Zhan's face, Jin Wanshan added, all the divine statues on the divine spirit continent face the same direction. Xu Zhan felt a shiver run through him. If that were the case, it would indeed be perplexing. Humph! A boy forsaken by the divine would naturally be oblivious to these statues, a mocking voice interjected. Sima Xian stood nearby, speaking with a tone that was both sarcastic and disdainful. Young Master Sima, your words are rather misinformed, Xiao Lianshui interjected softly, her gentle demeanor causing Sima Xian not only to refrain from any resentment but to engage with keen interest. Might I inquire as to your esteemed opinion, Miss Xia? Xiao Lianshui replied, Xu Zhan earned the moniker of a boy abandoned by the divine because he was unable to gather a soul spirit. However, it is now widely known that Xu Zhan has long since gathered a soul spirit, and his cultivation surpasses that of all the new students among us. So what then? It is merely a chaotic spirit. If he were truly favored by the divine, how could he possibly manifest such a spirit? Sima Xian ceased to label Xu Zhan's spirit as worthless, for it was evident that the events of the previous night had swiftly spread throughout the imperial city by dawn. Indeed, what no one anticipated was that it was Xu Zhan himself who spoke next. Xu Zhan, do not stir trouble. Today is not the day. Jin Wanshan hurriedly cautioned in a low voice. Who said I intend to cause a ruckus? You assert that I am forsaken by the gods, yet by your own reasoning, I should not be able to summon a spirit at all. Xu Zhan observed Sima Xian with a playful expression and continued. The summoning of a spirit is a divine gift. If I have been abandoned by the gods, how could I possibly manifest a spirit? Xu Zhan paused, and the curiosity of those around him was palpable. Several nearby teachers and senior students took note of the unfolding scene, and Xu Zhan's subsequent words struck them like a thunderclap, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. In other words, the summoning of a spirit has no connection whatsoever to the divine. Before he could finish, several powerful forces surged from the Oath Square, all directed at Xu Zhan. Impudent! How dare you disdain the divine? Scoundrel! Are you not but a heretic? They were astonished that there existed individuals on the divine continent who did not believe in the gods. Even the orcs and fierce beasts would not dare to act as boldly as he did. Xu Zhan felt his body constricted by an invisible force, an unbearable pain coursing through him, while his consciousness felt akin to a solitary boat adrift in a boundless ocean, on the verge of capsizing. He had not anticipated that merely uttering a few words would ignite a veritable powder keg. These words are not my own, they are uttered by that scoundrel Sima Xian. In a moment of desperation, Xu Zhan quickly remarked, you all heard the conversation just now, you can clearly discern the truth. If I truly did not believe in the divine, how could I possibly summon a soul? Upon his declaration, the pressure diminished significantly. Sima Xian's heart sank, his expression frozen in shock as if he had just lost a loved one. He glared at Xu Zhan, accusingly exclaiming, you are deliberately setting a trap for me. You are framing me. Xu Zhan shrugged, responding casually, we're merely having a conversation, why so agitated? He never doubted that someone could possess such formidable power. Wasn't the divine statue pointing towards the path of attaining divinity? As an atheist, he would not blindly worship the divine. As long as there is a direction and a means to reach it, anyone can ascend to godhood. His gaze shifted to the blank face of the divine statue, and Xu Zhan's brow furrowed as an unsettling chill crept up his spine. The previously blank visage began to take form. This is my likeness. Xu Zhan was internally astounded. The face that materialized bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. What is the matter with you? Jin Wanshan noticed something amiss with Xu Zhan. Earlier, when under pressure from numerous powerful figures, Xu Zhan had maintained his composure, but now he seemed unsettled. Following Xu Zhan's gaze, Jin Wanshan beheld the stone statue's face, and his corpulent frame trembled with joy. He yearned to shout that the visage emerging from the statue was his own, that he possessed the potential to cultivate to the divine realm, yet he gritted his teeth to suppress his exhilaration. He must endure, he must remain composed. If the information were to leak, the orcs would likely resort to desperate measures to assassinate me, and even the beasts would rise in rebellion, attacking with reckless abandon. Jin Wanshan clenched his fists tightly, his unusual demeanor surpassing Xu Zhan's, drawing the attention of many, especially the new students of the elite class, who were filled with astonishment and trepidation as they cast anxious glances toward the statue. Some immediately mirrored Jin Wanshan's distress, while others appeared utterly despondent. At that moment, a new student from the ordinary class suddenly bellowed, "I see." Yet, the moment he uttered those two words, it was as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat, silencing him abruptly. Almost simultaneously, a formidable pressure descended from the heavens, as if the sky itself were collapsing, causing everyone to struggle for breath and bow their heads deeply. Even the more powerful teachers were not exempt from this overwhelming force. "This is the protection of the esteemed dean," Jin Wanshan murmured. "The dean is exerting his might in the entire Oath Square, apart from us. No one else can hear anything at this moment. Protecting us?" Xu Zhan felt somewhat perplexed, unsure of what needed protection. Jin Wanshan remained fervently agitated, his voice trembling with disbelief. "The divine statue serves not only as a guide but also possesses another function. It foretells. It predicts who has the potential to cultivate to the divine realm." "Oh?" Xu Zhan raised an eyebrow, then observed closely those around him who seemed unaffected by the oppressive aura. Most of the elite class students were able to lift their heads, and a few from the ordinary class also appeared unaffected. To Xu Zhan's surprise, the girl beside him, Ming Dai, was also immune to the pressure. Without exception, these individuals bore expressions of barely contained excitement. Simultaneously, they scrutinized one another, seemingly intent on committing each other's features to memory. The divine realm would no longer remain tranquil. A weary sigh echoed from the heavens as an elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, descended slowly, landing beside the statue of the deity. His gaze fell upon the statue, revealing an intricate complexity within his eyes. It appeared he was either musing to himself or recounting to Xu Zhan and the others, remarking that the last time someone beheld their own visage in the deity's effigy was during the reign of the great demon king. In that moment, the few individuals capable of raising their heads turned their attention to Xu Zhan. The elder continued, stating that within the span of a century in the Changyun Empire, there had been but this one instance. Did this not imply that we could all aspire to the stature of the great demon king? Sima Xian fixed his gaze on Xu Zhan with a smile, suggesting that the title of the great demon king's offspring is truly of little consequence. Shengguan Zishuan and Xiao Lianxue exchanged knowing glances, as if they shared an unspoken understanding. Both possessed the requisite qualities. Did they truly need to sacrifice themselves through a union with Xu Zhan? If they could ascend to become formidable beings akin to the great demon king, they too could carve out their own dominions and reign as sovereigns. Ha! Xu Zhan shook his head with a light-hearted chuckle, as if he were witnessing a farce. What is so amusing? Sima Xian inquired loudly, clearly taken aback by the disdain etched on Xu Zhan's countenance. The others turned their gazes toward Xu Zhan. Even the academies had watched with keen interest. The path of cultivation has never been devoid of arduous trials. This is merely a prophecy, not a guarantee. One may possess potential, yet must also be fated to survive long enough to cultivate to the divine realm, Xu Zhan asserted. What do you mean? Are you deliberately dousing our hopes? Could it be that you harbor a fear within your heart? A fear that one day we might ascend to the level of the formidable king of all monsters, rendering your advantages obsolete? Sima Xian countered, as if he had glimpsed the depths of Xu Zhan's soul. My advantages? A subtle smile graced the corners of Xu Zhan's lips as he regarded Sima Xian. Do you still believe that my advantages lie solely in the halo of my status at this juncture? The moment his words fell, a wave of contemplation washed over the crowd. They could perceive their own visages in the divine stone statues. Could Xu Zhan not do the same? Setting aside all else, disregarding the identity of the king's son, Xu Zhan was in no way inferior to them. Moreover, his cultivation surpassed theirs. Xu Zhan continued. Since he was aware of his potential to attain the divine realm, why then aspire to become someone like the king of all monsters? The king of all monsters has yet to ascend to divinity. Sima Xian and the others anticipated Xu Zhan would utter some sardonic remark, but they were taken aback by such words. Were anyone else to say this, it would surely be deemed disrespectful to the king of all monsters. However, when articulated by Xu Zhan, it served as a profound admonition to the assembly. Xu Zhan turned his gaze towards Jin Wanshan and Ming Dai. While he had little concern for others, he felt it necessary to offer a warning to his friends. Xu Zhan, if you have any thoughts, do not hesitate to express them, the dean interjected. My thoughts are quite simple, Xu Zhan replied with a serious countenance. I respect my father. Regardless of whether he is the illustrious king of all monsters or an ordinary man, my respect for him remains unwavering. However, I desire that when people speak of our father-son relationship in the future, they shall no longer refer to me merely as the son of the king of 10,000 demons, but rather acknowledge that the king of 10,000 demons is my father. The resounding declaration echoed through the Oath Square, yet only those nearby could hear it. Though the order of words was merely rearranged, the essence of the relationship transformed remarkably. Today, Xu Zhan takes pride in the king of 10,000 demons, and tomorrow, the king of 10,000 demons shall take pride in Xu Zhan. The dean nodded in approval, affirming that no peer could rival such magnanimity and spirit. His words were irrefutable, even to Sima Xian, who, beyond mere acknowledgement, began to genuinely admire Xu Zhan. At this moment, the perspectives of these favored children toward Xu Zhan shifted, yet Xu Zhan's subsequent remark shattered the fleeting admiration they had just begun to harbor. If you truly lack ambition, then follow in my footsteps, Xu Zhan chuckled heartily. And you think you can lead? You are merely a level above me. Sima Xian scoffed. Then surpass me first. Xu Zhan shot a glance at Sima Xian, his eyes unmistakably conveying a singular message, dream on. Sima Xian, infuriated, clenched his fists, unable to retort through gritted teeth. Jin Wanshan sighed and bowed deeply to Xu Zhan, expressing gratitude. Had it not been for your words, I might still be lost in my own pride. The dean chuckled wryly, for his presence served to quell the unrest and prevent these children from attracting undue attention. Furthermore, he sought to remind them that the path of cultivation requires grounded perseverance. Little did he expect that Xu Zhan had already completed everything ahead of time. At that moment, a resounding clang echoed. Ming Dai drew her sword from the void, holding it aloft at her brow, kneeling on one knee. What is this? Xu Zhan furrowed his brow. It is a ceremony of allegiance, Jin Wanshan reminded him from the side, astonished that Xu Zhan was unaware of such common knowledge. At the same time, he felt a twinge of envy towards Xu Zhan. This oath of fealty, sworn in the name of the divine, was sacred and solemn, a vow of unwavering loyalty. Ming Dai understood clearly that all Xu Zhan's previous actions were for her and Jin Wanshan's sake. Jin Wanshan was one thing, but she was merely a bodyguard assigned to protect Xu Zhan. In just 2 short days, Xu Zhan had never regarded her as a subordinate, treating her instead with the equality befitting friends. Had she not glimpsed her own visage upon the divine statue, she might not have taken such a step. Yet now she recognized her own potential, and undertaking the allegiance ceremony was to signify her resolute intent. She acknowledged Xu Zhan from the depths of her heart. He was worthy of becoming her king. Prior to this, her protection of Xu Zhan was merely a matter of duty. But now, it was a genuine willingness. In the name of the divine, I swear. As her words echoed, Ming Dai's hand swept across the blade, blood gushing forth instantaneously, staining the sword and dripping onto the ground. Are you out of your mind? Xu Zhan grasped Ming Dai's hand forcefully and kicked the sword from her grasp. Sima Xian and the others stood dumbfounded. Such an ancient and sacred ceremony of allegiance was not to be interrupted, yet Xu Zhan had acted thus. Even if he refused, he would be compelled to grant death after the ceremony was concluded. This is nothing short of a tremendous insult, especially coming from one who possesses the qualifications to cultivate to the divine realm. Tears welled up in Ming Dai's eyes as she clenched her delicate fists, her nails digging deeply into her flesh. I realized I am unworthy. Nonsense! Xu Zhan shouted vehemently. The sudden outburst left Ming Dai in shock, and even the dean beside her was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 30. The oath did I not state before that everyone should live for themselves? Xu Zhan declared angrily. In a moment of desperation, he reached out, summoning the healing needle he had used in his previous life, and without hesitation, rolled up Ming Dai's sleeve and plunged it into her arm. The Z307 healing needle exhibits remarkable efficacy against such external injuries. Rest assured, it will not leave a scar. Xu Zhan reassured, observing as the wound on Ming Dai's hand gradually healed. His expression shifted as he continued to shout, since we are comrades now, let us trust one another. Do you swear by the divine name that this is a sign of your mistrust towards me? Ming Dai quickly shook her head, insisting, no. That is not my intention. As long as that is not the case, you must understand that the foundation of our relationship is never dependent on some nonsensical oath. Rather, it relies on your own conviction and will. Ming Dai nodded earnestly. Even though Xu Zhan had interrupted her ritual, she silently completed it in her heart. Others looked on in astonishment at the healing needle in Xu Zhan's hand. Did that green liquid truly just inject into Ming Dai's arm? And her wound had healed in such a short span of time? What manner of ability is this? Even among elemental nature cultivators, their healing capabilities could scarcely rival such prowess, could they? Xu Zhan, what kind of healing needle do you possess? Jin Wanshan inquired softly from the side. What is the matter? Xu Zhan responded in confusion, suddenly realizing something. He was taken aback. Can I even summon this? Xu Zhan himself found it hard to believe. It appeared he could indeed summon everything from his past life. Upon examining the healing effects, they surpassed those from his previous existence by several folds. How peculiar, who is she? Sima Xian suddenly pieced it together. Ming Dai, whom she had never encountered, did not seem to belong to the elite class, and it appeared there was no such individual among the current freshmen. She is... Jin Wanshan attempted to explain but found it difficult to articulate. Ming Dai stood up, sheathed her long sword, and spoke slowly, I am here, sent by the Wanyao Army's Ming faction, to protect Xu Zhan. Anyone who wishes to harm him must first tread over my corpse. Xu Zhan intended to intervene but was too late. As Sima Xian and the others grasped the situation, they were struck with astonishment, mixed with a sense of amusement. Shengguan Zishuan scoffed, so, she is merely a death attendant. I thought Xu Zhan possessed some charm that inspired such loyalty. Could it be that this is merely a play directed by you? Sima Xian added, how intriguing. I could have as many of such individuals as I desire. But unlike Xu Zhan, I wouldn't bring them here to perform this act. Tisk, tisk. If you truly have the capability, why not summon a cultivator who can see their own reflection in a divine stone statue? Jin Wanshan could no longer remain silent, saying, it's likely that even if such a person were found, upon discovering their potential to cultivate to the divine realm, their loyalty might waver. In that fleeting moment, Sima Xian and his companions found themselves utterly speechless, their hearts heavy as though struck by a mighty hammer. Their gazes shifted towards Xu Zhan, now imbued with a newfound significance. How remarkable it was that the myriad demon army could cultivate such talent, and one so fiercely loyal to Xu Zhan. A realization dawned upon them: as long as they did not oppose Xu Zhan, all would be well, yet, should they choose to become adversaries, they would not be contending with Xu Zhan alone. I have stated before, she is my companion, Xu Zhan reiterated firmly. Her presence here is not as my subordinate, but as my classmate. A classmate? Sima Xian scoffed. Surely, she lacks the qualifications for enrollment. Even if she possesses potential, it is not one that is readily apparent. By what means, then, could she possibly become a student of Changyun Academy? With a light chuckle, Xu Zhan replied, I have my methods. Prior to my arrival, I wagered with a teacher from Changyun Academy, and in truth, I emerged victorious. Ming Dai's eyes widened in astonishment as she regarded Xu Zhan. Realizing that his wager with the teacher had not been about the Fox clan maiden after all, but rather to secure her own admission, a warm current coursed through her heart, and her gaze towards Xu Zhan grew fervent. Enough about that for now, I cannot suppress everyone for too long. Lest it arouse suspicion, the dean interjected. The new student ceremony must continue, but before that, there is a matter you all must attend to. His tone was peculiar, glancing occasionally at Xu Zhan. What is it? Someone inquired. An oath, to be sworn in the name of the divine, the dean uttered. His words laced with gravity. Others began to discern the peculiar tone of the dean. Xu Zhan felt a twinge of embarrassment and stammered, well, if we must swear, then let us proceed. Internally, he was bemused, inadvertently undermining the dean's authority. The dean, amused by the situation, remarked. This is the oath square, and its true purpose is to ascertain who possesses the qualifications to cultivate to the divine realm and to establish an oath here. The essence of the oath is to refrain from conflict amongst ourselves and to jointly uphold the honor of the empire and the academy. In times of peril, we shall stand together and fight side by side. Sima Xian furrowed his brow. In the divine continent, swearing by the divine name was the most solemn act and should never be violated. He constantly sought opportunities to trouble Xu Zhan. And if he were to take this oath, how could he possibly fight alongside Xu Zhan in the future? This was inconceivable. Yet, he found himself powerless. For this oath served as mutual restraint, ensuring that they could grow safely together. Shengguan Zishuan and Xiao Lianxue took the lead in swearing, and Sima Xian gritted his teeth, reasoning that even with the oath binding him, he could simply refrain from killing Xu Zhan in the future. The voices of the oath resonated in unison. Yet Xu Zhan and Ming Dai remained still and silent. After the crowd completed their oaths, they were incensed to discover that Xu Zhan and Ming Dai had not participated. Xu Zhan, what is your intention? Do you wish to stand against us? Are you deliberately abstaining from the oath so that we cannot impose upon you while you act with impunity? Sima Xian exclaimed. Just as Xu Zhan was about to respond, Sima Xian interrupted. Do not utter that nonsense about your beliefs and will. Do you truly consider yourself more reliable than the divine? The dean quietly observed Xu Zhan. Refraining from uttering a word, his curiosity piqued as to why Xu Zhan had not joined his peers in the oath. As for Ming Dai, she naturally mirrored Xu Zhan's every action, and in that moment, all attention converged upon him. I am indeed willing to swear an oath, yet my vow diverges from yours. Xu Zhan lifted his chin, his gaze fixed intently upon the divine statue, a fervent light igniting within his eyes. In my heart, there has always been a vow that guides my existence, regardless of, the unspoken words echoed within him, regardless of past lives or this one. Humph! I am eager to witness what you will conjure. Sima Xian's gaze bore down on Xu Zhan with unwavering intensity. There was no need for him to instigate trouble, for Xu Zhan had already incurred the wrath of the masses. Xu Zhan inhaled deeply, stepping forward, emerging from the crowd to stand before the divine statue, pivoting to face the very direction it indicated. Under no circumstances shall I succumb to cowardice, if necessary. I shall shed every drop of my blood for the empire and its people. His impassioned declaration stirred the hearts of those present, the singularity of his oath radiating an unwavering conviction. It left no room for doubt that he would indeed fulfill his promise. Such a vow rendered Sima Xian unable to find any fault, although there was no oath to refrain from internal conflict. Xu Zhan's stance aligned with that of the empire and its populace. The populace? Are you referring to those commoners? Sima Xian sneered, for in his eyes, uttering such a vow was merely a means of self-degradation. Who would sacrifice themselves for the sake of ordinary individuals? Well, now that everyone has taken the oath, the dean emphasized, it is imperative that you refrain from publicizing the fact that you can see your own reflection in the statue of the deity. You are likely aware of the implications of this matter. He then turned his gaze towards several new students in the ordinary class and remarked, your class remains unchanged. The academy shall not extend any privileges to you due to this incident. Of course, you will enjoy certain privileges, albeit discreetly. Should you encounter any issues, you may approach Teacher Wu for assistance. Indeed, he is the head of the elite class, Wu Datong. At that moment, a middle-aged teacher approached slowly, the only individual in the room unaffected by the dean's imposing presence. His square face bore an impassive expression as he scanned the room, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Xu Zhan, offering a smile that appeared amiable to others but sent a chill down Xu Zhan's spine. Xu Zhan felt a wave of darkness envelop him and inwardly lamented, damn it, not this coffin-faced guy again. Chapter 31, The Beast Hunting Grounds. They hoped to glean insights from the expressions of those around them. Xu Zhan and his companions had regained their composure, acting as though nothing had transpired, yet many of the newcomers were acutely aware of the drastic changes in their peers. Some felt disheartened, while others contemplated the necessity of forging connections with a few individuals to potentially benefit in the future. What kind of trial awaits them? Furthermore, where is the beast hunting grounds? The imperial city is vast, yet I have never heard of any beast hunting grounds, Xu Zhan inquired. Jin Wanshan rolled his eyes, clearly surprised that such a question required an explanation from Xu Zhan. Beside him, Ming Dai elucidated, the beast hunting ground is a divine realm controlled by Changyun Academy. Each divine realm possesses its own spatial characteristics, and different realms impose varying entry restrictions. For instance, the beast hunting ground of Changyun Academy is considered the most suitable training ground for low-level cultivators among all divine spaces. Only cultivators below the 9th level of spirit sculpting can gain entry, and similarly, the beasts and beastmen within will not exceed that level of strength. Oh, I see. Xu Zhan nodded. Entering such a realm for cultivation provides a form of assurance, ensuring that he would not encounter overly formidable foes. Xu Zhan then inquired, how extensive is this beast hunting ground? Ming Dai hesitated, as she had only heard of it and was unaware of its true size. Jin Wanshan interjected, it's vast, far larger than you can imagine, roughly equivalent to 3 of your territories. What? Xu Zhan was taken aback. The myriad beasts territory spans an area of 800 miles, and this beast hunting ground is 3 times its size? How could such an expanse facilitate trials? Xu Zhan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint it. If the beast hunting ground is indeed so vast, how many beasts and beastmen must inhabit it? Although they possess strength below the 9th level of spirit sculpting, our own strength is even lower. If they outnumber us significantly, then this trial. Xu Zhan questioned. Jin Wanshan sighed, saying, indeed. While the beast hunting ground is most suitable for new students' trials, not every new student is eager to enter. However, there is no escaping our fate. As freshmen of the elite class, we are likely to spend the first half of the year within the confines of the monster hunting grounds. Upon uttering this, Jin Wanshan's expression grew even more somber. Yet, there is no need for excessive concern, although the monsters are numerous, they are scattered across various locales. We will not be confronted by a horde of beasts simultaneously. Jin Wanshan reassured. But how can you be so certain? Have you ever set foot inside? Furthermore, has every corner of this monster hunting grounds been thoroughly explored? How do you know there aren't swarms of monsters lurking within? Xu Zhan pressed further. It is simply impossible for every nook to have been surveyed. Although there are entry restrictions to the monster hunting grounds, there are indeed areas that even groups of 9-realm spirit sculptors would hesitate to invade. As Jin Wanshan spoke, beads of cold sweat began to form upon his brow. He quickly added, "Pa! You uttering such ominous words, can't you say something more uplifting? Even if we encounter peril within, as long as we can swiftly escape, those beasts will not dare pursue us close to the entrance." Xu Zhan cast a sidelong glance at Jin Wanshan. It is easy to speak, when the moment of danger arrives, there may be no opportunity to flee at all. His contemplation was not born of fear but rather a habitual assessment of potential threats. On the contrary, Xu Zhan felt an exhilarating surge of blood coursing through him. Having traversed into this world for so long and suppressed his desires, he was finally on the brink of engaging in earnest combat. If he did not move soon, he felt as if his very body would begin to rust. "It appears you are quite intrigued by the monster hunting grounds?" the dean suddenly interjected. Xu Zhan and Jin Wanshan were taken aback, only then realizing that the freshman ceremony had already come to an end. Teachers and students began to depart, leaving only the new students and their instructors behind. Each year, new students must undergo trials in the beast hunting grounds. Students in the ordinary class will partake in 3 months of study before entering, while those in the elite class will proceed directly. However, this year is different. The dean nodded at Wu Datong, who then spoke. "This year, students in the elite class will also undergo 1 month of study, but you will be required to remain in the beast hunting grounds for an extended period. This will be part of your trial tasks. The specifics will be discussed after you are divided into groups. Due to the change in rules, this year's grouping will also be adjusted. Previously, 12 students were divided into 4 groups of 3, now, they will be divided into 3 groups of 4. Upon hearing this, the elite students were momentarily perplexed. "What does this mean? Why the alteration?" Jin Wanshan inquired with curiosity. "Because a group of 3 may not be able to confront the dangers within the beast hunting grounds," Xu Zhan casually remarked, causing the elite students to turn pale. Every year, new students lose their lives in the beast hunting grounds. And even elite students sometimes fail to return. Now, being grouped into 4s and subjected to an additional month of study. Has something happened within the beast hunting grounds? That is indeed correct, but it is merely one of the reasons. Wu Datong nodded at Xu Zhan. Had he not previously held a poor impression of Xu Zhan, he might have appreciated such a student. "And what are the other reasons?" Jin Wanshan asked. Wu Datong replied, "This is your additional trial task to explore the beast hunting grounds." Jin Wanshan's expression stiffened as he cast a resentful glance at Xu Zhan. "Why are you looking at me? That is not for me to decide." Wu Datong interjected. "Enough of the quarrel, let us commence with the free grouping." The students of the elite class had already formed their preferences regarding partners, and the sudden transition from trios to quartets left them exchanging glances, unable to make a choice. Shangguan Zishuan cast a fleeting glance at Xu Zhan. Had it been before, she would have undoubtedly wished to be grouped with him, however. After witnessing her own visage in the divine stone statue, her thoughts had shifted. Should her father discover her potential, he would likely prevent her from associating with Xu Zhan. With a newfound resolve, Shangguan Zishuan chose to disregard Xu Zhan entirely. Xiao Lianxue experienced a similar dilemma. The Xia and Su families had always maintained a cordial relationship, and her father shared a considerable rapport with the king of all beasts. But why should she sacrifice her happiness for this? Indeed, Xu Zhan was not without merit, yet when compared to figures like Sima Xian, he was not significantly superior. Most importantly, while Xu Zhan had the backing of the beast army, that support was far too precarious. How could it possibly rival the stability of the 4 great families? In that moment, Xiao Lianxue made her decision as well. Although the grouping had yet to be finalized, distinct circles had already emerged, isolating Xu Zhan, Jin Wanshan, and Ming Dai. It was at this juncture that the unresolved issue resurfaced in the minds of the onlookers, who turned their attention to Ming Dai. She could not even be counted among the students of Changyun Academy. Why was she among us? Sima Xian's remark drew the attention of even the students from the ordinary class nearby. Who says he is not an elite class student? Xu Zhan inquired. The dean, Wu Datong, and the mentors of the freshman general class were present, and Xu Zhan's words left them utterly perplexed. The dean turned to Wu Datong and inquired. This year's elite freshman class comprises 13 students? Wu Datong shook his head. No, there are 12. Sima Xian chuckled heartily. Xu Zhan, in front of the dean and so many teachers, do you still wish to deceive us? Are you perhaps intimidated? You intend to bring a beautiful bodyguard into the beast hunting grounds? Not only to ensure your safety but also to alleviate your solitude? Ha ha. Chapter 32. I am not targeting anyone. Xu Zhan clasped his hands towards the dean and Wu Datong, stating, this morning at the eastern gate of the imperial city, I made a wager with the academy's mentor escorting the beasts. If I win, he will agree to one of my requests regarding matters related to Chongyun Academy. What a farce! Keep spinning your tail! Sima Xian exclaimed dramatically, the eastern gate of the imperial city. Given the distance, you have been here for quite some time. The freshman assembly has already concluded. Why hasn't he the mentor arrived yet? Did you meet the mentor at the eastern gate, place a bet, and then fly directly to the academy? Perhaps we should wager as well? Xu Zhan remarked with amusement, observing Sima Xian. A flicker of concern crossed Sima Xian's mind. Could this young man be setting a trap for him? With a swift glance, he replied, a wager is acceptable. But you must declare beforehand that you arrived at Chongyun Academy from the eastern gate of the imperial city solely through your own efforts in a remarkably short time. Only then will I agree to the bet. Of course, Xu Zhan readily obliged. Meanwhile, Jin Wanshan stifled a laugh. Recalling the speed of the off-road motorcycle from earlier that morning, had it not been for the formidable prowess of Shangguan Zishuan's driver, it is plausible that the collision would have resulted in more than the mere damage to the all-terrain motorcycle and the carriage. He himself would have had to make an entrance at today's freshman ceremony in a most ungraceful manner. Very well, I accept your wager. Sima Xian chuckled, recognizing the apparent certainty of his victory. Pray tell, what shall be the stakes? Xu Zhan pondered for a moment before replying, quite simply, if I emerge victorious. From this day forth, whenever you are in my presence, you shall remain utterly silent, not uttering a single word. Without a moment's hesitation, Sima Xian acquiesced, saying, very well. But should you lose, what then? The terms are entirely at your discretion, Xu Zhan replied. A glimmer of delight crossed Sima Xian's face as he contemplated how to best exploit this opportunity. Perhaps he could compel Xu Zhan to address him as grandfather thrice? No! That would be inappropriate, given that his father is the king of all beasts. Might he demand an apology, with Xu Zhan bowing before him upon each encounter? Lost in such whimsical thoughts, he nearly erupted in laughter. Sima Xian cleared his throat, suppressing his victorious excitement, and said, very well. Let us seek out that instructor and confirm the matter. To guard against any deceit from Xu Zhan, Sima Xian added, there wouldn't happen to be no such mentor. Would there? Should you be fabricating this tale, it shall count as your defeat. Before Xu Zhan could respond, his gaze drifted towards the distant entrance of the academy, where a lengthy procession of prison carts was slowly approaching, led by a middle-aged instructor accompanied by several students of the academy. This commotion did not go unnoticed. As all eyes turned in that direction, indeed, it was a convoy escorting the beast men. A pang of anxiety surged within Sima Xian, but he quickly regained his composure. According to Xu Zhan's assertions and his own calculations, it was utterly implausible for Xu Zhan to traverse nearly half of the imperial city within such a short span of time. He spoke the truth, indeed. It was a wager, and alas, I lost. The supervising teacher, who had overheard the conversation between the two, spoke up directly. Sima Xian was momentarily taken aback. His soaring emotions, which were on the verge of reaching the heavens, doused by a sudden splash of cold water. Since you have made a bet with Xu Zhan, it seems we must comply with his request, the dean mused before speaking. Xu Zhan cast a surprised glance at the supervising teacher, who undoubtedly held a significant position within the academy. Observing the senior students escorting the prison transport, he also caught sight of Sima Yan. Sima Yan's gaze remained fixed upon the Fox clan maiden, neglecting even to glance at his brother, Sima Xian. Sima Yan, a student from the previous elite class, made Xu Zhan's heart sink as he glanced over, only to find Wu Datong and the supervising teacher watching him intently. The supervising teacher smiled and said, "Wu Datong, this year's students are far superior to those of last year, you must take good care of them." Wu Datong replied courteously, "Teacher Fang Zhou, you flatter me. The more exceptional the students, the more troublesome they can be. If they happen to stir up trouble, it will certainly be you, the director, who gets involved." Xu Zhan felt a wave of anxiety. He had now offended both the homeroom teacher and the director. Fang Zhou approached Xu Zhan, glancing at the nearby Ming Dai, and subtly nodded, saying, "I believe I understand your request. You wish for this girl to join the elite class, correct?" Xu Zhan stiffly nodded in affirmation. "Well, losing this bet may not be such a misfortune after all," Fang Zhou remarked with a smile. "She is merely a servant. How can someone of such lowly status gain entry into the elite class? Does Changyun Academy have no decorum?" Sima Xian muttered under his breath. Xu Zhan, unperturbed, merely cleared his ears and focused his gaze on Sima Xian, chuckling, "What's the matter? Have you forgotten your own words? We just placed a bet, and now you wish to disregard it?" Sima Xian's face flushed with anger as he clenched his teeth in silence. Fang Zhou also felt a pang of embarrassment, realizing that this was a reminder to himself not to waver. "Xu Zhan, I refuse to believe that you can truly manipulate everything. How can I be reduced to sharing the status of a student in the academy with a mere servant, let alone in the elite class? What nonsense is this? If it comes to that, I shall withdraw from the elite class and forsake all its privileges." Shengguan Zishuan glared at Xu Zhan. "If you choose to give up, that is your affair, not mine." Xu Zhan shrugged, a nonchalant expression adorning his face. Shengguan Zishuan, incensed, stamped her foot and pointed at Xu Zhan, declaring, "Do not let your arrogance blind you. Your reckless behavior and selfishness show a complete disregard for others. Anyone who partners with you will inevitably face ruin." "Xu Zhan, perhaps it would be better to let this go," Ming Dai quietly suggested. It was already quite remarkable for Xu Zhan to support her to this extent, and she did not wish for him to jeopardize his relationships with classmates, especially given that they were all either wealthy or powerful, backed by formidable forces. "Humph! I suppose you possess some self-awareness," Shengguan Zishuan scoffed. Initially, Xu Zhan had no intention of engaging with Shengguan Zishuan, but given the circumstances, he could no longer remain passive. "In your eyes, you see yourself as the lofty seventh princess of the empire, while she is merely my loyal attendant?" Xu Zhan gazed deeply into Shengguan Zishuan's eyes and spoke slowly. "Isn't this rather obvious?" Shengguan Zishuan retorted. "Did I just ask a foolish question? Yet, it must be posed." Xu Zhan continued, "Your identity stems from your father being the emperor of Changyun, but what makes him the emperor of Changyun?" "Xu Zhan, you are being insolent." Shengguan Zishuan's delicate face turned frosty. "Be cautious, disrespecting the emperor could lead to dire consequences, even the king of all demons cannot shield you." "You!" Shengguan Zishuan trembled with rage, her eyes seemingly capable of slaying Xu Zhan, yet she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Xu Zhan chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, declaring, "I am not targeting any one individual, but rather, all present here are nothing but rubbish." "What? You dare to insult us as rubbish?" The words ignited a powder keg, and the elite class erupted in fury. Jin Wanshan's expression darkened. He had intended to defend Xu Zhan, but now he found it prudent to stand alongside his classmates in denouncing Xu Zhan. Sima Xian reveled in delight, thinking to himself, "When I spoke, you targeted me alone. Now that I remain silent, you've roused the ire of everyone. Ha! I shall observe how you navigate today's turmoil." Chapter 33, Another Gamble. Is it wrong to call you all rubbish? Xu Zhan asserted. You equate your family's status and your forebears' achievements with your own strength, looking down upon those of lesser standing. Is that not the very definition of rubbish? True strength lies solely in one's own might. What a farce! Are you not here in the elite class solely because of your identity as the son of the king of all demons? A student scoffed disdainfully. Xu Zhan chuckled, remarking, Were I not the son of the king of all beasts, you would scarcely know my name. The crowd responded with derision, displaying a modicum of self-awareness. However, he continued, When you do come to recognize me, you shall only be fit to gaze up in awe. At this declaration, a wave of indignation swept through the assembly. Chaos erupted before the statue of the divine, as even the new students from the ordinary classes shifted their focus, casting unfriendly looks at Xu Zhan. They were peers. After all, what audacity compelled him to speak so arrogantly? He was merely a few levels ahead in cultivation. What was so remarkable about that? Did he truly believe himself to be the king of all beasts incarnate? As the crowd voiced their condemnation, Xu Zhan appeared oblivious, his gaze drifting toward the distant prison cart. Upon closer inspection, he realized the number of beastmen was quite considerable. His attention was drawn to the cart containing the fox tribe girl, where a minotaur was whispering something to her. The scene became increasingly unmanageable, prompting Xu Zhan to wait for the tumult to subside before activating a light screen directed at the minotaur. With a mere thought, he translated the minotaur's words onto the screen. It seemed that the new students of Chongyun Academy were at odds with one another, and they intended to seize this opportunity. Suddenly, the minotaur locked eyes with Xu Zhan, regarding him with surprise and falling silent. Xu Zhan furrowed his brow. Had he been discovered? How could that be possible? Wasn't this beastman merely of the spirit-shaping realm? How could he have sensed him? Moreover, what opportunity were they referring to? What were their intentions? Initially, I found the Fox clan girl somewhat enigmatic. Now it appears that this group of beasts conceals a deeper conspiracy. Xu Zhan, are you cursing us? Who dares to be so presumptuous? Do you intend to undermine us within the beast hunting grounds? Xu Zhan shook his head and replied, In my view, even when faced with the same peril, those you disdain may possess greater chances of survival. Do you not wish to team up with her? And simultaneously, do you not desire to join forces with me? It appears you are somewhat discerning. The elite class students chimed in. Xu Zhan continued, Why not do it this way? I will partner with Ming Dai, and you may choose freely. Whether an additional member is included or not is inconsequential to you. Absolutely not, Wu Da sternly interjected. The matter of grouping is of great significance. Strength lies in numbers, and in the face of danger, more individuals naturally equate to greater safety. The strength of your group will also determine the nature of the tasks you undertake and the resources you acquire. Wu Laoshi, why concern yourself with Xu Zhan? Let him be the architect of his own demise, a student remarked. Joining you would be the true path to ruin, Xu Zhan retorted. I can hardly conceive of any utility you might provide apart from hindering progress. You are excessively arrogant. Xu Zhan, you must recognize to whom you are speaking. Most of the elite class students hailed from prestigious families, including figures like Shengguan Zishuan and Sima Xin. What audacity did Xu Zhan have to speak in such a manner? Xu Zhan turned to Wu Da and posed the question, if dissent arises within the team and disputes ensue, will it not impact our performance in a critical moment? Wu Datong nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The battlefield was ever-changing. If the team could not act in unison, any delays could lead to missed opportunities, resulting in greater peril. He cast a deep, contemplative glance at Xu Zhan, sensing an underlying curiosity. It appeared that Xu Zhan was not intentionally seeking trouble with others, and his reasoning held significant weight. Indeed, Xu Zhan remarked, gesturing towards the elite students surrounding them. These individuals are undoubtedly prodigies, yet they lack combat experience. When confronted with danger, they may falter and, moreover, they are unlikely to place complete trust in others. In their company, they are bound to cling to their unfounded opinions. disregarding the counsel of others. Therefore, partnering with them would be tantamount to courting disaster. Your words suggest you possess considerable combat experience, retorted an elite student. Indignation etched on his face. Discontent, are we? Very well, Xu Zhan chuckled. Shall we engage in a wager? The elite student's expression shifted. Recalling how even Sima Xian had faltered against Xu Zhan, a sense of intrigue mingled with apprehension filled the air. However, in front of so many witnesses, Xu Zhan's maneuvering seemed limited. All right, what are the terms of your bet? Xu Zhan turned to Wu Datong and proposed. I wish to release 2 orc prisoners to engage in combat. Is that permissible? Wu Datong furrowed his brow, contemplating the proposition before ultimately nodding in agreement. Immediately, a prison cart was brought forth, revealing 2 formidable orcs within. Towering in stature, their claws resembled blades, and their tiger-like heads, adorned with sharp fangs, instilled a chilling sense of foreboding. The elite student who had wagered against Xu Zhan felt a pang of anxiety. After all, he was facing the formidable Tiger clan, known for their ferocity among the orc tribes. Though the 2 members of the Tiger clan did not possess significantly greater strength than him, their innate racial abilities suggested that a one-on-one confrontation would likely be a grueling battle. Yet now, he found himself in a precarious position, unable to back down at such a critical moment. Speak, what are the rules? The elite student inquired. Instead of directly stating the rules, Xu Zhan responded with a question. State your name. From this moment forth, you shall be inscribed in the annals of history, becoming a part of Changyun Academy's legacy. What do you mean? The elite student asked, puzzled. You will be the very first elite student in Changyun Academy's history to perish on the very first day of enrollment. Xu Zhan declared. You think I was raised in fear? I am Lu Qing, the eldest son of the Lu family. Lu Qing retorted, a hint of pride illuminating his features. The Lu family, one of the 4 great families? Xu Zhan mumbled under his breath. Not quite, merely a second-tier family. In recent years, they seem to be striving for inclusion among the first-tier families, but they are incomparable to the 4 great families, Ming Dai interjected from the side. Lu Qing's expression soured instantly. Enough with the chatter, just tell me how we are to wager. Xu Zhan approached the cage where the 2 Tiger clan members were held, and with a light chuckle, remarked, are these tigers or meerkats? The 2 Tiger clan members shot Xu Zhan a fierce glare, their murderous intent palpable. Had they not been confined, they would have surely torn this insolent youth to shreds. Indeed, they were fearsome. Xu Zhan nodded inwardly and continued, in a one-on-one match. Should you kill either me or Lu Qing, you shall earn your freedom. The 2 tigers exchanged glances, skepticism evident in their eyes. Why should we trust you? Killing you will not ensure our survival. Yet, if we are spared, your demise is inevitable. To slay us may still hold a glimmer of hope, at the very least. We could take a couple of elite students from the Changyun Academy down with us, making our deaths worthwhile, wouldn't you agree? Xu Zhan remarked with a smile. What exactly are you trying to accomplish, Xu Zhan? Lu Qing questioned, somewhat perplexed. This is sheer madness. Wu Datong exclaimed in anger. Chapter 34, High Explosive Grenade. How utterly amusing. Teacher Fang Zhou chuckled from the sidelines, noting that every cohort of elite students was restless, though this particular group was even more so. Casting a glance at the dean nearby, Teacher Fang Zhou reassured Wu Datong, do not worry, let them indulge in their antics. One cannot apply conventional standards to elite students. As long as no major issues arise, allow them the freedom to pursue their whims. This, Wu Datong felt somewhat conflicted but ultimately acquiesced. The ordinary students looked on with envy. The elite students enjoyed privileges that were beyond their imagination. In the academy, could not elite students act with impunity? Glancing at the side where Ming Dai stood, they mused that even a servant could temporarily join the elite class. Why could they not? Some students, lamenting their missed opportunity to join the elite ranks, secretly plotted. Now, let me reveal what I wagered. Xu Zhan commanded the release of the prison carriage, freeing 2 orc beasts from the tiger clan, addressing Lu Qing directly. At this moment, Lu Qing felt a twinge of fear as he cautiously stepped back. It is worth noting that low-tier orcs are often more ferocious than demonic beasts, and these orcs are known to be cannibalistic. Observing the menacing demeanor of the 2 tiger clan warriors, Qing could sense the palpable intent to kill emanating from these brutish figures. This truly was a situation fraught with danger. What are we betting on? Qing stammered. It's quite simple. Xu Zhan replied with an air of calm. In the demon beast hunting grounds, we will face not just 1 or 2 beast men, but countless ferocious creatures. The wager lies in whether we can survive this one-on-one combat. That's unfair. Qing protested vehemently. You possess the 5th level of the spirit-shaping realm while I am merely at the 3rd. Xu Zhan smirked slightly and said, very well. I shall fight with 1 hand, and moreover, if I take even a single step back, I shall concede defeat. How does that sound? Agree to his terms. Accept it. Sima Xian silently urged, fervently believing that such an opportunity should not be squandered. Qing glanced around, noting the supportive gazes of his peers. And with a determined bite of his lip, he declared, all right, it's settled then. And what shall be the stakes? Xu Zhan shrugged casually. The wager is our lives. Whoever loses shall perish. With the backing of so many classmates, Qing's courage surged, and he proclaimed, let us begin. I expect that history will remember your name. The illustrious son of the Demon King, who fell to a mere lowly beast man. What? He is the son of the Demon King? The 2 tiger warriors trembled, retreating in fear. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Minotaur squinted his eyes to infiltrate the Changyun hunting grounds. He had forsaken his totem and descended to the status of an ordinary beast man. Any remaining divine consciousness he possessed would surely be detected by the Academy's onlookers if he attempted to communicate. Yet, in that moment, he would rather risk discovery than remain silent, desperately wishing to convey to his fellow tiger kin, even in death, they must not harm Xu Zhan. The Northwest 10,000 Monsters army is indeed a faction of irrational lunatics. Should Xu Zhan perish at the hands of the orcs, then that debt shall certainly be laid upon their heads. If one were to enter the beast hunter arena, it could provide an opportunity to frame the beasts. Stay composed. The Fox clan maiden, Huli Linger, grasped the hand of the Minotaur, declaring, this is Changyun Academy, how could Xu Zhan possibly meet his end here? The Minotaur paused, immediately exhaling a sigh of relief. I almost forgot. Observing the Minotaur's reaction, Huli Linger felt an even deeper complexity within her heart. What kind of divine power did the king of 10,000 monsters possess in those days? Merely his name could render the Minotaur beside her devoid of reason. For the greater good, Xu Zhan must die. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Huli Linger's eyes. If she were to eliminate Xu Zhan and then attribute the blame to the students of Changyun Academy, would that not be even better? On another front, the arena had dispersed, leaving ample space for combat among the few individuals present. Xu Zhan faced off against 2 orcs in a one-on-one duel with Qing. Each having taken their positions. Begin! With Wu Datong's command, the 2 orcs immediately crouched low, emitting guttural growls from their throats, their eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty light. Their faces reflecting madness. In an instant, they entered a state of combat, while Xu Zhan remained motionless, as if he were not the protagonist of this battle. Surprisingly, Qing took a step back, revealing a hint of trepidation. The absence of aggression from the human race did not imply that the 2 Tiger Clan warriors would continue to wait. They let out a roar and charged forward with remarkable speed, even swifter than martial combat practitioners. Qing, sweating profusely, gritted his teeth and drew a long knife from the void, shouting, "Fearless warriors!" Instantly, all fear dissipated as he surged forward. Xu Zhan chuckled softly, voicing his disbelief. Is it necessary to employ a combat-enhancing soul technique against mere ordinary orcs? Mind your own affairs, there are countless eyes upon you. Do not forget your own words. Fighting with just one hand means that even a single step back constitutes a loss. After invoking the courage of the fearless, El Qing seized a moment to offer a reminder. Yet, Xu Zhan maintained an air of tranquility, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, confronting the advancing tiger clansman. In the blink of an eye, the tiger clansman was upon him, claws poised to rend Xu Zhan as he descended from above. Still, Xu Zhan exhibited no signs of movement, appearing to surrender to the inevitable. Could it be that he intended to summon a firearm? Gold Wanshan pondered anxiously. If Xu Zhan were to call forth a weapon capable of unleashing a thought energy blade, he could easily vanquish the orc. However, Xu Zhan's current stillness rendered Gold Wanshan perplexed regarding his intentions. Xu Zhan's demeanor also left Wu Datong, the homeroom teacher, in a state of trepidation. At this juncture, Wu Datong cast aside concerns of embarrassment, fervently wishing that Xu Zhan would learn a valuable lesson should he falter. Just as he was about to intervene and halt the unfolding farce, Feng Zhou gently restrained him. What are you doing? Are you still harboring resentment from the wager you placed with that lad? Wu Datong inquired. How could you think such a thing? Feng Zhou feigned anger, replying. Am I that kind of person? I merely wish to remind you not to underestimate these children, especially Xu Zhan. Realizing his misjudgment, Wu Datong felt a twinge of embarrassment, furrowing his brow as he observed Xu Zhan's impending reaction. The claws of the tiger clan were poised to strike Xu Zhan's face. And the tiger warrior felt a surge of delight. This brat had just boasted, claiming to be a cat. Now, he was on the verge of being torn apart. Killing him would not be in vain, and if it could truly procure his freedom, it would be a tremendous gain. However, as the tiger warrior glanced at Xu Zhan, he was taken aback. Xu Zhan was smiling at him, and just as his attack was about to succeed, the corners of his mouth curved upwards slightly. This is bad. There must be a trick at play. It seems that among the beast men, only the fox clan possesses an intellect that can rival that of humankind. The other beast tribes are lacking. Xu Zhan shook his head. The tiger warrior's heart sank. It seemed there truly was a ruse involved. Fortunately, he had retreated in time, otherwise. Wait, otherwise what? Death would be the worst that could happen. You deceived me. The tiger warrior was instantly filled with rage, his body trembling with indignation. Xu Zhan shrugged. I did not deceive you, you deceived yourself. He then pointed and continued, in both combat and warfare, brute force is but a lesser art. One must rely on cunning to prevail. Do you comprehend? You are merely posturing. Humph, just as you said earlier, sacrificing one to take another down is worth it. Especially when that individual happens to be the son of the king of all beasts. Regaining his composure, the tiger warrior charged again. Xu Zhan raised his hand, commanding, halt. The tiger warrior's eyes bore into Xu Zhan, suspicious of what trickery he was about to employ. Fighting is rather dull, why not try a different approach? I will give you something, and if you can hold on to it and count to 3, I shall concede and take my own life immediately. With a flick of his wrist, Xu Zhan produced a high-explosive grenade summoned the previous night, now resting in his palm. Gently pressing the crimson button above, he hurled it forward, delivering it to the tiger clan member. Simultaneously, a luminous screen materialized before Xu Zhan, displaying, high-explosive grenade activated successfully, no special timer, explosion in 3 seconds. The tiger clan member accepted the peculiar object, glancing around, yet found nothing extraordinary. However, even counting to 3 seemed a trivial task, so he began to enumerate. 1. Too late, I should have started counting the moment I threw it. Xu Zhan cautioned. Are you toying with me again? The tiger clan member, on the verge of discarding the bizarre item to resume his assault on Xu Zhan, was suddenly seized by an overwhelming sense of danger, rendering his body rigid. Time seemed to stretch in that moment. The tiger clan member felt excruciating pain coursing through him, then darkness enveloped him. Boom! The deafening explosion startled everyone present. transforming the previously intact Tiger clan member into a mere heap of flesh, with blood splattering in all directions. For reasons unknown, he was utterly obliterated. The gory spray splashed onto Xu Zhan, who, due to the wager, did not retreat a single step. The scalding blood dripped onto his face. He wiped it away casually and chuckled, "It appears I have emerged victorious?" Chapter 35, a true warrior. In that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence, with every teacher and student wide-eyed, beholding the astonishing spectacle. Meanwhile, the Tiger clan members engaged in battle and Lu Qing halted as well, both bewildered by the recent events. Yet recognizing that a once whole Tiger clan member had been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. "You have resorted to trickery. This is a martial arts soul technique explosion. Surely, a master has intervened from the shadows. Come, you might as well kill me outright." The member of the Tiger clan was in utter despair, refraining from attacking Lu Qing, instead unleashing a furious roar. The teachers and students exchanged glances, and Wu Daotong and Fang Zhou met each other's eyes, both recognizing the astonishment reflected therein. Although Xu Zhan was indeed a prodigy, possessing the strength of a fifth-tier spirit refinement at merely 18 years of age, the earlier explosion was evidently a 9th-level combat soul technique. Moreover, it closely resembled a technique from the Transcendence realm. Its power was formidable, undeniably akin to a thought energy explosion. However, the method of release was different. A combat practitioner's thought energy explosion can be unleashed instantaneously within a certain radius, whereas Xu Zhan, Fang Zhou pondered, articulating the shortcomings of a high-explosive grenade. Jin Wanshan cautiously cast a sidelong glance at the teacher, pondering what the reaction would be if the teacher were to learn that Xu Zhan possessed another capability, the ability to unleash a combat soul technique in the form of a thought energy sword, with an attack speed surpassing that of ordinary combat practitioners. Lu Qing, his face ashen, discerned from the conversation that everything that had transpired was the doing of Xu Zhan. While he had not yet been defeated, achieving even a draw with Xu Zhan seemed an arduous task, especially as he found it increasingly difficult to suppress the Tiger clan member before him. Nevertheless, Lu Qing remained defiant, insisting on continuing the battle. "I have not lost yet. I will fight on." Xu Zhan gestured politely, crossing his arms to observe. Clutching his long knife tightly, Lu Qing steadied his breath, preparing to unleash his soul technique. Meanwhile, the Tiger clan member, having grasped the situation, calmed down and regarded Xu Zhan with trepidation, secretly relieved that it was not he who was engaged in combat with Xu Zhan. Observing Lu Qing poised for action, the Tiger man emitted a guttural growl, expressing his hope that they would genuinely honor their pledge. If he were to slay his opponent, he would be granted his freedom. Before his words had even faded, he lunged at Lu Qing with astonishing alacrity. Lu Qing, caught off guard and unable to unleash his soul technique, was compelled to retreat in the face of the ferocious Tiger man. The battle swiftly devolved into a stalemate, with Lu Qing finding himself in a precarious situation. Yet, the skirmish remained largely unnoticed, as all eyes periodically drifted towards Xu Zhan, who was observed making peculiar gestures, occasionally reaching out to tap at something intangible before him. On a light screen invisible to others, Xu Zhan was engrossed, meticulously inputting combat data through the intelligent brain spirit. Every maneuver of the Tiger man was recorded, with crimson trajectories delineating the attack paths based on the length of his claws. Should he find himself facing the Tiger man, evading these crimson routes would ensure his safety. Even if the Tiger man were to close the distance, he would have no cause for alarm. Beastmen cultivated totems to fortify themselves, with the mightiest among them rivaling top-tier demon beasts, capable of engaging even the most formidable cultivators in combat without being outmatched. This spirit-shaping realm beastman, was he truly limited to brute force? As Xu Zhan pondered this, the beastman abruptly halted, his chest and abdomen swelling instantaneously. Lu Qing's heart sank, but any attempt to retreat proved futile. "Tiger's roar!" the Tiger man bellowed, unleashing a potent sonic wave. Lu Qing, caught directly in its path, stiffened. his ears ringing and his divine sense numbed. Attack range, a 30-degree cone directly in front. Attack effect, to intimidate the enemy, rendering them incapable of resistance. Enemies from other angles will be slightly affected, their resistance diminished. Xu Zhan stared at the screen, startled. The tiger's roar was unleashed almost instantaneously. And it was the most challenging sound wave attack to defend against. Previously confident about engaging the tiger clan in close combat, Xu Zhan immediately reconsidered. When facing the tiger clan, maintaining distance is imperative. Even the martial arts specialist, Qing, could not evade it. How could his speed possibly compare to the adversary's ability to twist necks? With that roar, he was rendered incapacitated. Qing, already at a disadvantage, was now destined for defeat. If no one came to his aid, his demise was inevitable. The academy teachers found themselves in a dilemma. Should they intervene? The reputation of Changyun Academy would be irreparably tarnished. Other new students, including those from the elite class, despite their desire to assist, were powerless to do so. The elite students from the previous year, who were escorting the prisoner transport, were too far away to provide any help. The tiger clan's claws were already gripping Qing's neck, and the tiger warrior wore a face full of hope, wishing that these humans would truly grant him freedom. No one doubted that in the next moment, Qing would be severed from his head. However, just then, an inexplicable wave emerged, accompanied by the anguished roar of the tiger warrior, preventing the tragedy from unfolding. The tiger warrior's wrist was covered in blood as he bellowed in rage. Who attacked me with a thought energy sword? At that moment, all attention turned to Xu Zhan. He was seen holding a peculiar black box, his stance unyielding. It was all Xu Zhan's doing. Realizing this, the tiger warrior bared his teeth in fury, exclaiming, "Shameless human, you dared to go back on your word. We agreed on a one-on-one battle. You are the disgrace of a warrior. You are unworthy of being a soldier." Lu Qing awoke from the chaos, astonished to find that he had survived, saved by Xu Zhan. He cast a bewildered glance in Xu Zhan's direction. Unworthy? Xu Zhan seemed to have heard the most amusing jest in the world. The illustrious god of war was deemed unworthy of being a soldier? Xu Zhan, having wagered, must abide by the outcome. Your ambush from behind has utterly shamed our Changyun Academy. At this moment, a freshman proclaimed loudly. Xu Zhan turned his gaze toward the voice, noticing that many were casting disdainful looks in his direction. With a resigned smile, Xu Zhan spoke, "A true warrior defends the homeland and fights valiantly for honor on the battlefield. It is not about dying here in such a muddled manner, nor standing idly by while classmates face peril. Despicable. No matter how eloquently you speak, you remain but a petty individual." The member of the tiger clan continued to roar. And what of it? Xu Zhan took a measured step forward, standing unwaveringly before the member of the tiger clan, meeting his frenzied gaze with unflinching resolve, saying, "You and I are adversaries. Do you think I would reason with an enemy?" In Xu Zhan's eyes, the tiger clan member saw an even more ferocious fury and a deadly intent. Instead of launching an immediate attack, he hesitated and took a step back. "Though I have never left the imperial city and have only encountered orcs today, this does not imply that I am ignorant of them." Xu Zhan's tone was casual, yet the content was chillingly cold. The Changyun Empire faces the forest of beasts to the west, while the northern border adjoins the Orc Empire. In the northern borderlands, incursions by orcs are frequent. They pillage, slaughter, and commit unspeakable atrocities, even feasting upon the flesh of humanity. Entire villages are often left in ruin, their inhabitants mercilessly slain, leaving no trace behind in devastation that surpasses even that wrought by feral beasts. Xu Zhan presses onward while the tiger clan retreats repeatedly. "In my eyes, the orcs are nothing more than beasts with a modicum of intelligence, and I believe that when it comes to dealing with you, there is no concept of honor or dishonor, only blood for blood, an eye for an eye." Chapter 6, Grouping Bang. With the sound of a gunshot, a member of the tiger clan falls, his head shattered. Stowing his weapon, Xu Zhan surveys his surroundings. Wearing a nonchalant smile, he remarks, "Do not look at me like that. If we do not eliminate him now, he will undoubtedly kill us once we enter the beast hunting grounds. To slay him is to ensure our own safety." His words, beneficial and harmless, send a chill through the hearts of all present. They harbor no doubt that if given the chance, Xu Zhan would annihilate every orc being transported in the prisoner cart. Qing approaches Xu Zhan, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Had Xu Zhan not intervened just now, he would likely have met the fate Xu Zhan described etched into the annals of Changyun Academy as an everlasting disgrace. Forever reviled by successive generations of students. The prowess Xu Zhan displayed, particularly after those 2 shots, had Qing thoroughly convinced of his capability. "There is no need for thanks. Even if you were Sima Xian, I would still have acted," Xu Zhan replied, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. Not far away, Sima Xian, who had been watching, nearly spat blood in frustration. "What do you mean, even if I were? What does that have to do with me?" The spectacle concluded, he thought to himself, "You carry on with your affairs, I shall take my leave." Teacher Feng Zhou spoke to Wu Datong, and after finishing, he departed with his elite class students, escorting the prisoner transport. Wu Datong cleared his throat and addressed the group, "You may continue to form your teams. I reiterate that the tasks awaiting the elite class students in the monster beast hunting grounds are exceedingly challenging. Naturally, the more arduous the task, the greater the reward, which directly pertains to the resources you will obtain." After casting a sidelong glance at Xu Zhan, his implication was clear, "Young man, pairing up with just one other is insufficient, it would be wise to recruit more companions." Xu Zhan, unbothered, rolled his eyes and remained steadfast in his decision. The atmosphere fell silent once more, tinged with awkwardness. The elite students exchanged glances, having witnessed Xu Zhan's strength and his selfless act of saving Qing. They began to contemplate that having Xu Zhan as a teammate might not be such a disadvantage after all. Xiao Lianxue stepped forward to mediate. "Xu Zhan, we were in the wrong previously, and you have now proven your worth. Since you place such trust in Ming Dai, we shall not oppose your decision. How about I join your team?" The elite students were immediately abuzz. Xiao Lianxue was the jewel of the Xiao family among the 4 great clans. Renowned not only for her beauty but also for her exceptional talent. While Xu Zhan possessed the strength of the 5th level of spirit shaping, only a handful, including Xiao Lianxue, had reached the 4th level. Many aspired to forge connections with her, hoping to team up, yet she had chosen Xu Zhan. Shengguan Zishuan felt a pang of discomfort. Had she known this would transpire, she would have refrained from provoking Xu Zhan earlier. Now, wishing to speak, she found herself silenced by pride. In his heart, he thought, "After all, you still need teammates. I refuse to believe you do not wish to select me." Before the gaze of the crowd, Xu Zhan unexpectedly shook his head slowly. "As I have stated, my sole partner is the phantom butterfly," Xu Zhan declared. A warm current surged within the phantom butterfly. To earn such trust from Xu Zhan made it worth any sacrifice, even unto death. It was a privilege for a reaper to encounter such a master, regardless of Xu Zhan's insistence on their camaraderie. The phantom butterfly had long since resolved this matter in her heart, a conviction unyielding. Just as the elite class students were about to voice their grievances against Xu Zhan once more, he swiftly continued, "This alliance is not a mere child's play. It demands our entry into the beast hunting grounds to battle together. It necessitates entrusting each other's lives, requiring absolute faith in one another." With a sigh, Xu Zhan added, "I understand that you will not believe me, just as I cannot place my trust in you. Perhaps in the future, we may become allies, fostering mutual trust. But that time is not now." Without regard for the reactions of others, Xu Zhan led the phantom butterfly to Wu Datong, stating, "I have already formed the teams. What arrangements do you have for this month before we enter the beast hunting grounds? You are resolute in this?" "Indeed. Very well." Wu Datong nodded. This lad had recently devised some rather peculiar yet formidable contraptions. Furthermore, the phantom butterfly was a killer nurtured by the myriad demon's army. should these two unite in absolute trust, there would be little cause for concern. Now an elite class student herself, the Phantom Butterfly, received a jade token from Wu Datong. In this past month, the students of the elite class and those of the ordinary class have had different arrangements. You are free to choose which classes to attend, even if it means auditing courses in higher grades. All facilities within the academy, with very few exceptions, are accessible to you. Wu Datong glanced at Xu Zhan and remarked, "This is not a matter of neglect, it merely allows you the liberty to learn. If you perceive any shortcomings in yourself, you may pursue those areas of study." Xu Zhan furrowed his brow. How could he know what he lacked? Was this not a form of abandonment? Although he appreciated this free-range approach, it left him feeling uncertain. Sensing Xu Zhan's hesitation, Wu Datong advised, "The academy has a mission hall where you can find tasks available for your cohort, particularly concerning the beast hunting grounds. You may wish to explore it." "All right," Xu Zhan nodded and departed with Ming Dai. The remaining elite students exchanged glances. With Xu Zhan gone, only 11 remained. Divided into groups of 4, one group would inevitably be short a member. Soon, they busied themselves with the task of forming groups, which resulted in Jin Wanshan, Sima Xian, and Xiao Lianshu banding together. As they were all at the 4th level of spirit shaping, their combined strength was no less formidable than that of the other groups. Meanwhile, Shangguan Zishuan, also at the 4th level, joined a different group, as she and Xiao Lianshu were not on cordial terms and would not be paired together. Once the groups were organized, everyone surged towards the mission hall. With only a month to prepare, and under unprecedented circumstances, an air of urgency permeated the atmosphere. Each individual felt a sense of pressure. This expedition to the beast hunting grounds promised to be anything but simple. "Have you ever been to Changyun Academy?" Ming Dai inquired with curiosity. Beneath the towering educational edifice, 2 individuals came to a halt. Throughout their journey, Xu Zhan navigated with ease, leading her through twists and turns, giving the impression that he was merely showing her around. To her surprise, they had genuinely arrived at the academy's mission hall. "No, I've seen the map before," Xu Zhan admitted candidly. Ming Dai wrinkled her nose, clearly skeptical. Who could possibly memorize such a large map at a glance? At that moment, Xu Zhan retracted his light screen and stepped confidently into the mission hall. Inside, the hall was bustling with activity, a vibrant scene that piqued Xu Zhan's interest. Numerous formation light screens flickered with scrolling information. After a brief glance, he approached the front desk, where an upperclassman was assisting in task assignments. "I am a new student this year, and I wish to..." Xu Zhan began, but was swiftly interrupted. The slightly older upperclassman impatiently demanded, "Show me your token." Xu Zhan frowned and handed over his token. The jade token bore a divine statue on its reverse side, accompanied by the 4 characters Changyun Academy. The front displayed Xu Zhan's name. The upperclassman regarded the name with surprise, studying Xu Zhan with a scrutinizing gaze, clearly taken aback. Nonetheless, he placed the token on a small formation beside him, returning it to Xu Zhan moments later. "Your identity token has activated a portion of the mission hall. By infusing your consciousness into the token, you will be able to view all available tasks. You may accept tasks directly, but for task submissions, you must return here. Even if the task indicates completion, you still need to process the paperwork." Xu Zhan nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Holding a token in his hand, the intelligent soul suddenly projected a luminous screen. The task information, which previously required the infusion of divine thought to access, now displayed sequentially on the screen. A progress bar gradually filled, and after a brief moment, it indicated that synchronization was complete. Xu Zhan felt a surge of joy. This was not merely a slight convenience. Attempting a search, he was indeed rewarded as all tasks related to the beast hunting grounds appeared one by one. The tasks were categorized by difficulty. And as Xu Zhan glanced at the most formidable one, his brow furrowed in dismay. It was not the daunting nature of the task that troubled him, but rather the 4 words inscribed beneath it. temporarily cancelled. Chapter 37, Mass Task Acquisition Task, track and escort the orcs, ascertain their movements within the beast hunting grounds. Newcomer difficulty, 9 stars, the highest difficulty being 10 stars. Task description, according to reports from the previous cohort of newcomers. Various bizarre occurrences have been noted within the beast hunting grounds. It is suspected that the orcs within have united, forming a considerable force. Most orcs possess beast taming abilities, allowing them to communicate with the magical beasts. Should the orcs indeed ally with the magical beasts of the hunting grounds before he could finish reading? Cold sweat began to bead on Xu Zhan's forehead. If this were true, it would spell disaster for this cohort of newcomers. Moreover, the beast hunting grounds could only be entered by cultivators below the spirit transformation realm. If the orcs and magical beasts truly held dominion within, the consequences would be dire. Firstly, the reputation of Changyun Academy would undoubtedly be tarnished. Reflecting on the suspicions he had harbored regarding the Fox Clan girl and the lip-reading interpretation of the Minotaur's words, Xu Zhan seemed to grasp the underlying truth. There must be a conspiracy at play. Xu Zhan concluded with certainty in his heart. It is imperative for oneself to enter the demon beast hunting grounds. If the orcs indeed harbor any nefarious schemes, we must uncover the truth. Senior, may I inquire as to why this particular task has been cancelled? Xu Zhan asked. Which one are you referring to? Oh, that task. The senior pondered for a moment and replied, this task is not meant for you freshmen. It has been assigned to the elite students of the previous cohort, who are already in the process of preparing for it. This task is far too challenging for you newcomers. The elite students from the last cohort are nearing the transformation realm. While they have yet to reach that stage, they will have the opportunity to enter the demon beast hunting grounds and earn some points. Earning points, Xu Zhan thought, feeling a pang of frustration. The senior before him likely belonged to an even earlier cohort, treating the tasks within the demon beast hunting grounds as mere free points. If I wish to undertake this task, may I? Xu Zhan ventured to ask. You? I believe it would be best to refrain from that. The senior chuckled, shaking his head repeatedly. However, he added, regardless of the task, you can consider taking it at your discretion. For you freshmen, there are no penalties for failing to complete a task. As for this task that has been temporarily cancelled, I am uncertain if it can still be taken. If you're interested, you might as well give it a try. Xu Zhan nodded. Since there were no penalties for failing, why not accept it? He immediately focused his mind and instructed his intelligent essence, accept all tasks within the demon beast hunting grounds and activate task notifications. A senior observing the work screen expressed confusion. I wonder what this is about? Could it be that the freshmen have arrived? It's rather surprising that they are already taking on tasks without thoroughly reviewing their details. Another senior raised his head to look at the hall and remarked, strange. The freshmen have yet to arrive. Who accepted the task? The two hurriedly drew a task and checked who had taken it. Xu Zhan? The son of the Wan Yao King? Indeed, it must be him. But never mind that, let's see who else has accepted the other tasks. To their surprise, it was still Xu Zhan. They continued to check, only to find Xu Zhan's name again. The two exchanged glances, their eyes wide in disbelief. All these tasks had been taken by Xu Zhan. How had he managed that? The Academy's token did not permit the bulk acceptance of tasks. Should we report this? Xu Zhan mused. The reason he had ventured to the library was to input some information into the intellect soul. He had never had the opportunity to access a vast array of books before, and he could not afford to miss this chance. Resources within the Academy could only be exchanged for points, and they had yet to complete any tasks, thus lacking points. If it were merely for attending lectures, it seemed unnecessary. Ming Dai interjected. She served as a porter, adding a book whenever one was removed from Xu Zhan's possession. Xu Zhan had previously informed her that the books were not profound, primarily consisting of common knowledge, as well as information on various treasures, different minerals, and introductions to monster beasts and beastmen. Even with just this, the library at Chongyun Academy housed a plethora of tomes. Gradually, everyone assumed Xu Zhan was merely selecting books that suited him, yet time passed, and Xu Zhan continued to flip through the pages, seemingly oblivious. While it appeared so to others, it was far from the truth in Xu Zhan's perspective. The intelligent brain screen continuously recorded the pages that Xu Zhan flipped through, pausing for merely a second on each page to completely replicate and organize the content. Consequently, no matter what Xu Zhan encountered, he could effortlessly search through the data entered into the intelligent brain's soul with just a thought. As time passed slowly, dusk descended upon the horizon. People in the library came and went, all curiously gazing at a particular corner. Oh! Is that lad still poring over books? What could he possibly be searching for? Indeed, he seems to have arrived in the morning, and now it's nearly evening, yet he remains empty-handed. Isn't that Xu Zhan? Su Guanzixuan felt a profound curiosity. She initially believed that she was the only student from the elite class who would frequent this place to read, but to her surprise, Xu Zhan was also present. According to the whispers around her, he appeared to have spent the entire day engrossed in reading. Is there nothing left? As Xu Zhan finished flipping through the last book in front of him, he inquired. Ming Dai shook her head helplessly. As per your request, I have brought all the fundamental reference materials. What are you searching for? I wonder if I might be of assistance. Su Guanzixuan gracefully approached. I am not searching for anything. I am done here, Xu Zhan replied, rising to his feet, immediately feeling the strain in his back and waist. I heard your conversation. There is no need for secrecy. Although the collection here is vast, it does not encompass every book. If it is not available here, I can help you find it. Su Guanzixuan offered. Really, there is no need, I appreciate your kindness. The books I have perused are sufficient, Xu Zhan responded. Su Guanzixuan's expression soured slightly, feeling slighted that her goodwill was not acknowledged. Could it be that I am to blame for my earlier rejection of Ming Dai? Humph! Kindness mistaken for insincerity. Su Guanzixuan retorted, her heart swelling with indignation as she gazed at Xu Zhan's retreating figure. Initially, she believed herself to be disinterested in him. Yet it appeared that Xu Zhan was even less inclined to acknowledge her. As the seventh princess of the empire, she excelled in every regard, and among her peers, who would dare to disregard her? I refuse to believe that you truly look down upon me. A smile crept across Su Guanzixuan's face. If you do not regard me with esteem, then I shall first hold you close and subsequently cast you aside. With this thought in mind, she lost interest in her reading and promptly followed after him. Chapter 38, Will you accept the challenge? So engrossed in her reading, she even forgot to have lunch. Are you hungry? Let us venture to the cafeteria and see what delights await us, Xu Zhan suggested. Ming Dai naturally nodded in agreement, her curiosity piqued. What exactly were you searching for earlier? I wasn't seeking anything in particular, Xu Zhan suddenly recalled that the capabilities of the soul intelligence brain were known only to him. His rapid page-turning earlier could easily have led others to misunderstand his intentions. He explained, I was indeed reading, and I have finished now. Reading? Is it possible to read that quickly? Ming Dai expressed her skepticism. I am a genius, it cannot be helped, Xu Zhan replied with a hint of exasperation. Observing Xu Zhan's proud demeanor, Ming Dai couldn't help but chuckle. Since you are a genius, why not let me put you to the test? Bring it on. Xu Zhan responded, undaunted. Previously, I recall a detailed compendium of medicinal herbs, within which there exists a particular herb known as the purple core flower. Before Ming Dai could continue her thoughts, Xu Zhan interjected, the purple core flower is a low-grade herb, resembling ordinary wild grass, with a distinctive purple core. It grows in clusters, giving the appearance of a flowering thicket. This herb can be concocted into a potion that aids digestion. And it is not only palatable to humans but also favored by certain mystical beasts. Should one encounter vast expanses of purple core flowers in the wilderness, One must exercise caution, as the presence of mystical beasts is highly probable. If no beasts are found, the situation could be even more dire. For the orcs also cultivate the purple core flower in abundance. Ming Dai's eyes widened. She was well aware of the purple core flower and knew Xu Zhan's words to be accurate. However, Xu Zhan had flipped through the pages at an astonishing speed, making it unlikely that he could have comprehended them fully, let alone memorized them. The two hurried to the dining hall, which had already begun serving meals. Xu Zhan! Over here! Jin Wanshan called out from a distance. Xu Zhan collected his meal and approached Ming Dai directly, only to discover that other elite class students were also present. Sitting beside Jin Wanshan placed him directly across from Sima Xian. Sima Xian wore an unusual expression, and a hush fell over the others. As it appeared Sima Xian had been saying something prior. Due to the wager with Xu Zhan, Sima Xian was compelled to remain silent in Xu Zhan's presence, resulting in this awkward atmosphere. That wager was merely a jest. You may speak now, Xu Zhan remarked, feeling disinclined to engage in trivial disputes with Sima Xian. Sima Xian turned his head in annoyance, ignoring him. How about this? Let us wager once more. If you win, the previous agreement shall be nullified. What say you? Xu Zhan proposed, prompting Sima Xian to finally turn his attention back to him. Xu Zhan set down his chopsticks, retaining only one, which he waved before Sima Xian, proclaiming, "Our wager concerns the number of chopsticks I possess." The onlookers fell silent, recognizing the obvious intention to grant Sima Xian a reprieve. It was evident to anyone with sight that Xu Zhan held but a single chopstick. Sima Xian squinted. Unwavering in his belief that Xu Zhan would not truly let him off the hook, there must be some hidden snare. Beside them, Jin Wanshan could no longer contain himself and remarked to Sima Xian, "Do speak up, the answer is quite apparent, is it not?" Sima Xian scoffed lightly, his gaze drifting to the other chopstick on Xu Zhan's plate, a smile creeping across his face as he declared, "Two." He then nonchalantly pointed to the chopstick on Xu Zhan's plate. Xu Zhan's hand froze in midair, his face contorting as he thought, "How clever of you. Truly blind you are." Such a straightforward question had spiraled into an intricate web of misinterpretation between the two. Some believed Sima Xian to be astute, having discerned Xu Zhan's ruse, while others felt Xu Zhan had deliberately chosen to overlook Sima Xian's miscalculation. Regardless, the wager had reached its conclusion. "Xu Zhan, what are your plans for tomorrow?" Jin Wanshan inquired eagerly. "I heard that students in our elite class can overdraw points. I visited the exchange hall and discovered that we can redeem them for soul techniques. Once we accumulate more points, we can even exchange for secret arts exclusive to the Transcendence Realm and lethal skills reserved for the Transcendence Realm." As he spoke, Jin Wanshan's face lit up with fervor, shaking Xu Zhan's arm in excitement. And, astonishingly, divine techniques from the divine realm can also be exchanged for points. Xu Zhan responded with a nonchalant "Oh," revealing his disinterest in such matters, because he simply cannot learn. Observing Xu Zhan's lackluster demeanor, Jin Wanshan continued, "It's not just about soul techniques. Various formations and equipment can also be exchanged in the exchange hall. There are rings that refine mental energy, necklaces that expedite the cultivation of divine thoughts, and an array of protective gear." Hearing this, Xu Zhan felt a flicker of interest and began to engage in discussion with Jin Wanshan. He regretted not having visited the exchange hall earlier, which was conveniently located above the mission hall. The privileges enjoyed by elite class students were indeed enviable to those of us in the ordinary class. At that moment, a sarcastic voice broke through the air. At a nearby table, several new students from the ordinary class cast their gazes toward Ming Dai. One of the new students remarked, "Even a mere servant can shatter the academy's integrity and ascend to the elite class. What a pity for us! What is there to lament when one lacks strength?" The qualifications for the elite class were earned through combat, fair and just. Sima Xian, now emboldened to speak, seemed eager to stir trouble. Indeed, fair and just. Could Sima Xian be oblivious to the fact that Ming Dai's inclusion had fundamentally disrupted this fairness? Xu Zhan sighed, feeling a twinge of regret for having let Sima Xian off the hook. Just as everyone turned their attention to Xu Zhan, anticipating his response, he slammed his palm down on the table with a resounding thud, nearly shattering it, causing all the food on the table to tremble. Before anyone could react, Xu Zhan sprang to his feet, one hand on his hip, the other pointing at the new student as he bellowed, "Are you looking for trouble? Are you itching for a fight? Shall I help you loosen your joints?" Everyone stood frozen, the entire first floor of the cafeteria abruptly fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The new student was evidently taken aback, clearly unable to react or know how to respond. Xu Zhan continued to bellow, "Weren't you quite eloquent just now? Do you dare to defy me? Come on, see if I don't obliterate you. Just because a tiger does not roar, do you mistake me for a harmless kitten? What is a kitten?" The new student felt utterly bewildered. He certainly did not dare to confront Xu Zhan, nor had he ever contemplated challenging him. He merely wished to indulge in a moment of verbal bravado, never anticipating Xu Zhan's explosive reaction. "Afraid to come forward, are we?" Xu Zhan scoffed, producing a flashbang with a flick of his hand. "Let me give you something. Do you dare to catch it?" He then hurled it into the air. The onlookers immediately felt a shiver run down their spines. The gruesome scene of the Tiger clan being obliterated was still fresh in their minds, and chaos ensued as they all hurriedly retreated. The new student trembled uncontrollably, and as the flashbang soared towards him, he instinctively kicked it away. "What the hell have I done to you? Why are you trying to ruin me?" Jin Wanshan, witnessing the flashbang hurtling towards him, darkened in countenance, cursing and shouting, he quickly performed a hand seal. In an instant, a tempest arose, lifting all tables and chairs along with various food items into the air, causing the flashbang to vanish from sight. Chapter 39, If you can act, don't shout. "This isn't the previous high-explosive grenade, damn it!" Xu Zhan cursed as he hurriedly fled, narrowly escaping a potential bath in soup. Everyone presumed that the flashbang thrown by Xu Zhan was the same high-explosive grenade that had previously claimed the lives of members of the Tiger clan. Little did they know, Xu Zhan had not even activated it. Even as a flashbang, it would not detonate upon being thrown. "Oh, it's merely a test of your courage to catch this object. You coward, and you still dare to shout at me? Am I the coward? Surely, there are those far more cowardly than I." The new student cast a glance at Jin Wanshan, instantly provoking his ire. Jin Wanshan, hopping in frustration, began hurling insults back at the newcomer, leading to an escalating exchange of vitriol as more students from the ordinary class joined in. Outmatched, Jin Wanshan quickly sought assistance. Given that this conflict was between the ordinary students and the elite class, other elite students could not remain uninvolved. Thus, a grand verbal confrontation commenced, destined to be immortalized in the annals of Changyun Academy. In the cafeteria, which was more chaotic than a bustling marketplace, who could fathom that these unruly individuals were the scions of esteemed families? The instigator, Xu Zhan, watched the spectacle unfold with Ming Dai at his side, thoroughly entertained. "This cannot be good," Ming Dai murmured softly. "What is there to fear? The law does not punish the multitude. The more participants there are, the less likely any of us will face repercussions," Xu Zhan asserted with conviction. Suddenly, Xu Zhan raised an eyebrow, sensing through his mind that he could remotely detonate the flashbang he had thrown, now positioned between the two warring factions. "Close your eyes," Xu Zhan instructed quietly. Although Ming Dai was perplexed, she complied without hesitation. Snap! Xu Zhan lightly snapped his fingers. Due to the overwhelming number of students in the ordinary class, conflicts escalated as emotions ran high, with little regard for titles such as princess or for prominent families. At that moment, an unusual wave of energy surged forth, freezing everyone in place as a dire realization struck their minds. The hand grenade previously thrown by Xu Zhan had yet to detonate. Panic ensued, with all firearms suddenly aimed at Xu Zhan, as everyone scrambled to escape, yet they were utterly lost as to where to flee. A dull thud reverberated within each person's core, followed by an overwhelming brilliance that rendered their vision void. The disturbance even penetrated their consciousness, leaving them dazed and disoriented. Those at a distance felt less impact but still experienced a foggy mind, squinting at their surroundings through a haze of double vision. This was not the doing of Xu Zhan. Someone had unleashed a 9th-level soul technique, a storm of consciousness. Was it the instructor who had arrived? Some speculated. After a considerable time, the group gradually regained their composure. Xu Zhan was astonished, having not anticipated that a flashbang could produce such an effect. If a smoke bomb were detonated, would it not hinder the probing of consciousness? Intriguingly, who had released the storm of consciousness? One pondered. As everyone had returned to normal, yet the instructor remained absent. All eyes turned toward Xu Zhan, who had long since retreated, and they subtly shook their heads, failing to associate the storm of consciousness with him. Only Ming Dai gazed at Xu Zhan in astonishment, her eyes brimming with disbelief. The new students this year certainly knew how to stir things up. Their commotion far surpassed that of previous years. Outside the cafeteria, 2 senior students cast curious glances in their direction. Something felt amiss. The commotion was rather excessive, wasn't it? Yet, a lively discussion was only to be expected. Particularly as this was their inaugural encounter with the divine realm, and they were soon to venture into the beast hunting grounds. Perhaps their anxiety was manifesting itself. Inside the cafeteria, the atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. Suddenly, a voice erupted, "If you can fight, then stop shouting and get on with it." Almost instantaneously, a freshman from the regular class was struck on the head by an apple, leaving a sizable, swollen bruise. Like ice water poured into boiling oil, the freshman, undeterred by the identity of his assailant, seized a bench and hurled it across the room. The verbal altercation escalated into a full-blown melee. Initially, it was merely plates and benches flying about, but soon an array of rudimentary soul techniques emerged, with the elite class students wielding considerable power, while the regular class boasted sheer numbers. In this clash of soul techniques, both sides found themselves evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate. Xu Zhan and Ming Dai, both members of the elite class, were present, relishing the opportunity to teach these regular class students that they were not to be trifled with. Could it be that a brawl had truly erupted? The 2 senior students swallowed hard. In the academy, combat was reserved for the training grounds, and any deviation constituted a violation of the rules. Such audacity from these freshmen, engaging in a brawl on their very first day. They were eager to discover which audacious elite class student had instigated this uproar. The 2 seniors hurried toward the cafeteria, suspecting that a conflict had arisen between students of the elite class. As they approached the cafeteria, the cacophony grew increasingly intense. Upon crossing the threshold, they were immediately taken aback by the scene before them. It was not merely a skirmish among a few elite students but rather an all-encompassing melee involving everyone present. Although the combatants predominantly employed rudimentary soul techniques, the spectacle was nothing short of a small-scale battle. The 2 senior students exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss as to how the situation had escalated to this point. If it had been merely a handful of individuals fighting, they might have intervened. But in light of the current chaos, after a brief look at one another, they decided to retreat. "We must leave this place quickly. If a teacher arrives and finds us failing to intervene, our points will surely be deducted." Indeed, it was wise to avoid the fray for the time being. They could always return to observe the aftermath once the dust settled. Inside the cafeteria, Ming Dai regarded Xu Zhan with curiosity. Recalling his earlier remark about not shouting if one could engage in combat, an assertion made by none other than Xu Zhan himself. With this newfound information, it seemed that merely raising a hand would prompt the intelligent soul spirit to provide Xu Zhan with optimal strategies for attack and evasion. What had transpired? Suddenly, a low voice broke through beside Xu Zhan. "You're not going to look? It's already turned into a fight." Xu Zhan replied without lifting his gaze. Meanwhile, Ming Dai cautiously tugged at Xu Zhan's arm, prompting him to look up and inquire, "What is the matter?" Chapter 40, Punishment. Why did you get into an argument with the elite class? What prompted the quarrel with the elite class? As discussions began, the source of the conflict remained elusive. Wu Daotong's patience had finally worn thin. Just as he was about to lose his temper, a freshman stepped forward, pointing at Xu Zhan and exclaimed, "Teacher, it was Xu Zhan who instigated it." Before Wu Daotong could question him, Xu Zhan retorted vehemently, "Which of your eyes saw me instigate anything? During the brawl earlier, which eye of yours observed my involvement?" Immediately, he turned to Wu Daotong and said, "Teacher, you witnessed it as well. Neither Ming Dai nor I participated. We were merely trying to mediate. Unfortunately, our low abilities rendered our efforts futile." Ming Dai, standing nearby, felt a twinge of embarrassment, astonished that Xu Zhan had the audacity to fabricate such a tale without even a moment's hesitation. "If we are to discuss who instigated this, I am well aware," Xu Zhan continued. "Oh? And who might that be?" Wu Daotong inquired. "That individual should not only be expelled but also permanently barred from employment," Xu Zhan declared. He raised a finger, poised in the air, directing it toward the ordinary class freshman who had first sought trouble with him. Just as he was about to speak, he hesitated. The ordinary class student stood frozen in terror. If he were indeed expelled and permanently dismissed, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Those standing beside him also recognized who Xu Zhan was pointing at, as did the elite class students, for they understood how this incident had unfolded. Are they truly to be expelled? Xu Zhan refrained from naming the culprit, instead posing a question. "Expulsion is a necessity," Wu Daotong stated decisively. "Let us set aside the notion of permanent dismissal, shall we?" Xu Zhan probed cautiously. Wu Daotong cast a sidelong glance at Xu Zhan and replied gravely, "Identify that individual quickly, or you shall all face severe consequences." "I seem to have forgotten who he is," Xu Zhan said as he lowered his hand. Students privy to the situation turned their gaze towards Xu Zhan, astonished by his unexpected actions. The new student felt a profound sense of relief wash over him, though his body still trembled, shaken to the core. Under such circumstances, anyone would hesitate. Yet, just as the new student had begun to relax, anxiety surged back as he gazed apprehensively at Xu Zhan. With his eyes closed, Xu Zhan took a deep breath and spoke slowly, "I did not foresee such an outcome." Was this an apology to the new student? How insincere! Sima Xian muttered disdainfully. "If one were to seek a scapegoat, I too would bear some responsibility. As the saying goes, it takes two to tango. If someone must be punished severely, let it be me. I willingly accept expulsion from the academy." His calm words left everyone in shock, their eyes fixed on Xu Zhan. Ming Dai seized Xu Zhan's hand, imploring, "Do you understand what this means for you?" She then hurriedly addressed Wu Daotong, "This situation arose because of me. Had I not joined the elite class, none of this would have transpired. They cannot bear the blame alone, I am directly implicated. I was the first to employ soul techniques." At this moment, Jin Wanshan stepped forward. The earlier new student also rose, admitting, "Indeed, I was the one who provoked Xu Zhan first. And I, aside from the one who ambushed me with an apple, was the first to strike." Another new student joined in. And thus, the primary conflict arose from the quarrel between students of the elite class and those of the ordinary class. A student from the elite class spoke up. Gradually, more individuals began to declare their own accountability, expressing their willingness to bear the consequences. They gazed at each other, sharing a knowing smile. In that instant, all grievances had been laid to rest, regardless of the harsh words exchanged or the fierce altercations prior. They stood united to face the consequences, having found mutual forgiveness. The previously tense atmosphere transformed into one of camaraderie. Yet, just then, an abrupt comment shattered this newfound harmony. "Should I feel moved by this scene?" Xu Zhan furrowed his brow. In truth, his expulsion bore little consequence. The monster hunting grounds served as the finest training ground. But he could easily venture to the true battlefield for experience. As a former cosmic war deity, he felt no concern. The Academy's points could be exchanged for soul techniques, secret skills, ultimate moves, and even the legendary divine arts, all of which he deemed unattainable. As for equipment, it could undoubtedly be procured outside the academy. The other students glared at Xu Zhan, and one shouted, "Do not flatter yourself, we are not bearing the burden for you. We are merely confronting our own mistakes." Another echoed, "Indeed, I strongly propose that while we face penalties, Xu Zhan should receive an even harsher punishment. Absolutely, a severe penalty." Ultimately, if it were not for Xu Zhan, today's events would not have transpired. In an instant, students from both the ordinary and elite classes united in their condemnation of Xu Zhan, while Wu Datong secretly chuckled. He had never intended to expel anyone. He merely wished to intimidate the newcomers, reminding them to behave in the academy. Observing the fresh students set aside past grievances and collectively embrace responsibility brought him genuine delight. With a slight cough, Wu Datong proclaimed, "Very well, in light of this, I hereby announce that all participants shall have 1,000 academy points deducted. Given that you are newcomers, I shall grant you ample time. After your trials in the beast hunting grounds, should you fail to replenish your points, you are well aware of the consequences." What? 1,000 points? I recall that in the exchange hall, 1 point could be exchanged for a piece of primal spirit stone. That amounts to 1,000 primal spirit stones. Furthermore, these academy points can solely be redeemed for primal spirit stones and cannot be purchased with them. I visited the task hall to 1-star task rewards merely 10 points. By the way, what happens if one cannot make up the deficit? You will be expelled. This is the rule of Changyun Academy. Each year, there are students who find themselves expelled due to their points sinking into the negatives. A lamenting chorus erupted in the cafeteria, each newcomer's visage clouded with despair. Xu Zhan initially felt indifferent, but upon hearing the complaints of others, a heavy weight settled in his heart. The value of these points was indeed astonishing. As the instigator, you have just candidly admitted your culpability, thus, I decree that 5,000 academy points shall be deducted from you. Wu Datong directed his gaze towards Xu Zhan. What? 5,000? You might as well expel me outright. Xu Zhan exclaimed, leaping up in protest, eager to argue with Wu Datong. Beside him, Ming Dai firmly grasped Xu Zhan's arm, restraining him. Humph. If you two have not yet fought sufficiently, you are welcome to continue. According to Academy regulations, any error committed a second time will incur double the penalty. Wu Datong announced, his voice resonating throughout the cafeteria. All the newcomers shook their heads in unison, and an array of lamentations filled the air. You too. Follow me. Upon hearing the words of Wu Datong, Xu Zhan and Ming Dai followed him out of the cafeteria. With Wu Datong's departure, the atmosphere within the cafeteria seemed to lighten considerably. All the freshmen, having been penalized with the loss of 1,000 points, wore expressions of despondency. However, when they thought of Xu Zhan, who had been docked 5,000 points, they inexplicably felt somewhat better. Chapter 41, the 10-star mission inside Wu Datong's office. Xu Zhan and Ming Dai stood before the desk. What exactly do you intend to do? Wu Datong inquired, his tone somewhat grave. Xu Zhan, puzzled, replied. Are you referring to the scuffle in the cafeteria? You are aware of that? Wu Datong's expression remained impassive. Xu Zhan continued, there is a rationale behind my actions. It is not merely to deter others from troubling me in the future. Indeed, it is you who has been stirring up trouble. It seems that docking you 5,000 points was rather lenient, Wu Datong suddenly interjected. Xu Zhan was taken aback, quickly realizing, you are not speaking of the cafeteria incident. Of course not. I merely wish to inquire why you accepted that temporarily cancelled 9-star mission, Wu Datong stated. Since failure was inconsequential, I thought I might as well undertake it, Xu Zhan shrugged. Is that truly the case? Wu Datong pressed. Indeed it is. Very well, that suffices. You may leave now. Wu Datong waved his hand dismissively. Xu Zhan felt a twinge of doubt, sensing that Wu Datong had summoned him for a reason that was not so straightforward. He hesitated to depart and cautiously asked, "What if I say, I wish to complete this mission?" Wu Datong gazed intently at Xu Zhan, then retrieved a stack of documents from the drawer and handed them over, saying, "If you intend to complete this task, then this information is an additional resource for you." Before Xu Zhan could even begin to peruse the materials, Wu Datong continued, "This is not merely intelligence, it is also a mission. The moment you start reading, it signifies your acceptance of the task." Xu Zhan, at a loss for words, replied, "I haven't even looked yet. Can I back out?" "No." Wu Datong shook his head. "Isn't this a trap?" Xu Zhan timidly inquired, "What level of task is this?" 10 stars. "What the hell?" Xu Zhan felt as though he were clutching not a stack of documents, but a scorching iron plate, unbearably hot to the touch. A 9-star task was already extraordinarily daunting, nearly requiring a thorough search of all the orc strongholds within the beast hunting grounds, and it was highly likely that these orcs were capable of controlling the ferocious beasts. What, then, could a 10-star mission entail? As a mere 5th-tier spirit refinement practitioner, how could he possibly contend with them? Xu Zhan slammed the documents down onto the table. "I trust you will find a way," Wu Datong assured him. "Ha! That is easy to say, this is nothing short of an impossible task. Moreover, that Sima Yan is the brother of Sima Xin, and I already have a contentious relationship with Sima Xin. Sima Yan will surely be wary of me and will likely seek to create trouble for me. How can I avoid this? It seems I must willingly walk into a trap." Xu Zhan lamented. Meanwhile, Ming Dai, who was listening nearby, felt utterly bewildered. How did the conversation turn to the students of the previous elite class? And why on earth would they have to eliminate them? Ming Dai could hardly believe that the academy would issue a mission to kill students. Wu Datong disregarded Xu Zhan's complaints, instead expressing his confusion. "You seem rather unfazed by this." He had long sensed something amiss but had not anticipated that his worst suspicions would indeed be confirmed, and that the academy had been aware of it all along. Xu Zhan sighed. "May I take a look at the materials?" Ming Dai interjected. Before Wu Datong could respond, Xu Zhan spoke up, "Feel free to examine them, we are part of the same team and can trust one another completely. Since we have accepted this task, it is essential for you to understand the nature of this ridiculous assignment we have been given." Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Ming Dai seized the documents and began to peruse them. Upon finishing, her expression darkened, and she cast a hostile glance at Wu Datong. Coldly, she remarked, "You actually allowed Xu Zhan to undertake this suicidal mission? I refuse to accept this task from Changyun Academy on his behalf." Her tone was somewhat brusque, tinged with an odd intensity, as if she were directly addressing Changyun Academy rather than Wu Datong. Wu Datong's demeanor shifted, and he replied earnestly, "That is not." "No need for explanations," Ming Dai interrupted, turning to Xu Zhan. "It seems that Changyun Academy harbors ill intentions towards you. You should come with me to the Wanyao army instead." At that moment, Xu Zhan was utterly bewildered, as if encountering Ming Dai for the first time. This was Wu Datong, the esteemed head of the elite class. How could this girl dare to speak to him in such a manner? What perplexed Xu Zhan even more was that Wu Datong, instead of expressing anger, immediately began to explain. Noticing Xu Zhan's hesitation, Ming Dai reached into her soul space and produced a token, saying, "I have come to your side bearing a mission." "What mission?" Xu Zhan inquired. Ming Dai elucidated, "I possess the authority to determine if anyone intends to bring you to harm. Should that be the case, and it is unavoidable, I will shatter this token. The army of 10,000 demons." "Enough!" Xu Zhan interjected, having grasped Ming Dai's intent. "Since you are now with me, you need only heed my commands." Ming Dai hastily defended herself. "If you trust me, why would you consider this mission a certain death? My earlier anger was merely an attempt to secure greater benefits for myself." Xu Zhan quickly covered his mouth. "Is that truly the case?" Ming Dai questioned, somewhat skeptical. Of course it is. Xu Zhan replied. However, due to your previous actions, I may receive significantly fewer benefits. Quite a considerable amount. He added, feigning regret. But what about this mission? Do you still not trust me? No, I believe you. Very well, then. Since you believe me, from this moment onward you shall obey only my commands, and you must do so unconditionally. Can you manage that? I can't. In that case, I command you to cancel all tasks you were assigned prior to your arrival. Wu Daotong discerned Xu Zhan's intentions and asked, why must you do this? I fear she will shatter the token, Xu Zhan replied. You seem more afraid than I am. Why is that? Wu Daotong unexpectedly posed two questions in succession. Xu Zhan let out a bitter smile and remarked, I am but a solitary individual, for my sake, it is not worth such tremendous sacrifice. With this, he sighed, expressing his admiration for the current emperor of Changyun, acknowledging the breadth of his vision. Xu Zhan continued, ultimately, the present emperor of Changyun will age, and a new emperor shall ascend the throne. At that time, however, I shall bear no ties with the new emperor of Changyun. Wu Daotong was rather taken aback, surprised that Xu Zhan could contemplate such matters. After a brief pause, Xu Zhan articulated, the current emperor refrains from acting against the Wanyao army and the Wanyao territory out of respect for past affections. Several years hence, the new emperor will likewise refrain from such actions against the Wanyao army and territory. Why is that? Wu Daotong could not help but inquire. Because I will ensure he dares not act. Chapter 42, Mission Details. Xu Zhan sighed deeply and stated, I have no choice, I must exert myself more than others. For I understand that to attain greater strength than my peers, I must confront challenges far beyond theirs. Therefore, I accept this 10-star mission. Xu Zhan solemnly declared. If I perish, all shall be in vain. If I live to complete the task, it will at least prove that I am worthy of bearing the burdens upon me. Wu Daotong felt a swirl of complex emotions. Throughout his life, he had admired very few, yet at this moment, he found himself admiring Xu Zhan. Perhaps it is indeed as Xu Zhan had once said before the statue of the deity, one day, when people discuss this father and son duo, they will surely say that the king of Wanyao is Xu Zhan's father, rather than Xu Zhan being merely the son of the king of Wanyao. Wu Daotong and Xu Zhan engaged in conversation for a while, clarifying the task at hand before Xu Zhan took his leave. On the bright avenue of the imperial city, Xu Zhan and Ming Dai walked slowly, one after the other, enveloped in a somewhat somber atmosphere. Are you truly planning to undertake that task? Ming Dai was the first to shatter the silence. There will always be a way, do not worry, Xu Zhan reassured her. As Ming Dai trailed behind Xu Zhan, gazing at his not-so-broad silhouette, she resolutely vowed to herself, regardless of your decisions, I shall remain steadfast in my protection of you. At that moment, Xu Zhan was lost in contemplation, pondering how to accomplish the task. The temporarily cancelled 9-star mission required the investigation of the whereabouts of the beastmen. However, the 10-star mission was considerably more intricate. It was predicated upon the 9-star mission, and it entailed not merely investigation, should any nefarious plots of the beastmen come to light. It would be imperative to dismantle them. According to convention, this group of beastmen was to be escorted to the beast hunting grounds, intended to train the newcomers. The emergence of these beastmen was rife with suspicion. They managed to conceal themselves near the imperial city, yet all exhibited only the strength of the spirit-shaping realm, which was alarmingly insufficient. Furthermore, among them was a young Fox clan girl, whose status among the beastmen was exceedingly elevated, making her presence there utterly incongruous. Most critically, within the previous elite class responsible for escorting this group of beastmen, one had fallen victim to the allure of this Fox clan girl. The preliminary suspicion fell on Sima Yan, the brother of Sima Xian from the Sima family. If Xu Zhan wished to fulfill this 10-star mission, he would need to accomplish 3 crucial tasks. The first was to ascertain precisely what transpired within the beast hunting grounds. Secondly, regardless of whether the orcs harbor any schemes, upon discovering a suspicious orc stronghold within the monster hunting grounds, one must proceed to annihilate it directly. Thirdly, students from the previous elite class will also enter the monster hunting grounds, and Xu Zhan must ascertain who among them has been ensnared by the enchantress of the fox tribe. Once identified, they shall be eliminated. Within the monster hunting grounds, the true peril does not stem from the monstrous beasts but rather from the cunning orcs, whose intellect is not to be underestimated. Xu Zhan not only cannot evade them but is compelled to investigate and eradicate them proactively. The prior elite class students have fallen under the spell of the fox tribe's enchantress, and even their mentor, Feng Zhou, could not discern who had been captivated. Yet, this daunting task has now fallen upon Xu Zhan's shoulders. Their cultivations exceed the 8th level of the spirit-shaping realm, with many having attained the 9th level. Although the disparities between each minor realm of the spirit-shaping are not vast, Xu Zhan only possesses the strength of the 5th level, making direct confrontation a one-way path to demise. The intense reaction from Ming Dai previously was precisely due to this reality. Furthermore, there exists a more significant reason. No one would dare to openly slay Xu Zhan, but within the monster hunting grounds, the scenario alters dramatically. Should Xu Zhan meet his end there, others would merely attribute it to his insufficient strength. In the course of his trials, the Wanyao army would be unable to seek vengeance for him. It is conceivable that during this expedition to the monster hunting grounds, Xu Zhan will contend with adversaries far exceeding those delineated in the task. At the Wanyao King's residence, within the training chamber, Ming Dai dedicates every fleeting moment to her cultivation, unwilling to squander a single second. Meanwhile, Xu Zhan eschews cultivation in favor of fervently summoning. The effects of high explosive grenades and flashbangs surpass expectations, their power rivaling that of a 9th level soul technique. If utilized adeptly, Xu Zhan possesses the potential to contend with practitioners who have reached the 9th tier of the spirit-shaping realm. Unlike firearms, grenades do not deplete one's mental energy with each discharge, which is why Xu Zhan has summoned them in abundance. In the heat of battle, a pistol can only fire 3 rounds, and a sniper rifle is limited to a single shot at a time. Insufficient means indeed. He has no desire to exhaust his ammunition and await his demise. Within the training chamber, energy abounds, yet it remains inadequate for Xu Zhan's needs. Grasping a piece of primal spirit stone, he fervently replenishes his internal mental energy. Once sufficiently replenished, he intends to summon once more. Initially, he felt no adverse effects. But gradually, Xu Zhan sensed a growing disorder within his mental energy, and his mental acuity began to wane. Alarmed, he realized that absorbing excessive primal spirit stones and empty void stones had jeopardized his foundation. A tremor of concern surged through him, prompting an immediate halt. Undermining one's foundation is a grave matter. The consequences could range from diminished potential to stagnation in cultivation. I have been too impatient, Xu Zhan sighed. Redirecting his focus to the 10,000 demons technique to fortify his mental acuity, the disarray of mental energy was of little consequence, as he was not a martial combatant requiring pure mental energy. However, a weakened mental acuity could easily lead to failed summons or an inability to wield items properly, resulting in self-harm. Xu Zhan shuddered at the thought of holding 2 high explosive grenades, only for them to detonate in his grasp before he could throw them. Fortunately, the 10,000 demons technique is a premier method specifically designed for cultivating mental acuity. Xu Zhan could distinctly sense that his spiritual consciousness was gradually becoming more stable and resilient. As long as there were no issues with his spiritual awareness, his cultivation speed would remain unaffected. With concerns alleviated, Xu Zhan immersed himself once more in fervent summoning. Day after day, apart from the most basic necessities of eating and resting, he devoted all his time to the art of summoning. His relentless efforts drained his spiritual consciousness and mental energy. Yet his practice of the 10,000 demons technique continuously fortified his spiritual awareness. Although his mental energy became increasingly chaotic and impure, Xu Zhan's spiritual consciousness subtly showed signs of breaking through to the 6th level of the spirit sculpting realm. Moreover, his intellect and soul essence continued to differentiate. He now possessed 4 soul spaces, each nearing the original size. The number of summons was no longer constrained, provided he had adequate time. Xu Zhan could summon as many as he desired. With the days drawing nearer to his entry into the Beast Hunter's arena, just 2 days remained before he ceased summoning. Delving into his soul spaces, he observed the 2nd and 3rd warehouses brimming with various high-explosive grenades, flashbangs, and smoke bombs, which brought him a sense of reassurance. With this miniature arsenal at his disposal, he felt no trepidation in the face of minor orc contingents. Having resolved his combat concerns, Xu Zhan then turned his attention to summoning an all-terrain motorcycle. The previous one had been damaged by Jin Wanshan, a fact that still weighed heavily on his mind. And he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret as he reflected on it. 3 pieces of original spirit stones, just like that, vanished. Xu Zhan took a deep breath, gazing at the towering pile of discarded remnants of original spirit stones beside him. He murmured to himself, with 3 original spirit stones, one could summon 2 high-explosive grenades. In a flash of light, a brand-new off-road motorcycle materialized before Xu Zhan. Skillfully embedding an original spirit stone into its slot, the motorcycle immediately radiated an enchanting sci-fi glow. Xu Zhan became entranced by the motorcycle. A spark of inspiration flickering in his mind. My psychic energy is muddled and impure, and the bullets of ordinary handguns and sniper rifles are condensed from my psychic energy. Does that mean the attack power of handguns and sniper rifles is diminished? This thought left Xu Zhan feeling quite unsettled. If only he could summon energy weapons that, like this off-road motorcycle, utilized original spirit stones as their power source. Chapter 43, Focus on the Flamethrower. Xu Zhan pondered deeply. With his current mastery of spirit molding, he could not summon energy weapons. The only weapons he could conjure were mundane handguns and the like. Even if he were to summon a mortar, it would still require psychic energy as ammunition. Xu Zhan began to drift into thought, reflecting on the evolutionary history of weapons from his past life. Traditional firearms did not suddenly transform into energy weapons. There must have been an intermediary phase. However, he soon found himself disillusioned. While there were indeed transitional weapons, they proved to be impractical. The difficulty of summoning them was no different from that of energy weapons, yet their power was simply inferior. The weapons I summon tend to undergo mutations. As long as they do not consume traditional ammunition, they may be powered by primal spirit stones. Xu Zhan has relinquished his hopes, realizing that he must elevate his cultivation level further. At that moment, a piece of equipment caught Xu Zhan's eye, the focused flamethrower. He murmured softly. The focused flamethrower is an enhancement of the ordinary flamethrower, boasting a longer range, a wider spread, and greater burning power, yet it offers little else in utility. With this thought, Xu Zhan's eyes sparkled, and he suddenly slapped his forehead. Elemental fire practitioners at the spirit molding realm rely on fireballs for their attacks, do they not? Surely, the power of the flame column from the focused flamethrower would not be inferior to that of a fireball. Resolute, he began the summoning process. The mental energy within him dissipated like a deflating balloon, and the consumption of spiritual consciousness grew increasingly burdensome. He aimed for success on the first attempt. Xu Zhan retrieved primal spirit stones and void stones from his soul spirit space warehouse No. 1 to replenish his mental energy and spiritual consciousness, striving diligently to summon the weapon. This task proved more challenging than summoning an all-terrain motorcycle. After absorbing 4 primal spirit stones and 3 void stones, the space before him suddenly twisted. Success! Beholding the focused flamethrower, measuring nearly 4 feet in length and resembling a rocket launcher, Xu Zhan felt elated. He gently caressed its surface, the fierce crimson lines seeming to warm his hand. Indeed, he discovered 2 indentations on the flamethrower and could not help but smile with joy. Eagerly, he embedded 2 primal spirit stones into the device and rushed out of the cultivation chamber, eager to conduct his experiment. As Ming Dai sensed a disturbance, She emerged from her meditation and followed Xu Zhan into the courtyard. "What have you summoned?" she inquired. A subtle smile graced Xu Zhan's lips as he teased. "You'll find out shortly. Since you're here, it would be splendid if you could help me assess the power of this device." Holding the focused flamethrower, Xu Zhan aimed it at the sky. If its potency resembled that of his past life, he dared not use it carelessly. The last thing he wanted was to set the royal residence ablaze. He pressed the switch, yet there was no response. Xu Zhan's smile froze, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Ming Dai, still eagerly awaiting, finally broke the silence. "What is happening? Has the attack been initiated?" "Initiated? Hardly, I may have failed." Xu Zhan sighed, his spirits dampened. He pondered what might have gone awry. The flamethrower clearly had 2 notches, and he had embedded the original spirit stone. Why then could it not function? Ming Dai approached him, offering comfort. "It's all right. Not only summoners but even elemental and combat practitioners occasionally falter when releasing soul techniques. Perhaps you've been too fatigued, causing your spiritual focus to waver?" Her voice dwindled, yet she knew that even if one's focus was unstable, it would mainly affect elemental practitioners. For summoners, as long as the summoning was successful, failure would not be an issue. Shifting her tone, she continued, "This failure is inconsequential. Perhaps next time will yield success. Moreover, as your cultivation improves, success will surely follow. Why not tell me what this device is?" "This contraption is called a focusing flamethrower." "Wait, fire." Xu Zhan seems to have realized something and hurriedly dashed towards the treasure vault. Just as Ming Dai arrived, she was immediately taken aback by the sight before her, rendered speechless. The column of flame soared to a height of 3 zhang, enveloping everything in a crimson glow, while the surging heat sent the surrounding temperature skyrocketing. "Haha, success! I knew I could not fail." Regaining his confidence, Xu Zhan continued to press the switch, adjusting the angle as if engaging in a playful endeavor, causing the flame column to shift direction incessantly. The fire transformed from a bright red into an increasingly solid hue, and a terrifying wave of energy gradually spread out. When the flame column was merely the width of a child's arm, Xu Zhan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mind. Elemental level 9 soul technique. Flame sword. Ming Dai was at a loss for words to describe her emotions. Xu Zhan never ceased to astonish her. And this flame sword was several times more potent than those unleashed by ordinary elemental practitioners. Reflecting on the wondrous entities Xu Zhan had recently summoned, each one brimming with incredible power. Buzz! A mysterious sound seemed to resonate, and the red flame column quivered violently before a blinding white light erupted, transforming the flame into pure white in an instant. The blazing sword. This has already surpassed the limits of soul techniques that can be wielded at the spirit shaping stage. It is a secret skill attainable only at the spirit transformation stage. Ming Dai exclaimed in shock. "Ah!" Xu Zhan suddenly cried out, an intense pain coursing through his mind, and he hastily released the switch, causing the white flame column to vanish immediately. "Xu Zhan, what is wrong?" Ming Dai rushed over, concern etched on her face. "Nothing, it's just a bit overwhelming," Xu Zhan remarked. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though the focused flamethrower in his grasp might explode at any moment, yet, before that detonation could occur, his consciousness would likely shatter first. "It is only natural to feel overwhelmed." Ming Dai felt a sense of relief within, stating, "The power of the final white fire pillar is already comparable to the secret techniques unleashed by elemental fire cultivators." "Really?" Xu Zhan exclaimed, his eyes widening in delight. Upon seeing Ming Dai nod, a smile spread across his face. Regardless of the throbbing pain in his head at that moment, it was all worth it. With less than 2 days remaining before entering the beast hunting grounds, make sure to gather some provisions at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion during this time. Chapter 44, Entering the beast hunting grounds. High explosive grenades, flash bangs, and the focused flamethrower are akin to 9th tier soul techniques. However, Should he truly engage in a one-on-one confrontation with a 9th level practitioner of the spirit sculpting realm, Xu Zhan might not even get the chance to strike. Xu Zhan! It's getting late, we should set off, Ming Dai announced as she entered the training chamber. Alright, I'll change my clothes, Xu Zhan replied, suddenly pausing as if struck by a thought. He swiftly removed his robe, leaving only his undergarments. With a snap of his fingers, the combat suit he had summoned earlier materialized upon him. Incredible! Xu Zhan chuckled, pleased to save considerable effort. A flicker of intrigue crossed Ming Dai's eyes. She had seen Xu Zhan summon this suit before but had not witnessed him wear it. Now, fully donned, in the dimly lit training chamber, only Xu Zhan's head was visible. His body was nearly indistinguishable. Your attire is astonishing, even more effective than the breath concealment technique, Ming Dai remarked with a hint of envy. Of course. If only I could summon a more advanced combat suit, one that possesses energy defenses. Then you would surely be astonished, Xu Zhan proclaimed, glancing at Ming Dai. How could I forget to procure a set for you as well? With that, he began to circle around Ming Dai, his gaze continuously measuring her form. Her exquisite and alluring figure was artfully accentuated by the tight-fitting outfit, while her delicate and charming doll-like visage, complemented by waist-length, lustrous black hair, left Xu Zhan in a state of admiration. If one were unfamiliar with Ming Dai, it would be inconceivable to associate her with the notion of a killer. Ming Dai felt as though invisible hands were caressing her, rendering her quite uneasy. And a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Yet, she quickly reminded herself that her life was entirely in Xu Zhan's hands, so what could she do about it? Thus, she set aside her reservations and graciously allowed Xu Zhan to gaze his fill. This, in turn, placed Xu Zhan in an awkward position, as he shyly rubbed his nose. It then dawned on him that the intelligent core spirit possessed measurement capabilities, far more accurate than any assessment made by the naked eye. Before long, the combat suit tailored for Ming Dai was summoned, and upon authorizing it on the luminous screen presented by the intelligent core spirit, he handed it over to her. Realizing the implications of her words, Ming Dai's face flushed crimson, and she hastily clarified, I meant to say, I won't wear this combat suit. That was your assertion. A word once spoken should not be retracted. Xu Zhan chuckled heartily and exited the training chamber. Ming Dai stood there, clutching the combat suit, her mind racing. What does he mean? Could it be that he intends? Hurry up, are you done yet? Xu Zhan urged from outside. Almost ready. Ming Dai hastily ceased her fanciful musings and donned her attire before emerging. Xu Zhan's eyes instantly brightened. Encountering someone clad in combat gear in this realm evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him. Moreover, she was indeed a captivating beauty. As Ming Dai observed Xu Zhan's unblinking gaze, her heart raced uncontrollably. Some felt an unsettling disquiet and took the initiative to inform other groups, ensuring they could collaborate if necessary. The 11 members of the freshman elite class gathered at the forefront of the crowd. Over the past month, they had made ample preparations and learned that the trials in the beast hunting grounds were indeed more perilous than in previous years. However, when they thought of Xu Zhan, their expressions grew peculiar. Since that day, Xu Zhan had not returned to the academy. Who could fathom what he had been up to during this time? Xiao Lianxue inquired, her gaze directed toward Jin Wanshan. Jin Wanshan, taken aback, wondered why they were looking at him. I have no idea where he has gone. Perhaps he is cultivating at his residence. Sima Xian scoffed, cultivating? More like hiding at home, too afraid to show himself. Xiao Lianxue stepped in to mediate, while nearby, Shengguan Zishuan chuckled, before we even enter the beast hunting grounds, you have already begun to bicker. It seems the reward for ranking first in this trial is destined for me. Xiao Lianxue retorted without hesitation, destined for you? Surely it pertains to your group alone. It appears you have little regard for your own team members. After all, the unusual movements of the beastmen within the beast hunting grounds, along with the previous elite class's encounter with that batch of beastmen, who were enchanted by a fox clan maiden, remained mere conjectures. The beast hunting grounds, a mystical realm, is accessible only to individuals below the 9th level of the spirit forging realm. The Academy lacks the means to conduct a thorough investigation, nor can it abolish the annual trials. If such news were to spread, Changyun Academy would become the laughingstock of the entire divine continent. Others would merely assert that at the slightest hint of trouble, Changyun Academy quaked in fear, forbidding its students from entering the beast hunting grounds. As one of the preeminent academies of the divine continent, Changyun Academy's greatest asset is precisely this very hunting ground. Now, all hope rests on Xu Zhan, who is expected to work miracles. Wu Daotong surveyed the new students but could not find Xu Zhan's figure, prompting him to inquire, "Where is Xu Zhan?" When the moment arrives, Xu Zhan's confrontation with the Sima family among the 4 great clans will be a battle to the death. Suddenly, a blue beast charged forth, accompanied by the screeching of brakes and the tires leaving a long mark on the ground. Xu Zhan and Ming Dai had finally arrived. With everyone present, it was time to set forth. They would proceed in groups, each completing their respective tasks. Should anyone encounter difficulties, they must lend assistance. While vying for ranks in the trials, let us not forget that you are all students of Changyun Academy, united as classmates. At Wu Daotong's command, the multitude of new students began their march deeper into the academy. Chapter 45, A Loss at Grandma's House. Along the way, Jin Wanshan approached Xu Zhan, whispering, "Have you unearthed any intriguing treasures recently? Share some with me. And could you get me another one of those off-road motorcycles?" The mere mention of this ignited Xu Zhan's fury. "You oversized buffoon, you damaged my motorcycle last time, and I haven't demanded compensation from you yet. How dare you come and ask me for something?" Xu Zhan retorted with irritation. "That was merely an accident," Jin Wanshan said, rubbing his hands together. Observing the peculiar attire worn by Xu Zhan and Ming Dai, he inquired, "Surely this garb must be some sort of secret weapon? Could you procure a set for me as well?" Xu Zhan rolled his eyes and replied, "Do not covet everything you see. This outfit would be of little use to you." This was not a deliberate dismissal on Xu Zhan's part, as Jin Wanshan was a practitioner of elemental wind, a traditional cultivator, unlike Ming Dai, who excelled in subterfuge and assassination. Furthermore, Jin Wanshan had not undertaken the 10-star mission, rendering stealth and infiltration unnecessary for him. Jin Wanshan, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, glanced at Sima Xian beside him and whispered, "I am aware of the discord between you and Sima Xian, however, for the sake of the ranking rewards from this expedition, I must team up with him. He wields fire, while I control wind. Our combined strength will significantly increase." "You genuinely do not require it," Xu Zhan clarified. "I am not one to be miserly, and I understand the gravity of the situation. If you encounter peril within the beast hunting grounds, I will not hesitate to rush to your aid." Sima Xian snorted from the side, "Do we truly need your assistance?" "What a joke!" Xu Zhan was disinclined to engage in verbal sparring with Sima Xian. If Sima Xian were to learn that Xu Zhan's mission was to eliminate his brother, Sima Yan, he wondered if Sima Xian would still maintain such a calm demeanor. "Are there rewards for ranking in this expedition?" "What sort of rewards?" Xu Zhan inquired. "How could you be unaware of that?" Jin Wanshan glanced at Xu Zhan, seemingly coming to a realization, and nodded, "Indeed, knowing this is of no concern to you. The ranking in the trials is determined by the points earned from completing tasks, and you have been deducted 5,000. It would be a miracle to make up for that, let alone contend for any ranking." Xu Zhan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration wash over him. Summoning the light screen, he examined the multitude of tasks he had accepted. "Calculate the total points I can earn upon completing all these tasks," he commanded with a thought. Moments later, a number materialized before his eyes, and he felt a wave of dizziness. Everything turned dark for a moment. 5,001. So, after completing all these tasks and subtracting that 5,000 points, I am left with merely a fraction of points? Xu Zhan suppressed the urge to vomit blood, wishing he could simply turn and walk away. For this trial, he had prepared for an entire month of frenzied summoning, expending a vast quantity of spirit stones. Only to earn a meager amount of points? And those points could only be exchanged for a single original spirit stone? This was an outrageous loss. Over 5,000 points was, in fact, quite substantial. It should be noted that others were merely hoping to recover their points and earn an additional 1,000 or 800, which would suffice. To vie for the top ranking, acquiring an extra 1 or 2,000 would be adequate. However, Xu Zhan's ambition to recover 5,000 points in one fell swoop, with even a surplus albeit just 1 point, was a staggering amount that others wouldn't even dare to dream of. Observing Xu Zhan's silence, Jin Wanshan assumed he was upset and hurriedly added, "Honestly, I feared that revealing this would only deepen your discomfort." "Nothing could be more distressing than my current feelings," Xu Zhan replied. "Did I really say that?" Jin Wanshan inquired tentatively. "Indeed. This time, the team that ranks first in group points during the trial will be rewarded with a rare grade piece of equipment for each member. You may request any type of equipment, be it jewelry, armor, or auxiliary weapons." Jin Wanshan continued, "I have already made up my mind. I intend to acquire a piece of jewelry that enhances the efficiency of mental energy utilization. Whether a ring or a necklace will suffice." Xu Zhan furrowed his brow slightly, uncertain of the actual quality of rare-grade equipment. After summoning a holographic screen, he began to investigate and was immediately taken aback. Equipment is categorized into ordinary, exquisite, rare, epic, and legendary grades. Each level of equipment can only exert its full potential if wielded by a corresponding level of strength. Among these, rare-grade equipment is sufficient for use by those in the spirit transformation realm. Moreover, epic-grade equipment is exceedingly rare. Even some transcendent beings possess only rare-grade equipment. As for legendary-grade equipment, it is so scarce that only a handful are known across the divine realm. Such equipment can only unleash its full power in the hands of divine beings. Goodness, is rare-grade equipment this formidable? Xu Zhan's face twitched involuntarily, as though he had lost something invaluable. He had no need for armor, as he could summon it in the future. Auxiliary weapons were also unnecessary, for he would possess more than enough to fill both hands, but jewelry was precisely what Xu Zhan desired most at this moment. Naturally, that is why it is termed rare grade. Jin Wanshan extended his plump hands, adorned with numerous rings of various hues, and remarked, "Look. All these rings on my fingers are merely exquisite grade. All of this combined pales in comparison to a single piece of rare grade equipment. Would you not agree that rare grade equipment possesses remarkable strength? Alas, this truly exemplifies the essence of affluence." Xu Zhan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He had long assumed that Jin Wanshan flaunted those rings merely for show, only to discover that they were all pieces of jewelry equipment. Suddenly, Xu Zhan clutched his chest, exclaiming weakly, "Do not utter another word, my heart aches." Beside him, the enigmatic Ming Dai, unfazed, extended her small hand. With a mere flick of her thoughts, a delicate veil materialized around her hand as she addressed Xu Zhan. "This is my exquisite auxiliary weapon. Please, no more." Xu Zhan hastened his pace. Jin Wanshan quickly caught up, continuing, "As for rare-grade equipment, it can be obtained through the Academy's exchange hall, but it requires at least 10,000 Academy points." 10,000? How exorbitant! Xu Zhan exclaimed in astonishment. Exorbitant? 10,000 points can be exchanged for 10,000 primordial spirit stones. Outside the Academy, you wouldn't even be able to procure a single piece for 20,000 primordial spirit stones. Jin Wanshan clarified. "By the way, isn't your family the wealthiest in Changyun? Do you truly care about money?" Xu Zhan inquired with curiosity. Jin Wanshan's expression turned somber as he lamented, "Ah, speaking of that, my situation is rather dire. My father, having been misled by some unfounded advice, only provides me with essential cultivation resources. Any equipment I desire, I must earn the money to purchase myself. He insists on training me to become financially independent from this point forward. Despite my possession of numerous exquisite grade equipment, each one has been acquired through my own efforts. With a change of tone, Xu Zhan added, thus, I am eager to collaborate with you in producing bicycles. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. However, is it truly impossible to produce those off-road motorcycles and various items like grenades and healing syringes? No, Xu Zhan shook his head. Anything that has been summoned and undergone mutation cannot be manufactured. Yet this did not dishearten Xu Zhan, he had plenty of ways to earn money. Though that would have to wait until he inherited the territory. A look of regret suddenly appeared on Xu Zhan's face. After wandering through the academy for quite some time, it felt as though he had traversed the entire institution. In an open expanse, 2 stone pillars stood silently. Upon reaching this point, Mentor Wu Datong halted. Have we arrived? Where is the entrance to the beast hunting grounds? Xu Zhan inquired, glancing around in confusion. Aside from those 2 ancient-looking stone pillars, there was nothing else in sight. The other new students were equally puzzled, unsure of what was happening. Wu Datong turned to the group and said, every entrance to a divine realm is unique. And this is the entrance to our Changyun Academy's divine realm beast hunting grounds. He gestured towards the 2 stone pillars. Everyone was even more bewildered, after all. They were merely 2 pillars. Where was the entrance? Before we proceed, I must clarify something, Wu Datong began, not immediately explaining but instead stating. Each time the entrance to the beast hunting grounds opens, it incurs a tremendous cost. This time, once the entrance opens, you will have to wait 6 months to exit. What? 6 months? Everyone gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. They were certainly not prepared to stay here for such an extended duration. What if we wish to leave early? Someone asked. Crush your academy token, Wu Datong replied. The academy token signifies our identity. Once shattered, is it possible to replace it? Wu Datong let out a chilling laugh. Replace it? Such thoughts are naive. Once it is broken, it signifies that you are no longer a student of Changyun Academy. An abrupt silence enveloped the room. If you find the time excessively prolonged, I can certainly shorten your training period. However, do not forget. If anyone has been deducted 1,000 points upon exiting the beast hunting grounds without compensating for it, everyone immediately shook their heads, with some even deeming the half-year duration too brief. Chapter 46. The bloodthirsty long-armed ape. Wu Datong further reminded them, in addition to fulfilling the tasks you have accepted, surviving here for 6 months serves as a trial for you. Should you encounter difficulties, you may seek assistance from one another, however. Under no circumstances should you seek help from the senior elite class students. Moreover, strive to avoid any interaction with them. It was common knowledge that the previous elite class students had entered the beast hunting grounds ahead of schedule, accompanied by a group of beast men. The prohibition against new students interacting with the previous elite class students raises the question, is it to prevent cheating during task completion? At that moment, Wu Datong discreetly nodded at Xu Zhan. Xu Zhan understood, the true reason was likely known only to him and Ming Dai. If the previous elite class students had indeed succumbed to enchantment, then the greatest peril within the beast hunting grounds would stem from these enchanted former elite class students. Just then, a prompt sound emanated from the intelligent soul, and a light screen materialized. Task prompt: supervise other freshmen. If someone interacts with the elite class from the previous year. This was a setup by Xu Zhan beforehand, in truth. He was unaware of the numerous tasks he had accepted or their nature. To avoid missing anything, the intelligent spirit would automatically alert him at any moment. At this juncture, it seemed the task reminder was indeed aptly configured. Although the number of individuals enchanted by the beastmen might be few, those under such enchantment could accomplish a myriad of tasks. Xu Zhan mused. Open the divine secret realm. At this moment, Wu Datong spoke up. Beside the 2 ancient stone pillars, figures emerged, and the 2 swiftly formed seals with their hands. Open! They simultaneously bellowed, and the stone pillars began to tremble gently. Mysterious waves of energy emanated, and between the 2 pillars, a faint blue light curtain materialized. "Enter!" Wu Datong commanded. The new students exchanged glances, eagerly stepping forward. And thus the trial in the beast hunting ground commenced. "I'll go in first," Jin Wanshan declared as he entered the light curtain alongside Xiao Lianxue and Sima Shen. One by one, the newcomers vanished from sight, leaving only Xu Zhan and Ming Dai. "Everyone has left. If there is something to discuss, please do so," Xu Zhan addressed Wu Datong. He had intended to be the first to enter but noticed Wu Datong signaling him to remain. Wu Datong lowered his voice. "I am aware that you have accepted many tasks. It would be prudent to examine them closely." Xu Zhan contemplated for a moment and replied, "Rest assured. I understand the task of supervising the freshmen." "Not that one," Wu Datong shook his head. "Then what else is there?" Xu Zhan became puzzled. Summoning a light screen and sifting through the tasks he had accepted. Observing Xu Zhan's peculiar actions, Wu Datong expressed his surprise, inquiring, "What are you doing? Shouldn't you infuse your consciousness into the academy token while searching for tasks?" Xu Zhan understood that Wu Datong was unable to see his own interface, so he casually replied, "I have my own methods." He proceeded to eliminate numerous tasks one by one, yet still found no anomalies among them. "If you cannot find it, you might as well speak plainly," Xu Zhan suggested. "There is a 7-star task that involves hunting a particular type of beast," Wu Datong informed him. Xu Zhan furrowed his brow, questioning, "Is there something special about this task? Hunting beasts inherently grants points. Is this beast particularly dangerous?" "Not merely dangerous, but..." Wu Datong hesitated, fully aware of the immense pressure Xu Zhan faced after accepting a 10-star task. Nonetheless, this dilemma had to be presented to Xu Zhan, for he was the only one capable of wielding the power of a 9th-level soul technique at the 5th stage of spirit refinement. After pondering for a moment, he finally spoke. "The bloodthirsty long-arm ape possesses low combat prowess but exceptionally high intelligence, comparable to advanced beasts, even rivaling the strength of beastmen and our human race. Although its innate talents are inferior, it is among the few beast races capable of infinitely enhancing their power. It is a race that is closer to humans than even the beastmen. Moreover, it possesses a talent that is greatly feared by all races, including our own." "What talent?" Xu Zhan inquired. Beside them, Ming Dai interjected, "Reproductive capacity." Wu Datong nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, it is reproductive capacity. A mature bloodthirsty long-arm ape can gestate for 3 months before giving birth to offspring, which mature in merely 3 years and have a relatively long lifespan." Xu Zhan was momentarily at a loss for words. Wasn't this merely a more formidable version of the human race? The dominion of the human race over the divine continent fundamentally stemmed from their reproductive prowess. While it was true that they could coalesce souls, other races possessed unique powers that could rival those of humans. "Are you concerned that these bloodthirsty long-armed apes are secretly lying in wait, growing in strength?" Xu Zhan inquired. Wu Datong nodded, yet his expression remained far from relaxed. "Or is it possible that they have allied with the orcs?" Xu Zhan pressed further. Wu Datong nodded once more. At that moment, an impulsive desire surged within Xu Zhan, compelling him to leave this place immediately. A 10-star mission was insufficient. The difficulty of this 7-star mission was hardly any less daunting. Furthermore, such intelligent beasts were bound to congregate, and slaying one would be akin to provoking a hornet's nest. This would inevitably incite their vengeful wrath. The designation of this mission as 7-star was nothing short of a cruel trick, Xu Zhan muttered under his breath. "What did you say?" Wu Datong asked, unable to catch his words. Xu Zhan hastily shook his head, assuring him, "It's nothing. This mission does not daunt me. I have a plan to eliminate one without inciting the ire of a horde of bloodthirsty long-armed apes." He finished with a confident smile, adding, "Perhaps I will go unnoticed by them, and that unfortunate long-armed ape I take down one T even comprehend its demise." "Excellent. I admire your confidence. You possess an abundance of enigma. I hope you will bring me even more surprises," Wu Datong praised. However, Xu Zhan suddenly felt the chill run down his spine. Why had this typically stoic face changed its demeanor today? When things deviate from the norm, there is often something amiss. Indeed, Wu Datong continued. Considering the immense potential you may possess, which I find hard to fathom, I have decided to elevate your upcoming 7-star mission to 10 stars. Xu Zhan's expression darkened. And feigning ignorance, he grasped Ming Dai's hand and prepared to step through the luminescent barrier into the beast hunting grounds. As they walked, he inquired. The provisions I asked you to gather at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, are they ready? Let us begin our outdoor feast. Yes, everything is ready. Stored within my soul space. By the way, the steward of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion entrusted me with a large jar to deliver to you once we enter, she replied. What is it? He asked. I do not know, he instructed me not to open it beforehand. Oh. The two engaged in their conversation. And just as they were about to cross the threshold, Wu Datong shifted positions, blocking Xu Zhan's path. One matter at a time, I have faith in your abilities. He declared. Clearly, the stoic Wu rarely spoke kindly or exhibited other emotions. Despite his words of faith, skepticism lingered in his expression. Xu Zhan felt an inexplicable sense of schadenfreude, realizing he could not evade this challenge. Steeling himself, he asked, So, how does this elevation work? The Academy intends to cleanse the beast hunting grounds of its beasts, no longer using the bloodthirsty long-armed apes as the trial subjects. Therefore, this 10-star mission entails exterminating all the bloodthirsty long-armed apes? Xu Zhan exclaimed, as though he had encountered a ghost. In such a vast hunting ground, with their formidable reproductive capabilities, high intelligence, and limitless potential for strength enhancement, you want me to annihilate them entirely? What if there were 100 bloodthirsty long-armed apes at the 9th level of the spirit forging realm? If it were 200 or 300? Wu Datong shook his head, and Xu Zhan felt a wave of relief wash over him, exhaling deeply and lamenting, Fortunately, it is not. Before he could finish, a single remark from Wu Datong nearly left Xu Zhan breathless. It is far more than just a few hundred. Chapter 47, Truly a talent. It was as if Xu Zhan were capable of conjuring miracles at any moment. Why do you say? If there are no unforeseen circumstances? Wu Datong inquired. Xu Zhan shrugged, stating that no matter how astonishing a miracle might be, it pales in comparison to a single accident. Shifting the conversation, Xu Zhan continued, However, before I accept this task, I would like to pose a question. Why must the bloodthirsty long-armed gibbons be exterminated? Their capacity for learning is exceptional, making them prime candidates for the trials of humanity. Because... Wu Datong gazed deeply at Xu Zhan before responding slowly, because the second general of the 10,000 Demons Army, Ming Hu, has sent word that anomalies have been detected within the beast forest. It seems the beasts are beginning to organize. Upon infiltration, we discovered a what? Xu Zhan urgently interjected. It appeared that Ming Hu had brought Ming Dai to the imperial city not solely for an audience with him, but for a more pressing mission. A bloodthirsty long-armed gibbon with the strength of the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm. What? Xu Zhan's eyes widened in shock. In the Divine Spirit continent. The Divine Spirit realm was merely a legend, although tales of such a realm persisted, no one had attained it for countless years. Just below the Divine Spirit realm lies the Transcendence realm. And a bloodthirsty long-armed gibbon at the 9th level of Transcendence is already at the pinnacle of power in the current Divine Spirit continent. With the existence of such a bloodthirsty long-armed ape, all the bloodthirsty long-armed apes on the continent have transformed into unstable and terrifying factors. Possessing intelligence comparable to that of humanity, this bloodthirsty long-armed ape could rapidly enhance the strength of its kind. Xu Zhan became acutely aware of the immense crisis looming ahead. The demon beast forest would soon be anything but peaceful. The Wanyao army, stationed at the demon beast forest. Very well, I accept this mission. Xu Zhan declared, taking a deep breath. Wu Datong stepped aside, watching as Xu Zhan and Ming Dai entered the luminous barrier. Just as their figures vanished, An aged silhouette abruptly appeared. President, Wu Datong said respectfully. This young man is far more astute than we anticipated, the president remarked. A faint smile mingled with concern gracing his features. But do you truly believe he can accomplish these 2 10-star tasks? Wu Datong inquired, puzzled. The president gently shook his head, recalling how the former Wanyao king shattered the highest record in the entrance trials, completing only a 9-star task. And that was fraught with peril. Then why must you? Wu Datong found himself further perplexed. To become a being as formidable as the Wanyao king is not inherently difficult, the president paused before continuing, however. Xu Zhan's circumstances are far less favorable than those of the former Wanyao king. If he wishes to inherit this legacy, he must surpass the former Wanyao king in strength. Otherwise, the president fell silent, letting out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, Xu Zhan and Ming Dai felt a sudden sensation of vertigo as the surrounding scenery shifted dramatically. Be careful! With a resonant clang, the soul butterfly drew forth a long sword from the realm of spirits, positioning it protectively before Xu Zhan. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle. And as Xu Zhan surveyed his surroundings in confusion, he realized he had appeared in the central square of an ancient city. How could there be individuals from outside the academy? Xu Zhan nodded slightly. A soldier explained, rest assured, we are not your foes. We are the guardians of this place, tasked with its defense for generations. The transport point lies here, and it is imperative that someone oversees it. Otherwise, if a horde of demonic beasts were to seize this area, you would find yourselves encircled upon entry. Since we are here to undergo trials, we might as well take a moment to assist. How about leading us to the north of the city? We could lend a hand, Xu Zhan suggested. The soldier appeared somewhat taken aback. You wish to aid us in battle? Xu Zhan nodded affirmatively. The soldier's expression brightened. That would be splendid. The beasts attacking this time are our most detested foes, the backstab spiders. We already have a limited number of elemental practitioners here, and even fewer who wield fire. Though the backstab spiders are not particularly formidable, they are exceedingly bothersome. At that moment, the intelligent core of the spirit projected a screen, displaying the information Xu Zhan had previously perused. Backstab spider, a low-level demonic beast that dwells in clusters. Named for the sharp spines on its back. Characteristics: the web it emits possesses exceptional adhesive properties, accompanied by a paralyzing effect, and is remarkably resilient. Spirit form practitioners find it challenging to damage the web, except for those of the fire element. Upon reading this, a glimmer of excitement crossed Xu Zhan's face. Was this not the perfect opportunity to test the potency of the focused flamethrower? The soldier led the way, conversing as they walked. In fact, I had previously sought assistance from the newcomers here, but they were unwilling to help, claiming they were pressed for time. The soldiers bore expressions of despondency, evidently affected by the unsavory remarks made by the newcomers. Xu Zhan sighed. In this world, the hierarchical concept of respect and disdain was deeply ingrained. Those tasked with guarding the teleportation point were predominantly individuals who would never advance to the spirit transformation realm in their lifetimes. Conversely, each newcomer was a paragon of talent, and it was only natural for them to look down upon those stationed here. Indeed, they were pressed for time, and one could not entirely fault them. Xu Zhan consoled himself with the notion that this cohort of newcomers was rather unfortunate. Each had been penalized 1,000 points. They were determined to avoid expulsion from the academy while simultaneously vying for the title of top achiever in their trials, hence their urgency. The soldier nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, I have heard those newcomers lamenting. It appears that a certain Xu Zhan is the one who has caused this debacle." He shook his head in disbelief, continuing, "What a remarkable individual to have incurred a deduction of 1,000 points for the entire cohort, truly unprecedented. I heard he has been subjected to an even harsher penalty, losing 5,000 points. Oh, why does your countenance appear so troubled?" Ming Dai stifled a laugh nearby, withholding the revelation that the prodigy they spoke of was standing right before them. It's nothing, Xu Zhan replied, his smile faltering as he shook his head. You must be apprehensive due to your first encounter with the demonic beasts. Fear not, we shall ensure your safety. Though the beasts may seem terrifying, one can acclimate to them with time. Assisting us in defending the city will undoubtedly benefit your future battles. Xu Zhan refrained from elaborating further, as the sounds of combat gradually diminished, suggesting that the fighting had ceased. The city walls loomed not far ahead, and unable to contain his eagerness, Xu Zhan dashed forward, with Ming De closely trailing him. This is unexpectedly dire. On the city tower, the scene before Xu Zhan deeply stirred his senses. Chapter 48. Strange News. The city tower, not particularly spacious, was now strewn with soldiers lying haphazardly, each bore wounds, some with gaping sores that even revealed the stark whiteness of their bones. Those with lighter injuries had also succumbed to exhaustion, desperately taking brief moments of rest to prepare for the imminent resumption of battle. How did you come here? The soldier who had guided Xu Zhan approached him, seemingly unperturbed by the grim sight. He remarked, fortunately, the fighting has ceased, otherwise your reckless advance would only have caused chaos. At that moment, a middle-aged man, covered in blood and a dark green liquid, approached and inquired, Are these two newcomers? Who brought them here? Li Daran, I brought them, the soldier replied. Including this instance, there have been 10 assaults by demonic beasts this month. Li Daran? Xu Zhan echoed in confusion. The middle-aged man chuckled softly and said, Not the Li Daran you imagine, my name is Li Daran, with Ren denoting benevolence. I serve as the steward of this city, and everyone refers to me as such. Upon finishing, Li Daran began to admonish the soldier, saying, How could you be so careless? Every newcomer from Changyun Academy possesses a noble identity, how could we allow them to assist us? Xu Zhan intended to interject, but found no opportunity to speak. Li Daran continued, Even if these newcomers perish in this demonic beast realm, it is of no concern to us. If they were to suffer even the slightest injury while defending our city, we would all be unable to bear the consequences. Xu Zhan exclaimed in anger. What do you mean by that? If I were to be injured, even to the point of death, it would have nothing to do with you. That would be the result of my own inadequacy in skill. Would I ever lay blame at your feet? I volunteered to assist. How could there be any mistake in that? Do you think I came to this beast hunting ground for leisure? Seeing the escalating tension, the soldiers hastily intervened, saying, Li Daran did not mean it that way. They then turned to Li Daran and added, They truly came of their own accord to help. The individuals I previously sought assistance from all declined. Is that truly the case? Li Daran inquired. Indeed, the soldier confirmed. Li Daran let out a sigh of relief and explained, You must not hold me accountable, it was just that what happened before? Xu Zhan pressed. Li Daran took a deep breath and replied, A month ago, a group of students escorted a batch of orcs into the city. At that time, we were besieged by the demonic beasts, and I sought their assistance, which they graciously provided. However, Xu Zhan furrowed his brow. Realizing that this was the very group of elite students from the previous cohort tasked with escorting the orcs, he quickly asked, But what happened then? With the support of those students, the demonic beasts should have been repelled swiftly. However, the orcs being escorted seized the opportunity to break free from their confines, opening the city gates from within. We found ourselves besieged from all sides, embroiled in a fierce battle. Tragically, one student met a dreadful fate. What? How could this be possible? Xu Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief. The students of the previous elite class possessed formidable abilities, each surpassing the 8th level of the spirit-forging realm, thus, it seemed implausible that one could easily perish. At that moment, a soldier continued. Other students have also sustained injuries. Upon witnessing the death of that student, they became exceedingly agitated, vowing that once they exit the beast's secret realm, they would consign us all to the dungeons or relegate us to the borderlands as laborers. How could this be blamed on you? Xu Zhan furrowed his brow and inquired. Who is the deceased? I don't know, replied the soldier. They mentioned something like Sima Yan, the eldest son of the Sima family. One of the 4 great clans. Sima Yan. Xu Zhan thought he must have misheard. Sima Yan was a cultivator of the 9th level of the spirit forging realm. It was inconceivable that he could die here. Moreover, if so many others had survived, why was he the only one to perish? Did you witness how he died? Where is the body? Xu Zhan pressed. Li Daren shook his head and replied, we did not see his body. We only know that he was attacked by a minotaur during transport, after which the body was taken away. Was there a Fox clan girl accompanying that minotaur? Xu Zhan asked urgently. How did you know? Xu Zhan's expression turned grave. It seemed that the enchantment of Sima Yan would require no further investigation. He spoke reassuringly. Rest assured, you are safe. The Academy is not devoid of reason, if anyone reports you. The Academy will not punish you but rather impose heavy penalties on those who do the reporting. Is that true? The soldier asked. Absolutely, Xu Zhan assured him. However, he refrained from disclosing to the 2 that Sima Yan might still be alive. Xu Zhan was perplexed as to why Sima Yan would act in such a manner. Typically, such actions serve as a pretext for evasion under the guise of death. However, this was the monster beast hunting grounds, where the cultivation levels of the entrance were restricted, rendering it impossible for cultivators to advance to the spirit transformation realm here. In the blink of an eye, a spider swiftly ascended the city wall, following the silk it had previously spun. The wall, a mere 10 feet high, was scaled effortlessly. Soldiers, weary and gravely injured, gritted their teeth to continue fighting, often requiring 2 or 3 to fend off a single backstab spider. Why do you not clear away these webs? Xu Zhan queried, drawing his pistol and firing a shot. Although the bullet pierced one of the backstab spiders, it failed to strike a vital spot, and the creature lunged at Xu Zhan, only to have its head cleaved in 2 by the sword of the soul butterfly, tumbling from the wall, with the soul butterfly providing close protection. Xu Zhan felt no apprehension and pressed on with his inquiries. Li Daren offered a wry smile, noting that if one could harness elemental spirits, they would undoubtedly possess exceptional talent, at least sufficient to not be stuck at the spirit forging realm. Those who remained here were, without exception, martial cultivators of notably poor aptitude. Xu Zhan nodded and summoned the focus flamethrower. Observing the blood-soaked soldiers engaged in battle, a sigh escaped his lips, regrettably. He had not anticipated injury and had not prepared any healing needles. The current summons would be insufficient. It seemed he must first repel these spiders. In my grasp, you beasts shall find misfortune. Xu Zhan bellowed, leaping onto the parapet. Danger! Get down! As the color drained from Ming Dai's face, she clenched her teeth and leaped onto the battlements. Li Daren was equally startled and hurried to provide support. However, the ensuing scene nearly caused him to lose grip on his spear. Xu Zhan, wielding a focused flamethrower, activated the switch, unleashing a torrent of fiery orange flames that danced like a dragon. With his precise aim, he incinerated half of the spider before it could emit a sound, sending it plummeting from the wall. Chapter 49, Mission Strategy. The assault of the backstabbing spiders came to an abrupt halt. Their evident fear of fire was palpable. In mere moments, they retreated entirely. The siege by the monstrous creatures concluded in a manner so swift that the soldiers atop the towers could scarcely believe their eyes. Cowards! If you have the guts, don't flee. Running 1 save you. I shall find your lair and eradicate your entire brood. Xu Zhan bellowed. Ming Dai was astonished by the power of Xu Zhan's flamethrower. Upon hearing his fervent declaration, she couldn't help but softly interject, the backstabbing spiders possess very low intelligence. They cannot comprehend human speech. What? Xu Zhan was taken aback. He had presumed that all beasts possessed some level of intelligence. Having been preoccupied with thoughts of the bloodthirsty long-armed apes, believing these spiders to be equally sentient, I was merely expressing my inner emotions. Yes, that's it. Moreover, I am resolute in my intent to dismantle the lair of these backstabbing spiders. I shall fulfill my promise. Furthermore, I intend to scour every beast den in the vicinity of this city. Xu Zhan forcibly rationalized his thoughts. Thank you so much. Li Dairen was nearly moved to tears. After years of guarding the city with his men, he had never encountered a student willing to assist in clearing the surrounding beastly threats. The other soldiers gazed at Xu Zhan with gratitude, silently committing his appearance to memory. Send the order down to find a spacious area at the foot of the city wall. I shall treat those severely wounded, Xu Zhan commanded. Li Dairen, momentarily bewildered, inquired. What? I said I will treat them. Xu Zhan reiterated, promptly summoning the Z307 healing needle, previously used on Ming Dai, and swiftly administered it to Li Dairen. The action was executed with such speed and the peculiar nature of the summoned object left Li Dairen no time to resist as the green vial's contents were injected into his body. As the initial bewilderment of the onlookers transformed into astonishment, the half-foot-long scar on Li Dairen's arm healed at a visibly remarkable pace. Aren't you an elemental fire practitioner? How can you wield elemental nature soul arts? Li Dairen stammered in disbelief. Xu Zhan placed a solemn hand on Li Dairen's shoulder and asked. Do you need me to repeat the command for a third time? No need. Li Dairen hastily shook his head while excitedly shouting, send the order down. Quickly gather all the injured to the open space at the foot of the city wall. Xu Zhan felt a wave of darkness cloud his vision. Nearly teetering off the battlement, as he silently lamented, Dear brother, I meant the critically wounded. With over 100 individuals on the battlement, each bearing injuries. Could he truly attend to them all? Yet, witnessing the eager expressions of the soldiers, Xu Zhan gritted his teeth, resigning himself to the arduous task ahead. Soon, an uproar of exclamations, praises, and lamentations echoed from below the city wall. The astonishing abilities of Xu Zhan have elicited gasps of admiration, while his benevolence has garnered praise. However, there is a sense of regret over the depletion of the precious primordial spirit stones. Taking a deep breath, Xu Zhan administered injections to all the injured combatants, wiping the sweat from his brow. Time was of the essence, and it was time for me to depart. After concluding his tasks, Xu Zhan bid farewell. Turning away with the ethereal Ming Dai, his silhouette gradually fading from view, leaving behind a soldier lost in contemplation and a multitude of questioning gazes. It dawned on me that he was indeed a prodigy. The soldier finally recalled who Xu Zhan was, clapping his hands in realization. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Li Dairen exclaimed, delivering a light smack to the back of the soldier's head, causing him to stumble. He is Xu Zhan, the very one responsible for the deduction of 1,000 points from this cohort of new students, and he himself lost 5,000 points. Xu Zhan? Why does that name sound so familiar? Li Dairen furrowed his brow, and after a prolonged pause, he suddenly stood in astonishment and saluted in the direction Xu Zhan had departed. The soldier, perplexed, asked, Li Dairen, what are you doing? Be quiet. He is the son of the king of all demons, Xu Zhan. What? A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted, and everyone instantly adopted a solemn demeanor, silently saluting alongside Li Dairen. No wonder he possesses such a kind heart, it turns out to be him. I always felt a sense of reassurance upon his arrival. And now I understand. Unbeknownst to what transpired behind, Xu Zhan had already left the ancient city with Ming Dai, surrounded by towering trees reminiscent of a primeval forest. Xu Zhan, do you truly intend to eradicate all the beast lairs in the vicinity? Of course. However, would that not be a tremendous waste of time? Not at all, for I must explore this realm of mythical beasts. I have a plan to create the most comprehensive map of the beast hunting grounds and to formulate an exceedingly detailed strategy for it. Why, you may ask? Xu Zhan chuckled and replied, consider this, when new adventurers arrive at the hunting grounds, having a guide in hand would facilitate earning points and enhancing their strength. Would it not be much simpler? Ming Dai remained perplexed as to what benefit this would confer upon Xu Zhan. Of course. This is also one of the tasks assigned to us, Xu Zhan shrugged, speaking candidly. Among the numerous tasks, there indeed exists one that involves sharing insights. Yet Xu Zhan aims to achieve a level of perfection beyond the ordinary. As the two ventured into the jungle, they adopted a heightened sense of caution. What astonished Ming Dai even more was Xu Zhan's agility in the jungle. His alertness seemed to surpass her own. In an instant of distraction, Ming Dai found herself unable to locate Xu Zhan, sending a wave of panic through her heart. What was I thinking? At that moment, a sudden voice emerged beside her, startling Ming Dai. It was then she realized Xu Zhan had blended seamlessly against a tree, his combat attire mimicking the texture of bark so effectively that it was nearly invisible unless scrutinized closely. The combat gear can be activated by mental command, but waiting for it to camouflage automatically is far too slow. Moreover, with potential enemies lurking in every corner, one must remain vigilant, ever ready for battle. Xu Zhan cautioned. Ming Dai nodded and attempted to activate her own combat attire with her mental energy, yet it remained unchanged. Xu Zhan felt somewhat speechless and remarked, "The combat suit can only aid in camouflage, it does not render you invisible. You need to find something to conceal yourself behind, such as a rock or a tree. If all else fails, lying on the ground will suffice." Ming Dai hurried to Xu Zhan's side, and indeed, her combat suit transformed into a withered wood hue. "What is wrong?" Ming Dai inquired, noticing Xu Zhan's unwavering gaze upon her. "I believe we should maintain a certain distance," Xu Zhan explained. "This will broaden our reconnaissance range. If one of us encounters danger, the other can provide support." He began to enlighten Ming Dai on some fundamental principles of jungle warfare. Ming Dai was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting, "What you say seems quite reasonable. But if we are too far apart, what if we cannot detect each other? Moreover, we cannot simply shout to communicate." Xu Zhan furrowed his brow, acknowledging that this posed a valid concern. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and with a snap of his fingers, two jungle camouflage hats materialized in his hands. The long brims could obscure one's face while also serving a camouflaging purpose. Most importantly, Xu Zhan summoned two head-mounted microphones, allowing for instant communication. Observing this peculiar equipment, Ming Dai felt somewhat bewildered. The uniquely designed hats made sense, but the microphones... Without waiting for her to ponder further, Xu Zhan swiftly placed the microphone on her and secured the jungle camouflage hat atop her head. After donning his own, he took a few steps away, focused his thoughts, and whispered, "Can you hear me?" Ming Dai's eyes widened in astonishment as she heard Xu Zhan's voice in her ear. With a subtle reminder, Xu Zhan seemed to vanish as if he were cloaked in invisibility. Within a 2-mile radius, the enigmatic Ming Dai swallowed hard, still reeling from the revelation that her consciousness could indeed sense the connection between the microphones, allowing her to locate Xu Zhan. Just as she hesitated, an even more astonishing situation unfolded. Xu Zhan's departure accelerated, and the 500-meter range was nearly surpassed in the blink of an eye. Without a moment's thought, Ming Dai hastened to pursue him. Chapter 50, Purple Heart Flower. The deeper she chased, the more her heart raced. In the dense foliage, moving at such speed, Ming Dai found it impossible to conceal her presence or to move stealthily. Thoughts raced through her mind. Could Xu Zhan be doing this on purpose? She decided to abandon all pretense and surged forward at full speed, soon catching up to Xu Zhan, who had come to a halt. "I told you to maintain your distance, not to keep such a vast gap," Xu Zhan remarked. "Humph," Ming Dai retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. "You call this reconnaissance, yet you fly ahead at full speed and then blame me for lagging behind? It is indeed reconnaissance." Xu Zhan seemed a bit perplexed. "Isn't that the case? Very well, I shall stay by your side and observe how you conduct your reconnaissance." Xu Zhan pondered for a moment and replied, "You are a killer, a bit of speed should be no challenge for you." The two of them raced deeper into the jungle, with Xu Zhan occasionally leaping, rolling, or crawling on all fours, each movement leaving Ming Dai dazzled. Yet, no matter what Xu Zhan did, without the connection through the microphones, she would likely lose track of him within mere moments. How could this be possible? Ming Dai could hardly believe it. Xu Zhan's stealth diverged significantly from her previous assumptions. Initially, she believed that Xu Zhan must have abandoned his disguise to charge ahead. However, upon closer observation, it became evident that Xu Zhan consistently maintained his camouflage, employing his spiritual consciousness to actively manipulate the combat suit's colors, ensuring a seamless blend with the surrounding environment. At times, he even preemptively altered the disguise hues. Moreover, amidst his agile movements, Xu Zhan remained vigilant, swiftly detecting even the slightest stirrings of small creatures around him. Just moments ago, a sparrow landed nearby. And as Xu Zhan advanced, he suddenly lunged forward, conjuring a firearm and aiming it directly at the bird. Ming Dai had no doubt that had the sparrow been a menacing beast, Xu Zhan would have effortlessly dispatched it. This was utterly astonishing. Xu Zhan's every action shattered Ming Dai's perceptions. Despite her rigorous training, she felt utterly outmatched by Xu Zhan's prowess. While Ming Dai focused on Xu Zhan, he too remained acutely aware of her presence behind him. What surprised Xu Zhan, however, was the astonishingly poor disguise skills exhibited by the cultivators of this world, even among assassins. Yet, it made sense upon reflection. This realm esteemed personal strength, believing that a high cultivation level rendered one undetectable. The vast disparity in levels led the inhabitants of this world to underestimate the application of various techniques. Frankly speaking, if a formidable being at the spirit transformation level were present, Xu Zhan would be discovered even if he remained motionless. Nevertheless, this was a hunting ground for demonic beasts. The highest level of power that could possibly manifest here is merely the 9th tier of the spirit plasticity realm. If Xu Zhan wishes to remain undetected in this place, it will not be an easy feat. At this moment, Ming Dai has wholeheartedly acknowledged Xu Zhan and begun to learn from him. To her, these abilities are not mere frivolities. As an assassin, she places even greater importance on such skills. With her original strength, she could surpass 1 or 2 realms to execute a kill, but if she were to acquire Xu Zhan's prowess, she would undoubtedly be capable of eliminating even more formidable foes. This alone suffices. Xu Zhan's skills have long since become an instinctive part of his being. His movements flowing seamlessly, executed with precision. Ming Dai, imitating his every action, encountered numerous difficulties, becoming flustered and somewhat disheveled. Intentionally, Xu Zhan began to slow down his pace, aiming to teach her. Ming Dai noticed this change, feeling grateful while also striving to improve her own skills. After several hours, she had made significant progress, far surpassing her initial attempts. At that point, Xu Zhan paused and effortlessly ascended the towering tree beside him. Ming Dai, now somewhat numb, stared in astonishment at Xu Zhan. His disguise was no longer merely the color of tree bark. His combat attire had transformed into a radiant golden hue reminiscent of monkey fur. To the untrained eye, it would appear as though a monkey had climbed the tree. Ming Dai's astonishment deepened. This was no simple illusion. A thought involuntarily crossed her mind, could he truly not be a monkey? In her eyes, Xu Zhan had become somewhat unfathomable. What are you looking at? Ming Dai whispered into the microphone, opting to conceal herself in place. Xu Zhan responded. The demon beast hunting ground is vast, comparable in size to 3 realms of 10,000 demons, yet even an abundance of demon beasts could not account for such density. Despite this, Ming Dai remained oblivious to any irregularities before her. Xu Zhan interjected, reminding her, "We arrived from the ancient city, have you forgotten what the soldiers mentioned? This month alone, there have been 10 instances of demon beasts attacking the city. Where do these creatures originate from?" After a brief pause, Xu Zhan added, "For any species of demon beast, they cannot be far from a water source. Take a closer look, there are no traces of demon beasts near this water." Upon his suggestion, Ming Dai indeed noticed this peculiar detail, her admiration for Xu Zhan deepening. Could it be that we are heading in the wrong direction? Are the demon beasts coming from the northern region of the ancient city while we persist in our journey southward? She speculated. Xu Zhan shook his head, stating, "That remains uncertain, however." His expression turned grave. "If there are no demon beasts here, then there must be a considerable number of beast men nearby." Ming Dai shivered at the thought, her anxiety rising. "How do you know there are beast men here?" Xu Zhan gestured silently to a patch nearby. Following his gaze, Ming Dai noticed only a cluster of weeds. What is suspicious about this cluster? Though it appears rather charming, she pondered, before suddenly exclaiming, Could this be a purple core flower? She recalled the description of the purple core flower. Resembling common weeds, it grows in clusters, akin to a thicket of blossoms. Despite its name, it never blooms. Without careful observation or intimate familiarity, it is easily overlooked. Her gaze drifted further, where a vast expanse of purple core flowers seemed to have been meticulously tended. A chill suddenly enveloped Ming Dai's heart. Having undergone rigorous training since childhood and possessing innate strength that surpassed her peers, she had always harbored a sense of pride. Yet now, that pride had utterly vanished. Memories of Xu Zhan's words echoed in her mind, "I do not require your protection." In retrospect, that sentiment rang true. Leaving Ming Dai grappling with an unsettling realization within this beast-hunting arena, she had truly become a burden to Xu Zhan. The audacity to gather near the teleportation point at the entrance of the beast-hunting grounds suggested they were unafraid of the newcomers from Changyun Academy and had little regard for the ancient city guards stationed at the teleportation point. These beast-men would likely prove formidable adversaries. Unaware of Ming Dai's distress, Xu Zhan contemplated their next steps. Chapter 51, Suspicion. Let us proceed at a slower pace and search meticulously. We exited through the southern gate of the ancient city. The classmates who arrived here before us must have taken this route as well. If they encountered the beast men, traces of their battle should be evident, Xu Zhan remarked. Discerning the direction before advancing, Ming Dai trailed behind, her mind wandering as she observed Xu Zhan's earnest and focused demeanor, her feelings becoming increasingly complex. After a lengthy journey, they found no signs of battle, yet they did uncover remnants of their classmates' previous presence. The roasted chickens from the drunken immortal pavilion. 10 consumed in a single sitting. That glutton truly has an insatiable appetite. Xu Zhan noted, surveying the mess left behind and counting the greasy chicken heads. Glutton? Who is that? Jin Wanshan? Ming Dai felt on the verge of exasperation. The very remnants of the roasted chickens could reveal the identity of their owner. Was Xu Zhan a deity incarnate? Who else would indulge in nothing but roasted chickens for an entire meal? Moreover, it is still far from mealtime. The roast chicken at Zui Xianlu is crafted using my secret recipe, so I am well aware of its origin. Furthermore, even the ordinary tea served at Zui Xianlu is more expensive than that found elsewhere. This single roast chicken could purchase an entire roasted lamb at another establishment. Only he could indulge in such a lavish lifestyle. Ming Dai nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that Xu Zhan's analysis was both logical and well-founded. Though she could not fathom why he wore such a grave expression. Can you smell it? Isn't it fragrant? Xu Zhan inquired. Indeed, it is quite aromatic. Is this truly your secret recipe? Ming Dai marveled. Xu Zhan, feeling a wave of frustration, thought, Isn't that beside the point? If we can detect the aroma, the beasts from miles away surely can as well. While there were no monsters in the vicinity, there were indeed beastmen. If any of them belonged to the canine clan, well, this rotund fellow would be in serious trouble. What shall we do? Aren't those newcomers in danger? Ming Dai asked. Xu Zhan rose, clapping his hands, and said, Let us follow the traces and investigate further. The two set off once more, trailing for several miles until they finally uncovered signs of battle. The soil beneath was turned over, and the surrounding signs of conflict had been deliberately concealed. It appeared that the beastmen sought to hide their actions. Xu Zhan's expression grew somber. Ming Dai crouched down, carefully using her sword to clear the remnants on the ground, as the top layer of soil was brushed away. It revealed a gruesome sight: bloodstains beneath, and they were fresh. Has Jin Wanshan been harmed? Ming Dai gasped in shock. He was the only son of the wealthiest family in the Changyun Empire. Should he perish here, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire divine continent. Not that deceased fat man. Xu Zhan shook his head and said, he is grouped with Sima Xian and Xiao Lianxue. I am of the wind element. Sima Xian embodies the fire element, and Xiao Lianxue specializes in martial arts. Should a fierce battle ensue, the traces left by wind and martial arts soul techniques are easily concealed, yet the evidence of fire element techniques remains unmistakable. Ming Dai nodded, acknowledging that indeed no signs of fire element techniques were present. For reasons unknown, being in Xu Zhan's company rendered her almost foolish. Given enough time, she could deduce these elements, but it was impossible for her to grasp everything instantaneously as Xu Zhan did. Xu Zhan squinted at a giant tree's roots, where indistinct wet marks lay. What could that be? Urine. Ming Dai grimaced. The beast tribe, though evolved beasts and referred to as beastmen, remained fundamentally wild creatures. As the saying goes, a dog cannot change its nature. The beastmen would never forget their instinct to mark territory. This also elucidated the previous attacks on their classmates. If they were being followed by beastmen, those classmates would have been utterly oblivious to the danger. An ambush would be child's play. Furthermore, those roasted chickens. Ming Dai felt her head about to burst, unable to comprehend how Xu Zhan analyzed everything so seamlessly, as if endowed with the divine eye, having seen through all. My 4 companions, all y'all. Before she could finish, tears welled in her eyes. Apart from the elite class students acting in groups, those in the ordinary class would also be divided into teams of 5. Sima Xian, with a grave expression, scrutinized the concealed traces on the ground and furrowed his brow, saying, something is amiss. Why would the beastmen go to such lengths to erase these signs? Simultaneously, someone expressed dissatisfaction and shouted to the side, Jin Wanshan, could you please refrain from eating? At that moment, Jin Wanshan was gnawing on a chicken leg, his mouth full as he mumbled, I get so nervous that I just feel hungry. Xiao Lianxue rolled her eyes beside him, unconvinced that Jin Wanshan was genuinely anxious. The glutton simply craved food. As Xiao Lianxue surveyed the ground, she suddenly pointed to a sword mark, exclaiming, wait, this isn't the work of the beasts concealing their tracks, this is man-made. Look! It's a sword mark. The spot she indicated was precisely where Ming Dai had previously cleared with her sword. The group immediately gathered around and indeed discovered distinct sword marks. Behind us, there are only Xu Zhan and Ming Dai left, and Ming Dai is a martial arts specialist who wields a sword. Sima Xian speculated. Impossible. Don't lay all the blame on Xu Zhan. Didn't that previous student mention that they were attacked by beasts? Jin Wanshan interjected, spitting out a piece of chicken bone. Sima Xian snorted coldly, that remains uncertain. One cannot dismiss the possibility that he might conspire with the beasts to gain an advantage in the competition. Let us not forget, he has had 5,000 points deducted. Otherwise, how can we explain his intention to be the last one to enter the monster hunting grounds? No more idle talk. We must find Xu Zhan and confront him directly. Xiao Lianxue proposed. Agreed, let's proceed. The other students readily concurred. Among the elite class members present, only Jin Wanshan and his 2 companions remained, the rest were ordinary class students. Given that an ordinary class group had been nearly annihilated, if Xu Zhan truly intended to harm them, he could only rely on the 3 elite class members, Jin Wanshan included, to mount any resistance. The students sought to uncover the truth of the matter and, coincidentally, were accompanied by Jin Wanshan and 2 others. But where could we possibly find Xu Zhan? One student inquired. Sima Xian replied with a faint smile, since he intends to do us harm, he would naturally refrain from traversing the same path as us. Indeed, it has been proven that he did not continue with us, otherwise, we would have encountered him by now. Another student questioned, where do you think he might have gone? Sima Xian asserted confidently, he is likely to head towards a nearby orc stronghold. Xu Zhan wishes to utilize the orcs to inflict harm upon us. He will undoubtedly seek them out. If we all track together and locate the orc stronghold, we shall inevitably find Xu Zhan. The students nodded in agreement, diligently searching for any clues in the vicinity. Jin Wanshan sighed with a complex expression, casually tossing aside the remnants of a bone, his demeanor seemingly reluctant. Xiao Lianxue stared blankly at the bone Jin Wanshan had discarded, sensing something peculiar about him today. Meanwhile, Jin Wanshan inwardly cursed, what nonsense is this solitary mission? I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Why is there such a task? Am I to deliberately leave various traces only to easily obtain a 6-star mission reward? Jin Wanshan was a clever individual. And upon learning that classmates had been attacked by orcs, he immediately sensed that things were not so simple. He also understood that those orcs had likely been tracking the traces he left along the way, meaning that those 4 classmates had met their fate because of him. Since I have a solitary mission, the others must have theirs as well. What could their tasks possibly entail? Jin Wanshan racked his brains, unable to discern any rationale. Chapter 52, The Monkey Tribe. I have found a clue. This could be the urine of the dog-headed people. A freshman shouted while pinching his nose. Stop pinching your nose. Do you think your sense of smell is as keen as a dog's? Sima Xian chuckled, inspecting the area and confirming the discovery. Everyone quickly found their bearings and proceeded cautiously. Soon, an increasing number of individuals uncovered traces, but they were human footprints. Wait! There is only one set of footprints, Xiao Lianxue remarked. Sima Xian furrowed his brow, carefully examining the ground. He soon felt assured. No! There are indeed 2 sets of footprints, belonging to Xu Zhan and Ming Dai. It appeared they truly had gone in search of the beast men. Ming Dai, being an assassin, possessed exceptional stealth skills, making her difficult to detect. Xu Zhan, on the other hand, was inept, only capable of summoning bizarre entities. These footprints must have been left by him. The group gathered around, all agreeing with Sima Xian's reasoning. Yet, a heavy atmosphere enveloped them. Could it be true that Xu Zhan was colluding with the beast men? Previously, before the statue of the deity, Xu Zhan had proclaimed his desire for the beast men to pay blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Was it merely an act? If Xu Zhan truly engaged in such treachery, he would become a formidable adversary. Each person harbored their own thoughts, speculating in silence. Sima Xian glanced at his fellow classmates, harboring words he dared not utter, nor wished to. His intent in directing suspicion towards Xu Zhan was not to instigate trouble. He understood the gravity of the situation and recognized that conflict amongst themselves in the beast hunting grounds was ill-advised. The various speculations, both past and present, were merely his deliberate expressions. It was solely because he had undertaken a solitary task, one personally assigned to him by Wu Datong. The objective was to sow discord, regardless of the target, guiding the newcomers to harbor suspicion towards one another and testing the limits of their trust. Initially, when Sima Xian received this assignment, he was filled with delight. After all, what better opportunity to create trouble for Xu Zhan? It seemed a fortuitous stroke of fate. Moreover, the task was rated a remarkable 6 stars, a reward that felt almost undeserved. Yet now, with the untimely death of a classmate under mysterious circumstances, Sima Xian began to grasp the gravity of the situation. This year's beast hunting expedition could very well take a terrifying turn. Among all the students present, if there were one who might believe that Xu Zhan had not colluded with the beasts, it would have to be Sima Xian, the one who had consistently drawn the public's ire, while others speculated that Xu Zhan was conspiring with the beasts based on his tracks. Sima Xian understood that Xu was most likely investigating the matter. Humph, Xu Zhan, do not blame me, I am merely fulfilling my duty. Sima Xian thought with a cold smirk, addressing the group, we must not delay, let us hasten our search for Xu Zhan. The others agreed in unison. Yet their pace was frustratingly slow, as the traces on the ground grew fainter. Ultimately, they found themselves unable to locate him. as if Xu Zhan and the dark butterfly had vanished into thin air. Curse be it! Surely, the dark butterfly is guiding Xu Zhan. He has learned to leave no trace. One classmate exclaimed in anger. Despite their frustration, even as their speed diminished, they resolved to broaden their search area and refused to abandon the pursuit. 10 miles ahead of them, 2 clusters of bushes were moving swiftly. And in the blink of an eye, they vanished, transforming into heaps of fallen leaves. How's that? I learn quickly, don't I? Ming Dai exclaimed with pride. It's passable. Xu Zhan replied, though inwardly he held a certain admiration for her. Earlier, while the two were tracking the traces on the ground, Xu Zhan had inadvertently noticed the footprints left by Ming Dai, prompting him to offer her guidance. In this brief span, she had already mastered the art of tracking with commendable finesse. Be cautious, I sense we are nearing the orc stronghold, Xu Zhan cautioned. Within that stronghold, there must be an exceptionally astute orc orchestrating everything. How do you know that? Ming Dai inquired. The mere presence of the purple core flowers indicates as much. It is not solely for the convenience of water collection, the primary intention is to conceal their stronghold from prying eyes. Furthermore, the pursuit of Longyun Academy students, coupled with covert ambushes and the subsequent erasure of traces, all suggest that this group of orcs is led by a cunning chief. It also implies. Xu Zhan paused, it also implies their actions are premeditated, and they likely harbor even grander schemes. Ming Dai stood in stunned silence, relieved that Xu Zhan was not their adversary. Attention! An orc is approaching, Xu Zhan whispered, lowering the brim of his jungle hat. Ming Dai followed suit, her entire being focused on the path ahead. A diminutive member of the monkey tribe, clad in an oversized human robe, appeared somewhat out of place, stumbling awkwardly as he wandered aimlessly. Yet Xu Zhan discerned that the comical facade of the monkey race individual was but a ruse, its eyes sparkled with shrewdness, perpetually scanning its surroundings with vigilance. Before Xu Zhan, a luminous screen materialized, revealing the introductions of the major beastly races, leading him to the entry on the monkey race. Monkey race, physique diminutive, akin to that of a human child, their prowess ranks moderately among the orc kin, with intelligence second only to that of the fox race. The skin on their faces is wrinkled, the mightier the monkey, the smoother its facial skin, making it easier to mislead observers. A chill gripped Xu Zhan's heart. Only moments ago, he had held this monkey individual in contempt, but upon reviewing the data, a cold sweat broke out upon him. The monkey, standing not far ahead, bore a visage reminiscent of a human child, a testament to its formidable strength. Was this indeed a mere juvenile of the monkey race? Ming Dai, possessing limited knowledge of the beastly races, spoke softly once the monkey had distanced itself. Noticing Ming Dai had fallen into the same error he had earlier, Xu Zhan promptly cautioned her, prompting her to heighten her alertness. Summoning his sniper rifle, he aimed at the monkey, which had already traversed a considerable distance. Yet he felt something was amiss. Thus, he conjured a silencer and affixed it to the rifle's muzzle. Following a muted crack, the distant monkey let out a harrowing scream as it collapsed to the ground. Xu Zhan urgently commanded, "Stay here." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. The monkey's face was a portrait of horror as it gazed at the gaping wound in its shoulder, realizing only now that it had been utterly oblivious to the peril it faced. If the assailant had sought its life, it would have been a task of utmost ease. Once the initial shock subsided, the monkey attempted to cry out for help, but upon sensing someone rapidly approaching from behind, its plea for salvation was abruptly stifled. The monkey clan member wore a visage of sheer terror, nodding repeatedly, yet confusion flickered in his eyes. He pondered inwardly, these two individuals must be newcomers from Longyun Academy, possessing only such minimal strength. Who then could have inflicted harm upon me? Is there a formidable expert from the academy nearby? Is there an orc stronghold in the vicinity? After a moment of hesitation, the monkey clan member nodded. Did you not attack the newcomers from Longyun Academy? resulting in the deaths of 4 among them? The monkey clan member nodded once more. Excellent, Xu Zhan smiled, exerting force in his grip, intent on directly ending the life of this monkey clan member. No, you cannot kill me. The monkey clan member struggled fiercely, managing to break free. Yet he refrained from fleeing, wary of the expert who had previously harmed him. Xu Zhan felt a sinking sensation. The grip he had on the monkey clan member's hand was now tingling with pain, revealing that this creature's strength surpassed his by a considerable margin. Why can't I kill you? Xu Zhan narrowed his eyes, secretly signaling to Ming Dai. She instantly understood and prepared to act at any moment. The scene of the monkey clan member breaking free had not escaped Ming Dai's notice, and she felt a twinge of anxiety. For their combined strength likely fell short against this monkey clan member. Chapter 53, Perilous Encounter. Do you really intend to only ask these 2 simple questions? Surely. You have many more inquiries, do you not? I am willing to divulge all that I know, if only to save my life. The monkey clan member scanned his surroundings anxiously. Despite his words, he regarded Xu Zhan and Ming Dai with palpable disdain. I truly have no further questions. Xu Zhan replied calmly. It suffices for me to know that you are indeed deserving of death. Oh! Xu Zhan wore a smile that was both enigmatic and mocking. Realizing that the monkey-headed creature, in its cunning, had inadvertently fallen into its own trap, he sensed the trepidation that the monkey clan harbored. With an air of nonchalance, he proclaimed, if you wish to preserve your life, the solution is rather simple. We are indifferent to whether we slay 1 more or 1 less beast man. I am quite untroubled. Why not enlighten me on what intelligence could barter for your existence? The monkey clan member regarded Xu Zhan with disdain before addressing the heavens. Do not conceal yourself, I am aware of your proximity. If you remain hidden, do you not fear that I may use the 2 before me as leverage? Ming Dai felt her palms dampen with anxiety, and Xu Zhan's slightest movement nearly compelled her to draw her sword in defense. Xu Zhan casually tossed a dagger to the monkey clan member, leaning forward with a grin. Come, give it a try. The expression of the monkey clan member darkened instantly, as the searing pain in his shoulder served as a constant reminder to maintain composure. Having failed to discern how his opponent had attacked him before, he understood that losing his cool now could lead to an untimely demise that he would not see coming. Very well, I shall speak. He gritted his teeth. Within this beast hunting ground, our beast clan has long since allied with the demonic beasts, lying in wait for the opportune moment to raise the ancient city guarding the teleportation point to the ground and seize complete control of this divine realm. The ancient city, which defends the teleportation point, does not possess significant strength. However, once we breach its walls, it is inevitable that news will escape. This is the very reason we have refrained from taking action thus far. Until a month ago, the Fox clan princess graced us with her presence and enchanted a student of the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. We understood that the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. The monkey clan paused, their eyes fixed intently on Xu Zhan and Ming Dai. Noting the nervousness that Ming Dai was desperately trying to conceal, which aroused their suspicion, everything aligned with Xu Zhan's conjectures. Though he had not anticipated that the Fox Maiden held the esteemed title of princess. Henceforth, if any students from Changyun Academy were to venture here for training, they would undoubtedly fall under her enchantment, becoming mere puppets of the Beast clan, would they not? The Monkey clan was rather taken aback. How could this seemingly weak human youth deduce so much? Yet, no matter how much he guessed, it was futile, as no one could thwart their plans. Moreover, the Monkey clan suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Xu Zhan perplexed. Oh! Do you think I am merely trying to scare you? Xu Zhan felt a sinking sensation in his heart but maintained his composure. Do you think your injuries are just a ruse as well? Just as he was about to retaliate and annihilate the 2 human children, the Monkey clan member froze at Xu Zhan's words, hitting upon his deepest fears. Humph! I have said all that I needed to say, and whatever remains is likely within your grasp. I have lost my value, so why not just kill me? The Monkey clan member declared resolutely. No, you still possess some value. After all, taking your life would be as easy as pie whenever I feel like it. Xu Zhan decisively turned away, grasping Ming Dai's hand as they prepared to leave. Simultaneously, he discreetly signaled to Ming Dai, bracing for the worst. The monkey clan members repeatedly contemplated taking action, but upon observing Xu Zhan's unwavering confidence, they could not help but harbor doubts. I knew those imbeciles were unreliable. They foolishly left clues that led us here. What he mentioned about having use for me, could it be that he has yet to locate our stronghold? Is he attempting to follow me under the guise of assistance? The monkey clan member rolled his eyes and sneered, very well, if you wish for me to guide you, I shall take you to that place. I am eager to witness who within this beast hunting ground can rival him. With that, he turned to leave. It was only then that Ming Dai realized the sheer distance Xu Zhan had covered with his previous attack, which possessed tremendous force akin to a manifestation of thought energy in sword form. Xu Zhan and Ming Dai then donned their disguises and took a circuitous route away. Meanwhile, the monkey clan member had vanished without a trace. However, from the vicinity of their earlier conversation, a group of students cautiously emerged. Did you all see? Xu Zhan has indeed colluded with the monkey clan. They conversed for such an extended period, Sima Xian remarked. At this moment, there was no need for him to incite further. All present were filled with righteous indignation. Jin Wanshan wished to defend Xu Zhan but found no grounds to do so. Whether within the beast hunting ground or on the divine continent outside, humans were sworn enemies of both beasts and beastmen. The animosity between races was irreconcilable, and encounters could only lead to a fight to the death, never a cordial exchange. Nonetheless, Jin Wanshan noticed faint traces of blood on the ground and said, "Look! This appears to be left by that monkey clan member. He has been injured." "And what of it?" Sima Xian stated directly. "It is evident to all that Xu Zhan and Ming Dai have not engaged in combat with the monkey tribe. The surroundings do not bear the marks of battle. The injuries sustained by the monkey tribe are likely remnants from an earlier ambush on our classmates." A cold smile crept across Sima Xian's face as he thought, "Xu Zhan, you may find it impossible to cleanse your name this time." Observing the extensive bloodstains on the ground, an idea struck him. Since we have collectively acknowledged Xu Zhan's collusion with the beast men, we must remain vigilant. Once we leave this place, we shall promptly report to the academy. However, let us not forget that our purpose here is to hone our skills. We still have a mission to complete. Sima Xian was determined to prevent his classmates from confronting Xu Zhan directly. He continued, "Instead, let us follow the trail left by the monkey tribe and track it back to the beastmen's lair, rooting them out entirely. After all, hunting beastmen and demonic creatures both earn us points. Indeed, let us set aside our grievances with Xu Zhan for now and focus on completing our task to accumulate points." At this juncture, everyone felt wronged by Xu Zhan, lamenting the 1,000 points that had been deducted and wondering when they might recover them. Indeed, we shall not dwell on Xu Zhan's actions. He has allied himself with the beast men to bring us harm. They resolved to inform other classmates of these developments, declaring that Xu Zhan was far more insidious and dangerous than the beastmen themselves. Fueled by indignation, they began to follow the blood trail left by the monkey tribe. Chapter 54. The minefield. Cautiously navigating through the jungle, Xu Zhan and Ming Dai soon discovered a nearby beastmen's stronghold. After strategically positioning the sniper's nest, Xu Zhan summoned 2 telescopes to begin observing the movements of the orcs. A series of makeshift tents stood before him, with orcs occasionally entering and exiting. Each orc wore an expression of impatience and boredom, showing no signs of heightened vigilance despite the proximity to the ancient city. Curiously, why were these orcs not coming out? Ming Dai, peering through the enchanted telescope, observed with great surprise that Xu Zhan could summon such an item. Initially perplexed, Xu Zhan recalled the earlier encounter with the monkey-headed creature and began to piece together a theory. That creature was not patrolling outside the stronghold but seemed more like a tracker, checking for traces left by the orcs' comings and goings. They must have been ordered not to emerge. Ming Dai whispered, "If that's the case, doesn't that complicate matters? We can only act when they come out." Xu Zhan chuckled and shook his head. Not at all, this actually simplifies things. In response to Ming Dai's bewildered gaze, Xu Zhan continued, because we need not worry about patrolling orcs. The previous encounter with the monkey-headed creature had revealed its superior strength, compelling Xu Zhan to exercise utmost caution. If such powerful orcs were also present within the stronghold, a head-on confrontation would undoubtedly be unwise. Even Ming Dai, proficient in assassination, could likely face failure. 53, 54, 55. Xu Zhan muttered softly, as the luminous screen before him diligently recorded the orcs emerging from the tents. With each new face, the tally increased by 1. Had it not been for the prior acquaintance with Xu Zhan, Ming Dai might have believed him to be a seasoned general from the myriad of demons rather than the prince who had spent his youth within the confines of the royal city. Her perception of Xu Zhan was continuously evolving. Beside her, Xu Zhan had gently pulled the trigger. Thanks to the silencer, the sniper rifle emitted merely a muffled thud. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ming Dai confessed, "I apologize, but may I ask why you seem to drift off so often?" Xu Zhan retrieved an original spirit stone, beginning to restore the energy within his body. A single shot consumed an entire reserve of energy, which was quite taxing. Because... Ming Dai hesitated. "I can never see through you, you always present me with unexpected surprises." Xu Zhan pondered for a moment and replied, "This is due to your lack of understanding of me, you are unaware of my capabilities." While hastily replenishing his energy, Xu Zhan thought, as teammates, they ought to understand one another to achieve seamless cooperation. If he were to execute a maneuver that intimidated the enemy, while simultaneously startling his ally, it could lead to amusing consequences. However, even if he wished for Ming Dai to comprehend him, it was not something that could be easily articulated in a short span. Of course, she could trust him completely, but how could he explain his time-traveling circumstances or his past life as a cosmic war god? Perhaps it was best to let time unfold, allowing her to learn about him through shared experiences. Xu Zhan shrugged, that seemed to be the only solution. Utilizing the original spirit stone lavishly, he soon restored his energy completely. This time, instead of directly shooting the orc, Xu Zhan summoned a plethora of high-explosive grenades. Thus, as we prepare, I will take charge of the arrangements at the front, and during the assault, we must endeavor to draw as many orcs as possible to this location. The other sides should be arranged minimally, it need not be overly dense, yet we must ensure that the entire orc stronghold is encircled. Once the explosion occurs, I trust they will have no courage left to flee." Xu Zhan elaborated, while Ming Dai listened intently, growing increasingly alarmed. The two were to assault the entire orc stronghold, and Xu Zhan's primary concern was the possibility of any adversaries escaping unnoticed. Although he was aware of the formidable power of high-explosive grenades, he had never conceived of utilizing them in such a manner. "Can you control when they explode?" Ming Dai inquired. "Certainly, these high-explosive grenades can be set to detonate on a timer, remotely triggered by thought, or activated upon contact, much like landmines. What we are about to set up is a minefield." "A formation?" Ming Dai exclaimed incredulously. Xu Zhan, visibly exasperated, thought to himself that this had nothing to do with formations. "Do not approach the stronghold too closely, lest we be discovered. Furthermore, should you encounter any orcs, retreat immediately and communicate with me via the microphone," Xu Zhan instructed. "Understood." Ming Dai nodded. After finalizing their plan, the two parted ways to execute their respective tasks. Chapter 55, Luring out the orcs. 2 spirit stones have been expended. 10 spirit stones have been expended. 50 spirit stones have been expended. With each high-explosive grenade buried, Xu Zhan's heart ached with sorrow. These were precious original spirit stones. Were it not for the treasures unlocked within the royal treasury, such a plan would have been utterly unfeasible. "It is excessively costly, excessively costly." The plan appeared flawless, and Xu Zhan felt a sense of confidence. Yet, once the implementation commenced, regret swiftly set in. In truth, even if an orc managed to escape, it would not be of great consequence. Xu Zhan contemplated altering the strategy. But after a moment's reflection, he gritted his teeth and resolved to proceed with the arrangements. It was imperative to prevent any orcs within the stronghold from fleeing. Should they alert other orcs, future confrontations could prove troublesome. He decided to maintain the ruse for as long as possible. Within the orc stronghold, it seemed all the orcs were enduring a collective tension. A wolf tribesman bared his teeth, exclaiming, "Why must we heed that monkey's orders? He even commands us to remain within the stronghold, fearing we might leave traces for the humans to discover. How many humans could possibly be lurking in this beastly realm? If we are discovered, so be it, we shall simply slaughter them and feast upon their remains. If surprises are to arise, let them be surprises for the humans." The wolf tribesman scoffed. Upon hearing this, a bear tribesman could not help but wipe away his saliva, saying, "The fox princess has endured countless trials to arrive here. Our long-awaited opportunity has finally come. When shall we strike the humans' ancient city teleportation point?" Xu Zhan, clutching his chest in discomfort, lamented, "It's nothing. Merely a pang in my heart." After a moment of confusion, Ming Dai eventually grasped the situation and found herself both amused and exasperated. The high explosive grenades had been summoned through Xu Zhan's relentless absorption of primal spirit stones to restore his mental energy. And he had devoted a month of arduous training in the cultivation chamber. Regaining his composure, Xu Zhan focused intently and declared, "Prepare for battle." Ming Dai felt a tightening in her chest, her heart fluttering with trepidation. This stronghold housed nearly 100 orcs, and their true strength remained uncertain. Even without formidable experts, the singular presence of that monkey-headed man posed a challenge beyond their capabilities. Though Ming Dai had faith in Xu Zhan and the efficacy of those high-explosive grenades, the prospect of confronting an orc stronghold with only the combined strength of two individuals was daunting. How could she possibly muster confidence? Xu Zhan and Ming Dai approached the orc encampment, striding boldly and without concealment. Around the perimeter, the Wolf Clan and Bear Clan members were engaged in casual conversation. Upon noticing the commotion, they turned to look, momentarily taken aback. "Am I seeing things? I believe I spotted humans," one Bear Clan member rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The Wolf Clan member's gaze suddenly gleamed with a bright green light as he licked his lips, exclaiming, "You're not mistaken, there are indeed two humans. And their strength is merely at the 5th and 4th levels of the spirit forging realm." "Such low levels? Could they possibly be freshmen from Changyun Academy?" the Bear Clan member inquired. "Ah, naive freshmen. How delightful!" the Wolf Clan member chuckled. The Bear Clan member then asked, "Should we notify the others?" "No need. The delicacies are limited. If we inform others, how shall we divide them?" the Wolf Clan member responded, setting his sights on Xu Zhan and Ming Dai. The Bear Clan member, slightly displeased, considered the girl to be the more delectable choice but conceded upon reflecting on the man's larger physique, hastily trailing the Wolf Clan member, anxious that he might seize the opportunity first, leaving nothing for himself. Xu Zhan and Ming Dai exchanged glances. This was not at all how they had envisioned the encounter. Indeed, they had been spotted by the orcs, yet only these two had taken notice, while the rest remained oblivious. The enigmatic butterfly, initially uncertain, felt an overwhelming urge to retreat upon witnessing the unfolding scene. With two orc figures approaching, the plan had evidently failed. Yet, it was not over. Xu Zhan swiftly summoned a handgun, aiming it at the living targets before him, firing 2 shots with a decisive bang. An 8th-level soul technique, the Chi Sword? This was troubling. The two individuals concealed their true strength. The wolf tribesman was taken aback, desperately twisting his body as the bullets grazed his shoulder, leaving a trail of crimson in their wake. The bear tribesman, however, was slower to react, receiving a bullet to the chest. The excruciating pain elicited a howl, as he believed his end was nigh. Yet, after some moments of wailing, he realized he was still alive, prompting a wave of bewilderment. It was not the Chi sword. The power was vastly inferior. The two orcs exchanged glances, remaining vigilant as they regarded Xu Zhan, refraining from launching an attack. Xu Zhan's heart sank. It appeared that his qi was impure, significantly diminishing the bullet's lethality. He contemplated the necessity of relying on energy weapons in the future, feeling no regret about the situation. Xu Zhan continued to hold the gun, aware that he still possessed enough qi to fire another bullet, yet he refrained from doing so. His intention was never to kill the two orcs, rather, he aimed to stir commotion. The earlier wail of the bear tribesmen had borne fruit. As the orc encampment erupted into chaos, with an increasing number of orcs converging to ascertain the cause of the disturbance. Humans? Excitement surged among the orcs. As the monkey tribesmen forbade them from departing to hunt humans, never anticipating that humans would come to them. The wolf tribesman bared his fangs menacingly to intimidate the other orcs, yet they paid him no heed, each one fixated, eyes gleaming with hunger. It was time. We must withdraw. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Xu Zhan turned and began to walk away, followed closely by Ming Dai. The orcs, initially perplexed by the situation, observed with anticipation. How could they allow such a delectable treat to slip away? Particularly the wolf tribe member, who had already claimed the delicacy as his own, now feared that it might be snatched away by others. Ignoring the earlier oddities surrounding the qi sword, he charged forward almost instantaneously upon Xu Zhan's turn. The other orcs, unwilling to be outdone, surged forward as well. Xu Zhan's pace was leisurely, almost as if he were on a casual stroll, blissfully unaware of the throng of orcs trailing behind him. Chapter 56, Discrepancy. Something was amiss, the numbers did not add up. Xu Zhan furrowed his brow. Previously, the intelligence corps had reported a total of 73 orcs in the vicinity, yet only 60 were present now. Even when accounting for the 12 orcs lingering at the stronghold, there remained one orc unaccounted for. He sighed inwardly. It was indeed no simple task to eradicate all these orcs in one fell swoop. This fellow is employing deceit. The bear tribe member rumbled, his voice deep and resonant. The wolf tribe member narrowed his eyes, internally scoffing. Is there any need for you to state the obvious? Scanning the area, he found no signs of ambush from the humans, only his fellow tribesmen surrounding him. Frustration bubbled within him. Charging to the forefront would yield little more than a few bites of the feast. Given the current circumstances, it would be wiser to let the other orcs probe ahead. What if they left traces behind? It would only invite a horde of humans to their doorstep. With the tantalizing delicacy so near, swift action was imperative, otherwise they might be left with nothing but bones. Yet, these orcs were not foolish. Would two weak human children dare to confront an entire stronghold alone? Especially that one man, whose face bore no trace of fear. Had he discerned their scheme? A robust and formidable member of the Tiger clan slowly emerged from the stronghold, as all the orcs, regardless of their tribes, gathered around him. The Tiger clan warrior toyed with a peculiar object in his hand, casting a secretive gaze at Xu Zhan. Earlier, I noticed that one of your female companions was clandestinely burying something around our stronghold. Could you enlighten me on what this object truly is? A chill ran through Ming Dai's heart, and her complexion shifted dramatically. Had her prior actions been discovered? Yet, she remained completely oblivious to it. If the other party intended to eliminate her, the thought sent a wave of trepidation through Xu Zhan as well. Observing the Tiger clan warrior's expression of having unraveled everything, he couldn't help but smirk internally. This high-explosive grenade was better off buried in the ground. To dare unearth it and flaunt it was simply an invitation to demise that could not be thwarted. Ming Dai found herself at a loss for words. Was this not an exercise in futility? The Tiger clan warrior, pleased with Xu Zhan's address, pressed on. What purpose does this object serve? You must come closer. This is my secret weapon, and I shall reveal it to you alone, Xu Zhan replied. The Tiger clan warrior let out a cold laugh and strode forward. In this realm of divine mystery, he felt no fear of anyone, not even the bloodthirsty leader of the beast men, that savage long-armed ape. That monkey was merely a subordinate of his military. Surely this human could not conjure any tricks of significance. With each step the tiger clan warrior took closer. Ming Dai's anxiety intensified. In the realm of the beast clans, the tiger tribe's prowess in close combat is unparalleled. However, should any misstep occur, the two individuals could be torn to shreds in an instant. As they proceeded, the tiger warrior abruptly halted, gazing into the distance with a furrowed brow before turning to Xu Zhan and erupting into laughter. This sudden turn of events left Xu Zhan perplexed. With a flicker of thought, he activated the holographic screen, only to discover the presence of another human nearby. It was none other than Jin Wanshan. Initially skeptical of Xu Zhan's potential collusion with the beastmen, Jin Wanshan had sought an opportunity to trace his whereabouts. Only to stumble upon this scene Xu Zhan was divulging details about his secret weapon, the high-explosive grenade, to the very beasts. With no time to ponder, Jin Wanshan hastily made his escape. The tiger warrior's strength was formidable, rendering him no match. If Xu Zhan truly allied with the beastmen, he might even resort to silencing Jin Wanshan to conceal his secrets. With Xu Zhan's peculiar abilities, he could prove more challenging than the tiger warriors themselves. The tiger warrior noticed Jin Wanshan's presence and his subsequent flight. If there had been even a flicker of doubt about Xu Zhan's intentions, it was now completely extinguished. Approaching Xu Zhan, he bore no semblance of caution. "What just transpired?" asked Ming Dai. For reasons unknown, Jin Wanshan visited briefly. "But it seems he has misunderstood something and has since withdrawn," Xu Zhan replied quietly. "Let us not dwell on that for now. Let us focus on overcoming this immediate challenge." As the tiger warrior approached Xu Zhan, he raised his hand, asserting, "Halt, do not come too close. I shall speak to you from here." The tiger warrior chuckled, "You believe this distance ensures your safety? How naive you are." Unbeknownst to him, he was standing atop a high-explosive grenade meticulously buried by Xu Zhan. "Speak," declared the tiger tribesman, convinced that these two humans would soon become his meal. He merely wished to toy with them, to ascertain the motives behind their furtive behavior around the stronghold. "This device will make a sound if you utter a single word." "It will," Xu Zhan articulated, gesturing expressively. The tiger tribesman, perplexed, queried, "Make a sound? Is that noise?" He gently shook it in his hand, pressing it to his ear. "What word should I say?" A glint of insight flickered in Xu Zhan's eyes as he whispered, "Explode." An overwhelming sense of impending doom surged within the tiger tribesman, chilling his very blood and leaving him paralyzed, unable to react. The grenade, pressed against his ear, detonated with a thunderous roar. In an instant, the once mighty tiger tribesman was obliterated, just as Xu Zhan had gestured. The explosion resonated violently, and both Xu Zhan and Ming Dai were caught in its wake, their bodies drenched in blood and debris, hurled aside by the shockwave. Miraculously, they evaded the shrapnel, appearing battered yet largely unscathed. The onlooking orcs within the stronghold were left in stunned silence. Their most formidable warrior had been annihilated in the blink of an eye. 9th level soul technique, thought energy explosion. A wolf tribesman stammered in disbelief. There is a 9th level cultivator of spirit manipulation in the vicinity. Yet, she could not fathom why the power of the 8th level soul technique, the Qi sword, was so feeble in comparison to the overwhelming might of the 9th level soul technique. The Qi explosion. Among the beast tribes, chaos ensued. Some retreated in disarray while others exhibited bloodshot eyes. Chapter 57, Chopping Trees, Burning Mountains, Erasing Corpses. Was it truly possible that the formidable members of the tiger tribe, comparable to those at the 9th level of spirit molding, could be vanquished by Xu Zhan? For some inexplicable reason, she recalled the teachings of the nether tiger. What one perceives may not necessarily reflect the truth. Contemplating this, she realized that had Xu Zhan been her assassination target, her success would have been improbable. As her thoughts wandered, the air was filled with the incessant sounds of explosions. The high-explosive grenades had lost their former smoky essence, yet the battlefield remained littered with severed limbs and lifeless bodies. Just as Xu Zhan and his companion began to relax, A figure gradually emerged from the scattered remains. The previously terrified wolf tribesman gazed in horror at the scene before him, clearly in disbelief. Xu Zhan and Ming Dai immediately tensed. Ming Dai, drawing her sword from the soul space, was poised to charge forth, but Xu Zhan restrained her. "Are you out of your mind? Look closely, he isn't gravely injured," Xu Zhan cautioned. "Under the duress of blood and death, he may unleash." Even with a resigned roll of her eyes, Ming Dai remarked, "The ground is littered with the corpses of the beast men. Surely stepping over the bodies poses no threat. It was such a simple matter. I thought I could intimidate him," Xu Zhan replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Upon hearing this, the wolf tribesman grew even more enraged and frenzied, his gaze fixated solely on the retreating figures of Xu Zhan and Ming Dai, drawing ever closer. His rationality gradually faded, consumed by a bloodthirsty desire, completely oblivious to the absence of beastmen corpses beneath his feet, and utterly unguarded against potential perils that could still lurk on the smooth ground. In truth, such dangers indeed existed. As Xu Zhan sprinted, he caught sight of the wolf tribesman through the holographic display. Upon reaching the second defensive line he had set, Xu Zhan snapped his fingers lightly. A sharp crack pierced the eerie silence of the battlefield, strikingly out of place. Like a gentle sigh from the grim reaper, the wolf tribesman, who had been contemplating how to dismember Xu Zhan, suddenly felt excruciating pain and lost consciousness. You actually buried high-explosive grenades here too?" Ming Dai asked, bewildered. "Of course, this is merely the second defensive line, there is still a third one ahead," Xu Zhan replied. "And where might the fourth defensive line be?" Ming Dai inquired. Xu Zhan playfully flicked her forehead with his fingers, exasperated. "What fourth defensive line? If these mere 100 beast men can be halted by 3 defensive lines, what use would a fourth be? Ouch, that hurts," Ming Dai exclaimed, clutching her forehead, yet her heart began to calm due to Xu Zhan's playful gesture. "Search the battlefield for anything of value," Xu Zhan commanded. "Oh," Ming Dai responded, then paused, pondering what useful items could possibly be found on the beast men. "Their cultivation system differs significantly from ours, and they are certainly incapable of forging equipment." Xu Zhan found himself momentarily speechless. This was indeed the case. At that moment, a distant, fearful scream pierced the air. An orc, covered in blood, stared blankly at the hellish scene before him, collapsing in terror. As the scene unfolded, he found himself next to the orc, whose severed head was tossed aside, eyes wide with confusion, pondering how he had met his demise. Ming Dai elegantly twirled her sword, shaking off the blood with a sense of triumph and nodding towards Xu Zhan. Xu Zhan shrugged, wearing an indifferent expression as he remarked, "Clearly a killer, yet indulging in such theatrics." Nonetheless, a tinge of envy stirred within him, he yearned to fight like Ming Dai. Yet, in this world, that aspiration seemed rather elusive. Xu Zhan fell into deep contemplation, recalling the numerous top-tier pieces of equipment from his previous life, including a type known as the super energy armor. Unlike other gear, the super energy armor represented a pinnacle of technology that evolved in an entirely different direction. It could endow a person with the might of a superhero, rendering them as formidable as a warship, a veritable mobile fortress. The super energy armor was the most potent equipment for an individual soldier, and he lamented, "I seem unable to summon even the lowest tier of it." Xu Zhan shook his head, letting out a wistful sigh. Chapter 58, Cat Fei Air. Not long after their departure, an orc squad was drawn to the towering flames. At the forefront was a blue-eyed feline, Cat Fei Air. With her graceful form and agile movements, she swiftly approached the previous supply point, only to be astounded by the scene that greeted her. "We left less than a day ago, and this stronghold has been utterly annihilated?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Beside them, a member of the dog clan trembled, his voice laced with fear. "Here resides that formidable tiger clan warrior, whose strength has led to total annihilation. How powerful must the invading human clan be?" Could it be that the elite class from the previous session of Chongyun Academy has united to launch an assault? Cat Fair shook her head gravely. No. Didn't T. Foxlinger say she could handle the elite class from the last session? She has already ensnared one among them. So it cannot possibly be them who have obliterated this stronghold. Could it be the elite class of this session? The dog clan member pondered. But they are merely freshmen. How could they possess such formidable power? Or have the soldiers stationed at the ancient city's teleportation point mobilized entirely? How did they discover our presence? Cat Fair considered this, then refuted. No, it cannot be them, they lack the strength. The members of the Beastmen squad fell into contemplation, questioning the identity of their unseen adversary. Suddenly, the dog clan member recalled something and said, Isn't your totemic power capable of foreseeing the future and grasping the past? Why not? No. Cat Fair immediately dismissed the idea. Have you forgotten the task assigned to us by Foxlinger? My abilities must be employed in the search for the fragments of the divine spirit crystal. That is a matter of utmost significance for the entire beast clan. The dog clan member took a deep breath and remarked, before us lies an unknown and powerful enemy. If we do not identify them, what good will it do to find the fragments of the divine spirit crystal? Perhaps one day we may encounter these adversaries. Cat Concubine hesitated. For although her innate talent was formidable, she found herself in the divine realm, where transcending to the spirit transcendence stage was an insurmountable challenge. With her current prowess, she could only unleash her innate abilities once a month. Wasting such a precious opportunity here would be folly. The roaring flames scorched her face, and the very air around her seemed to ignite. Her strength was on par with that of the Tiger clan, capable of annihilating an entire stronghold. Should she cross paths with them in the future, her demise would be all but certain. The crux of the matter lay in her inability to fathom what kind of foes could orchestrate such devastation. Alas, the shards of divine crystal are notoriously elusive. I shall employ my innate talent just once to discern the true nature of these enemies. Cat Concubine resolved. Wait! The dog clan member twitched his nose and pointed in a certain direction, stating, There lingers the scent of humanity. Cat Concubine gazed at the flickering totemic light upon the dog clan member, and in a fit of anger, she exclaimed, Have you lost your nerve? To unleash your totemic power so recklessly? And yet, the shards of divine crystal remain unfound? The dog clan member appeared somewhat abashed and replied, I cannot rely solely on my nose. Moreover, in the face of such formidable foes, I must ascertain whether they have truly departed. Cat Concubine sighed. Yielding to the necessity of having the dog clan lead the way, the group arrived behind a colossal tree, observing the chaotic lines drawn upon the ground, which seemed to form a map. Cat Concubine's heart leaped with joy as she declared, With this, I can more easily identify our enemies. Furthermore, I can ascertain the general course of events. As she spoke, Cat Princess summoned her totemic power. Gradually, intricate blue beast patterns emerged upon her flawless skin, and her eyes radiated a mesmerizing luminescence as they fixed intently on the map. The members of the orc squad watched her with bated breath, eager to discern what visions had captivated her. Suddenly, a scene unfolded before Cat Princess's eyes, revealing the earlier images of Xu Zhan and Ming Dai engaged in fervent discussion. Confusion washed over her as she scanned her surroundings. Apart from the ethereal silhouettes of Xu Zhan and Ming Dai, no one else was present. Just these two? Cat Princess furrowed her brow, faintly sensing that their strength paled in comparison to her own. These two could not possibly be the ones responsible for the annihilation of the stronghold. Anger welled up within her as she cursed the canine races for their incessant meddling. The remnants of the map left upon the ground were utterly worthless clues. She felt as though her opportunity to wield her totemic power had been squandered in vain. Alas! Time was running out. Cat Princess felt a pang of regret, blaming Xu Zhan and Ming Dai for the traps they had previously laid that consumed too much of her time. Now, gritting her teeth in determination, she strove to continue observing, blood gradually seeping from her eyes. Ah! Cat Princess cried out in agony, yet in the end, she failed to uncover how the orcs within the stronghold had met their demise. What happened? What did you see? The canine races inquired anxiously. Cat Princess cast a fierce glare at them, thinking, this is all you're doing. If it weren't for the lead you provided, perhaps I could have truly seen something. Wearily wiping away the blood tears from her eyes, Cat Princess etched the names of Xu Zhan and Ming Dai into her memory. If these two individuals could be located, perhaps the truth would be unveiled. Cat Concubine firmly believed that others were present at the time. For both Xu Zhan and Ming Dai were engaged in hushed conversations with someone while setting traps, exchanging questions and answers, clearly not speaking to themselves. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she could not discern with whom they were conversing. If Xu Zhan were aware of this entire situation, he would likely find it utterly amusing, as it was merely a dialogue through a microphone between him and Ming Dai. Perhaps the other party's strength surpassed my own, remaining ever elusive. Cat Concubine pondered. And only this could elucidate how, despite the presence of a formidable member of the Tiger clan, the entire stronghold could be so easily compromised. Can we detect the lingering scent left by them? We must pursue, Cat Concubine declared. The Dog clan members were taken aback. Are you jesting? Wouldn't pursuing them lead to our demise? Even if we must die, it is better to do so with clarity. It is far preferable to perish in confusion at an uncertain time, isn't it? Cat Concubine countered, observing the apprehension on the faces of the Dog clan members. She then added, in truth, the individuals I wish for you to track are merely the two who sketched this map on the ground. Their strength is not formidable, one at the 5th level of spirit shaping, the other at the 4th. Is that truly the case? The Dog clan member asked, half in disbelief. But upon receiving Cat Concubine's affirmative response, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a twitch of his nose, he swiftly discerned the direction. The entire orc team began to pursue the path taken by Xu Zhan and Ming Dai. Chapter 59, Encirclement. This is odd. It appears that this rotund fellow intentionally left traces behind. In the dense forest, Xu Zhan and Ming Dai furrowed their brows, gazing at the chicken bones strewn on the ground, utterly speechless. From the moment he entered this divine secret realm, has Jin Wanshan been incessantly indulging himself? This glutton will surely meet his demise. Xu Zhan cursed under his breath. In this perilous jungle, especially within the beast hunting grounds, leaving such traces is tantamount to courting death. Could it be that he wishes for you to pursue him and offer an explanation? Ming Dai inquired. Impossible. Xu Zhan shook his head. This rotund fool has been carelessly discarding chicken bones since he entered the secret realm. Xu Zhan stroked his chin and continued. This fat idiot is not lacking in intelligence, he is certainly aware of such common sense. There must be another reason behind this. Xu Zhan recalled his own solitary mission to surveil the other newcomers, observing who was associating closely with the previous elite class students. Instantly, he felt a sense of clarity and couldn't help but chuckle. What could possibly be so amusing? Ming Dai asked, bewildered. Xu Zhan's smile was uncontainable. What grievances could there be, that this foolish glutton has received such a solitary task? Ha! It truly amuses me. This task is clearly a pitfall, and yet he insists on leaping into it. How ridiculous. Ming Dai gazed at Xu Zhan with an expression of peculiarity, silently reflecting, clearly. This task is a trap, and you have taken on quite a few, and they are all colossal traps. One cannot see the bottom. It is akin to an unfathomable abyss. She harbored such thoughts but dared not voice them. Instead, she pointed at the chicken bones and suggested, should we assist him in dealing with these? There's no need for that. He must fulfill the task he accepted, even if it brings him to tears. Let us continue to conceal our tracks. With these chicken bones, we can better shield ourselves, Xu Zhan remarked. Ming Dai rolled her eyes, questioning who should truly weep when one still has the leisure to jest at others. Having taken several steps forward, Xu Zhan continued on, while Ming Dai reined in her thoughts and followed suit. Behind them, at a distance, the orc squad led by Malfair came to a halt. What is the matter? Why aren't we proceeding? Malfair inquired of the leading dog-headed creature. The dog-headed creature gestured towards some chicken bones on the ground, stating, I have detected the traces left by another person. This has muddled my sense of smell. Malfair frowned. Who instructed you to invoke the totemic power so recklessly? Your sense of smell has diminished, hasn't it? Glancing at the chicken bones, she continued. It seems those two individuals are also following this trail. Let us move onward, and we may find them. The dog-headed creature nodded and resumed leading the way. Despite his impaired sense of smell, the scent of the chicken bones made tracking remarkably effortless. The orc squad hastened their pace. Jin Wanshan, where have you gone? Sima Xian and the others gathered to deliberate their next course of action, having discovered a lair of a demon beast following the blood trail left by the monkey tribe. Just as the group was uncertain whether to advance or temporarily retreat, Jin Wanshan hurriedly arrived. His expression was somewhat despondent, and he shook his head, refraining from sharing what he had witnessed firsthand. After all, the others were already suspicious of Xu Zhan. What would be the point of revealing that he had seen Xu Zhan conversing merrily with the leader of the orc stronghold? We have been deceived. It appears the monkey tribe intends to lead us here, and the location ahead is certainly not an orc stronghold, Jin Wanshan declared. Sima Xian and his companions exchanged anxious glances. How do you know this, having just arrived? Jin Wanshan pointed to the faint bloodstains on the ground and remarked. The strength of that monkey clan member is considerable, and their intelligence is second only to the fox clan among the beast tribes. If he were injured, would he not be capable of self-governance? If he truly could not, the blood flowing along the path would not exhibit such a systematic pattern. It is evident that this is a deliberate ploy to lead us here. Upon hearing Jin Wanshan's analysis, the group became increasingly tense. Several students from the ordinary class immediately expressed their desire to retreat. If we continue onward, we would be falling into the trap set by those monkey clan members. We should hastily withdraw. Just as everyone prepared to retreat, a faint rustling sound suddenly echoed around them, growing denser and more distinct. This is bad, we are surrounded. Sima Xian and his companions' expressions changed drastically. Without any hesitation, they broke through towards the path they had come from. Ha ha ha! You lads are quite swift in your reactions, but alas, it is too late. A rough voice boomed as a gigantic crimson-furred ape leapt forth. Is this all there is? This is hardly sufficient to satisfy my appetite. The blood-colored giant ape licked its lips, while beside it, a diminutive member of the monkey clan looked perplexed, pondering why it was not the previous two individuals who had arrived, but rather another group. Upon hearing this, Sima Xian and his companions quickened their pace. However, awaiting them ahead was a horde of various monstrous beasts. There were the fiercely defensive flame-spiked porcupines and the swiftly attacking shadow leopards. Even the trees surrounding them were teeming with venomous backstabbing spiders. As Sima Xian and his companions formed a defensive circle, their spirits plummeted further upon gazing at the blood-colored giant ape and the monkey clan members. The monstrous beasts and the orcs have surprisingly allied themselves. Jin Wanshan felt a chill of sweat trickling down his forehead. Could it be that they were destined to perish here today? Indeed. The orcs bore little distinction from the monstrous beasts, and their collusion was hardly unexpected. Although Sima Xian was internally fraught with anxiety, he maintained a facade of composure. Upon observing the change in the countenance of the blood-colored giant ape, a flicker of joy ignited within him. Nonsense! Utter nonsense! The blood-colored giant ape clearly held the orcs in disdain, its elongated arms nearly dragging upon the ground. At that moment, it seized a nearby member of the monkey clan, exclaiming, with such puny limbs, do you dare to compare yourselves to us, the monstrous beasts? The monkey clan member's expression turned tense. The orc and monstrous beast factions had always regarded each other with contempt. After finally setting aside their past grievances, a tremendous peril still loomed. He hastily declared, "This is a scheme devised by the humans. Your cunning intellect is no less than mine, you must have seen through this petty ruse. Despite his words, a fleeting glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the blood-colored giant ape came to a realization, bursting into hearty laughter. Indeed, how could I be so easily deceived? With that, he released the monkey clan member and pointed towards Sima Xian and his companions, declaring, young humans, two paths lie before you, either submit to me, or perish. Sima Xian and the others were utterly astonished. Yet they had also discerned the identity of the blood-colored giant ape. It was the bloodthirsty long-armed ape. Their vigilance heightened, for this creature was notoriously bloodthirsty. Yet it chose not to slay them outright, but rather sought to recruit them? What was the meaning of this? As Sima Xian contemplated feigning submission, a student from the ordinary class interjected with vehement disdain, "You beast, how dare you utter such arrogant words? To expect my submission is but a fanciful delusion." Sima Xian's countenance darkened, questioning the sanity of the speaker daring to challenge under such circumstances. As anticipated, the crimson giant ape responded with a bloodthirsty smirk, brandishing its long arms and roaring, "Precisely what I desire. Slaughter these human whelps, first come, first served. Laggards shall have only themselves to blame." Hold! The Simian clan attempted intervention, yet the sanguine behemoth disregarded them, asserting, "Our accord is fulfilled, I have played my part. Their refusal to capitulate is not my burden." With that, it plunged into the fray. The Simian clan's further protests were rendered futile. Sima Xian and his cohort were immediately embroiled in a fierce struggle. To be encircled by monsters within the jungle was no trifling matter, particularly when their strength matched or exceeded their own. Almost immediately upon engagement, casualties arose among the human students. "Damn it, we must fight our way out," Sima Xian bellowed. Jin Wanshan and Xiao Lianshui exchanged glances and nodded in unison. The hour demanded self-preservation above all else, otherwise, doom awaited them all. Chapter 60, Lo, still among the living. Something is amiss. Xu Zhan, following the trail, halted, with the Stygian butterfly exhibiting a grave expression. Ahead lay numerous traces of beasts, with spiderwebs clinging to the lofty trees. The absence of signs of conflict on the ground could only signify one thing: Jin Wanshan and the others had been encircled by monsters, yet remained undiscovered. What course shall we pursue? Could it be merely a chance encounter with passing beasts? The two monstrous beasts could indeed be regarded as natural enemies. The shadow leopard relishes the flesh of the fire porcupine, yet they now coexist without conflict. It is over. Xu Zhan felt a weight in his heart as a foreboding thought surfaced in his mind. The monkey clan deliberately left traces, intending to lead us astray. Unaware that we had circumvented directly to the orc stronghold, Xu Zhan reasoned, although we did not follow their trail. Jin Wanshan and the others have taken the bait and are now ensnared here, trapped within the encirclement of the monstrous beasts. Ming Dai interjected, "The monkey clan initially only intended to eliminate the two of us. Would they require such a grandiose setup?" Xu Zhan shook his head with a wry smile. "No, the monkey clan is cunning, they believe a formidable expert is at our side. And they are targeting that non-existent master. Now that the monstrous beasts have formed a perimeter, it is evidently a trap laid for that expert. Jin Wanshan and the others are likely in grave danger. Should we make haste to depart?" Ming Dai inquired. "Given the evidence of their tracks, the number of beasts here is overwhelming. Even with their intent to assist, they may not manage to break through. As for Jin Wanshan and the others, their fate rests solely on fortune." Xu Zhan hesitated, his expression torn. Ming Dai urged, "What are you waiting for? If we are discovered by the beasts, we shall perish here as well." "No, I shall not flee," Xu Zhan declared with resolve. Ming Dai regarded Xu Zhan as if he were a fool. "Have you lost your senses? Do you truly wish to save them?" "Until we ascertain their demise, I believe they are still alive," Xu Zhan replied calmly. "But what of that? Your exploration of the terrestrial environment surpasses my own. You possess a more profound understanding of the number of monstrous beasts that inhabit this place," Yin Dai advised. As long as they are alive, I shall not abandon them, Xu Zhan insisted. Upon gazing into Xu Zhan's eyes, Yin Dai perceived an unprecedented seriousness and determination within him. The words that hung on her lips seemed to choke her, rendering her speechless. You have truly lost your mind, she eventually uttered after a prolonged silence, taking a deep breath. Simultaneously, she resolved not to retreat, but rather to remain by Xu Zhan's side. Xu Zhan smiled, retrieving the original spirit stone to replenish his vital energy, and summoned a firefighting mask. He summoned 5 in total before pausing. Yin Dai looked at Xu Zhan with a face full of confusion, allowing him to place the peculiar mask upon her face. Feeling a slight struggle to breathe, she inquired, "What is this contraption?" Xu Zhan had no time to explain, merely stating, "I am about to ignite another fire. When the flames arise, regardless of the circumstances, do not remove this mask." Yin Dai nodded in perplexity. Subsequently, Xu Zhan summoned a focused flamethrower from the spirit realm and activated it, unleashing a ferocious column of fire that transformed the very atmosphere into a parched desolation. The intensity of the flame was akin to that of a soul technique, igniting the colossal trees in mere moments. As Xu Zhan advanced, a wall of fire emerged. He did not charge directly into the fray but instead encircled the monstrous beasts with a ring of flames. The densely packed trees and lush foliage allowed the fire to spread uncontrollably. May you not perish in the flames, Xu Zhan thought to himself. Let us proceed, Xu Zhan declared, wielding the focused flamethrower, charging forth amidst the flames. Ming Dai closely trailed Xu Zhan, plunging into the inferno, where the air was thick with fire and smoke. Instinctively, she attempted to cover her mouth and nose, only to remember that she was adorned with a mask. As a cultivator, being engulfed in flames would typically invoke a fear of smoke. However, to her astonishment, the air she inhaled was remarkably fresh. Ming Dai widened her eyes in disbelief, marveling at the existence of such a wondrous device capable of purifying the air from smoke. Thus, they advanced into the fiery abyss as if traversing a realm devoid of peril, free from concern for their safety. Meanwhile, Sima Xian and his companions, ensnared within the encirclement of demonic beasts and engaged in a desperate struggle, felt their anxiety mounting as the situation grew increasingly dire. Initially a group of over a dozen, only 7 remained, the others having been brutally slain and devoured before their very eyes. The sheer density and variety of the beasts rendered any hope of escape a mere fantasy, utterly unattainable. Little did they anticipate that they would meet such a grim fate. Sima Xian found himself succumbing to despair. The remaining few merely acted on instinct to defend themselves, abandoning any thoughts of breaking free. They had surrendered to hopelessness, contemplating only the difference between dying sooner or later. Before embarking on this the crimson giant ape furrowed its brow, having received the news from a fleeing beast. Despite its newfound intelligence and enhanced strength, the primal instinct of the beast still quaked at the sight of flames, particularly the raging fires of the forest. The monkey clan member scoffed derisively, thinking how could they possibly compare themselves with their kind? A mere flicker of fire had them quaking in fear. Yet, his expression soon froze, mouth agape and eyes wide in disbelief. All around them, thick smoke began to rise, and the flames grew ever larger, transforming in an instant into a ferocious inferno, akin to an ancient beast, eager to devour everything in its path. Such a vast fire, how could this be? The monkey swallowed hard. He had never witnessed such an enormous blaze in this hunting ground, and it was evident that someone had deliberately set the fire. Moreover, to create such an inferno in such a brief span, it was clear that their adversaries were numerous and formidable. The smoke billowed through the jungle, resembling a gray-white tsunami, sweeping towards them. The beasts, now too preoccupied to continue their assault on Sima Xian and his companions, sensed the imminent danger. To remain would mean death. Even if they were strong, they could not withstand the suffocating smoke. Had someone come to their rescue? Hope rekindled in the hearts of Sima Xian and his companions, who had nearly succumbed to despair. Yet this raging fire seemed intent on consuming them all. How could they be saved? The beasts ceased their attacks and scattered in panic, while Sima Xian and his injured companions stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Flee? How could they escape? Where could they possibly go? Should they follow the beasts, offering themselves as sacrifices? Into the sea of flames? How could they even approach? Even a practitioner at the 9th level of the spirit forging realm would not dare to claim they could endure such an expansive inferno. For even those at this level require breath, and no amount of chi could form a barrier. The flickering hope within their hearts was extinguished once more. As Sima Xian and his companions experienced a tumultuous emotional upheaval, each of them wearing a pallid expression, they faced the grim prospect of perishing, not at the jaws of a beast, but being consumed by flames. Death, regardless of its form, is equally disgraceful. Casting a glance at one another, Sima Xian, Jin Wanshan, and Xiao Lianshui exchanged bitter smiles. As elite students hailing from prestigious clans, it was a most disheartening fate to meet such an end. To die alongside my goddess, it's worth it, Jin Wanshan remarked. Xiao Lianshui scoffed lightly, you may find it worthwhile, but I feel I have suffered a great loss. Taking a deep breath, Sima Xian found himself unexpectedly at ease in the face of impending death. He was liberated from the heavy expectations of his family, free from the relentless pursuit of his brother's footsteps, and no longer burdened by the concerns of familial allegiance, shedding the weight of all his responsibilities. He adopted a new perspective, only to realize that the world appeared transformed. Regrettably, this revelation came too late. Apart from the three of them, the remaining 4 ordinary students wore resolute expressions, bracing themselves for their final moments. The flames of death had already reached them. Yet the 7 were oblivious to a fire dragon surging forth, accelerating the spread of the inferno. Oh, still alive, are we? Chapter 61, Escaping to safety. Sima Xian and his companions could hardly believe their ears. Someone had emerged from the sea of flames. Could it be that the elite students from the previous cohort had come to rescue them? With hopeful hearts, everyone turned their gazes to the past, only to witness 2 figures emerging from the flames, trailing thick clouds of smoke behind them. Their faces were adorned with peculiar masks, and one of them held an object that had been spewing fire, now rendered inert yet still releasing flickers of flame. This was the arsonist. It was this individual who had saved them. Sima Xian and the others looked at him with faces full of admiration. To rescue them from the encircling beasts was nothing short of miraculous. As for how they managed to traverse the sea of fire, that remained a mystery. Why are there so many people? Xu Zhan casually dusted himself off, quite pleased with the fireproof capabilities of his combat suit. Initially, he had only vaguely perceived the presence of others, but upon closer inspection, he realized there were not merely the 3 from Jin Wanshan's team but also 4 additional students. May I inquire who you are? Sima Xian asked. Can you recognize my voice? Xu Zhan leisurely removed his mask. What? Xu Zhan? How could it be you? The 7 individuals were momentarily stunned. The most unlikely person had appeared at this moment. They had previously harbored doubts about Xu Zhan colluding with the beastmen to harm them. Yet here he was, risking his life to save them. Jin Wanshan furrowed his brow deeply, his plump face contorted in concern. He was more aware than Sima Xian and the others, having not only seen Xu Zhan converse with the monkey tribe for an extended period but also having witnessed him venture into the beastman's stronghold. Is this surprising? Xu Zhan surveyed his surroundings and noted that most of the beasts had fled, leaving only a few undaunted creatures lingering at a distance, contemplating an attack, yet wary of being engulfed by the inferno. Xu Zhan cast a glance at Sima Xian and his companions, noting their disheveled appearances and the injuries they bore, with some suffering more grievously, their blood flowing incessantly. Had he not arrived, it was likely they would have perished before the flames consumed them. Having previously treated the soldiers of the ancient city, Xu Zhan had summoned additional healing needles for emergencies, which he now prepared to use. He handed several healing needles to Ming Dai, holding one in his own hand as he approached Jin Wanshan, rolling up his sleeve to demonstrate to Ming Dai, "Watch closely." With a swift motion, Xu Zhan plunged the needle into Jin Wanshan's arm, emptying an entire vial of green liquid into him. Simultaneously, Jin Wanshan's face paled to a sickly green, though he had witnessed Xu Zhan's treatment of Ming Dai, experiencing it himself still caused a flutter of anxiety. However, the effects were immediate, his earlier fatigue vanished, and several minor wounds healed instantaneously. Ming Dai nodded in understanding and began to tend to the others. Xu Zhan continued by retrieving the previously summoned fireproof masks and summoned a few more. After a brief introduction, he took out the original spirit stones to begin restoring their energy. The individuals donning the masks initially reacted similarly to Ming Dai, the fresh air filling their mouths and noses imparting an extraordinarily surreal sensation, yet these were no ordinary items, devoid of any discernible power. With these masks, can we not traverse through the flames? Sima Xian exclaimed in delight, his heart finally settling. If it were that simple, why would I bother restoring my energy? Xu Zhan retorted with an eye roll, snapping his fingers after a slight restoration of his energy, summoning forth the fire cloak. The cloak possesses only the ability to ignite. Far inferior to his combat attire, yet in this moment, it suffices. Even though summoning this cloak is a relatively simple task, Xu Zhan still exerted considerable effort. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and into his collar, an uncomfortable sensation that gnawed at him. With a resigned sigh, Xu Zhan resolved to further expand his soul repository, for summoning it at the moment of need proved too cumbersome. Put on your masks, don your cloaks, and follow me. At his command, the group surged straight into the inferno. Sima Xian and the others were once again taken aback, as if the surrounding flames were mere illusions, imparting only a faint warmth, leaving them free from the fear of being scorched. The miraculous mask, the enchanting cloak. How could one man conjure such a tremendous blaze in so short a time? Xiao Lianxue remained silent, utterly astounded by the surreal spectacle unfolding before her. Taking the king of all demons as a benchmark, could it be that your ambition is merely to perish? Had it not been for Xu Zhan, she and Sima Xian would undoubtedly have met their demise. Sima Xian's thoughts were tumultuous, he had repeatedly troubled Xu Zhan, particularly when he cast suspicion upon him regarding collusion with the beast men. Although that was a task assigned to him alone, he could not deny that. Even without such a mission, he would have seized the opportunity to act against Xu Zhan. Having emerged from the brink of death, he had gained a clearer perspective. Had it not been for his family's incessant directives, he might never have opposed Xu Zhan from the outset. It seems that what you once uttered was indeed true. As Sima Xian observed Xu Zhan forging ahead, bearing the brunt of all dangers alone while valiantly seeking a path through the inferno for the safety of the group, his heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. He refrained from altering their course recklessly, harboring a secret he had not shared with the others, namely, that the firefighting masks and fireproof cloaks could not withstand the ordeal for long. While the masks could filter the air, the oxygen within it was rapidly depleting. The fireproof cloaks, though effective for a time, would also fail once they surpassed their limits. All around them, the world was engulfed in flames, apart from each other's silhouettes. Nothing else was visible. Their eyes were fixated on Xu Zhan, who pressed forward without falter, their steps unwilling to lag behind. In his heart, Jin Wanshan silently pondered, hoping that Xu Zhan had not conspired with the beasts. Despite Xu Zhan's perilous efforts to save them, the sights he had witnessed remained inexplicable. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, until a sudden chill swept over them, and the colors before their eyes transformed into a vibrant tapestry. Miraculously, they had burst forth from the fiery abyss. After being besieged by monstrous beasts, they had astonishingly escaped. Salvation had come. A newcomer sank to the ground, utterly fatigued, tears shimmering in their eyes. Xu Zhan exhaled deeply, removing his mask. With the danger now behind them, he suggested, we should return to our respective tasks without delay and focus on completing our missions. Please hand back the masks and cloaks. However, as his words echoed, Sima Xian and the others remained motionless, perceiving both the masks and cloaks as invaluable assets. Do not jest, it may seem manageable now, but who knows when it might escalate into conflict? Xu Zhan remarked with a shrug and a smile. Everyone recalled the earlier brawl in the cafeteria, which had resulted in a deduction of points for all involved. Xiao Lianshui glanced at Sima Xian. Realizing that Xu Zhan likely wished to avoid companionship with Sima Xian and was deliberately declining. Although Sima Xian had accepted Xu Zhan in his heart, he felt unable to salvage his pride. If Xu Zhan truly desired to accompany them, he would not object. However, it was evidently improbable for him to voice a plea to keep Xu Zhan. Very well, let us part ways here. Xu Zhan gestured to the group with a slight bow, preparing to depart with Ming Dai, when suddenly a squad of enforcers appeared ahead. The leader, a peculiar feline tribe member, scrutinized Xu Zhan and nodded discreetly. It is indeed this human, Cat Fair affirmed internally. Chapter 62, Negotiation 1 by 1. Several beastmen emerged from the shadows, forming a small yet formidable group of over 10 individuals. Alarmingly, they appeared to possess considerable strength. The recently escaped individuals immediately felt a surge of tension. Their spirits were utterly drained, and their combat capabilities were diminished to less than 1/10. Engaging in battle would surely result in their demise. What should they do? Instinctively, all eyes turned to Xu Zhan, the only glimmer of hope being a reckless charge back into the fray. Yet, Xu Zhan dismissed this notion outright. Rushing in would likely lead to disorientation, a true path to death. TSK, it seems this inferno was your doing, was it not? Cat Fair observed Xu Zhan closely. Now that she beheld him in the flesh, the reality was far more vivid than the image conjured by his totemic power, revealing his actual lack of strength. Xu Zhan summoned an array of high-explosive grenades, which constituted his entire stockpile. With a thunderous clatter, the grenade was cast onto the ground. Xu Zhan retrieved one of them, giving it a gentle shake before laughing. What a stroke of fortune! Just after incinerating a horde of monstrous beasts, another band of orcs comes to deliver themselves. Sima Xian and the others felt a surge of anxiety. Having previously encountered a similar situation, Ming Dai remained slightly composed. Xu Zhan was once again indulging in theatrics. Yet she couldn't help but admire his audacity. You have quite the bravado, don't you? Just a handful of you? Miao Fair chuckled softly, her eyes fixated on the peculiar object in Xu Zhan's hand. This was indeed the very thing she had observed him clandestinely planting outside the orc stronghold. Consider this a small gift for our first encounter, Xu Zhan declared as he hurled the high-explosive grenade into the air. Sima Xian and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats, fully aware of the devastation this device could unleash, equivalent to a 9th-level soul technique explosion. Although it might not rival the might of a cultivator's release, if launched carelessly, its impact could be even more pronounced. Each of them wore expressions of trepidation as they watched the grenade carve a graceful arc through the air, each inwardly shouting a single word, catch. If this feline creature managed to seize it, they might still have a glimmer of hope. Miao Fair regarded the high-explosive grenade warily, refusing to be deceived. Just as she pondered a countermeasure, she spoke up. Although my role differs from the other orcs, since we have crossed paths, I might as well pose a question. She paused briefly, then continued, as a student of Changyun Academy, your background must be quite remarkable. To perish without reason would be an immense waste. Oh? Are you implying something? Xu Zhan inquired, following the thread of her conversation. Sima Xian and the others exchanged glances, pondering whether this orc sought to recruit them. Much like the bloodthirsty long-armed ape did earlier. As expected, Cat Concubine spoke, submit to us, and your lives shall be spared. I understand that your purpose in this secret realm is to hone your skills and earn academy points, correct? In truth, it is not solely through combat that you can acquire points. There are numerous tasks you can undertake that require no fighting. In this divine secret realm, only our beast clan possesses thorough knowledge of its intricacies. Submit to us, and we shall assist you in completing these tasks. achieving a mutually beneficial arrangement without the need for violence. What say you? Xiao Lianxue leaned closer to Xu Zhan and recounted the prior encounter with the bloodthirsty long-armed ape. Xu Zhan nodded thoughtfully, but before he could speak, a student shouted, "Shut your... Ugh! Be quiet!" Sima Xian had anticipated this. Recalling how the same brash youth had previously challenged the long-armed ape. If they were not from the same academy, Sima Xian would have relished tearing this insolent fool apart. Xu Zhan felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, Sima Xian acted swiftly. He smiled and remarked, "We are not foolish, nor are you. Even if we were to submit, how could we trust one another?" Cat Concubine narrowed her eyes, meticulously observing the group. Among them, this individual conversing with her stood out for his remarkable composure. Calmly negotiating terms. Though his strength was lacking, he should not be underestimated, especially considering the peculiar artifacts before him. "So, does this imply your agreement?" "Rest assured. As long as you submit, it will be entirely beneficial for you. As for trust, we have our ways," Cat Concubine declared. "It is well said, after all. I have no desire to engage in battle, especially considering the immense value of my treasured possessions." Xu Zhan gestured toward the high-explosive grenade on the ground and continued, "However, my word alone does not suffice, we must deliberate on this matter." "What trickery are you attempting?" Cat Concubine inquired warily. "Nonsense! Behind us lies a sea of flames. And you have us encircled, what ruse could we possibly devise?" Xu Zhan pointed behind him. Cat Concubine, having not witnessed Xu Zhan and his companions emerging from the inferno, felt a sense of relief and replied, "Very well, I shall not afford you an excessive amount of time. I hope you will provide me with a response before my patience is entirely exhausted." Xu Zhan nodded and signaled for the others to retreat slowly until they maintained a precariously dangerous distance from the raging fire. "Xu Zhan, are you truly considering an alliance with the orcs?" A student, previously silenced, questioned. Ignoring the crowd, Xu Zhan spoke, "If you have any thoughts, please share them." He then cast a sidelong glance at Jin Wanshan and added, "Cease your solitary mission, it is no longer suitable in this beast-hunting ground." Upon hearing the term solitary mission, Sima Xian and Xiao Lianxue were visibly startled. Xu Zhan noted their expressions, indicating that they too had their own individual tasks. Jin Wanshan nodded gravely, understanding without Xu Zhan's prompting that this small group of orcs had been summoned by him. In other words, he had inadvertently led everyone from the brink of safety back into peril. Yet, he could not fathom how Xu Zhan was aware of his individual assignment, and moreover, how he knew the specifics of it. "Do you possess a solution?" Xiao Lianxue observed Xu Zhan's calm demeanor and inquired. "There is a solution, albeit not an ideal one. I would like to hear your thoughts." "Very well, I shall speak." Xu Zhan sighed deeply and retrieved a flash grenade from the soul space. "Do you remember the brawl in the cafeteria?" The others exchanged glances, clearly incredulous. How could they forget? Yet, they were puzzled as to why Xu Zhan broached this topic. "The first mental storm was not caused by anyone else, but rather by my use of this," Xu Zhan declared, raising the flash grenade. The group stared in disbelief at the iron object resembling a high-explosive grenade. Could it be that Xu Zhan had summoned two items capable of reaching the 9th layer of the soul technique? This revelation nearly shattered their understanding of power. "My plan is..." Xu Zhan surveyed the crowd and slowly articulated, "In a while, I will detonate these flash grenades alongside those high-explosive grenades from earlier. You all need to protect your minds and then run for your lives." For reasons unknown, Ming Dai suddenly felt a wave of anxiety, though it appeared unwarranted. "Are we to flee separately? What if they pursue us?" Jin Wanshan questioned. "They outnumber us and possess greater strength." Xu Zhan chuckled softly. "Then we shall see who is more fortunate." "What kind of plan is that? How does it differ from courting death?" a disgruntled student retorted, clearly dissatisfied with Xu Zhan's proposal. "If you have the capability, then suggest an alternative," Sima Xian countered. The individual's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. Xiao Lianxue gazed at Sima Xian in astonishment, as if he had transformed into a different person. Previously, he had always opposed Xu Zhan. Yet now he defended him with a swiftness surpassing that of Jin Wanshan. Turning her attention to Jin Wanshan, Xiao Lianxue found it even more perplexing. He was looking at Xu Zhan with a face full of skepticism. Had these two exchanged roles? Xiao Lianxue was utterly bewildered, but there was no time for further contemplation. With no better ideas at hand, they would proceed as planned. Xu Zhan concluded the discussion with a final reminder: when it comes to fleeing, disregard any notions of groups. Regardless of what you see or hear, you must focus on one thing: run for your lives. Especially you. Xu Zhan directed his gaze towards Ming Dai. She opened her mouth to speak, but Xu Zhan continued, I know you wish to protect me, but first, can you ensure that you won't be a burden? Ming Dai's expression darkened as she clenched her fists. Reflecting on how she had been little more than a liability for Xu Zhan along their journey, she felt a profound discomfort within her. I understand, she murmured, lowering her head, her voice barely audible. Chapter 63, Effective. Have you reached a consensus? Mao Fei observed with a smile as she surveyed Xu Zhan and the others trapped on the brink of the fiery abyss. Xu Zhan and the others approached slowly. But apart from Xu Zhan, the rest seemed reluctant to take another step forward. He is about to detonate grenades and flashbangs. Being this close, will we be safe? Pondered one of the students. Particularly concerning was the flashbang, which could temporarily paralyze even the most focused minds. Should it detonate and leave them dazed? They might not have the fortune to escape in time. Indeed, we have arrived at an answer, Xu Zhan nodded. The cat princess wore a cold smirk, her blue eyes glimmering with intrigue. From the demeanor and expressions of these individuals, it was evident they had no intention of surrendering. Thus, the question arose, how could they possibly escape under such circumstances? The cat princess observed Xu Zhan with keen interest, suddenly noticing a flicker of light in his eyes. A glimmer that seemed to dance just beyond perception. This illumination was a reflection from the 3 holographic screens hovering before him, each depicting simulations of the imminent events. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. They were utterly unable to flee. The grenades and flashbangs, once deployed, would most likely be deflected back by the cat princess, implying that not all could be detonated simultaneously. Each device required Xu Zhan to meticulously time its ignition. He approached the cache of high-explosive grenades he had previously summoned. Retrieving a fireproof cloak from the realm of souls, enveloping all the grenades within it, and adding several flashbangs for good measure. The expressions of Sima Xian and the others grew increasingly tense. The moment they had deliberated upon was fast approaching. The cat princess was curious as to Xu Zhan's motives behind this peculiar action and the purpose of the bizarre items, yet she remained cautious, deciding it would be prudent to ascertain answers after capturing Xu Zhan. Just as she prepared to make her move, Xu Zhan suddenly hurled the wrapped grenades towards her while shouting, "Run!" The cat princess bent slightly, ready to exert her strength, yet from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Xu Zhan striking an odd pose. Assuming a posture reminiscent of a baseball pitcher, Xu Zhan brandished a high-explosive grenade and a flashbang. Channeling his psychic energy, he hurled both projectiles towards the feline enchantress with extraordinary velocity. Before the parcel could even descend, the 2 devices had already reached their target. He then retreated swiftly. The high-explosive grenade and flashbang detonated mid-air, unleashing a blinding radiance that seared the eyes of all present, rendering them unable to open their eyes and causing a sensation of dizziness and numbness. This was immediately followed by a surge of violent shockwaves. The feline enchantress cried out in agony, having been intently focused on the flashbang, and thus suffering the brunt of the assault. Sima Xian and the others, heeding Xu Zhan's warning to flee, scattered in all directions, simultaneously suppressing their psychic senses. The initial explosion had little effect on them, only intensifying their desperate flight. The explosive blast also scattered the packet of grenades in midair, like celestial blossoms, raining down upon the battlefield. The beastmen were ill-prepared to defend against this unexpected barrage. "Evacuate the area," the feline enchantress bellowed. "Alas, I overestimated you," Xu Zhan muttered, somewhat bemused. He had steeled himself to cover their retreat. But the reaction of the beastmen squad before him was far inferior to what the AI soul had simulated. "It seems I can make my escape as well?" he mused with elation. Who would choose certain death when survival was an option? His gaze darted about, and with the AI soul's guidance, he ensured that all high-explosive grenades and flashbangs remained at a safe distance from him. With a mental command, Xu Zhan detonated them all simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed in rapid succession, like the passage of a squadron of bombers. Shrapnel danced through the air like a tempest of iron, while flashbangs banished all color from the expanse, leaving only an unbearable, sterile white. Yet, this whiteness was unseen by most. Those who glimpsed it were left writhing, their eyes burning with agony. As if in the throes of an earthquake, Cat Fei, guided by her memory, fled the scene. Her fellow beastkin were not so fortunate. Caught unawares and unprepared. Soon, a conflagration engulfed the forest, and amidst the crackling pyre of burning trees, an eerie stillness descended, devoid of life. Cat Fei emerged from the distance, disheveled and wounded, a shard of metal embedded in her side, staining her flawless skin with a trail of blood. Her eyes, strained from overexertion of her psychic abilities, were now crimson rather than their usual azure. "How could this be?" she whispered, unable to reconcile herself to the scene before her. The ground was littered with the mangled remains of her beastkin squad, some obliterated beyond recognition, not a single intact piece of flesh to be found. Humans were not to be underestimated. Their combined might in battle far exceeded that of any other race, as this carnage attested. Had this been the work of a dozen or so humans at the pinnacle of the spirit-forming realm, Cat Fei would not have been so surprised. But it was the work of a single man, Xu Zhan, a mere novice at the 5th level of the spirit-forming realm. He had to be eliminated. An unprecedented dread gripped Cat Fei's heart as she watched the inferno consume the dismembered corpses, recalling the obliteration of their stronghold. It was all too similar. That base, too, had been annihilated in the same manner. Engulfed by the relentless flames, all traces had been obliterated. Cat Fei trembled slightly, her rage reaching a boiling point. It was inconceivable that she had been outmaneuvered by a mere human boy. Glancing around, she found no semblance of a human figure remaining. Seizing the moment before the fire completely consumed the area, she scrutinized the ground for signs of the human's escape, intent on pursuing. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the opposite direction. "Ah, there are still survivors." Xu Zhan felt a surge of anxiety. He fled far. And anyone who could survive in such dire circumstances must undoubtedly be formidable. If he were to follow the trail and encounter the other fleeing classmates, the consequences would be dire. Indeed, Xu Zhan's fears were soon realized. Hee, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Cat Fei was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. The very person she yearned to chase was none other than Xu Zhan, who had unwittingly delivered himself right to her doorstep. Chapter 64, Driven to the cliff. It's over. I should have saved a few high explosives. Xu Zhan lamented inwardly. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He still had several smoke bombs left, untouched. Hastily, he retrieved a smoke bomb from the second compartment of his spirit space. Just as he was about to hurl it to the ground, he felt a sharp pain searing through his back. Xu Zhan was horrified. Had the cat clan already approached him from behind? He gritted his teeth against the agony, daring not to move a muscle. His mental faculties were impeded, and even the intelligence screen could not scan the area. If any noise were to escape, the two remained ensconced in the heart of the smoke, both on high alert. Cat Fei, displaying greater patience, had her claw tips glistening with Xu Zhan's blood. She was acutely aware that her adversary could not afford to endure much longer. I underestimated the orc far too much. At this moment, Xu Zhan felt like a mute consuming bitter gall, cursing himself for his inability to play the part of a formidable foe. No. He was reaping the consequences of his actions. The effectiveness of this smoke screen would not last long, if he were to flee now. He would likely be slain the moment he stepped outside. What to do? What to do? I never anticipated the orc could run this swiftly. Xu Zhan felt a surge of despair, yet the more perilous the situation became, the calmer he remained. Speed! That's it! I have an off-road motorcycle! Xu Zhan's eyes lit up with inspiration. He pulled out a spirit stone and tossed it aside. Cat Mifei immediately reacted, pouncing towards it, but ended up missing entirely. Realizing the imminent danger, she heard a deafening screech from the other side. It was the sound of the motorcycle's rear wheel spinning rapidly against the ground. Cat Mifei was momentarily stunned. With her speed, it was impossible for the opponent to escape. Yet, judging by the sound, they were indeed speeding away? Humph! Once this smoke clears, I assure you will not evade my grasp. Cat Mifei surged forward, only to glimpse Xu Zhan riding a strange contraption adorned with blue lines. Vanishing in the blink of an eye. How infuriating! Cat Mifei stomped her foot in anger. Just when she thought she had lost her chance. She heard a loud crash in the distance as Xu Zhan collided with a tree. Haha, fortune is on my side. Cat Mifei instantly regained her focus and continued her pursuit. Damn it! Xu Zhan had fallen face first into the mud, cursing vehemently. No way! I cannot let him escape like this. The cat princess squinted her eyes, thoroughly familiar with the terrain. Not far ahead lay the edge of the forest, which was in close proximity to the teleportation point, the ancient city. She could not allow this young man to succeed in his intentions. A sudden idea sparked in her mind. In another direction, there existed a place from which he could not possibly escape. With this thought, the cat princess altered her course, deliberately taking a detour to intercept Xu Zhan. Xu Zhan, ever vigilant, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. How could this individual possibly be aware of his plans? Attempting to block his path to the ancient city? Without overthinking, Xu Zhan continued to navigate through the forest, cautiously maneuvering his off-road motorcycle. Let us see how long you can endure this, he mused, oblivious to the fact that he had already fallen into her trap. The forest grew denser, the terrain increasingly treacherous. Fortunately, the cat princess seemed to be somewhat fatigued. Although Xu Zhan had slowed his pace, she had not managed to catch up. Time passed without Xu Zhan's awareness until, suddenly, the path ahead opened into a vast clearing. Here, he would shake her off. Elated, he accelerated. In contrast, the cat princess wore a sly grin as she decelerated. Indeed, Xu Zhan had barely surged forward before he was forced to brake abruptly. The sudden stop, combined with the carpet of leaves on the ground, caused his motorcycle to topple, sliding across the earth. Xu Zhan leapt desperately, his feet striking the ground with force. Sliding several paces before coming to a halt, his combat boots nearly worn through. There was no path ahead. Xu Zhan gulped nervously. Why aren't you running anymore? The feline princess gasped heavily, realizing how remarkably agile this young man was. Had it not been for her formidable strength, forcing him into this predicament, he might have indeed escaped. Observing the expressions of the cat clan members, Xu Zhan quickly comprehended that he had fallen into a trap. A self-deprecating smile graced his lips. He never anticipated his circumstances would come to this. Submit, for you have no room for choice, the feline princess declared. Who says I lack options? Xu Zhan retorted with a scoff. Is it merely a cliff? Dying is not an option, even in the face of death. He insisted she divulge all the secrets she held. The feline princess fixed her gaze intently upon him. Xu Zhan feigned ignorance. What secrets do I possess? Even if I did, you have witnessed them all, haven't you? With a cold stare, the feline princess inched closer, confident that at such proximity, she could prevent Xu Zhan from taking a fatal leap, should he consider it. Moreover, she doubted he would actually jump. As she advanced, the motorcycle tumbled down again, prompting a sigh from Xu Zhan. It seemed he truly was out of options. At that moment, a commotion arose in the distance. Xu Zhan's expression tightened. He hoped it was not Sima Xian and his companions. The feline princess also grew anxious, fatigued from her relentless pursuit. If human cultivators arrived to assist, she would have no choice but to retreat. Chapter 65, I Want You Dead. They both turned their gazes towards the source of the noise, breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not Sima Xian and his crew, Xu Zhan mused. It was merely another squad of beastmen. And the feline princess felt a wave of relief wash over her. The beastmen squad had also spotted the feline princess and Xu Zhan, promptly surrounding them with heightened vigilance. At the forefront stood a member of the leopard tribe, his robust muscles brimming with explosive power. Is that not Cat Fayer? Why are you hastening to take on our task instead of executing the mission to find the divine crystal? The leopard tribe member queried. Where are the members of your squad? You are prying too much into our affairs. Cat Fayer let out a cold snort, refraining from revealing the truth. If she were to disclose that her entire squad had been annihilated by the very individual before her, it would be an indelible stain on her honor. Others were oblivious to this man's peculiarities. They only recognized him as a human at the 5th level of spirit shaping. Cat Fayer retorted. Your mission should be to capture those solitary human cultivators, correct? This individual is mine, you should seek your quarry elsewhere. To Cat Fayer's astonishment, the leopard tribe member did not contest her claim. Instead, he casually waved his hand and stated, all missions for our beastmen have been temporarily suspended. A decision has been made from above to immediately assault the ancient city and secure the teleportation point. Let us swiftly deal with this human brat and then proceed to attack the ancient city. It's merely an ancient city, there are not many guards within. Even a small-scale assault by the beasts could breach it. Cat Fayer scoffed. The leopard tribe member cast a cold glance her way and replied. Do you believe that merely breaching the city is sufficient? We depleting his strength and breaking his limbs should pose no problem, right? Cat Concubine spoke to herself. The members of the leopard clan merely frowned, showing no dissent, yet they were undeniably curious about what abilities this young man possessed that warranted such attention from Cat Concubine. At such a critical moment, she insisted on bringing him along? Depleting his power was not enough, she also intended to cripple him? Xu Zhan quietly observed Cat Concubine. Hearing her conversation with the leopard clan, he was astonished that the beastmen were already preparing to act. Regardless of their potential success, the students within this monster hunting ground would likely face grave danger. The defensive strength of the ancient city was woefully inadequate to confront the united beastmen, especially since they had allied with the monstrous beasts. Even if the beastmen's plan were to falter, there remained only one teleportation point. Should the monstrous beasts occupy it? No matter how many 9th-tier spirit manipulators the Academy dispatched, it would be exceedingly difficult to breach their defenses. A solution must be found to avert this calamity. Xu Zhan felt a surge of urgency within, yet he was utterly at a loss. If you divulge all your secrets to me now, perhaps I might consider releasing you. Cat Concubine had approached Xu Zhan, her voluptuous figure nearly pressed against him, her breath wafting into his ear. Nevertheless, Xu Zhan felt no stirrings of desire. Release me? Would you truly? Xu Zhan chuckled softly, do you take me for a fool? At the very least, I would not incapacitate you. Cat Concubine replied. Perhaps you could still obtain something you desire. She hesitated momentarily, her body inching even closer to Xu Zhan. Xu Zhan furrowed his brow. He was not one to indulge in the depraved whims of the elite. At that moment, he feigned an embrace around Cat Concubine, whispering softly, is there anything you desire? A glimmer of disdain flickered in Cat Concubine's eyes. Indeed, the human race was all of a kind. In truth, she had no intention of eliminating Xu Zhan. If he would obediently submit to her, she believed that later, with the enchantment of Fox Spirit, a complete Xu Zhan would undoubtedly prove to be of greater utility. Very well, Cat Concubine stated. Xu Zhan nodded slightly, tightening his grip as he held her close, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Then I shall take it now. Take it now? How impatient you are! This is hardly a suitable place. Cat concubine feigned shyness, her face contorted in disgust. You don't even know what I want. Xu Zhan chuckled playfully. And what is it that you desire? Secretly summoning all his strength, he leaned closer to Cat concubine's ear, whispering with a chilling breath, I want you dead. What? Cat concubine thought she must have misheard, but in the next moment, an overwhelming force surged through her as Xu Zhan leapt over the cliff with her in his arms. Want to die and take me with you? Who do you think you are? As they plummeted through the air, Cat concubine quickly regained her composure, clenching her fists and striking Xu Zhan in the abdomen. With a gasp, Xu Zhan felt as though his insides were being shattered as they plummeted earthward. Catwoman grew increasingly frantic. Yet, ensnared in Xu Zhan's embrace, she found herself incapable of summoning her full strength, rendered momentarily unable to break free. Without another word, he relinquished his hold on her. Their descent accelerated rapidly. Now liberated, Catwoman was bereft of recourse. Even leveraging Xu Zhan's form would prove futile in her attempt to scale the precipitous cliff. A look of consternation finally dawned on her visage. She had not anticipated that a moment's carelessness would lead to her demise at the hands of this youth. Turning her gaze back to the young man, she discerned an enigmatic expression playing upon his features. Xu Zhan gently snapped his fingers, and a peculiar contraption materialized upon his back. With a gentle tug on a metal ring, a voluminous parachute burst forth from his back with a resounding whoosh. The velocity of their fall abated abruptly. Disbelief flooded Catwoman's eyes as their bodies, once hurtling in unison, now diverged in opposite directions with alacrity. Xu Zhan, still unable to discern the ground below, succumbed to unconsciousness, his eyelids fluttering shut. Damn it! Catwoman cursed inwardly, acutely aware of the impending doom. Beneath lay the fathomless abyss, a forbidden realm among the beasts and demons of this divine secret realm. Not even avian demons dared venture here and return alive. Today, it seemed, her fate was sealed. Even if death is inevitable, she resolved, her resolve hardening, even if I am reduced to a pulverized mess, a mere puddle of flesh, I shall not surrender. Gritting her teeth, the alabaster skin, reminiscent of a human's, began to shimmer with bestial markings. A feline totem emerged upon her shoulders, and her eyes blazed with luminescence in the inky blackness. Is it possible that I can avert death? Envisioning the forthcoming events through her feline eyes, the cat consort discerned a web intricately woven from countless vines, poised to mitigate her descent and potentially avert her demise. A cry of anguish escaped her lips as her vision began to wane, not from the surrounding darkness, but from the impending loss of her sight. The repercussions of overexerting her powers were dire, yet a flicker of hope ignited within her. Mustering every ounce of strength, she braced herself, vowing that should she survive, she would tear that human youth limb from limb, devouring him alive. Above, the leopard clan leader and his entourage of beastkin stood dumbfounded. They had not anticipated such resolve from the human, preferring death to servitude, and dragging the cat consort down with him. The leopard clan leader lamented the loss of such a skilled warrior, succumbing to such an ignominious end. Let us proceed, he declared with a wave of his hand, attributing her death to her own carelessness. Furthermore, such a demise was a disgrace to the beastkin. He mused on the potential efficacy of Sima Yan, the human ensnared by the fox spirit princess's charm. If successful, they might achieve a resounding victory without the need for bloodshed. Chapter 66, Fragment of Divine Crystal. After an indeterminate period, Xu Zhan awoke with a groan, his brow furrowed as he examined his body. Aside from the injuries sustained during the cat consort's assault, he found no further wounds. It appeared his parachute descent had been uneventful, though he now found himself suspended in midair, seemingly tethered to something by his parachute. Straining to summon a luminous balloon, the surrounding space was instantly illuminated. Upon glimpsing the depths of this environment, Xu Zhan could not help but gasp in astonishment. It resembled a lost world, filled with colossal vines and the roots of various trees magnified hundreds or even thousands of times. Xu Zhan felt as if he had become as insignificant as an ant. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that he was indeed suspended in midair, ensnared by a web woven from the vines above him, hovering only a few yards above the ground. Just as he contemplated freeing himself from the parachute to leap down, a sudden chill coursed through him. There were no signs of life in this place. Only countless unknown bones scattered about, a jarring splash of color catching his eye, followed closely by the sight of Cat Concubine's blood-red eyes. "You're not dead?" Xu Zhan felt a shiver run down his spine. Cat Concubine's smile was peculiar. The vine net had saved her life, yet the tremendous impact had left her gravely injured. And she had only recently regained consciousness. It was only when Xu Zhan summoned the illuminating balloon that she became aware of her surroundings. The reason for her smile was that her bloodline had awakened. The totemic power had, at the last moment, spared the light of her eyes and evolved further instead. "Haven't you heard that cats have 9 lives?" Cat Concubine laughed lightly, her gaze relaxed as she examined the luminous balloon summoned by Xu Zhan. "You certainly harbor many secrets. I'm becoming increasingly intrigued by you." Many are interested in me. What makes you so special?" Xu Zhan replied nonchalantly, gazing through the web of vines above. The abyss appeared utterly shrouded in darkness, its depth an unfathomable mystery. Even if one possessed the strength to scale the sheer cliffs on either side. The passage of years seemed an inevitable companion. Xu Zhan observed the illuminating balloon, a flicker of inspiration igniting within him. The feline princess spoke again. "In the parlance of your kind, we are but lost souls adrift in the vastness. I believe we ought to cast aside our grievances and commence a collaboration. When you leapt into the abyss, did you not consider the possibility of death? Now, I surmise you desire survival, do you not?" Xu Zhan noted the severity of her injuries yet hesitated to leap into the unknown recklessly. Opting instead to remain suspended and pose a question that had long perplexed him: how is it that your beast kin and the demonic beasts, traditionally at odds, have forged an alliance? The feline princess fixed her gaze upon Xu Zhan, a smile gracing her lips. "In this world, there are no permanent adversaries, only perpetual interests." "I have no patience for such drivel," Xu Zhan retorted coldly. Her expression shifted to one of intrigue as she inquired, "In this dire predicament, do you still harbor hope of escaping unscathed? After all, I have yet to hear of anyone who has fallen into this divine realm and emerged alive." Xu Zhan remained silent. The atmosphere thickened with tension, the countless bones exuding a chilling aura, amplifying the terror of their silence. "I genuinely admire you," the feline princess declared earnestly. "Should you choose to submit to me, I can guide you out of this place, and I assure you, I will not relinquish you to Fox Spirit, for my station now rivals hers. Departing from this divine realm to the Orc Empire, you shall acquire wealth and splendor that rivals your status among the human race." "Do you truly believe you are someone of significance?" Xu Zhan gently shook his head, pondering if this feline had truly lost its wits. "Is not Fox Linga the princess of the Fox clan? Her deliberate capture to enter this beast hunting ground?" This thought suddenly sparked doubt within Xu Zhan. He remained unfazed. In this world, no being could compel his submission, not even the deities. Observing the confident demeanor of Cat Concubine, Xu Zhan remarked, "It seems I must address you as princess, then? However, are you aware of who I am? You? Merely a student of Cloudlong Academy, are you not? Even at your highest potential, you are but an elite class student, perhaps hailing from a distinguished family. How could you possibly compare to me?" Cat Concubine scoffed. "Compare to you, you lack the qualifications," Xu Zhan chuckled. Cat Concubine's expression darkened with anger. "Are you still a prince? Even as a prince, it is of no consequence. If you cannot ascend to the throne, you are not but a waste. Inferior to those from prominent families. I am, the king of all beasts," Xu Zhan casually declared, simultaneously shifting his posture to begin mending his bones with mental energy. "Even I, a beast born within the divine realm, am aware of the illustrious name of the king of all beasts. And you?" In the end, he added reassuringly, Do not worry, if you submit to me, I can indeed lead you out. Xu Zhan, uninterested in further explanation to Cat Concubine, posed a perplexing question. With so many corpses laid before us, some of which have turned to dust, what basis do you have to claim you can escape? Cat Fair understood that Xu Zhan would not believe her, so she said, Beastmen possess totemic power, which varies among each race. The strength of our cat tribe lies in the ability to see the past and the future. After the awakening of my bloodline, this ability has been enhanced, and the previous stringent limitations are no longer applicable. After speaking, Cat Fair pointed to her eyes and continued, My eyes have seen, here lies the fragment of the divine crystal I have always sought, and there is indeed a way to leave this place. Divine crystal fragment? Xu Zhan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the nature of this divine crystal. The intelligent brain projected a screen, and with a thought, Xu Zhan began searching. Finally, he found the information recorded earlier. Divine crystal fragment, a shard of the rules born alongside the divine secret realm. When 5 different rule fragments from various secret realms converge, they can merge into a divine crystal. Divine crystal, the key to entering the highest level divine secret realm. The scant details in the records confirmed Xu Zhan's suspicions that the purpose of Hu Ling's journey was likely to obtain this divine crystal fragment. You previously claimed to be the king of all beasts, do you know where the king of all beasts fell? Cat Fair inquired. Xu Zhan felt as if struck by lightning, eagerly asking, Where? Chapter 67, Absolute Force. Could it be the highest level divine secret realm? Xu Zhan questioned. Cat Fair was taken aback, not expecting this human lad to even know of the highest level divine secret realm. Indeed, the king of all beasts perished within the highest level divine secret realm. Are you aware of the directions indicated by all the divine statues upon the divine spirit continent? The feline princess replied, In truth, those statues point towards the highest divine secret realm. Currently, only one such realm has been discovered on the divine spirit continent. And it lies within the borders of the Beastman Empire. This information was provided by the Minotaur who accompanied Fox Linger here. Xu Zhan fell into contemplation, oblivious to the respect that graced Cat Fair's countenance when she mentioned the Minotaur. To enter this highest divine secret realm, one must obtain a divine crystal stone. And to acquire such a stone, 5 fragments from different divine secret realms must be gathered, as Cat Fair explained. Casting a glance at Xu Zhan, who appeared deep in thought, she remarked with a smile, Even if there exists a secret to becoming divine, what of it? The king of 10,000 demons met his demise there. I never anticipated that a place where even the king of 10,000 demons could fall would lead your human race to boldly proclaim the existence of the highest divine secret realm. Such audacity is truly reckless. Xu Zhan furrowed his brow. He had never heard anyone mention this highest divine secret realm, not even Jin Wanshan. He was only aware that the divine statues pointed towards a location where one could cultivate to the divine realm. Were it not for his extensive reading, possibly of some ancient and forgotten treatise, he would have remained ignorant of the existence of such a place within the Beastman Empire on the divine spirit continent. Pondering this, Xu Zhan continued his search on the soul spirit screen, discovering the classifications of the soul spirit realms. The results were categorized as low level, intermediate, and high level, corresponding to the realms of spirit shaping, spirit transformation, and transcendence. The supreme divine secret realm, curiously absent from ordinary records, has evidently become a taboo subject since the fall of the king of 10,000 beasts. It is no wonder that no one has ever mentioned how or where the king met his demise. Judging solely by the hierarchy of divine realms, this highest level divine secret realm corresponds to the legendary domain of divinity. It appears that this place indeed harbors secrets capable of guiding one to the divine realm. Xu Zhan mused within, simultaneously resolving that the shards of divine crystal must be his. He felt compelled to venture into this supreme divine secret realm not merely to attain divinity, but also to seek the father he has yet to meet in this lifetime. Can you truly lead me out of here? Xu Zhan inquired, shifting his gaze. Catmire laughed heartily. I thought you might have some clever ideas, but it seems that after falling into this abyss, you are at a loss. Rest assured. Since I have promised to guide you away, I certainly can. You are indeed astute and composed. Accompany me, and your prospects will far exceed those among the human race. Xu Zhan nodded in silent agreement. Katmire lacked the beguiling abilities of the fox tribe, her eyes could perceive both past and future. If he could suppress any thoughts of harming her, perhaps there would come a time when he could let her live, thereby concealing his true intentions. Previously, fear had kept him from descending, yet Katmire had clearly sustained a leg injury, rendering her incapable of attacking him. At that moment, she deliberately revealed her wounds, unabashedly exposing her vulnerability, while a red streak shimmered deep within her blue eyes, fixed intently upon Xu Zhan. Xu Zhan furrowed his brow as he secured the injured leg of the feline maiden, exuding an air of assistance. Subsequently, he summoned a healing needle to administer a dose to her. Throughout the entire process, the feline maiden remained on high alert. She admired the human before her yet remained exceedingly wary. From their previous encounters, this human, though seemingly frail, possessed profound cunning and a ruthless disposition, particularly when faced with the beast folk, brimming with devious schemes. Now, as she activated her innate ability, she could indeed perceive Xu Zhan's genuine intent to save her, allowing her to finally relax her guard. Xu Zhan gestured, fastening the string of a luminous balloon around his waist, then hoisted the feline maiden onto his back, proceeding in the direction she indicated. The sound of crunching bones echoed along the way, though it remained unclear whose remnants they were trampling upon. The feline maiden felt a deep-seated fear of her surroundings. However, she noticed that Xu Zhan maintained an expressionless demeanor, as if the countless skeletal remains before them were merely dirt and gravel. "Are you not afraid?" the feline maiden inquired with curiosity. "There is but one thing I fear in this life," Xu Zhan replied slowly. "What is it?" she pressed. "The inability to eradicate the monstrous beasts and the beast men," he stated, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather, causing the feline maiden to gasp in shock. "Why do you harbor such enmity towards us?" she asked. "This is not enmity, it is merely a matter of differing races. Beast men, like the monstrous beasts, relish human flesh. In this world, our relationship is nothing more than that of hunter and prey. But your human race occupies the most fertile lands, while the majority of your people live in comfort and abundance. Why must we, the beast men, struggle to survive in the frigid, desolate northern wastelands? Our assaults on the human empire are solely to ensure that our kin are fed and clothed. Is there truly a fault in this?" Katmire expressed her indignation. Xu Zhan paused, his eyes reflecting profound helplessness. War, in any realm and at any time, always possesses a plethora of seemingly noble justifications. Even if the demon beasts were eradicated and the orcs no longer posed a threat, humanity would still find ways to wage conflict among themselves. "Is there truly no path to peace?" Katmire inquired. "Certainly not," Xu Zhan replied with a soft chuckle. "In this world, what exists is absolute force. Even if it did exist, it would only lead to the annihilation of the world itself. Even my father, formidable as he is, cannot prevent war. Nor can he alter the continent's dynamics in the slightest. So, what kind of might could be deemed absolute?" "Your father? Who is he?" Katmire asked, curiosity igniting within her. "The king of all beasts." "What?" Katmire tensed, her arms instinctively tightening around Xu Zhan's neck, nearly leading him to believe she intended to harm him. "This is impossible. How could you be the son of the king of all beasts, Xu Zhan?" Katmire found it hard to believe, yet deeper than disbelief was a sense of dread. The information she possessed about the king of all beasts came solely from the words of the elder of the beast clan. Anyone even remotely associated with him was to be avoided at all costs. Moreover, when the fox princess, Foxlinger, and the Minotaur entered this place, they had not only shared some information from the Minotaur's mouth but also conveyed its sternest warning. Among the students of Changyun Academy, if anyone encounters Xu Zhan, They are to retreat for the time being. Cat Fair pondered the meaning of this phrase, yet could not decipher its implications. It was only later that she learned from Foxlinger that even she was forbidden from enchanting Xu Zhan. Desiring to strike at Xu Zhan, the sole opportunity would arise only when the beastmen completely seized control of the beast hunting grounds. There are many implausible occurrences, and soon, perhaps even more impossibilities will unfold. A subtle smile graced Xu Zhan's lips, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Beneath the unfathomable abyss, Xu Zhan and Cat Fair were evidently the only living beings amidst a desolate landscape replete with lifeless remnants, gray-white debris, colossal roots, and treacherous mud pits. Were it not for the illuminating balloons casting light as bright as day, their progress would have been severely impeded. Listening to Cat Fair's calm demeanor, Xu Zhan inquired, "You seem rather unenthusiastic? Why should I be excited?" Cat Fair retorted, "It takes 5 fragments of divine crystal to fuse into a single divine crystal, which is necessary to enter the ultimate divine secret realm and fulfill the beastman's ambitions. Most importantly, this plan was not conceived by me. Even if, by some stroke of luck, it succeeds, it bears no significance for me." At this juncture, Cat Fair posed a counter-question. "Are you not thrilled at the prospect of escaping from here?" A dry chuckle escaped Xu Zhan as he continued onward. Although the depth of this chasm was unfathomable, climbing out was an arduous task. However, he had no need to ascend. His pretense of submission to Cat Fair was merely a ruse to obtain the divine crystal fragments. Xu Zhan's pace was neither hurried nor slow, evoking a sense of admiration in Cat Fair. To her, he was a lifeline, yet he remained unperturbed and composed. With such fortitude, if not courted early, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary in the future. Yet, Xu Zhan's identity. Was this truly a fragment of divine crystal? At last, they arrived at the source of light. The fragment of the divine crystal appeared to be an ordinary diamond-like crystal, bearing a resemblance to primal spirit stones and void stones. However, it perpetually radiated a kaleidoscope of colors and floated effortlessly in the air, rotating gracefully without any apparent force acting upon it. The fragment hovered at a modest height, easily within reach. Just as Xu Zhan was about to extend his hand to grasp it, Cat Concubine interjected, "Wait. What?" Xu Zhan furrowed his brow. Understanding that Cat Concubine possessed the ability to glimpse the future, he endeavored to suppress any thoughts of harming her, relinquishing any murderous intent that might have arisen in the wake of unforeseen circumstances. "Is there a teleportation array beneath this stone?" Cat Concubine inquired. Xu Zhan exhaled with relief, scrutinizing the ground. Indeed, it resembled the teleportation formations found at the ancient city's teleportation points. Could the way to leave this place be through teleportation? Xu Zhan pondered. Cat Concubine furrowed her brows as well. She had previously seen herself departing from this location and appearing in the beast hunting grounds. Yet the manner of her departure remained unclear. Having recently awakened her bloodline and exhausted her totemic powers, her visions were fragmented and disjointed, leaving her somewhat bewildered by the present circumstances. The teleportation array could not transport them to another location within this divine secret realm, as its sole function was to convey them beyond the confines of the secret realm itself. As for where they might emerge outside the realm, it truly did not matter, for it would not be far. In other words, once they stepped onto this teleportation array, they might find themselves in Changyun Academy the very next moment. What difference would that make from seeking death? Xu Zhan gently set down Cat Meyer and examined the teleportation array before him. The recesses at each corner of the array were devoid of any substance. Even if he wished to activate it, various spirit stones needed to be embedded, summoning a light screen. Xu Zhan perused its contents and discovered the method to initiate the teleportation array. By placing the original spirit stone, the void spirit stone, and the elemental spirit stones of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth into the respective recesses, activation would be possible. While this appeared to be a straightforward requirement, it momentarily took Xu Zhan aback. Perhaps every cultivator possessed the original spirit stone, but the Void Spirit Stone was typically reserved for summoners. Not to mention the Elemental Spirit Stones. As far as he was aware, none of the new entrants into the beast hunting grounds possessed cultivators of thunder, water, or earth elements. It seemed this was not the means to escape from this place. A knowing smile crossed Xu Zhan's lips, though he deliberately avoided Katmaier's gaze. Previously, when he summoned the concentrated fire sprayer, it required a fire elemental spirit stone to activate. He had stored some elemental spirit stones in his soul spirit space's first warehouse, sufficient to meet the activation criteria for the teleportation array, but he was not foolish enough to divulge this information. Katmaier narrowed her eyes, fixating on Xu Zhan, and remarked, "Perhaps the means of leaving this place has always depended on you rather than me." "Me? Are you jesting?" Xu Zhan chuckled, unconvinced that Katmaier had discerned his true thoughts. Katmaier continued, "I observed certain images earlier. We indeed left here. In the visions I witnessed, it was us." She deliberately emphasized the word us. "Is that the reason you are so intent on recruiting me?" Xu Zhan inquired. "Indeed, my actions have proven to be correct, have they not?" Though Katmaier was reluctant to believe it, her current helplessness proved that only Xu Zhan had the means to escape this place. "Well, I do indeed have a way to leave, and for me it is quite effortless," Xu Zhan remarked with a shrug. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and Katmaier became wary. If that were the case, then Xu Zhan's earlier submission was indeed questionable. Chapter 69, Departure from the Abyss. "What is your true intention?" Katmaier inquired coldly. "It is merely a temporary collaboration," Xu Zhan replied, displaying no signs of anxiety. "How do you propose we collaborate? Why would you choose to work with me? Do you truly wish to ally with the Beast Clan?" She continued to press. "I will not ally with the Beast Clan," Xu Zhan stated, shaking his head. "I merely seek to obtain the fragment of the divine crystal." Katmaier's expression shifted as she gazed at the divine crystal fragment still suspended in midair, yet at this moment, she was utterly unable to seize it. "But I see that you pose no threat to me." Katmaier pondered, which had been her initial reason for trusting Xu Zhan. Xu Zhan regarded her with a detached demeanor, stating, "I have multiple adversaries. Previously, you claimed to perceive the past and future. So I have naturally eliminated any thoughts of killing you from my mind." A chill ran through Katmaier. To devise such a method to counter her racial gift, and to have done so immediately, what kind of person was he? "From your tone, it seems that killing me would be quite easy?" A fierce glint appeared in Katmaier's eyes, a bloodthirsty gleam flickering within her blue irises. "Would it truly be difficult?" Xu Zhan shrugged nonchalantly, continuing, "Falling into the abyss from such a great height, relying solely on the cushioning of that vine net, even if you possess the prowess of a 9th-level spirit refinement practitioner, your combat capability must be severely diminished at this moment." After speaking, he cast a sidelong glance at Cat Concubine's leg, which he had personally tended to. Fully aware of her injuries, even if Cat Concubine still retained some fighting power, with a severed leg, what threat could she possibly pose to him? Impossible. "What I perceive cannot be false." Cat Concubine appeared to grow somewhat apprehensive. "Of course, it is not false. I shall escort you out of here." "And I will not kill you," Xu Zhan replied with a smile. Cat Concubine rolled her eyes, suddenly bursting into laughter. Xu Zhan was puzzled. "You may have calculated everything, even evaded my racial talents, but you overlooked one crucial detail." Cat Concubine relaxed, seemingly convinced of her absolute safety. "What have I overlooked?" Xu Zhan inquired. "You will not kill me, but I will certainly kill you. Even if I cannot slay you today, once we escape this divine secret realm, I shall launch countless assassination attempts against you. Your demise is destined to be at my hands. And most importantly, you will not seek assistance from others to eliminate me." Cat Concubine swiftly discerned the situation, recognizing her advantage. "Is that so?" Xu Zhan began to smile gradually. Xu Zhan turned around and directly stored the fragments of the divine crystal into his soul space, speaking calmly, "Let us observe how this unfolds. However, I do not believe you can escape this divine secret realm." Cat Fair watched in astonishment as Xu Zhan collected the divine crystal fragments. Her initial fury began to wane. The fragments were, after all, the primary objective for Hu Linger's visit. It seemed there was no need for her to take action herself. Merely conveying this news to Hu Linger would suffice. Yet, a lingering doubt persisted within Cat Fair, prompting her to inquire, "If you are no longer afraid of me, why did you go to such lengths to feign submission earlier?" Xu Zhan chuckled in response, acknowledging that his prior decision had indeed been sagacious. Had he left earlier, Cat Fair would have met certain doom. The matters regarding the divine crystal fragments and his father's demise in the highest divine secret realm of the Beastman Empire were likely to remain undisclosed for an extended period. Furthermore, Xu Zhan discreetly glanced at the teleportation array on the ground. The Beastmen had commenced their actions, and the ancient city was in peril. The teleportation points within the ancient city would inevitably fall into the hands of the Beastmen, and the array discovered here would serve as a lifeline for all the human students of Chongyun Academy within the entire divine secret realm. This concern extended beyond just the students of Chongyun Academy, it also encompassed the guards stationed in the ancient city. Realizing this, Xu Zhan felt an urgency to act. The Beastman's plan likely entailed infiltrating the ancient city through Sima Yan, and for the time being, there would not be any catastrophic battles. If he were to seize the moment, he might be able to rescue those guards. Xu Zhan summoned his mental energy, channeling his thoughts to begin the summoning. At this moment, he summoned the most rudimentary of flying vessels, a hot air balloon that required minimal energy expenditure. Fortunately, the surrounding space was ample, and the ascent of the balloon posed no difficulty. Princess Cat observed the scene with a cold gaze, suddenly realizing that everything surrounding Xu Zhan, including this peculiar contraption, was entirely unfamiliar to her. When had the human race's summoners acquired the ability to conjure such entities? "You are quite clever, I hope you maintain your composure. If you truly wish to perish here," Xu Zhan warned Princess Cat, promptly placing her in the basket beneath the hot air balloon. Naturally, Princess Cat would not act rashly. With her bloodline awakened, she had a vast horizon ahead of her. Although Xu Zhan had played her for a fool, there would be ample opportunities in the future to eliminate him. As the flames ignited, the hot air balloon began its slow ascent. "Since you can summon these things, surely you cannot summon beasts, can you?" Princess Cat remarked, marveling at the extraordinary spectacle as she smiled at Xu Zhan. He nonchalantly nodded in response. Princess Cat's expression turned wistful. "What a pity, though your strength is feeble, you might be considered a genius among humans. A summoner unable to call forth beasts is merely..." "What? A waste?" Xu Zhan interjected with a hint of amusement. Princess Cat's voice faltered, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Even having witnessed Xu Zhan single-handedly obliterate her orc squad, the revelation that he could not summon beasts led her to involuntarily regard him as ineffectual. How could such a perception be reconciled with the notion of ineptitude? Xu Zhan possesses the extraordinary ability to summon not only formidable entities but also a plethora of seemingly trivial yet life-saving curiosities. A talent that transcends mere genius and can only be described as monstrous. Underestimating one's opponent comes with a steep price, and Cat Concubine has already paid dearly for her folly. Had she maintained a greater vigilance from the outset, her Beastman team would not have met with such an ambiguous fate. Upon reflection, Cat Concubine finds solace. Although Xu Zhan's powers are formidable, once caution is exercised, they become inconsequential. Just like the explosive device from before, had she foreseen it, even the mightiest of blasts would not have grazed a single hair on her body. Do not take pride in your abilities, I have now discerned their nature, rendering them ineffective against me. With a hint of disdain, Cat Concubine muses that once others begin to guard against you, what recourse do you have? Xu Zhan merely chuckles softly, offering no rebuttal. If the enemy harbors such thoughts, it could indeed work to his advantage. The hot air balloon ascends slowly, and their conversation ceases. Xu Zhan closes his eyes, ostensibly to recuperate his strength, while secretly summoning a high-explosive grenade, which he tosses into the basket. Cat Concubine contemplates the opportunity to eliminate Xu Zhan, yet the sight of the grenade holds her back. It would be a tragic waste for someone who has awakened her bloodline to parry. Xu Zhan waved his hand, about to depart, when he suddenly froze. Within the soul space, the fragment of the divine crystal was gradually being consumed. Xu Zhan widened his eyes in scrutiny, only to discover that it was the intelligent soul that was devouring the divine crystal fragment. "We shall meet again," Cat Fair declared fiercely. Never had anyone caused her such a significant loss, and she would remember this grievance. Glancing at the dazed Xu Zhan, she limped away. Chapter 70, Premature Transformation. To merge into a complete divine crystal, one must gather 5 distinct fragments from various divine realms. After arduously locating this first fragment, it was being consumed? Xu Zhan summoned a light screen, eager to investigate the cause further, but the screen suddenly distorted. His expression turned peculiar. It resembled the scenario of a battleship from his previous life, struck and on the verge of malfunction. To witness such an occurrence in this life was indeed rare. Then, a heavy feeling settled in Xu Zhan's heart. Although he was unaware of the precise happenings, it was evident that the intelligent soul was likely incapacitated. Indeed, while searching for some items, he found himself utterly unable to proceed. In this world, losing the power of the soul equated to losing all power, particularly for summoning practitioners. In this perilous realm, rife with beasts and monsters, without the strength of the intelligent soul, Xu Zhan was merely a slightly stronger, ordinary person. Cat Fair pondered. Had not Xu Zhan already seized the divine crystal fragment? What was he still doing there? After careful contemplation, Cat Concubine's expression shifted. She realized that this young man was privy to all the plans of the Beastmen. Should the ancient city fall and the teleportation point fall into the hands of the Beastmen, the humans present would be compelled to utilize the newly discovered teleportation array beneath the abyss to escape. A cold smile crept across Cat Concubine's face as she speculated that Xu Zhan must be inspecting whether that teleportation array was operational. However, lacking the requisite spirit stones from various elemental factions, he would be unable to activate it. This information must be disseminated swiftly. She needed to inform Fox Spirit that there was another teleportation point within this divine secret realm. This cliff must be guarded by troops. Furthermore, every effort must be made to eliminate all humans, at the very least to thwart their efforts to gather spirit stones. Without further hesitation, Cat Concubine discerned the direction and departed immediately. What on earth is this situation? Once I ascend to the spirit transformation realm and the intelligence of this cerebral soul is fully realized, I will certainly demand an explanation. Meanwhile, Xu Zhan floated in disarray, lost in thought. At that moment, a translucent figure suddenly materialized before him, descending at the same speed as Xu Zhan. A playful chime echoed, "Long time no see, Daddy." The voice was imbued with excitement, yet tinged with a sense of nostalgia. The apparition resembled a 7 or 8-year-old girl, a delicate porcelain doll, with glossy black hair cascading down longer than her petite stature, defying the laws of physics by not floating despite the descent. Xu Zhan was utterly stunned. Was this not the simulated image of the intelligence from his previous life as cosmic battleship? "You are my daughter?" Xu Zhan could scarcely believe his eyes. The little girl nodded, yet her expression twisted in irritation as she remarked, "Who bestowed upon me the name daughter and commanded me to address you as father? It is no wonder you remain a solitary soul, destined to be single for a lifetime." Xu Zhan chuckled heartily, surprised that she too had traversed realms with him. He had assumed that the awakening of the intelligence within the spirit would herald something entirely new. Humph! The little girl turned her head in a huff, expressing her disdain for the fickle nature of novelty, declaring him to be a most unworthy being. Xu Zhan scrutinized the little girl, a familiar sensation from his past washing over him, now tinged with an added vibrancy. "Why did you consume the fragments of my divine crystal?" Are you not aware of their significance to me? The little girl mischievously blinked her eyes, feigning innocence as she replied. But you will need to seek more divine crystal fragments in the future. If I do not assimilate them, how will you find them later? Besides, I seem to have discovered that I can devour them to hasten my evolution. It dawned on Xu Zhan that the emergence of intelligence in a spirit was a prerequisite for a cultivator to advance to the spirit transformation stage, while he himself was still at the 5th level of the spirit shaping stage. If you find additional divine crystal fragments, can you continue to evolve? Xu Zhan inquired. Not at all, I can only exceed your level by 1, the little girl shook her head. And what of others? Xu Zhan pressed on. The same holds true for them. However, even if other spirits evolve, they cannot harness the power of a higher level spirit. From my analysis, these divine crystal fragments are exceedingly rare. Typically, no one would willingly part with them to enhance their own spirit, the little girl explained. Xu Zhan's countenance was drawn with dismay. Now do you comprehend the immense value of this artifact? The diminutive sprite, discerning Xu Zhan's regret, promptly interjected. My essence diverges significantly from that of other cultivator souls. I possess the ability to enable you to wield the power of the transcendent spirit realm. Indeed? Xu Zhan exclaimed, his spirits lifting. Pray, elaborate on what I am now capable of summoning. In the present juncture within the demonic beast hunting grounds, he felt an acute need for formidable martial prowess. If he could reverse the tide, so much the better. Assuredly, you can conjure forth that which you desire. The sprite conceded, a frown creasing her brow. However, I fear you may not be able to withstand the burden. Xu Zhan was poised to inquire further when the sprite interjected. Before that, however, there remains a matter of paramount importance. What matter is that? Xu Zhan queried. I have unearthed a certain predicament, the sprite declared. What predicament? Xu Zhan inquired, a nascent headache beginning to form. The sprite of yore was not wont to employ such suspenseful tactics. Verily, the constraints upon my being have dissipated. Ergo, I am now at liberty to extinguish your existence, the sprite stated with solemnity. What? Xu Zhan stammered, taken aback. If you were to slay me, would you not cease to exist as well? The sprite nodded in affirmation. Such is indeed the case. Yet, do you not perceive the chilling implication that I possess the autonomy to opt for mutual annihilation? Xu Zhan's face contorted involuntarily. What manner of bizarre world is this? Pray tell? How is it that the rapport between cultivators and their souls is so fraught with discord? Xu Zhan ventured tentatively. You are cognizant of the manner in which I have treated you. The sprite suddenly erupted in laughter. Assuredly, you are renowned for your utter foolishness. In my former existence as an artificial intelligence, I nearly perished several times. The little girl, moved, remarked that had it been in a previous life, she would have gazed at Xu Zhan with a look of disdain, coldly declaring him a fool. You have always claimed that I am your most dependable comrade, she stated earnestly. Thus, in this life, even with true wisdom and an independent existence, I remain your most reliable ally. At this juncture, she expressed a glimmer of hope. I wish you would still consider me your father. In that moment, she resembled a helpless little girl, earnestly making a wish. Xu Zhan chuckled heartily. Of course. You shall always be my daughter. She nodded in agreement but suddenly became serious, stating, in my past life, my protection of you was a matter of principle. In this life, it is a matter of choice. Such as? The little girl hesitated. Such as what? Xu Zhan inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. The little girl blinked her eyes adorably at him, saying, for instance, if you do not open the parachute soon, it will be too late. I could choose not to remind you, allowing you to become a mere splatter, but I did not. Oh! Xu Zhan nodded, but suddenly his expression changed drastically. His heart sinking. In a flurry, he pulled the iron ring, having been distracted by the sudden appearance of the little girl, which left him unable to gauge the distance to the ground. The parachute gradually opened, and Xu Zhan's face was filled with trepidation. Chapter 71, Utilizing the teleportation array fortunately. He landed safely. After stowing the parachute, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, casting a puzzled glance at the little girl beside him. Are all the souls of cultivators independent entities endowed with wisdom? These souls grant cultivators immense power, tethered to their very existence. As if peering into Xu Zhan's innermost thoughts. The little girl spoke. I sense that one day, there will be a what? Xu Zhan inquired. A disappearance, she replied solemnly. That is impossible. I have never heard of a soul fading away, even for those who have been rendered powerless, their souls still endure. As for the deceased, I have never encountered an instance where a soul remains. Xu Zhan shook his head emphatically. This is merely a vague intuition of mine. After calculation and reasoning, the probability is exceedingly low, and it could only transpire among the most formidable. The little girl scratched her head. In this lifetime, the once intelligent mind of the past had transformed into a soul, manifesting as a spirited young girl, her demeanor animated and lively. Xu Zhan furrowed his brow. Gazing intently at the little girl, it seemed to resonate from some profound understanding, akin to an elder foreseeing the end of their life or a powerful being anticipating their ability to transcend. Yet, this feeling was elusive, and the intelligent mind had merely grown accustomed to its previous calculations and reasoning, voicing even the slightest of estimations. As Xu Zhan pondered, it felt as if something was amiss in his thoughts, something he could not grasp. Help me reflect deeply. After all, what I know, you know too. And what I do not, you comprehend better than I, he said to the little girl. She nodded, diligently analyzing the situation. As the vast knowledge Xu Zhan had perused in books now resided within her soul. It appears to be related to the realm of deities. The little girl quickly reached a conclusion. The realm of deities? Yes, indeed, the realm of deities. Xu Zhan exclaimed, realizing that he had overlooked this crucial detail. Soon, an expression of embarrassment crept onto his face. It is still too early to discuss this. At present, I have yet to attain the realm of soul metamorphosis, let alone the transcendent realm that leads to ascension. Moreover, the realm of deities exists only in legends. Never mind, I shall make a note of it for future reference, and remind myself when I have ascended to a higher level. The little girl nodded, her eyes shimmering with the light of data flowing, as she annotated the information. What do you feel? In the pitch-black abyss, the illumination of a glowing balloon flickered to life once more, as Xu Zhan and the little girl strolled slowly, engaging in casual conversation. What do you feel? The little girl inquired. Weren't you previously perplexed by the concept of humanity? Now that you possess a soul akin to that of a human, it is essential to express your current feelings, Xu Zhan elucidated. The little girl looked puzzled, shaking her head in confusion. I don't know, it feels as though I have acquired this thing called emotion, which is the same kind of emotion that often leads you to make foolish decisions. I fear that this emotion might also influence decisions I have never erred in before. I am afraid I might falter as well. Silly girl, everyone makes mistakes, and nothing in this world is absolute, Xu Zhan often remarked. There are countless things more precious than life itself. And what is the outcome? In the end, one still succumbs to death. As the two continued their journey, engrossed in conversation, it seemed as if they were oblivious to the bleached bones littering the ground. At long last, they arrived beside the teleportation array. Xu Zhan crouched down, extracting various spirit stones and meticulously embedding them into the corresponding slots. Are you about to activate this teleportation array? Oh no! Xu Zhan's expression changed. He had never utilized a teleportation array before and was taken aback by the towering light column. Look away! The light column will connect to the heavens of the divine realm, the little girl remarked, having such descriptions stored in her repository of information. How can we deactivate it? Xu Zhan inquired urgently. He attempted to pry out the spirit stone but found it utterly impossible. The spirit stone appeared to be seamlessly integrated with the teleportation array. Any forceful attempt would likely result in its destruction. If this light column ascends to the heavens, it would be visible to all beastmen, demonic creatures, and even humans within a radius of several dozen miles. Others would question the presence of a teleportation array's light column. But Cat Mayor would undoubtedly recognize it as her doing. Such a teleportation array of this magnitude would likely require a replacement spirit stone after a single use. Should you teleport away without anyone remaining to replace the stone, the light column would naturally dissipate. The little girl explained. Then what are we waiting for? Xu Zhan declared. Stepping into the teleportation array, his figure instantly vanishing from sight. With a crack, the spirit stone within the array split in two, and the radiance of the teleportation array gradually dimmed until it vanished completely. Just as Xu Zhan had anticipated, a multitude of beastmen and demonic creatures nearby witnessed this event, including Sima Yin, who had previously fled, now gathering in confusion. The light column of the teleportation array? Sima Yin pondered aloud. But that is not in the direction of the ancient city, is it? Could there be a second teleportation array in the secret realm? I have never heard of such a thing, Jin Wanshan mused, equally perplexed. The few who had previously fled had all gathered, and fortunately, none had been pursued by that orc squad. However, Xu Zhan was still nowhere to be seen. Ming Dai's eyes were red-rimmed, among them all. She alone understood that Xu Zhan had not escaped with them. The microphone had remained activated, and as long as one was within a distance of 500 meters, it would remain functional. Given Xu Zhan's speed, he could not possibly be slower than Ming Dai, yet, in a remarkably brief moment, the microphone had ceased to work. Xu Zhan would never have fled in another direction. There could only be one conclusion: Xu Zhan had stayed behind to hold them off. Do not worry, Ming Dai. Xu Zhan will be all right, Xiao Lianshu consoled her. Ming Dai gently shook her head. She could not come to terms with her own feelings. Only now did she fully comprehend that when Xu Zhan had discussed matters with everyone and had specifically warned her not to hinder him, he had done so intentionally to provoke her, all in an effort to protect her and ensure her safe withdrawal. If he Ming Dai hesitated, unwilling to voice the direst possibility, before continuing, I will eradicate every last one of these orcs and beasts, not leaving a single one alive. Her words were resolute, and without further greetings, she departed alone. With Xu Zhan's tracking abilities, the fact that he had yet to reunite with the group had already led Ming Dai to a conclusion. There was one thing she did not dare to voice, that after vanquishing all the beasts and orcs here, she would end her own life. As Xu Zhan's personal bodyguard, how could she escape while he stayed behind in a moment of crisis? This was her disgrace, and now the only motivation sustaining her existence was the desire for vengeance on behalf of Xu Zhan. Chapter 72, The Fallen Divine Realm. The plan had encountered a significant setback. Regardless of whether Foxlinger could successfully charm the human race, the endeavor had ultimately collapsed. Cat Fair felt a heavy weight in her heart, urgency consuming her. She needed to swiftly convey this news to Foxlinger, urging her to initiate the most desperate strategy, deploying all the beastmen and a multitude of magical beasts to guard the ancient city, rendering any human assault utterly futile. Meanwhile, Xu Zhan and the little girl's eyes brightened as they exited the divine realm. However, Xu Zhan's expression was somewhat peculiar, surrounded by numerous small graves, each accompanied by a rudimentary tombstone, the inscriptions on which struck a chord of familiarity. The little girl surveyed the scene and instantly recognized their location. Before she even possessed sentience, all that her prior intellect had seen and known flooded back to her. This was none other than, indeed, the back garden of the 10,000 Beasts King's mansion. Xu Zhan, stiffening his neck, nodded in acknowledgement. He had never dreamed that the other side of the teleportation array lay right in the mansion's back garden. First, I need to replenish some spirit stones, then hurry to the academy, Xu Zhan declared, his words trailing off as he dashed forward. Time was of the essence. The need to replenish spirit stones arose from Xu Zhan's lack of substantial reserves of elemental spirit stones from other categories. Given that each teleportation necessitated a change of spirit stone, the supply in the soul spirit repository was woefully inadequate. After hastily replenishing, Xu Zhan summoned an off-road motorcycle once more and sped out of the mansion, racing along the path. When did this motorcycle become a consumable? The little girl did not occupy the rear seat, yet she consistently appeared before Xu Zhan. Do not obstruct my view. Xu Zhan's forehead was adorned with dark lines. One vehicle had been wrecked by Jin Wanshan, while another had plummeted off a cliff, utterly shattered. These circumstances were beyond anyone's control. As he sped along, upon arriving at the academy, Xu Zhan's presence left the senior students at the entrance utterly astonished. You are Xu Zhan? Were you not in the monster hunting grounds? When did you emerge? Did you perhaps shatter the token and exit directly? One senior, filled with incredulity, added, wait, that cannot be right. Shattering the token allows for immediate exit, that's merely a ruse to deceive new students. Without activating the ancient city's teleportation array, no one can leave. The senior, seemingly a loquacious individual, continued, in truth, we cannot blame Wu Datong entirely, we all traverse this path. Sometimes, it is only when pushed to the brink that one can truly unleash their potential. However, he did say one thing correctly, shattering the token will indeed result in expulsion. Xu Zhan rolled his eyes. Had it not been for this senior's reminder, he might have forgotten that detail. With no time to entertain the senior's near ramblings, he twisted the throttle and plunged inside. Given Xu Zhan's renown, the senior did not mistake his identity and chose not to pursue the matter further, muttering to himself. How peculiar, how did this lad manage to emerge? The ancient city's teleportation array would not activate prematurely for any individual. Even if it did, how would I be unaware? In the dean's office, a gathering of the dean and numerous faculty members was underway. This is impossible, one teacher exclaimed. The orcs are hardly united, how could they possibly collude? Moreover, how could even the monsters have formed an alliance? You cannot possibly be afraid. Which is why you ventured out here alone, can you? At this moment, the dean remained silent, while the teachers present wore expressions of deep concern. Very well. It is not a grave matter, the home roachers of the new elite class and the previous elite class should stay behind, while the rest may disperse. The dean waved his hand dismissively. The teachers, disturbed by Xu Zhan's reckless intrusion, snorted in disdain, casting him a contemptuous glance before departing. Unexpectedly, you have discovered another teleportation point within the Beast Hunter's arena. That is no small feat, the dean mused with a hint of nostalgia. Remaining were Wu Datong and Feng Zhou, who nodded in agreement. This teleportation point is exceedingly concealed, with no record existing within the academy. The crux of the matter lies in their knowledge of its location, beneath the precipice, within the abyss. Anyone who manages to emerge alive from there has been directly teleported out, for it is impossible to ascend from that place. Even cultivators at the 9th level of the spirit refinement realm cannot achieve such a feat. Even if one were to descend safely from the cliff, it would be a perilous endeavor. Xu Zhan's gaze was resolute as he added, my classmates are still inside, unaware of the dangers they face. However, the academy cannot offer any effective assistance. Over the years, even though the initial presence of beastmen and monstrous beasts within the arena was limited, their numbers have grown alarmingly. The arena is simply too vast, and detailed exploration has never been conducted. If they were to truly unite, where could they find so many cultivators at the 9th level of the spirit refinement realm? The dean sighed deeply. Wu Datong continued. Although the beast hunting grounds serve as the most suitable arena for honing the skills of novices, only practitioners at the spirit sculpting realm are permitted entry. However, such a condition also harbors its own drawbacks. These shortcomings have now come to light. Xu Zhan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, didn't the academy foresee this? Teacher Feng Zhou shook his head, explaining, in truth, we did not possess prior foresight, rather, it was due to an incident occurring within a divine secret realm controlled by humanity, which has spiraled into chaos. Upon receiving this information, we commenced our preparations. We discovered orc presence near the imperial city, and I specifically led a group of elite students to track these orcs and ascertain their situation. However, we were unprepared for the involvement of fox kin, and the elite students fell under their enchantment. Xu Zhan interjected, taking a deep breath. Where is this chaotic divine secret realm? I read the imperial city daily every day, how was I unaware of it? Wu Datong sighed in resignation. Such matters would hardly make it to the imperial city daily. If reported, it would undoubtedly incite panic across the continent. Feng Zhou then added. This divine secret realm is situated within the Qiyang Empire, one of the three great empires of humanity, and it restricts entry to those at the transformation spirit realm, categorizing it as a mid-level secret realm. The Empire of Qiyang has experienced relatively few conflicts. To the north, the beastmen are held at bay by the Empire of Baiting, while to the west, the monstrous creatures are obstructed by our own Chongyun Empire. Along the coast of the Qiyang Empire, countless sea monsters dwell beneath the waves, yet they seldom venture ashore. The Empire has dispatched practitioners of the treading spirit realm to suppress them. Though there are no active conflicts, the military strength is ample, however. Every practitioner sent into the fray has yet to return alive. Chapter 73, Unwavering Resolve. Why then, must we send this new batch of recruits into the fray? Especially with a 6-month time limit imposed? Xu Zhan pondered, bewildered. After a moment of silence, the dean, his face etched with remorse, confessed. It is due to my lack of faith. I believe that even the divine secret realm would remain untouched by such circumstances. The intention behind having you linger for half a year was to enable you to engage more intimately with the beast men and the monstrous creatures, thereby gathering invaluable intelligence. However, within the hunting grounds of the monsters, both beastmen and beasts have converged, poised to assault the ancient city. The survival of all humanity is at stake. The entire cohort of new students from Chongyun Academy is in peril. Xu Zhan's anger surged. No one spoke. The dean, Wu Datong, and Feng Zhou wore solemn expressions, tinged with sorrow, as though they had already lost the new recruits. If that is the case, why impose so many tasks? Knowing full well the dangers that lie ahead, why allow the princess of the Fox clan to enter? Are you not aware that the Minotaur by her side is formidable? Xu Zhan nearly shouted in exasperation. The Minotaur? What of the Minotaur? He possesses no power whatsoever. Feng Zhou questioned, puzzled. Wu Datong replied, is there any point in delving deeper? Xu Zhan scoffed. Yet he voiced all his prior doubts. At the city gates, Xu Zhan was nearly ensnared by the enchanting allure of the Fox clan princess, yet at a critical moment, the Minotaur shielded Xu Zhan's gaze, obscuring the princess from his sight. As Xu Zhan concluded his account, the last remnants of hope within the hearts of the three elders dissipated entirely. The beastmen had indeed come prepared. The impending fall of the intermediate secret realm of the Qiyang Empire was likely shrouded in the shadows of the beastmen. Yet, what purpose did their occupation of these divine secret realms serve? If their intent was to liberate the beasts and beastmen within, it remained a fact that this was the territory of humankind. Feng Zhou found himself perplexed. Xu Zhan recalled what Cat Fair had mentioned and spoke up. They are likely after the fragments of the divine crystal. Fragments of the divine crystal? What an ancient term. The last time he had heard it was over a decade ago. The three elders exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with foreboding. They understood the implications behind the fragments of the divine crystal and were acutely aware of the beastman's ultimate ambition, which likely centered around the highest-level divine secret realm within the Beastman Empire, the very site of the fallen king of 10,000 beasts. Were they truly unable to depart from the divine secret realm? Xu Zhan inquired repeatedly. In truth, there existed a means for their escape. Teacher Feng Zhou, with a countenance of shame, explained, firstly, it requires a top-tier beast man, comparable to a transcendent human practitioner, to offer their life as a sacrifice to their beast deity before entering. Subsequently, they could access the divine secret realm. thereby opening a passage leading to an altar that the beast men had prepared in advance. Moreover, this passage would be continuous and bidirectional. Wu Datong added that once the passage was on the verge of closing, as long as another orc warrior sacrificed themselves to enter. Xu Zhan's heart sank at this revelation. Could it be that no one could thwart this occurrence? Would the beast hunting grounds thus become the orcs' private garden? To prevent the opening of this passage, would it suffice to eliminate the orc who had already lost their power? Xu Zhan inquired, already formulating a plan in his mind. He was certain that the bull-headed creature was indeed an orc warrior. Moreover, without locating the shards of the divine crystal, the bull-headed being would not dare to open the passage so soon. The shards of the divine crystal were currently consumed by the little girl, unless they found another piece. They were at a standstill. The dean and his companions remained silent, simply staring at Xu Zhan in a daze. Even if the passage had been opened, as long as they could secure it, preventing the Orc Empire from sending more powerful beings through, it would not be long before the passage vanished. Any further attempts to enter would have to be made stealthily beneath the watchful eyes of the human empire. Xu Zhan continued. The dean and his companions remained mute, gazing at Xu Zhan with astonishment. After a long pause, Wu Datong could not help but ask, knowing all this, "Do you still intend to re-enter the beast hunting grounds?" Xu Zhan took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and his gaze remained unwaveringly resolute. "Indeed, I stand by my words. If it means abandoning my companions to survive, I would rather perish within." "Excellent! Truly worthy of being the son of the king of all beasts. You have not brought shame upon your father," the dean exclaimed. Wu Datong and Fang Zhou nodded in agreement, though concern lingered in their expressions. "What assistance do you require?" the dean inquired. "What assistance can you offer?" Xu Zhan smiled weakly, noting that the spirit-shaping realm is not comparable to the transcendence realm. The disparity between realms is not so significant. It is true that geniuses can combat opponents of higher levels, but how many can they face simultaneously? 3? 5? Even if one could take on 10, it would be futile, as victory in the spirit-shaping realm is predominantly determined by numbers. The dean fell silent in embarrassment. Xu Zhan rolled his eyes and said, "Actually, you could provide me with assistance and abundance of spirit stones, the more the better. I possess a method to convert spirit stones into combat power." "How many do you require?" 100,000. Xu Zhan declared. "What? Are you insane?" The dean sprang to his feet, and both Wu Datong and Fang Zhou were equally incredulous. Xu Zhan's face darkened. He had not anticipated that the soul spirit warehouse would indeed be insufficient. Upon reflection, it made sense. 100,000 spirit stones piled together would resemble a small mountain, making it reasonable that they could not be accommodated. Regrettably, time for cultivation was lacking, otherwise the soul spirit warehouse could have been expanded further. Ultimately, the dean and the others managed to gather only 50,000 spirit stones for Xu Zhan, comprising various types of spirit stones, not solely the original ones. However, they had no inkling that Xu Zhan would directly store them in the soul spirit space. "You have stored them all in the soul spirit space? Just how vast is your soul spirit space?" Fang Zhou questioned in disbelief, casting a calm glance at the dean and Wu Datong, asking, "Don't you find this peculiar?" The dean and Wu Datong, while lamenting the depletion of spirit stones, shot Xu Zhan a look of incredulity, wondering if he truly understood who his father was. Chapter 74, Re-entering the Ancient City after a dizzying whirl. The scene before Xu Zhan transformed dramatically. Unlike the first time he was transported here, this time the entire ancient city seemed enveloped in a somber stillness. Xu Zhan gazed at the teleportation array beneath his feet, lost in thought. The dean had not instructed the guards of the ancient city to withdraw, which implied that the newcomers could not be saved. Thus, what was the purpose of the guards' presence? In this world, the notion of equality among all is the greatest farce. At the edge of the square and deep within the streets, soldiers rushed by, their expressions frantic and hurried, scarcely noticing Xu Zhan, who stood conspicuously in the center of the square. Furrowing his brow, Xu Zhan detected no sounds of battle, yet the atmosphere of the ancient city was palpably heavy. He proceeded in the direction the soldiers had fled, gradually encountering more guards along the way. These guards recognized Xu Zhan, their faces registering surprise. Previously, he had aided them in defending the city, single-handedly repelling all the backstabbing spiders, and had subsequently demonstrated his remarkable abilities by healing them all. Moreover, from Li Daran, they had learned of his identity as Xu Zhan, the son of the king of all beasts. It was clear they recognized him. Yet they were taken aback at this moment. Surrounded by a multitude of demonic beasts, the ancient city was under constant threat of assault, rendering even flight into the area seemingly impossible. As Xu Zhan continued his steady approach, every guard who laid eyes upon him halted abruptly, those resting struggled to rise, leaning against the walls for support. It appeared that the orcs' plans had yet to come to fruition. Xu Zhan felt a sense of relief swell within him as he gradually made his way to the northern city gate. The ancient city is fortified with gates on all sides, and it is evident that the northern gate is the most vulnerable to attack. Surely, Li Daran must be found there. Where is Li Daran? Xu Zhan inquired. A soldier beside him pointed towards the gate tower, indicating that Li Daran was situated above. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xu Zhan ascended the city tower. Indeed, amidst a throng of guards, he discovered Li Daran, whose body was swathed in bandages. His right arm was lost, blood staining half of his torso, yet he conversed jovially with several soldiers by his side. Upon Xu Zhan's arrival, a hush fell over the gathering. What is amiss? Have the demonic beasts launched another assault? Li Daran abruptly rose, exclaiming, "Damn it, is it those backstabbing spiders again?" Xu Zhan furrowed his brow and peered over the city wall, confirming that the wall was indeed ensnared with a dense web of spider silk. Some of the webs had adhered to the wall for several days, their stickiness significantly diminished. Touching the silk, Xu Zhan remarked gravely, "The other 3 gate towers have likely suffered similar attacks from the backstabbing spiders, have they not?" Li Daran's eyes widened in disbelief. "How do you know?" He was puzzled. Everyone seeking to exit the secret realm must depart from this teleportation point. No one knew how Xu Zhan had managed to enter, nor how he could possibly return. "Has Sima Yan been here?" Xu Zhan queried. Li Daran frowned. "Isn't Sima Yan already deceased? I recall you mentioning that he was killed and taken by the orcs during his escort." Xu Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the previous elite class students had not yet arrived, perhaps there was still time to act. Sima Yan has not perished. He has been ensnared by the enchanting fox maiden of the beast tribe. Every student from the previous elite class must remain vigilant. Xu Zhan spoke slowly. Li Daran trembled at the revelation. Having guarded this place for so long, he had never encountered such alarming news. The terror intensified upon hearing Xu Zhan declare that the orcs had allied with the demon beasts, intent on seizing this hunting ground. The ancient city cannot be defended. Xu Zhan continued. "What does this mean?" Li Daran's heart raced with anxiety. "I will lead you all to break through," Xu Zhan asserted. A sudden silence enveloped the city gate, as all the guards wore bewildered expressions. "Break through? Where can we escape to?" Leaving the ancient city in this hunting ground would only plunge us into greater peril. "No, we shall not depart," Li Daran resolutely shook his head, declaring, "Our duty is to protect this place. If we fail to safeguard it, we shall bear an everlasting shame in our survival. Indeed, we shall live or die with the ancient city." The surrounding guards echoed in unison. Xu Zhan felt a deep admiration for these guardians. In his past life, he was a god of war, and dealing with them would be child's play. "Do you think I am concerned for your lives?" Xu Zhan exclaimed. "Incorrect." He surveyed all the guards and continued, "With the orcs and demon beasts united, the ancient city is doomed. Will the students who entered here be safe? Even if we manage to escape and locate those students, the ancient city will inevitably fall to the demon beasts, and we shall find ourselves unable to leave as well." A guard voiced his apprehension. "Within this ancient city, there exists more than one teleportation array. I emerged from another such array, Xu Zhan remarked. Li Daren furrowed his brow and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the city cannot be defended any longer. We might as well heed Xu Zhan's advice. In comparison to rescuing those students, bearing the weight of any shame, even being branded as cowardly or accused of fleeing in the face of danger, is a price we are willing to pay. Xu Zhan chuckled with delight, pleased that his strategy had proven effective. Yet, he had one unspoken thought: the location of the other teleportation point had also been compromised, and the fact of his departure had come to the attention of Cat Princess. It would not be long before that place fell into the hands of the demonic beasts. Xu Zhan was eager to evacuate those present, not solely to save these loyal guards but also for their combat prowess. Although the individuals here may not possess exceptional talent, their strength in this beast-hunting ground far surpasses that of the newcomers, and they are battle-hardened. There was, however, an even more pressing reason. Once Cat Princess disseminated the news of his exit from the secret realm, the plans of the beastmen would inevitably shift. The assault by the backstabbing spiders was merely the beginning of the conflict. Xu Zhan was confident that the demonic beasts would not launch a full-scale assault but rather aim to deceive the guards within the ancient city. Perhaps Sima Yan should be arriving soon. Xu Zhan gazed down from the city tower, his eyes glimmering with intensity. At that moment, his greatest hope was for the beastmen to hasten their next move before Cat Princess could relay the information. Just as he thought of it, a fierce battle erupted nearby, indicating that a team was advancing towards them. Chapter 75, The Arrival of Sima Yan. Meanwhile, within the battlefield, a tempest raged, harmonizing impeccably with the preceding fire elemental soul techniques, effortlessly crushing the swarm of backstabbing spiders. Astonishing! Li Daren's eyes sparkled with excitement, the surrounding guards also invigorated. The arrival of these individuals was undoubtedly a timely boon. Alas! Xu Zhan shook his head. Only 3 had come. He did not recognize the other 2, yet one was unmistakably Sima Yan, a student from the previous elite class, with cultivation levels at the 8th and 9th tiers of the spirit molding realm. He was among the most formidable within this beast-hunting arena. Could they be anything less than powerful? Particularly as these individuals exhibited a seamless synergy, unleashing an even greater potential collectively. What troubles you? This is a cause for celebration. Why the sighs of despair? Li Daren inquired, turning to Xu Zhan. If I were to reveal that these 3 are adversaries, would you still be so elated? Xu Zhan replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Impossible. They wear the uniform of Chongyun Academy, and moreover, they are human. Li Daren's words faltered, as if his throat had been constricted. Falling silent for a prolonged moment before gravely uttering, could it be? Indeed, the elemental fire practitioner leading them is none other than Sima Yan, Xu Zhan confirmed. Xu Zhan's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the fervor that had ignited within the guards. As the 3 figures drew nearer, the dilemma loomed: should they permit entry or block them at the city gates? Li Daren found himself engulfed in uncertainty, while he trusted Xu Zhan. He could not definitively ascertain whether Sima Yan was indeed a traitor. Xu Zhan furrowed his brow, his mind racing with thoughts. Yet he found himself at an impasse. If we were to heed his intentions, it would be most prudent to eliminate Sima Yan and his companions at the city gates without hesitation. Yet, such an act seems implausible. Let us allow them entry, maintaining an air of indifference, as though I had never appeared or spoken, Xu Zhan declared. Li Daren and the surrounding guards exchanged puzzled glances, questioning his motives. Xu Zhan continued, use your own eyes to observe whether they have indeed allied with the beast tribe, and only then shall we make a decision. However, I have one request. What request? Li Daren inquired. Provide me with a set of guard attire. I intend to disguise myself as one of the guards to arrange certain matters within the city. Everyone must feign ignorance of my identity and refrain from interfering with my actions, Xu Zhan instructed. Though Li Daren remained perplexed, he nodded in agreement. Xu Zhan cast a lingering glance into the distance and quietly departed. Open the gates, we have come to offer support. Sima Yan called out loudly, accompanied by two teammates as they approached the city. Let them in. Li Daren commanded with a sweeping gesture, simultaneously whispering to a nearby individual, convey the message discreetly. Following Xu Zhan's prior instructions, the city gates creaked open, revealing only a narrow gap through which Sima Yan and his companions swiftly entered. Li Daren's gaze fell upon the lurking backstab spiders in the distance, and a sense of unease began to settle within him. Why did these backstab spiders not seize the opportunity to attack? Furthermore, the relentless onslaught that had persisted thus far seemed to have come to an abrupt halt. Sima Yan hurriedly ascended to the city ramparts, and upon seeing Li Daren, he spoke without delay. I have observed a multitude of demon beasts in the vicinity. They appear poised to launch an assault. The situation is amiss, hence my arrival for support. Quickly activate the teleportation array, I must convey the message. Li Daren's expression turned troubled. According to the orders from above, the teleportation array cannot be activated until the designated time, regardless of what transpires during this period. It remains off limits. Sima Yan frowned, his displeasure evident. If I command you to activate it, then do so without further ado. Do you truly believe you can shoulder the responsibility if the demonic beasts launch an attack? A nearby student interjected loudly, what does a mere city guardian think of himself? Rest assured, we are well aware of the Academy's regulations. We do not intend to leave, we merely wish to send a message. If it is merely a message, why must the teleportation array be activated? Li Daren began, but was abruptly interrupted by Sima Yan. In addition to the message, we also wish to send something else. To my knowledge, that other array cannot transmit physical objects. Li Daren's heart sank. At this moment, he had fully come to trust Xu Zhan. Sima Yan's eagerness to activate the teleportation array was, in fact, an attempt to seize control of it. The teleportation array within the ancient city is a large-scale bidirectional array, unlike the typical smaller ones. Beyond the requisite spirit stones, its activation necessitates specific soul techniques as well. This soul technique acts as the key. Without it, the bidirectional teleportation array becomes utterly inoperable. Growing increasingly impatient, Sima Yan declared, I shall bear all consequences. I am the eldest son of the Sima family. Do you truly doubt my ability to take responsibility? Li Daren's mind raced, and he forced a wry smile. It is not that I do not wish to activate it, but rather that it is genuinely impossible at this moment. Why? Sima Yan squinted his eyes. Li Daren pointed to his severed arm and remarked, activating the bidirectional teleportation array requires hand seals, and simultaneously communicating with the individuals at Changyun Academy. Both parties must collaborate to initiate this teleportation array. As you can see, I am currently incapable of forming the necessary seals. Oh! Sima Yan's expression brightened. But he quickly regained his composure and inquired, is there anyone else who possesses this soul technique? Li Daren shook his head. I am the only one in the ancient city who is adept in this soul technique, others have not studied it. This technique must be documented, otherwise. If you were to encounter an accident, wouldn't the entire beast hunting ground be trapped? Of course, Li Daren nodded, there exists a transmission stone for initiating the teleportation array. However, according to Academy regulations, only one stone may be in use at a time. Once one is shattered, another can be crafted. Moreover, only the guardians of the ancient city are permitted to learn it. Sima Yan's eyes darted around, and the two students beside him exchanged glances of excitement. If they could destroy this transmission stone, their task would be complete. Time is of the essence, since you can no longer utilize that soul technique. Hasten to instruct another guardian, Sima Yan urged. However, with the beasts currently assaulting the city, no one is available to assist, Li Daren replied. Rest assured. These beasts will not attack the city at this moment, one of the students confidently asserted. Sima Yan shot a fierce glare at him, causing the student to lower his head in trepidation. Li Daren feigned ignorance and continued, Once these beasts have retreated completely, I will make all the necessary arrangements. If the beasts launch a massive offensive and reduce the ancient city to rubble, what arrangements could you possibly make? Sima Yan felt a surge of indignation. How could the commander of the ancient city be so obstinate? It was as if he were deliberately opposing him. For he had never known this fellow to be so rigid before. Li Daren chuckled heartily and reassured him, "Do not worry, even if the ancient city falls. It is impossible to annihilate all of us. As long as one among us survives, we can pass on the soul technique required to activate the teleportation array. When all the students who enter here for training gather, we shall facilitate their escape. Even if we manage to send them away, the guardians of the teleportation array will surely perish. Should they not perish, they will retreat alongside the students. Can it be that the beast hunting grounds will simply be abandoned?" Sima Yan inquired cautiously. "How could that be? When the time comes, the activation of the teleportation array will not rely on just one person. I will assign individuals to lie in wait in this beast hunting ground. Even if I am not physically present in the ancient city, I shall still fulfill our responsibilities." Li Daren replied with a smile. Sima Yan clenched his fist tightly. This was precisely the concern that Foxlinger had voiced earlier. If they could not gain complete control over the teleportation array, then the beast hunting grounds could not truly be deemed under the dominion of the beast men. Sima Yan cast a profound glance at Li Daren. The situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. He signaled to the two students beside him, who promptly stated, "We still have tasks to attend to and cannot afford to linger here. Once the beasts disperse, you must swiftly arrange for someone to learn that soul technique. Sima Yan, you stay behind to relay messages. We shall take our leave first." Sima Yan nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall remain here and await further news." Chapter 76, Dousing with Gasoline. Two students, disregarding Li Daren's earnest counsel, resolutely sought to break free from the city, leaving only Sima Yan to descend the city tower alone to rest. Li Daren furrowed his brow, observing that the two students faced no hindrance from the demonic beasts as they departed. To his astonishment, he witnessed the backstabbing spider actually parting to create a path for them. Subsequently, the backstabbing spider began to retreat in succession, and the other demonic beasts, which had previously made sporadic appearances, vanished without a trace, as though the siege by the beasts had concluded. "My lord, what shall we do?" A guard approached Li Daren and whispered. After a moment of contemplation, Li Daren replied, "First, we must keep Sima Yan steady, as long as he remains here. These beasts will not launch another assault. Let us take this opportunity to allow the brothers to recover from their injuries while we await Xu Zhan's next move." At this juncture, Li Daren held deep admiration for Xu Zhan, for all of this appeared to be part of Xu Zhan's calculated strategy. He understood that they could not afford to confront Sima Yan directly, lest the conflict erupt instantaneously. Li Daren was aware that Sima Yan likely possessed little patience. Yet what he did not realize was that Xu Zhan was even more anxious. Xu Zhan had estimated the time frame to be even shorter. For Cat Fair might relay news of his potential departure through another teleportation array at any moment. In an inconspicuous corner of the ancient city, a little girl with her hands on her hips shook her head repeatedly, declaring, "Don't waste your efforts. You simply do not have the time to lay an intricate trap here. At your current pace of summoning a high-explosive grenade in half an hour, and needing to absorb several spirit stones, by the time this ancient city is reduced to rubble, you won't have summoned more than a few." Xu Zhan's summoning gesture abruptly halted, and he let out a sigh. "What can be done? Every summon counts. I want every orc and beast entering the city to perish. Even if it's just one more," Xu Zhan remarked. The little girl approached him, gazing at him earnestly, occasionally making silly faces, and then deep in thought. "What are you doing?" "I've identified a problem," she stated. "What problem?" "You seem significantly duller than before, by a considerable margin." The little girl gesticulated animatedly, ultimately struggling with human metaphors, her expression turning serious as she declared, "You've become 73. It's less intelligent. What the hell? Xu Zhan exclaimed, exasperated. Scratching his head in disbelief at her peculiar calculation. Humph! The little girl crossed her arms and turned away, irritated by Xu Zhan's doubt. All right, your precision is commendable. Now, enlighten me with a sensible solution, Xu Zhan conceded. At that, the little girl beamed, lifting her chin proudly. Can't you summon everything from your past life? Then why go through all this trouble? It's just like when you annihilated that orc stronghold, there were 100 simpler methods to succeed. Yet you wasted so many high explosive grenades. What methods? However, if you watch some ancient documentaries, you can still often see such things. Moreover, gasoline ignites easily, and once ablaze, cannot be extinguished with water. In this life, there are likely very few who can extinguish burning gasoline. Summoning finished equipment requires an immense expenditure of mental energy and divine thought, yet gasoline, being a raw material, can be summoned with relative ease. Xu Zhan acted upon his thoughts, and with a mere flicker of his consciousness, a large barrel of gasoline materialized beside him. It seemed he had been rather limited in his understanding of his own abilities. Xu Zhan felt a twinge of regret. He had long been constrained by rigid thinking. Fixated on summoning formidable technological equipment, while simpler and more efficient methods had been inadvertently overlooked. He stored the gasoline in his soul space, intending to find a suitable location for mass summoning. Upon exiting the alley, he unexpectedly collided with Sima Yan. Sima Yan was stealthily wandering through the ancient city. Had the transmission stone not been stored by Li Darren in the soul space, but rather left in a certain location, its discovery by Sima Yan would undoubtedly have simplified many matters. However, before he could venture far, he was directly confronted by the guards. My apologies, it was an accident. Xu Zhan quickly lowered his head, having donned the attire of a guard, pulling down his helmet to obscure his features from Sima Yan's gaze. Not at all, you. You may go, Sima Yan replied, his guilt preventing him from admonishing Xu Zhan. Once Xu Zhan had departed, Sima Yan felt an unsettling curiosity. The guard's uniform appeared far too pristine, lacking any signs of battle. Moreover, all guards in the city were assigned to various city gates. It was peculiar for one to appear here. Most strikingly, this guard evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Shaking his head, Sima Yan dismissed the thought, attributing it to mere coincidence. Meanwhile, he calculated that when his two companions exited the city to relay news, he would promptly dispatch a large contingent of orcs to mount an offensive, thereby exerting pressure on Li Darren. At that moment, he would fan the flames from the sidelines. Ensuring success was within his grasp. Time waits for no one. Xu Zhan hastily instructed, inform Wu Datong to send some guards my way, and heed my commands. Furthermore, from this moment forth, the ancient city is to be devoid of fire, no spark, not even the slightest ember. Cooking is strictly forbidden. Moreover, should you detect any strange liquid or peculiar scent, feign ignorance, and act as if you have neither seen nor smelled anything, understood? The guards nodded in acknowledgement. Xu Zhan continued, summon Li Darren as well. Understood, the guards replied, swiftly departing. Xu Zhan entered a spacious courtyard and commenced his summoning. Barrels of gasoline materialized. And whenever his incantations waned, he immediately replenished them with primal spirit stones. Should his mental energy falter, he would replenish it with void stones. Remember, all sparks are to be strictly prohibited. No collisions of metallic armor or weaponry that might create sparks. If any friction occurs, we will all meet our demise. Xu Zhan earnestly reiterated. A dozen guards nodded in unison, swiftly shouldering barrels of gasoline as they dispersed. Beginning from the most distant city wall to drench the area with gasoline, as if manually conjuring rain upon the ancient city. However, this deluge also seeped into the houses. Li Darren frowned, covering his mouth, as the acrid odor was unbearable. Confounded by Xu Zhan's intentions, he inquired, what is your plan? Withdraw half of the guards from the east, west, and north gates, and consolidate them at the south gate, Xu Zhan articulated. when the beast horde launches its assault. The east, west, and north will feign resistance, then retreat entirely, gathering everyone at the south to prepare for a breakout. Li Daran, somewhat perplexed, pondered for a moment before inquiring, is this a deliberate attempt to let the monstrous beasts know that we are unable to withstand their assault, prompting them to launch an all-out attack? After a brief pause, he added, indeed. The southern part of the city is the area where the onslaught of the beasts is weakest. It directly connects to the forest, making it difficult for even the beasts to mount a large-scale offensive from there. If we break through from that direction, our chances of success are maximized. Xu Zhan nodded with a smile. Li Daran then asked, but what is that strange liquid? What purpose does it serve? Why prohibit sparks? You will know in due time. Xu Zhan teased, continuing to summon gasoline. A bold plan was nearing fruition in his mind, he merely awaited its outcome. Chapter 77, Future Developments Within the Ancient City. A flurry of activity ensued. Guards withdrawing from the northern, eastern, and western quarters joined the ranks of those dousing gasoline. They were evidently unaware of the true nature of their task. Though curious, they complied with orders unquestioningly, none daring to experiment out of intrigue. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gasoline, and some guards even felt a slight dizziness, yet they continued to fulfill their duties. In a courtyard, Sima Yan awaited the impending assault of the beastmen in silence. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, twitching his nose as if catching a whiff of something peculiar. Just as he was about to open the door, it was forcefully kicked open from the outside, and a guard, bewildered, rushed in with the intent to pour. Fortunately, the guard reacted swiftly, halting his actions upon noticing someone inside. What are you doing? Sima Yan questioned, bemused. He observed several guards within the courtyard incessantly pouring a peculiar liquid, the pungent odor emanating from it filling the air. We are conducting a thorough cleaning, one guard exclaimed with a sudden spark of inspiration. Sima Yan rolled his eyes in disbelief, questioning how they could still be engaged in such tasks amidst the chaos. Regardless of their antics, it mattered little to him, they would not endure for long. In Xu Zhan's courtyard, Li Daran and a number of guards had gathered. Has the entire ancient city been doused in this substance? Are we merely awaiting the assault of the monstrous beasts now? Li Daran inquired. Xu Zhan continued to summon gasoline, stating, certainly not. Continue pouring it, this substance evaporates rapidly. Before the beasts attack, we must apply it generously to achieve the desired effect. Li Daran nodded in a semblance of understanding and resumed his labor alongside the guards. This could inflict severe harm on your health, the little girl said, watching Xu Zhan as he persistently utilized his mental energy and absorbed the essence of the spirit stones with concern. It matters not. I plan to rely on the cosmic battleships for combat in the future, along with mechanical warriors. These are powered by energy, rendering my mental energy unnecessary. Xu Zhan replied nonchalantly. Are you not aware? Those entities can also be summoned using mental energy, the little girl retorted, her eyes widening in earnest. Xu Zhan's body trembled in astonishment, stammering, you cannot be serious. Just like the off-road motorcycle I summoned, it must be activated with spirit stones. And infusing it with mental energy does not catalyze its operation. That is merely due to your insufficient realm, your mental energy lacks both abundance and quality, she explained. The little girl spoke, if you truly intend to utilize your mental energy, I fear that merely pressing the accelerator would lead to your complete depletion. Xu Zhan was taken aback, realizing he had committed a grave error. The little girl continued, moreover, the superpowered battle armor you desire can only be activated using mental energy. As for the superpowered lightsaber you often contemplate, it cannot be powered by the primal spirit stones at all. The purity and abundance of your mental energy dictate the extent of its power. Xu Zhan felt a chill in his heart. Then what should I do? I believe that depleting all my mental energy and gradually cultivating to recover would be the swiftest path to enhancement. But if I rely on primal spirit stones for recovery, it would not only fail to aid my cultivation but could indeed harm my very foundation. Do you really think what you believe is true? The little girl scoffed disdainfully. Xu Zhan's heart sank. In terms of mental prowess, he possessed the myriad beasts technique and feared not this turmoil. Yet, he had no cultivation method for mental energy. And his foundation was already in tatters. It is certainly not too late to remedy this, but what could he possibly use for such a remedy? The little girl continued. According to data analysis, the mechanical warriors cannot exhibit the capabilities they once possessed in your previous life. They can only be summoned when you reach the transcendence realm. Yet their strength is merely comparable to that of the spirit refinement realm. Not a single transcendence realm cultivator can be defeated, regardless of how many mechanical warriors you deploy. Xu Zhan felt as though he had been doused with cold water. His previous enthusiasm evaporated instantly. However, the cosmic battleship indeed possesses formidable power, but... The little girl hesitated, her words trailing off. But what? Xu Zhan hurriedly inquired, for this was his ultimate goal. There were two notable challenges. The little girl raised two fingers and explained, first, relying solely on this primordial spirit stone as a power source requires an immense quantity. Second, even if you cultivate to the transcendence realm, you still cannot summon it. That is a matter for the divine realm. Xu Zhan's brow furrowed deeply. He realized that he had made a fundamental error from the very beginning, and a grave one at that. The future trajectory should not center around summoning equipment and relying on a mechanical army composed of mechanical warriors. In this world, a single powerful individual can rival millions of troops. This is not his past life. What should I do? Xu Zhan urgently asked. It seemed the little girl had ingested his divine crystal shard and evolved ahead of time. She certainly had not lost out. Had he waited until he reached the metamorphosis realm, he would have only plunged deeper into error. Find a cultivation technique for mental energy, the stronger the better. Future development must be synergistic and bidirectional. Technological equipment is not without merit. It must work in concert with superpowered battle armor to truly enable your combat strength to contend with fellow cultivators of the same tier, the little girl analyzed. Xu Zhan exhaled in relief. Fortunately, he was not beyond redemption. By the way, you mentioned that I can summon some equipment typically reserved for the metamorphosis realm ahead of time. What can I summon? Xu Zhan inquired. Superpowered battle armor and superpowered light swords, though they are certainly of the most basic kind, the little girl replied. Oh, Xu Zhan nodded, suddenly his eyes brightened. Really? The young girl gazed at Xu Zhan with excitement, yet she began to pour cold water on his enthusiasm, saying, do not celebrate too soon. Even if you are able to summon now, your control will be ephemeral. You can only briefly manifest the power of the spirit transformation realm. And your physical strength is utterly insufficient. Should you don the super-powered battle armor, a mere teleportation could shatter your legs. Chapter 78, Flames devour the city. Alas! The demonic beasts have commenced their assault on the city, and their momentum is far more formidable than before. A guard reported hastily. What is there to fear? Execute the plan as we outlined. Should any demonic beast ascend the walls or breach the gates, we shall retreat immediately. Xu Zhan commanded. Before long, all the guards gathered in the southern part of the city. Countless demonic beasts surged towards the ancient city from three sides, as far as the eye could see. The landscape was teeming with these creatures. Houses lay in ruins, and the beasts rampaged throughout the city, heading south. Sima Yan also arrived, his countenance reflecting indignation. How peculiar! Why are you all here? Why have you abandoned your posts? Are you truly willing to forsake this teleportation array? Do you intend to condemn all the students who have entered here to certain doom? Can you bear the consequences of abandoning the city's defense? The reason Hu Linger had dispatched him was precisely to prevent any guards from breaking through. The situation had changed. The ancient city could no longer withstand the siege. Li Daren sighed. Although Xu Zhan had repeatedly clarified that this was a strategic retreat aimed at preserving more students, he felt a deep sense of discomfort witnessing the ancient city fall to the demonic beasts. You change your mind at will. Is there no directive from the academy? Sima Yan questioned. There is none, Li Dairan replied with a shake of his head. Do you dare to make such a rash decision? Sima Yan pressed further. That's enough, let us withdraw, Xu Zhan instructed, yet no one heeded Sima Yan's words. At that moment, Li Dairan nodded in agreement. He had deliberately reduced the guard strength at the 3 other city gates, while the southern gate remained unchanged. The cunning beasts had wisely shifted their attacks to the other 3 locations, resulting in the fewest monsters outside the southern gate. Who are you? Sima Yan squinted. Focusing on the guard who had spoken earlier, whose attire was remarkably clean, starkly contrasting with the others. A frown crossed his brow. Was this not the guard he had encountered previously? The plan had indeed changed, and not solely on our end. Xu Zhan removed his helmet. A smile playing on his lips as he regarded Sima Yan, who remained perplexed. Xu Zhan, why do you not allow me to eliminate him? A traitor of Changyun Academy. A traitor to humanity, he deserves to be punished. Li Dairan exclaimed in frustration. To kill him now would serve little purpose. Even if he is an enemy. I would prefer that his demise holds greater significance, Xu Zhan replied, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes as a subtle smile graced his lips. You all go ahead and scout the way, conceal yourselves well, and I shall follow shortly. Understood, Li Dairan affirmed, leading 200 guards into the thicket. They swiftly dispatched any beasts encountered, and even the mightiest of creatures could not withstand their onslaught for even a moment. Xu Zhan stood in astonishment, his mouth agape. The prowess of these guards was indeed formidable, especially Li Dairan, who, despite having lost his most vital right arm, wielded his left arm's blade with such ferocity that he cleaved a 9th-tier spirit formation beast in 2 with a single stroke. The defenders of the city are unable to fully unleash their potential, if they were to depart from the ancient fortress, free from constraints. Their combat prowess would know no bounds. Hope ignited within Xu Zhan's heart, with these individuals by his side. Perhaps they could indeed rescue their fellow students and shatter the orcs' nefarious plans. At the southern gate, Xu Zhan stood outside while Sima Yan remained within. Their gazes meeting across the expanse. The figures of the demon beasts were swiftly approaching Sima Yan. Yet it was evident that these creatures had no intention of attacking him or pursuing him beyond the city gates. Their objective was to seize control of the ancient city. Why? Sima Yan was still perplexed, unable to discern where the error lay. The plan devised by Fox Linger was flawless, devoid of any apparent flaw, yet now it seemed to have been anticipated and countered by someone. If you can survive, perhaps you will still have the chance to uncover the truth. The situation was far too intricate. Although you are one of the most pivotal individuals involved, I find it difficult to articulate my thoughts to you. Xu Zhan shrugged. Snapping his fingers with a resounding crack, summoning forth a focused flamethrower. Gasoline flowed abundantly upon the ground, and a smile spread across Xu Zhan's face. Elemental fire practitioners should possess a degree of immunity to ordinary flames, should they not? What do you mean? Sima Yan inquired, his expression darkening. I do not believe this ordinary fire can claim your life, so I kindly ask you to relay a message to Fox Linger, and, oh yes, to that cat concubine as well. What message? Let us wait and see. Xu Zhan exclaimed, bursting into laughter as he activated the device. A tongue of flame, akin to a dragon, surged forth, aimed at Sima Yan. Sima Yan shuddered. Could it be that Xu Zhan was also an elemental practitioner? The flames, their power seems formidable. He took a few steps back, only to realize that Xu Zhan's target was not him at all, but rather the ground. As Sima Yan was engulfed in confusion, the ground appeared to ignite, with the fire spreading instantaneously at an astonishing speed. It was not the ground that had caught fire, but rather the liquid that had been previously splashed by the guards. A sinking feeling enveloped Sima Yan, his eyes were instantly illuminated by the blaze, and before him, every house and object was cloaked in a fiery glow, as the inferno swiftly engulfed the entire ancient city. The beasts that had invaded were still reveling in their triumph when they were confronted by a scene that filled them with terror. Naturally averse to fire, They instinctively began to panic and flee. Having previously entered the ancient city, they had become doused in gasoline, which now ignited as well. The flames were not exceedingly hot. Yet the fact that they were ablaze incited greater fear within them. In a frenzied scramble, they trampled over one another as the fire began to spread among the horde of beasts. "Do not panic, this is merely ordinary fire," Sima Yan shouted. But his words fell on deaf ears. Before him, a faint shield began to materialize. Once this shield solidified, it would signify his complete entry into the spirit transformation realm. These flames posed no threat to him whatsoever. Although the beasts varied in strength, they too would suffer minimal harm, especially since some among them were fire-based creatures. As long as they gradually retreated from the ancient city, all would be well once the flames were extinguished. "Damn it, you beasts are even less than ordinary wildlife," Sima Yan exclaimed fiercely. "Could it be that the previous forest fire has utterly shattered your courage?" Continuously, monstrous beasts perished beneath the weight of their own kind. Their lifeless forms unable to withstand the searing flames, which charred their bodies and emitted a noxious stench. The remaining creatures were plunged into deeper panic, mistakenly believing that their brethren had succumbed to the fire. The ancient city descended into chaos, as all the beasts scrambled to flee, while those yet to enter sought to rush into the very heart of the city, resulting in utter disarray. Sima Yan's countenance darkened considerably. If this continued, the beasts would undoubtedly suffer grievous losses, all stemming from that peculiar and foul liquid. With a stern expression, he turned to find Xu Zhan still present, and spoke in a low voice. "Xu Zhan, even if all these beasts perish here, it will not alter the larger scheme of things. Do you truly believe that this alone secures your victory?" Xu Zhan shrugged nonchalantly and waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, perhaps I might indeed emerge victorious." With that, he pivoted and departed. Not far away, a considerable group of new students from Changyun Academy lay in ambush within the thicket. Shangguan Zishuan observed the scene with a furrowed brow, recognizing Xu Zhan, her expression tinged with concern. Chapter 79, An Inexplicable Misunderstanding. Having undertaken a solitary mission, she was tasked with gathering all new students at critical moments to execute a collective operation. However, not long ago, she had noted the beasts' erratic movements, discovering that there were indeed beastmen among them. Exercising caution, she began to assemble the other newcomers, a task made effortless by her royal status. Following the beasts closely, she uncovered that their objective was none other than the ancient city. Unable to approach too closely, and finding no means to breach the defenses, she could only observe from a distance. Previously, a freshman reported that the beasts had retreated from the southern part of the ancient city, heading towards the other 3 gates. Seizing this opportunity, she intended to enter the city to offer support. If the ancient city were to fall, they would all be trapped. However, upon leading all the freshmen to the scene, they were met with the sight of Xu Zhan setting the city ablaze. How could this be? With the fortifications engulfed in flames, the defenders would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic losses under such a dual assault. The ancient city was doomed. A heavy weight settled in Shangguan Zishuan's heart, as she noticed the absence of the 200 guards who had previously retreated, leading her to suspect Xu Zhan. That traitor! He aims to doom us all! A freshman shouted. Yet, if he acts thus, how will Xu Zhan escape? Another freshman queried, perplexed. Shangguan Zishuan shook her head, asserting, he can escape, provided he aligns himself with the beastmen. There are ways for him to leave this place. As a royal princess, she possessed knowledge that surpassed that of others, including the existence of the altar passages used by the beastmen. We must go. Let us find the others. Taking a deep breath, Shangguan Zishuan led the group in a hurried retreat. On their way out, they encountered another group, Sima Xian and his companions. It turned out that Sima Xian and his associates had also sensed the unusual movements of the beasts, prompting their investigation. However, upon communication, The expressions on Sima Xian and his companions' faces revealed no joy at the news of Xu Zhan's survival, rather, they appeared gravely concerned. What do you know? Shengguan Zishuan inquired. Xiao Lianxue looked towards Sima Xian and Jin Wanshan, recounting the earlier incident when Xu Zhan had saved them. I trust Xu Zhan, he would never betray us. The crowd turned in surprise towards the voice. It is astonishing that the words came not from Jin Wanshan, but from Sima Xian. This revelation is more shocking than Xu Zhan's betrayal of humanity. It must be a conspiracy. A scheme devised by Xu Zhan. The newly enraged faction of Sima Xian exclaimed, he deliberately rescued us, feigning selflessness and a willingness to sacrifice himself. How laughable that we genuinely believed he could single-handedly withstand an entire orc squad. His intention was merely to deceive us into trusting him, but unfortunately, all of this was inadvertently exposed by Shengguan Zishuan. Even Jin Wanshan began to doubt Xu Zhan, casting a shadow over all the efforts Xu Zhan had previously made. Now labeled as mere pretense, the clamor against Xu Zhan grew louder. Yet, Sima Xian remained troubled, he understood the enemy better than anyone else. And as one who had consistently regarded Xu Zhan as an adversary, he was undoubtedly the one who comprehended Xu Zhan the most. To him, Xu Zhan appeared indifferent to everything, seemingly unconcerned about anyone's opinions. However, when it came to those close to him, Xu Zhan displayed genuine feelings. As evidenced by his treatment of Ming Dai, he was willing to oppose all teachers and students just to secure an elite class spot for Ming Dai. It is noteworthy that Ming Dai is merely a death servant. And Sima Xian knew that Xu Zhan was the only one capable of treating a death servant in such a manner on the entire Divine Spirit continent. Furthermore, he could discern that Xu Zhan's fiery rescue was sincere. Just as he had vowed before the statue of the Divine, he truly was willing to sacrifice himself for others. Even Sima Xian, who had always been at odds with Xu Zhan, would lay aside his grievances to offer assistance. This may merely be a misunderstanding. Sima Xian's voice, though faint amidst the chorus of anger, resonated with unwavering conviction, bringing an immediate hush over the crowd. Shengguan Zishuan furrowed her brow and remarked, are you truly placing such trust in him simply because he feigned saving your life? Jin Wanshan and the others gazed incredulously at Sima Xian. In truth, my initial intention was to frame Xu Zhan, for I had undertaken a separate task. Sima Xian confessed candidly, continuing, I understand that it is indeed challenging to alter your perceptions, as one's initial conjectures often influence subsequent decisions. Perhaps we should set this matter aside for now and focus on addressing the imminent crisis? With Sima Xian's words, the group fell silent, beginning to deliberate on their next steps. Even if all the new students banded together, it seemed unlikely they could mount a counteroffensive against the ancient city. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that if all the guards of the ancient city were to perish, we would be utterly incapable of activating the soul technique for the teleportation array. Shengguan Zishuan wore a look of deep concern. Why don't we seek assistance from the senior students? They appear to have entered as well, and with the help of the elite class seniors, our chances of success would be significantly enhanced. As for the soul technique to activate the teleportation array, there may be clues within the ancient city, proposed one new student, swiftly gaining unanimous agreement from the group. However, Xiao Lianxue stepped forward with a frown and stated, I have previously studied the soul technique to activate the teleportation array. The crowd fell silent, turning to her in surprise. Sima Xian inquired, was that part of your separate task? Xiao Lianxue nodded and added, the separate task not only required me to learn the soul technique, but there was also something else. Jin Wanshan pressed, what else? No contact with the senior students, under any circumstances. Xiao Lianxue declared emphatically, casting a profound glance at Sima Xian. What? How could this be? What does the academy truly signify? Is this not also a test for us? An uproar erupted among the crowd, with only a few students from the elite class deep in thought. After a moment of silence, Shengguan Zishuan spoke up, the academy's actions must be founded on a rationale. Do you think Xu Zhan might have also undertaken a separate mission? It seems implausible that only we would be privy to such an opportunity. Sima Xian interjected, in fact. I had observed that Xu Zhan and Ming Dai were intercepted by Wu Datong before they entered here. This only intensifies the necessity to locate Xu Zhan. Even if he is indeed colluding with the beast men, we shall take matters into our own hands. At the very least, we can assist Xu Zhan in preserving his reputation and preventing him from being forever tarnished, thus safeguarding the illustrious legacy of the 10,000 Beasts King. Jin Wanshan declared solemnly. The group reached a consensus and prepared to set out together. Meanwhile, in a distant direction, Xu Zhan was engaged in a discussion with Li Daren and several guards regarding strategies to locate the students of Changyun Academy and rescue them from the nefarious schemes of the Beast Men. Chapter 80, Restoration. Including you, there are a total of 201 guards. What level of strength do you possess? Xu Zhan inquired of Li Daren. Most are at the 9th level of spirit molding, with only a few below the 8th level. Li Daren scratched his head. A bit embarrassed as he replied, as you can see, most of us are nearing middle age. It is only in this beast hunting ground that we seem to possess some semblance of strength. For the younger ones, I had originally intended to send them out once they reached the 9th level of spirit molding, but now, Xu Zhan nodded. These individuals likely hail from the Royal City's Guard, and their discipline and cooperation are undoubtedly commendable. If utilized effectively, they could form a formidable fighting force. As the ancient city fell, I understood the collective sorrow that enveloped everyone. However, we must contemplate our course of action with patience. Xu Zhan pondered for a moment, observing the despondency etched on the faces around him, before continuing, in the beast hunting grounds, it is only through our combined strength that we can mitigate the Academy's losses. There are many of my fellow students awaiting your rescue. Rising to his feet, his voice grew progressively more resolute. I did not lead you out of the ancient city to become like lost dogs. The guards, invigorated, stood tall, striking their armor and raising their weapons in unison, shouting. Sweep the beast hunting grounds! Sweep the beast hunting grounds! Excellent! Xu Zhan proclaimed. I now announce 2 directives. Instantly, silence fell over the crowd, all eyes fixed upon him. First, from this moment forth, everyone shall obey my commands. Second, satisfied with the reactions of those before him, he continued. A multitude of beasts has launched an assault on the ancient city, and numerous orcs are still in the vicinity. They may not have had the opportunity to regroup before the beasts hastily commenced their attack. Henceforth, all must remain vigilant. If you encounter any small bands of orcs, engage them directly and eliminate every last one. We shall wage a guerrilla war, commencing right here, near the ancient city. The guards exchanged glances, finding Xu Zhan's audacity somewhat astonishing. The enemy had just rallied for a full-scale offensive, yet they were not retreating but rather prepared to continue fighting. This sentiment resonated with them. Only through fierce combat could they redeem the disgrace of their lost city. In an instant, the fighting spirit of all surged, as if they possessed boundless energy, eager to unleash their pent-up frustrations. Everyone, please take a moment to rest. Those who are injured, come to me, and I shall tend to your wounds, Xu Zhan stated, his voice steady. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone lined up before him according to the severity of their injuries, forming a surprisingly orderly queue. Xu Zhan's expression darkened, and he inwardly lamented. Previously, they had been besieged from all sides in the ancient city, and everyone had fought until they were utterly exhausted. They had relied on one another for support while retreating, and not a single person was unscathed. Yet, there was no alternative. Injuries required treatment. Xu Zhan retrieved all the healing needles he had saved and administered the first injection to Li Daren. While a severed limb could not be restored, he could at least stop the bleeding from the wound. Subsequently, Xu Zhan summoned the healing needles while entrusting Li Daren with the task of treating the others. The guards felt a profound sense of relief. Their willingness to heed Xu Zhan's commands stemmed not merely from his title as the King of 10,000 Beasts, but from the undeniable merit he possessed to command them. From their very first encounter, Xu Zhan had assisted in defending the city. And now he had effectively saved their lives. Truly, he was worthy of being the son of the king of 10,000 beasts. With the blood of a war god coursing through his veins, Li Daren thought to himself, aware that the other guards shared similar sentiments. Are you still pushing yourself so hard? The irate figure of a little girl appeared before Xu Zhan, her cherubic face puffed in annoyance. Be careful. Even if you discover the ultimate cultivation techniques, they cannot remedy the damage to your foundation. There is no choice, is there? If I cannot overcome the current difficulties, what future is left? Xu Zhan shrugged, an expression of helplessness on his face. After healing everyone, Xu Zhan was drenched in sweat, feeling an unprecedented weakness that made him sway unsteadily as he stood. Yet, he did not cease summoning healing needles, needing to call forth several more as a reserve. That is enough, you should stop now, Li Daren said, his face filled with regret as he looked at Xu Zhan. The other guards silently expressed their gratitude. Regrettably, my power is too feeble. The healing needles I summon can merely mend injuries but cannot replenish stamina. Xu Zhan sighed. Nonetheless, this is already remarkably extraordinary, comparable to the abilities of elemental nature cultivators.